I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 336. Lin Huang vs. the Hellish Spearfiend. It was said that the Hellish Spearfiend was discovered at Safety Zone Number 2, namely, the Dark Prison. It was located somewhere around the B-grade foothold. Therefore, it was named the Hellish Spearfiend. Lin Huang was not familiar with this type of monster. There were more than 200,000 types of monsters recorded in the Monster Guide. He had looked through only the monster types that he was interested in. He could actually recognize less than 30,000 types of monsters, and he managed to remember the detailed information of about 10,000 types of monsters. Before last night, Lin Huang had no idea how the Hellish Spearfiend looked like at all. He then referred to the monster guide that he had downloaded previously before he slept. The Hellish Spearfiend was a human demon with high damage capabilities. Not only did it possess powerful close-range combat abilities, it could do well in ranged attacks as well. Its only weakness was that its strength was lower than the Molten Dragon and the Fire Phoenix. In a nutshell, it was a monster with great overall strength. It was definitely one of the strongest monsters among monsters of the same level. It was difficult to kill this type of monster from the front. Lin Huang mainly relied on the sanguine skeletal spirit's punishment chains. Once the monster was locked in the punishment chains, the battle would basically end. Sitting on the Alexandrian eagle's back, Lin Huang quickly located the coordinates specified by Bloody, and he found the Hellish Spearfiend. It was a human-like monster that had a height of about 2.5 meters. Its body was covered by a thick, silver armor, including its head. There were two large horns on top of the silver armor, and only its eyes could be seen. However, from afar, it looked so dark as if there was nothing inside the armor. Its long spear was special as it did not look like the human weapons that Lin Huang had seen before. It was at least 3 meters long and was all black in color. The unique part of the long spear was that it looked like a large umbrella that was closed. Other than its handle, it was shaped like a cone. These two parts occupied a third of the entire length of the long spear. Further up the long shaft, it was a cone-shaped object with screws. It looked like screws that had been magnified about 100 times. However, it was apparent that they were much sharper than regular screws. While Lin Huang was sizing up the monster in the air, it seemed like the Hellish Spearfiend could sense him as well. It suddenly lifted his head and looked towards his direction. Its dark eyes instantly lit up and turned red. He expected to be discovered. Mid-air, he exchanged glances with the Hellish Spearfiend. All of a sudden, the Hellish Spearfiend propelled forward towards Lin Huang. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Huang immediately told the Alexandrian eagle to fly ahead, so that he could attract the monster to the targeted position. Soon, the Hellish Spearfiend got closer to him. Fortunately, the lava lake was not too far away from him. In less than half a minute, the Alexandrian eagle arrived at its destination and rapidly descended. Seeing that the Alexandrian eagle had returned and the Hellish Spearfiend in silver armor following after them, Li Lang was alarmed. However, he still stood in his original position. The Alexandrian eagle landed at a position that was less than 10 meters away from him, and soon, Lin Huang immediately recalled it. The Hellish Spearfiend descended as well. He glanced at Li Lang and attacked Lin Huang without hesitation. Obviously, Lin Huang was rather intimidating to it. It initially landed at a position that was less than 20 meters away from Lin Huang. As it came one step forward, the long spear in its hand had already approached Lin Huang. It would penetrate through Lin Huang's chest within just a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Lin Huang did not panic at all and extended his left palm. A dark shield was immediately formed, blocking the spear from moving any further. Vampire particles immediately formed on his back, transforming into a bloody long blade. It then streaked in an arc across the sky and cut through the opponent as it bypassed the dark shield. The Hellish Spearfiend was shocked when it saw that its attack was blocked. As it was getting ready to increase the strength of its attack, a bloody glow struck it and it immediately retreated. To the Hellish Spearfiend, the aura of the human who was standing in front of him was not powerful. However, his body gave off a strange smell as if it was the remnant scent after killing a strong monster. It was associated with a multitude of other scents, and the Hellish Spearfiend had no way to distinguish what monster he had actually killed. However, this put the Hellish Spearfiend on high alert. Therefore, the hellish spearfiend decided to dodge his attack instead of fighting back at the very first moment when Lin Huang struck. As the dark shield disappeared, the hellish spearfiend could then see that Lin Huang was in an unusual state. His eyes had turned blood red and a sharp blade that was created by a peculiar energy was extended from his back. He no longer looked like a human. The hellish spearfiend was standing more than 20 meters away from him and it started to size up Lin Huang as it could not confirm if its opponent was still a human. Lin Huang immediately grinned as he saw its reaction. On his back, 3 bloody wings rapidly formed. Despite his vampire particles being able to transform into any form, he had chosen to transform them into wings. It was mainly because he was most familiar with this mode. As soon as 4 of his wings were fully developed, Lin Huang summoned his sword relic. His seraphic speed and thunder steps were activated simultaneously. As he stomped on the ground hard, he pounced on his opponent. Although close-range combat was not the monster's weakness, Lin Huang did not have many skills in ranged attack. Therefore, he had chosen close-range combat since he was confident in that. The hellish spearfiend's abilities were on par with the molten dragon's abilities. The only difference was the high temperature of the molten dragon's sword that restricted Lin Huang's close-range combat abilities to some extent while the hellish spearfiend did not possess such an ability. This was the reason why Lin Huang had the courage to go for close-range combat. As Lin Huang stepped forward, he rapidly appeared at a position in front of the hellish spearfiend which was less than 2 meters away from it. Li Lang, who was watching this, felt like the distance between them had been shortened drastically. As a matter of fact, it was actually an illusion since Lin Huang's speed exceeded what his vision could capture. As soon as he stepped into the attack range, Lin Huang's thunder sting was unleashed without a moment of hesitation, creating layers of sword shadows in the air. His seraphic speed was complemented with the fastest sword skill he possessed. Lin Huang made 58 consecutive attacks in a single second. Encountering such a strong opponent, he had managed to break through his personal best as he could only strike 46 consecutive attacks during practice sessions. It was lightning fast. The hellish spearfiend's first impression of Lin Huang was that he did not intimidate it regardless of his body movement skill, sword skill, or even his explosive speed. After all, it had achieved Crimson Flame level. However, this did not stop it from fighting back as its speed was on par with Lin Huang's. The spear in its hand immediately deflected the attack. The long shaft resembled a large shield, blocking more than 10 of Lin Huang's attacks. He was not weak at all. That was the second thought that flashed through the hellish spearfiend's mind. The strength of each strike launched by Lin Huang was on par with the attack strength of a white flame level hunter. More than 10 strikes rained on it and it seemed like they were all formed into one powerful strike. The hellish spearfiend nearly failed to avoid the attacks. Perhaps, the large spear in its hand might slip had Lin Huang made another 1 or 2 more strikes, which was the reason why he immediately retreated the next moment. In fact, it's not strong. The consecutive attacks made just now are about to break its defense. Otherwise, it would not have attempted to pull further apart. Seeing his opponent's reaction, Lin Huang grinned again as he knew that the opponent's defense had reached its limit. He was even more confident now although he was previously worried if he could break the opponent's defense without using worldly purification. However, the answer was apparent now. "Come at me again," Lin Huang yelled. He then leapt and plunged towards the hellish spearfiend once more. Chapter 337. Lin Huang vs. the hellish spearfiend. 2. Is that Lin Huang's true ability? Li Lang, who was standing somewhere near the lava lake, was astounded. Not only did Lin Huang launch a frontal attack on the hellish spearfiend, he could even pin down his opponent, blowing Li Lang's mind. The hellish spearfiend was not an ordinary holy fire level monster. Its ability was on par with a crimson flame levels and it was a double mutated monster. Perhaps it was comparable to many of the blue flame level monsters. As a human-like monster, its intelligence was similar to humans as well. Despite such circumstances, Lin Huang still managed to launch a frontal attack, indicating that his abilities were incredibly powerful. He must be a genius, the hellish spearfiend immediately concluded. His combat level did not match his abilities though. Be it his strength, speed, or even the use of sword skills, they all exceeded the standard of a gold-level hunter. Lin Huang got stronger as the battle progressed. It had been a long time since he had been engaged in a close combat like this. He launched consecutive attacks with his thunder sting, forcing the hellish spearfiend to retreat. It was incapable of fighting back at all. Nevertheless, the hellish spearfiend was not weak. The size of its spear was too big and therefore, was not suitable for close combat. Lin Huang noticed this weakness, so he intentionally approached it and directly rained a storm-like attack, hence his opponent would have no way to counterattack. The hellish spearfiend retreated several times and it wanted to stay a distance away from Lin Huang. However, it was not as fast as Lin Huang and the human managed to catch up with him. It seemed like the hellish spearfiend was pinned down by Lin Huang. Lin Huang clearly knew that despite his thunder sting taking the lead and his lightning-fast speed, it had a limited effect on the hellish spearfiend. In addition, it was protected by an armor that did not look cheap at all. Even if his attack hit it, it was not very likely that the attack would cause any severe injuries. Once his opponent realized this and endured the attacks, he would be incapable of taking the lead like he was now doing once he was forced out of the attack range. However, Lin Huang did not feel worried about that. He was clear about what was going to happen in the later part of the battle. What he currently had to do was to fight heartily. The sword in Lin Huang's hand was shrouded in the golden life power. In actual combat, he became even more familiar with Thunder Sting, which was complemented with the second level of Sword Realm, and each of the skills was performed almost perfectly. There was no flaw that the hellish spearfiend could figure out to attack back. It could only choose to defend against the attack helplessly. Each onslaught performed by the Thunder Sting was extremely fast. Lin Huang continuously attacked it and his sword that was shrouded in life power had created layers of golden shadows in the air, enveloping the hellish spearfiend. When he switched skills, 4 of his bloody wings transformed into sharp blades at the same time. He was not giving his opponent a chance to rest at all. Despite the hellish spearfiend defending against his assailant, not a single attack could break through its defense. He could feel that Lin Huang's single strike was not that strong. However, it dared not use its body to defend against the attack. The close combat lasted for about 10 minutes. Still, Lin Huang was taking the lead. As Lin Huang was thoroughly focused, he started to increase the speed of his sword. It started from 58 hits within 1 second, to 59 hits, 60, 61. The hellish spearfiend was trying to adapt to Lin Huang's blitz speed. However, as Lin Huang started to increase his attack frequency, it could no longer bear it. It seemed to notice that if this continued, it would be completely pinned down by its opponent. Then, the hellish spearfiend started to switch from defense mode to attack mode. It completely ignored Lin Huang's long sword that was about to pierce through its chest. Suddenly, it loosened its grasp on the long spear in his hand. The next moment, when it gripped the long spear tightly, the hellish spearfiend grasped the top part of the shaft where it was less than a meter away from the tip of the spear. The tip of the long spear was about to pierce through Lin Huang's chest rapidly. Although it could not strike at full force, the hit was so sudden and extremely fast. In addition to the short distance between the both of them, Lin Huang did not manage to summon his dark shield in time to defend against the attack. He could only use one of his bloody wings to transform into a large shield so that he could dodge the attack. The hellish spearfiend then took that opportunity to stay a distance away from Lin Huang, returning to its original way of gripping the spear. Before it could even balance itself, it lowered its head and looked where Lin Huang had slashed its body. There were only 23 injury points on its body. Lin Huang had only managed to leave a scratch that was about 10 centimeters long on its armor. Without a doubt, the attack would not be able to break its defense, let alone cause any injuries. Although his opponent managed to pull their distance apart, Lin Huang did not chase after it. This was because he knew that it had already discovered that he was unable to break away its defense through close combat. It was meaningless to go after it. Human, I've to admit that you're strong, but that's your limit. There's a big gap between our combat strength. If there's no way that you can overlay your skills, you'll be unable to break my defense. The hellish spearfiend picked up his long spear and pointed at Lin Huang. As soon as it finished its sentence, it glanced at Li Lang, who was standing not far away from Lin Huang. It then continued, I can sense that your companion has not even achieved the gun realm. His combat strength should be weaker than yours. Therefore, even if both of you were to fight me together, there's no way that both of you can defeat me. You're not the one who can decide the outcome of the battle. Lin Huang then pounced towards the hellish spearfiend, turning 4 of his bloody wings into sharp blades before blasting off towards its red eyes. The hellish spearfiend scoffed. It seemed like it was angry that Lin Huang had provoked it. Picking up the long spear in its hand, it flashed through the air and easily deflected Lin Huang's attack. 3 meters away would be the main battleground. Lin Huang could then confirm his prediction earlier. It's true that my attack can't break your defenses. Your defense can't break my mine either. If our energy consumption continues draining in such a way, I might not lose. Lin Huang grinned as he provoked it again. You're overconfident, human. You managed to dodge my random attacks, but that doesn't mean that you can endure the attack that I'm going to launch at full force. The hellish spearfiend was quite confident in his combat strength. I'll show you how big the gap between us is. As soon as it finished its words, the hellish spearfiend transformed into a beam of silver glow and dove towards Lin Huang. It was so swift that it looked as if a silver thread had streaked across the ground. Lin Huang felt no fear as he grabbed his sword with both of his hands and attacked from the front. Bang! Right at the moment when the screw-like spear tip crashed into the golden knife blade, the whole battleground instantly exploded. Soon, a human silhouette appeared, standing in its original position. Impressively, it was a spearman dressed in silver armor. Lin Huang spat out blood and retreated more than 10 meters away, managing to balance himself. He was just 1 to 2 meters away from falling into the spiritual lava lake. Indeed, I can't fight the hellish spearfiend from the front, Lin Huang thought in his heart. As soon as the hellish spearfiend saw this, he took the opportunity and headed towards Lin Huang, knowing that Lin Huang's defensive abilities would be incapable of protecting him from the corrosive nature of the spiritual lava lake. With just one hit, it would force Lin Huang to retreat and fall into the lava. Basically, the battle would then end there. Lin Huang could feel the high temperature emanating from the spiritual lava behind him. He did not turn back, fixing his gaze on the hellish spearfiend. He did not hesitate when he saw it heading for him, and his left palm formed the dark shield in the air again. At almost the same moment, the hellish spearfiend descended on him as well. The tip of its spear crushed into the dark shield. Bang! As soon as an explosive noise was heard, black life power then gushed into the long spear. The screw-like spear tip began to rotate insanely like a high-powered electrical drill. Chapter 338. Li Lang leveled up. The changes that occurred in its long spear were out of Lin Huang's expectations. He was quite confident in his defenses as he knew how terrifying worldly purification was. The dark shield was capable of defending against an attack that was 10 times stronger than the worldly purification. Therefore, he was not worried that it would collapse. Even if it was being attacked by a unique skill, it would not collapse in such a short while. Lin Huang grinned. On his back, 4 of the bloody wings transformed into sharp blades. They then bypassed the dark shield and plunged towards the hellish spearfiend. It seemed like the hellish spearfiend expected that Lin Huang's attack would not be able to break its defense. It ignored his attack, inserting its life power at full force as it wanted to penetrate through Lin Huang's black defensive layer. 4 of the bloody blades dashed against its body several times, and the sound of colliding metal could be heard. On the layer of silver armor, not even a scratch was detected. "Are you trying to tickle me?" the hellish spearfiend teased. It could not see that behind the dark shield, Lin Huang was grinning. The bloody sharp blades that were made of vampire particles had instantly transformed into ropes. The ropes had twisted around its arms and legs when it let its guard down. The hellish spearfiend was terrified. As it was about to get rid of the ropes, a few flaming chains suddenly extended from the dark. However, as soon as it managed to break away from 2 of the bloody ropes, its ankles were locked in the punishment chains. Its life power was completely sealed, and soon, the hellish spearfiend was locked in 9 punishment chains. Li Lang, who was standing not far away from them, appeared, turning the long spear in his hand into a spiritual snake. It then penetrated through the hellish spearfiend's eyes. The red glow in one of the hellish spearfiend's eyes dimmed. Sensing the hellish spearfiend's aura fading, Lin Huang then removed the dark shield and recalled the sanguine skeletal spirit. He retreated, leaving Li Lang with the hellish spearfiend to complete the extraction of its tinder. Li Lang pressed against the hellish spearfiend's head, inserting his life power into it. Soon, the tinder inside its body reacted. Obviously, he was highly compatible with the tinder in the hellish spearfiend's body. Watching Li Lang's aura start to change, Lin Huang was relieved as he knew that Li Lang had successfully obtained its tinder. Lin Huang then shifted his gaze to the hellish spearfiend. Despite looking relaxed during the battle, it was not easy for him. Encountering such a formidable enemy like the hellish spearfiend, he could only manage to defeat his enemy with his best efforts. "There's nothing wrong with my speed and sword skill, but my strength is much weaker than the monster. Even if I possess supernatural powers or any passive skills that overlay my strength, it's still only comparable to white flame level humans. If I clashed with a crimson flame level monster from the front, there'll only be one outcome, which is an immediate collapse. Also, there's a gap between our life powers. Its life power is obviously stronger and more concentrated than mine. The primary reason that I can't break its defense is that it has added its life power to the surface of its silver armor. It significantly reduced the effect of the addition of my life power. Besides, the sword that I'm using is not a high-quality relic as it's only a 3-star relic. If it can be upgraded to 4 or 5 stars, most probably there'll be an increase in my attack strength. Lin Huang analyzed the results in his heart. He had discovered many of his weaknesses from the battle and he was thinking of ways to improve so that he could do better. Before upgrading to Holy Fire level, there is still room for improvement in my strength through practice. I've not gone through any special strength training sessions so far. As for my life power, there'll be a substantial increase in it after I've leveled up to complete gold level. Despite being incomparable to that of a Holy Fire levels, there'll be a slight improvement in my attack and defensive strength. In regard to the sword relic, I'll look for some other swords after getting out of this place. It'll be best to get a 5-star relic, so I can directly use it until I reach Holy Fire level. At the side of the lava lake, Li Lang took more than 3 hours to complete the ignition of the tinder and the initial process of his body transformation. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to express his gratitude to Lin Huang. Thank you. Without your help, it would be almost impossible to obtain the tinder. You're welcome. That's what a friend should do. Lin Huang nodded with a smile and looked at the dead body on the ground. The carcass is mine. Of course, Li Lang immediately confirmed. It was useless for him to take the carcass. At most, he could only earn some credit points. Furthermore, Lin Huang should be the one who earned the carcass as Lin Huang had left the last hit to him instead of killing it right away. After storing the carcass, Lin Huang then summoned the black ink that was blue in color. Both of them then strode over to the door. They returned to the place where they had said goodbye to Yi Yeyu in the morning. She had remained in her original position. The poker-faced staff was busy barbecuing a thigh of an unknown monster that was more than 2 meters in length. After it was grilled, the thigh turned golden brown with a shiny surface, giving off a fragrant scent. Yi Yeyu was fixated staring at the thigh. Lin Huang and Li Lang turned their gazes on the thigh as well as soon as they saw it. Both of you are back. What took you so long? Yi Yeyu grumbled. She knew that Li Lang had leveled up and was now on the same level as her, which was white flame level. However, she did not feel surprised at all. I need some time to ignite the tinder. Li Lang beamed. Right after he had leveled up to white flame level, his mood improved. Did you guys really kill the hellish spearfiend? It seemed like Poker Face could not believe that. He felt that both of them must have hunted down other monsters for Li Lang to obtain the tinder. Of course, Li Lang nodded confidently. Poker Face glanced at Li Lang. Still, he felt that he was lying. However, he did not say it out loud and continued grilling meat. Hurry, show me how the hellish spearfiend looks like. Yi Yeyu came over and asked Lin Huang. Lin Huang then took out the carcass helplessly. Poker Face then took a look at the dead body and found out that it was really the hellish spearfiend that they had killed. As he looked at it carefully, he looked even more surprised. Is this a crimson flame level hellish spearfiend? How is it possible? How did you know that it's a crimson flame level monster? Yi Yeyu asked curiously. Look at its arms. The crystals on both of its arms are red in color, Poker Face explained. The color of the crystal on its arms would differ if it possessed different combat strength. The three of them then noticed that a thumb-sized red crystal on both of the hellish spearfiend's arms, which were garbed in silver armor. It seemed like there were 2 rubies inlaid on its arms. You are now capable of killing a crimson flame level double mutated monster. After confirming the monster's combat strength, Yi Yeyu was bewildered and she stared at Lin Huang. She felt that Lin Huang was getting unpredictable. I was just lucky. Lin Huang grinned, seeing that Poker Face was looking at him with a strange expression. He then changed the topic. It seems like we came back at the right time. We have meat for lunch. Chapter 339. Attack by the monster horde. Since Lin Huang and Li Lang joined them for lunch, Poker Face did not say anything because he would not have been able to finish the thigh with Yi Yeyu anyway. After lunch, the three of them started chatting. Poker Face did not join their conversation. He sat aside and took a nap. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang's journey to the ruins was complete since their ultimate goal was to obtain a tinder and level up to Holy Fire level. They had now achieved their goals. After Tyrant's unlocking was completed, Lin Huang could then achieve his target as well. The rest were a bonus to him. Since 3 of them had completed the second round of training, they were relaxed. Poker Face did not urge 3 of them to hunt for any more monsters as he had heard from Yi that they had already completed their mission. Lin Huang, both of us have achieved our goal. What's your purpose of participating the training? Do you need our help? Yi asked. Basically, I've achieved what I wanted to as well. However, I'm interested in the reward, which is the monster egg. Lin Huang said with a smile. The person who ranks first will get rewarded with the monster egg. Li Lang frowned. However, when he thought carefully, it was indeed possible for Lin Huang to get the first place. What if both of us pass the carcasses that we killed to you? You can then redeem the points with those carcasses, Yi suggested. Isn't that considered cheating? Lin Huang asked curiously. No. Poker Face slowly opened his eyes. Obviously, he had been listening to their conversation with his eyes closed. The 3 of you have completed the second round of training and the third round of training has yet to start. Therefore, you are in between the second and the third round of training now. During this period of time, it's break time for trainees. You're a free man now and you can assign any tasks to yourself. You can do whatever you like and you have the freedom to distribute the monsters killed as well. Be it the rules of the second or the third round of training, they don't apply during the break, Poker Face explained in detail. As soon as he finished his sentence, he closed his eyes again and dozed as if nothing had happened. After listening to what he had said, they came to a conclusion: the dead bodies of the monsters could be handled in whatever way they liked. Alright, I'll treat you guys to a meal if I can get the first place, Lin Huang promised as a way to express his gratitude. I've heard from my grandfather that the monster egg was dropped by a chief-level monster when his disciple killed it previously. It was a monster that went through a triple mutation. His disciple then gave it to him as a gift. I'm not sure what kind of monster it was exactly. If you're able to train it, it'll be really useful to you in future, Yi said. It's a monster that has gone through 3 mutations and possesses phoenix blood in its body. Why didn't your grandfather keep it for you? Lin Huang asked curiously. It was originally intended for me, but we found out later that my constitution is rather special. My grandfather said that the concentration of phoenix blood inside my body is rather low and the entire family is now helping me look for an actual phoenix. Yi did not bother hiding anything from them. The head of armed forces is really generous. Li Lang was envious of Yi. Even Poker Face's eyelids twitched as he heard that. If the people over there did not know Yi's family background and what they said had been heard by strangers, perhaps nobody would believe that it was true. Lin Huang smiled. He was not envious of Yi's family since there was nothing to envy. He was quite satisfied with his current condition. He had such a powerful Goldfinger like Xiaohe. As long as his Goldfinger could be developed further, he could train a bunch of pure phoenixes as well as dragonkins and monsters with phoenix blood. I'm not an imperial censor. I can only engage one pet monster. Therefore, I have to choose it carefully, Yi said with a serious expression. As soon as she finished her sentence, she raised her head and looked at Li Lang, then said, "You have leveled up to Holy Fire level. It's time to consider having a pet monster. I should really get one. I'll ask around and see if there's any pet monster that suits me after we leave." Li Lang nodded with a smile. There was actually no restriction on the combat strength in order to engage a pet monster, provided that one's life power was capable of doing so. It was because one would have to insert a great amount of life power in order to hatch a monster egg. Therefore, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to hatch one. However, anyone from iron to gold level could do it. Yi and Li Lang considered having a pet monster only after they had leveled up to Holy Fire level, as they spent most of their time practicing before they achieved Holy Fire level. They did not have sufficient time and energy to take care of the pet monster. Upon achieving Holy Fire level, the increase in combat strength would start to slow down. They would then have extra time and energy, hence they would be free to take care of a pet monster. In fact, most of them who were confident to upgrade to Holy Fire level would make such a decision. Those who had a pet monster before they could achieve Holy Fire level were those that were incapable of upgrading to Holy Fire level. The biggest difference between a pet monster and a summoning monster was that the latter could be an adult. However, a pet monster had to be trained during its infancy stage. Therefore, to train a pet monster was far more troublesome than a summoning monster. This was also the reason why many people were envious of the imperial censor. While 3 of them were chatting happily, Poker Face, who was taking a nap, suddenly stood up. 3 of you, quickly get ready. There are monsters approaching us. Poker Face shouted at 3 of them. They immediately stood up as well and took out their weapons. What monster is that? Yi Yayu asked. It is a monster horde formed by a group of gold-level monsters. There are more than 300 of them, Poker Face answered. Are they coming after us? Or are they just passing through? Lin Huang then asked. They look excited and it doesn't seem like they are just passing through. Could the barbecue's aroma have attracted them? Li Lang stared at the charcoal fire that had not been completely extinguished. That's possible. Lin Huang nodded. However, he could vaguely feel that things were not that simple. Soon, 4 of them were surrounded by the monster horde. Lin Huang could finally see their enemy. They were black spiritual serpents. Black spiritual serpents lived in the spiritual volcano. They looked like snakes. In fact, the black spiritual serpent was a black spiritual object that had an elongated body. It was a spirit-type monster that existed only in its shadow form. They liked to live in places where spiritual power gathered as they relied on the spiritual power of various elements to survive. Seeing this type of monster, Lin Huang and the rest of them immediately turned down the possibility that the monsters were coming after the grilled meat. The monsters could not taste and smell at all. Spiritual power was their only food. They were not interested in human food at all. Despite the large number of black spiritual serpents that came after them, they were too weak compared to the 3 of them. In less than 2 minutes, more than 300 black spiritual serpent were destroyed. Just when Lin Huang and Li Lang were busy collecting the carcasses, Poker Face shouted at the 3 of them again, the monster horde is attacking us again. The second batch of monsters was a group of terraflame scorpions. They were gold-level monsters as well. There were more than the previous batch of monsters, more than 1,000 of them. The monsters were rapidly slaughtered by them as well. This is unusual. After killing the second batch of monsters, Lin Huang frowned. Right at that moment, Poker Face's transmission snail vibrated abruptly. Chapter 340, Incident Investigation. Poker Face got up and avoided Lin Huang and the rest of them. He then connected to the transmission snail as he walked away. The 3 of them did not intend to eavesdrop anyway and continued chatting. After a short while, Poker Face put away his transmission snail and returned. However, he looked upset. We have to go back to the mission submission area, he said while he approaching 3 of them. Is it related to the monster attack just now? Lin Huang could roughly guess the reason behind this. Poker Face nodded. Zhang Bing said that there's a monster outbreak. The reason is still unknown. For the sake of the trainees' safety, we have to bring all the trainees back. I've just leveled up. I wanted to kill some monsters for practice. Li Lang forced a smile. Let's go. Lin Huang patted Li Lang's shoulder and summoned the dimensional portal. The 4 of them entered the dimensional portal and soon, they appeared where they had previously gathered. When they returned, many of the trainees were already back. Poker Face and the rest of the staff had a dimensional relic given by the Union government. Although Lin Huang knew that as well, he did not want to trouble Poker Face and summoned the dimensional portal immediately. As he gazed at the crowd, Lin Huang looked towards Zhang Bing's direction. Luo Li and Si Kongjian were there as well. Zhang Bing looked somewhat gloomy. Other than that, Luo Li and Si Kongjian looked like they usually did. The trainees were discussing the incident of the monster outbreak. The area was bustling with chatter. A man saw Li Lang from afar and walked toward Li Lang. Li Lang, have you leveled up? The man was 20 years old and he was slightly taller than Li Lang. Yes, Brother Joe. Li Lang smiled. I've told you that it's not difficult to kill a barbed savage. If you're willing to spend some time, perhaps you'll be able to kill it on your own. Brother Joe patted Li Lang's shoulder. My friend helped me to kill it. Li Lang did not explain that he had not obtained the tinder from a barbed savage. Brother Joe then glanced at Yi Yayu and Li Lang. When he looked at Yi Yayu, his eyes lingered on Yi Yayu's slender legs and her busty boobs. Despite being dressed in a military uniform, her attractive body was not covered. Soon, Brother Joe fixed his gaze on Lin Huang. Is Lin Huang the one who helped you? Brother Joe could see that among 3 of them, only Lin Huang's aura was on gold level. He could recognize that Lin Huang was Mr. Fu's disciple as well. He was the first one that Yi Donglai had appointed to enter the ruins. I'm Zhou Quan, nice to meet you. Hello, Lin Huang acknowledged politely. Since Zhou Quan knew his name, there was no need for him to repeat it. You are. Zhou Quan then shifted his gaze toward Yi Yeyu. She is Yi Yeyu, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Li Lang introduced with a smile. You're from the Yi family. The head of the armed force. Zhou Quan opened his eyes wide. Among the royal families in Division 7, other than the military, there was no other Yi family. Li Lang had intentionally emphasized the Yi family. Of course, he was referring to the Yi family of the armed forces. It was impossible that no one knew who they were. After he had confirmed her identity, Zhou Quan held an obvious reverence for her. The Yi family was somehow a powerful family in Division 7 and was comparable to the 6 royal families. They were at the top of the royal family pyramid in Division 7. Small potatoes like him could not afford to offend them. Brother Zhou, you're well informed. Regarding the monster outbreak, can you tell me exactly what happened? Li Lang immediately asked after introducing Zhou Quan to the both of them. I don't know exactly what happened. However, our team has encountered several batches of monster attacks earlier. The staff then informed us to come back to this area and gather with all of you, Zhou Quan explained briefly. What they experienced was almost the same as Lin Huang and the rest of them. So, you guys were attacked by the monsters too. Li Lang then looked at Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu. I've asked 2 other teams and the same thing happened to them as well. Obviously, there's something wrong with the monsters. As he listened to what Li Lang said, Zhou Quan knew that Li Lang and his team had encountered the same thing as well. I hope that the examiners can figure out what caused the monster outbreak as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue with the training. Lin Huang's heart sank when he heard what Zhou Quan said. If the examiners were to stop the training and send all of them out, Tyrant's unsealing would be stopped as well. The ruins belong to an independent world. If Tyrant was left in the ruins and Lin Huang got out of the ruins, he would not be able to sense the existence of the card. Under such circumstances, the system would automatically recall the monster card. Of course, Lin Huang would not want this to happen. Xiao He, will the monster card be affected if the unsealing process is terminated? Lin Huang thought of asking Xiao He about it first. If the unsealing process of the monster card is terminated, it'll be considered a failure. The monster card that fails to unseal will be completely sealed at the state it was in before unsealing. It can't be unsealed for the second time and it can't be leveled up as well. However, the monster card can still be summoned as usual. That being said, if the unsealing is terminated, Tyrant will remain on complete gold level forever and it'll be unable to upgrade to Holy Fire level. It can't evolve for the 3rd time as well. Its combat strength and rarity will remain stagnant forever. Lin Huang's face turned grave. Tyrant was the 2nd monster card that he had obtained. They had overcome so many dangers together. He could not accept if he was to put the card aside. No, whatever the decision of the examiner is, I must stay. About 10 minutes later, the supervisors then led the trainees back to the area where they had first gathered. Zhang Bing counted the number of people. Right after he had confirmed that nobody was absent, he started talking. I guess everyone has been informed by our staff the reason why we asked every one of you to come back. There's a monster outbreak in the whole ruins and the reason is still unknown. Many of the trainees have encountered the monster attack. For the sake of everyone's safety, we asked all of you to come back. The examiners and our staff will investigate the reason behind the monster outbreak as soon as possible. We'll then decide if the assessment should be continued or stopped. Please be patient, set up your tents and stay here for 2 days. We'll know the results soon. It's just a monster outbreak. Is there really a need to stop the training? Li Lang felt that Zhang Bing and 2 of the examiners had overreacted. We've previously encountered gold level monsters. What if the monster outbreak is not only on gold level and it involves Holy Fire level monsters as well? Yi Yeyu asked Li Lang. This area is a 2-star ruin. There are more than 10,000 Holy Fire level monsters. Even people like us who are on Holy Fire level can fight them. What about the Crimson Flame level, Blue Flame level, and Purple Flame level monsters? What Yi Yeyu had voiced out was exactly what Lin Huang was worried about. If Holy Fire level monsters were involved in the outbreak, it was highly possible that they would stop the assessment. After comforting the crowd, the 3 examiners held a discussion. Soon, Luo Li and Si Kongjian summoned their own dimensional portal and left. Only Zhang Bing was there to keep everyone in order. Chapter 341. The Golden Toad. A few hours ago, in the middle of the lava sea, there was a floating golden island. It was a barren land. Not a single blade of grass grew there, let alone trees. In midair, a bloody giant eagle flew across the ocean. The size of the giant eagle was extremely gargantuan. If it was to extend its wings, it would measure at least hundreds of meters long. It was at least a blue flame-level monster that exuded a threatening aura. Its appearance had caused many of the monsters around the lava sea to sink further into the water as they were all afraid that they might become its prey. When the bloody giant eagle saw the Golden Island, it circled above the sea. As soon as it had confirmed that it was safe, it then landed on the island to get some rest. Right at that moment, a red glow burst out from the surface of the ocean. A long howl was heard and the red glow instantly penetrated through the giant eagle's body. Soon, the Golden Island rapidly floated in the air and the area of the island constantly expanded. Eventually, a pair of large eyes suddenly appeared, opening its mouth wide in midair. The red glow that struck the giant eagle reflected, drawing the giant monster into its huge mouth. Impressively, the Golden Island was actually an extremely large, giant toad. At that moment, it had revealed half of its body. The people could now see how it actually looked like. The bloody giant eagle was unaware of it and had become its food. The golden toad was chomping on its food furiously and soon, it had swallowed the giant eagle in less than 2 minutes. It then sank back into the sea, revealing part of its back that was more than 10,000 square meters wide. In just a short while, a yellowish-brown, calf-sized toad swam towards it. "Boss, the molten dragon's assistant is here. It has an important message to deliver." The golden toad floated up, revealing its green eyes and asked, "Which assistant?" "It's the blazing alligator. Bring it over." Golden toad drifted further up in the air, showing its chin and belly. A few moments later, the yellowish-brown toad swam towards the golden toad together with the blazing alligator. The yellowish-brown toad then left. "Tell me, why is the lizard looking for me?" Golden toad asked rudely, intentionally criticizing the black dragon as a lizard. "Mr. Jin, our boss has died. We're here to take refuge in you," the giant alligator directly told the golden toad the terrifying news and the purpose that it was there as well. "What?" The golden toad was dumbfounded. He never thought that this would happen. Could it be a trick? The golden toad reacted as if blazing alligator was lying to it in the first place. It opened the lumps on its back. There were green eyeballs inside the lumps. People who suffered from trypophobia would get goosebumps if they saw it. As soon as the eyes opened, the giant alligator began to go into a trance. "Has the molten dragon died?" Golden Toad asked as he wanted to make sure that it was in a state of hypnosis. "Yes." The golden toad was stunned right after it heard the answer. Is it because it failed to upgrade to a dragonkin? It immediately recalled the dragonkin's aura that it had sensed on the first day. At that moment, it wondered if the molten dragon had leveled up. It originally thought that the molten dragon had sent its assistant to capture them. "I don't know how it died. However, its remaining soul fire has been completely extinguished right after the aura of the dragonkin appeared." As soon as the giant alligator finished its sentence, it told the golden toad about how Luo Li had forced the molten dragon to run away without its shell 2 days ago. "Are you saying that a woman nearly killed the black dragon with just one hit?" Golden Toad was stunned. "Is she a chief-level human?" "No, from her aura, perhaps she's the same level as Boss, which was also on Gold Flame level. However, she has indeed defeated Boss with just one hit." The blazing alligator shook its head. "They are on the same combat strength. How could she defeat a double-mutated dragon? The human must be comparable to a triple-mutated genius." The golden toad could hardly remain calm, knowing that there was such a powerful human invading their little world. "Why is she looking for trouble with your boss?" "Boss asked us to look for a human the last few days. It says that the human owns a relic that can help him to complete the 3rd mutation. Therefore, we are catching many humans. Perhaps the woman is here for revenge. A relic that helps it to complete the 3rd mutation." The golden toad made a human-like move as it extended its claw and rubbed its chin as if it was falling into deep thought. After a short moment, it mumbled with confidence, "It must be God's blood. It didn't get God's blood a few days ago." Of course, the golden toad did sense the aura of God's blood a few days ago. However, when it had rushed over there with the shadow flame boa, the molten dragon was already there. As the aura of God's blood had disappeared, both of them thought that the molten dragon had eaten the monster with God's blood. However, listening to what the giant alligator had said, perhaps the molten dragon did not manage to kill the monster with God's blood. Furthermore, according to the instruction it had issued, it must be a human that had gotten the monster that contained God's blood. Therefore, It had instructed its assistant to catch humans. Gathering all the clues, the golden toad roughly knew what had happened. Are there any unique characteristics of the humans that you are going to catch? The golden toad asked with envy as it was related to God's blood. Boss said that it is looking for an imperial censor that owns a black dimensional portal, the blazing alligator answered honestly. That's all, no other details. The golden toad felt that the information was too brief. There's nothing else. Boss said that it doesn't know how the person looks like as well. It only saw them when the black dimensional portal is closed. It doubted the human's identity as imperial censor. It is not sure of it. Is there any other information? The golden toad asked again. I don't think so. The giant alligator then thought for a while and shook its head. Are you the only one who came over here? Where's the rest of them? Right after I knew what happened to Boss this morning, I immediately rushed over here. Perhaps the rest of them know nothing about this. That's good. As soon as the golden toad finished its words, it immediately opened its mouth. A beam of red light shot out of its mouth and penetrated through the giant alligator's body. The next moment, the red glow withdrew and the golden toad munched on the giant alligator's dead body. It has been a long time since I last ate the meat of a purple flame level. It's quite delicious. In just a few bites, the purple flame level giant alligator had disappeared into the golden toad's belly. I must not let anyone know about God's blood. The black dragon has died, so there's no need to keep the black flame alive either. Once it's killed, I'll be the only ruler of the world. After finishing its sentence, the black eyes on its body gradually closed, returning to its lumpy form. Half an hour later, at the Shadowflame Boa's territory. Old Jin, why? The golden toad had pierced through 7 inches of the gold flame level Shadowflame Boa's body with its tongue. It did not die immediately. The lizard has died. There is no survival value for an earthworm just like you. The golden toad cackled loudly. From today onwards, the world is mine. An hour had passed and the golden toad's announcement echoed in all the monsters' ears. The molten dragon and the Shadowflame Boa have died. They were killed by humans. Not only have the 2 of them with incredible power died, many of our companions have been killed by humans in the past few days. They wanted to kill all the creatures in our world and possess our world. I can't accept such a shameless action. I've thought about it for a long time and I've finally come out with a solution to overcome the danger. We have to start a monster attack. I need everyone to team up and trigger a monster attack. Let's kill all the humans. This is the only way that we can get rid of the crisis and we'll no longer be the humans' target. Killing all the humans is the only way to create world peace. As soon as the announcement was made, many of the monsters started to look for traces of humans. The golden toad stayed away from the lava sea and its body had shrunk. It hid in a spiritual volcano that was far away from the lava sea. All the eyeballs on its back were opened. Different scenes were projected in each of its eyeballs. Everything that happened in the ruins could be seen by the golden toad. I don't care who you are, I'll find you. God's blood, I want you. Chapter 342. Another attack by the monster horde. Lin Huang and the rest of them gathered and sat with their legs crossed, patiently waiting for the results of the investigation from 2 of the examiners. Some of the teams were bored and started playing card games. Zhang Bing did not bother though. Of course, there were only a few of them that felt relaxed. Most of them were sitting in their original positions. All of a sudden, Lin Huang's sleeve vibrated. He then connected to Bloody through his mind. Master, many of the monsters are about to trigger a monster attack. They seem to have known that the humans are all gathered over here. A large batch of monsters is rushing over here. Lin Huang's heart sank as soon as he heard this. He was not worried about the monster horde. He was worried about the effect that the monster horde would cause instead. If it was a massive monster horde, the examiners would not take the risk of allowing the training to continue. Even if Luo Li was unwilling to end the training, her final decision would put everyone's life at risk. Did many of the monsters join the attack? Lin Huang asked secretly. Based on my observation, most of the monsters joined the attack, including all the holy fire level monsters. Bloody's answer was not what Lin Huang desired to hear. The truth was heavy. Lin Huang's heart had completely sunk as it seemed like ending the training was a foregone conclusion. After a few moments, he recovered from his thoughts. How's it going on Kylie's side? There's no conflict with other monsters, is there? No. However, some of the monsters will pass by her place soon. I can't guarantee that nothing will happen then. Lin Huang immediately contacted Kylie through his mind. Kylie, can you hear me? Kylie remained silent for a moment and said, "Go ahead and speak." "There's a monster outbreak in the ruins. It's possible that a large number of monsters will pass by you soon. It's better for you to hide in the spiritual lava. I'll inform you once the monster horde is over." "All right," Kylie answered. After Kylie's issue was settled, Lin Huang was slightly relieved. However, it was obvious that he had some thoughts flashing through his mind. "Lin Huang, what happened? Are you worried about the monster horde?" Li Lang asked. He thought that Lin Huang had never experienced a monster horde before, hence he was so nervous. "There's nothing to worry about. If the situation of the monster horde gets too severe, the examiner will definitely stop the assessment and send us out." Yi Yeyu noticed that Lin Huang was behaving abnormally as well. However, she did not think that it was because of the monster horde. 10 months ago, she had experienced a monster horde with Lin Huang before. Lin Huang had not even achieved iron level then, but he did not look as worried as he did now. "Lin Huang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't worry." Realizing that they were both concerned, Lin Huang immediately calmed himself and shook his head with a smile. He did not tell them what he was worried about since they would not be able to help him even if he told them. It would put them in trouble instead. Soon, another half an hour passed. "It's coming. There are 3 massive monster hordes approaching us from 3 different directions." Again, Bloody's conscious thoughts were transmitted to Lin Huang. "We'll probably encounter the monster hordes in less than 10 minutes. As soon as the message from Bloody was received, Zhang Bing seemed to have sensed something as well and he leapt into the air. He looked around and his face immediately turned grave. "Everyone, please get ready to fight." A loud voice was heard coming from midair. Many of them looked curiously at Zhang Bing who was floating in midair. "What are you doing there? Are you waiting for the monsters to barrage this place?" Zhang Bing yelled angrily. Everyone immediately got up. The teams who were playing cards panicked. They did not even put away their cards and immediately took out their weapons. Even Yi Yeyu and Li Lang who had leveled up were nervous. Lin Huang was the only one who remained calm as he had already known that the monsters had arrived. "The monster horde is coming from 3 different directions. Please get ready to fight." Zhang Bing instructed again. "Perhaps. The monsters are here for a trial attack. No transcendent monsters will appear, so I'll not fight. Let me tell you about the 3rd round of training. The 3rd round of training is related to the number of monsters killed by each of you. The more monsters killed, the higher the points accumulated. Therefore, if you want to be the one with the highest score in the 3rd round of training, enjoy the slaughter." Zhang Bing intentionally revealed the mechanics of the 3rd round of training to motivate the people. In fact, many of them were excited when they listened to what Zhang Bing said. They wanted to get the pet monster egg that contained the phoenix. No transcendent monster. Lin Huang took a glance at the relic in his hand. He then stored it and took out a gold weapon ring from his storage space. The gold weapon ring was activated in the state of a battle sword. "Lin Huang, what are you doing?" Li Lang asked as he could not understand what he was trying to do. "Isn't it easier to kill monsters with a sword relic? I can save my life power by doing so," Lin Huang explained with a smile. He has strong combat strength. A gold-level battle sword is enough for him to kill gold-level monsters. Relics that have to be activated by a gold-level user require life power that is a few times greater than the life power needed by a gold-level battle sword. Therefore, he is wise to make such a decision. Yi Yeyu understood the reason why Lin Huang did that. "That's true. If you have any weapons with fewer stars, it will be best to use that. For hunting monsters below holy fire level, a 1-star weapon is adequate. It saves your life power," Lin Huang suggested with a smile. "I don't have a 1-star weapon. The relic that ranks the lowest is a 4-star weapon." Yi Yeyu was not showing off but was just telling the truth. "I don't have one too. I have weapons that are 3 and 4 stars, Li Lang said while shrugging his shoulders. "That's fine. It's just a suggestion." While the 3 of them were chatting, the crowd began to stir and one of the girls shouted as she pointed in a certain direction, "The monsters are coming." Many of them immediately looked towards the direction that she was pointing at. It was a group of terraflame scorpions. Apparently, their combat strength was on gold level. There were at least 3,000 of them. The number of monsters far surpassed the number of people there. Please take note that the monster horde is not coming from only one direction. Zhang Bing's voice was heard again. After finishing his sentence, the people then saw that there were monsters approaching from 2 other directions. One of the monster hordes consisted of volcanic spiders while the other batch was made up of red-tail rodents. There were at least a total of 12,000 monsters from 3 batches of the monster hordes. Many of them who had never experienced such a massive monster horde panicked as they were surrounded by a large group of monsters. Don't panic. Although the number of monsters is more than the number of people we have here, they are only gold level monsters. It's not difficult to kill them. As long as we stay calm, there's no way for the monsters to attack us. Now, quickly divide yourself into 3 groups. Each group is responsible for killing 1 batch of the monsters and fight your enemies. Each team, please remember that your responsibility is to block the monsters as the other 2 groups will rely on you. Even if 1 monster is missed, it'll seriously affect the defense of the other 2 teams. A slight negligence may lead to a great disaster. The monsters may even break through the line of defense. Obviously, Lin Huang was the one who said that. As soon as the monster horde appeared, the people lost it. Many of them had no idea what they should do. He had no choice but to take the initiative by speaking up. He did not wish to see the first batch of monster attack causing any injuries since it was just a trial attack. If that happened, Zhang Bing might immediately stop the training. Act quickly, stop dragging your feet. I need 300 people over here. Yi Yayu was the first one who stood out in the crowd. Many of them could sense that she was on holy fire level from the vibe she exuded and immediately joined her team. Be quick, I need 300 people over here too. Li Lang immediately raised his hand and shouted. Some people joined him as well. The remaining 200 people had automatically formed a group and Lin Huang joined them. However, he was not the leader as he knew that his combat level could not convince the crowd to let him lead. He then appointed one of them who was on holy fire level instead. You're on holy fire level, so you shall be the leader of the team. Since our team has the least members, we'll choose the Terraflame Scorpions as it is the smallest group of monsters. Alright, the holy fire level leader soon assumed his role, leading Lin Huang and the rest of them to kill the Terraflame Scorpions. Chapter 343. Lin Huang shows his true power for the first time. Lin Huang was quite familiar with the Terraflame Scorpion. Not long ago, the 3 of them had come across the Terraflame Scorpion attack. However, the number of monsters was only 1/10 of the total number that they encountered now. The Terraflame Scorpion had an incredibly fast attack speed. It was even faster than many of the monsters of the same level. This type of monster usually lived in groups. Therefore, it did not have many enemies. However, the monsters had a fatal weakness. When they encountered creatures that were even faster than them, they would lose their innate abilities and fall into chaos. It was also the reason why Lin Huang and 2 of them could easily kill the Terraflame Scorpion. About 200 of them built their defensive line and blocked the Terraflame Scorpions. Despite there being a large number of Terraflame Scorpions, all the humans were elites. Most of them were on gold level rank 3 and were capable of killing 7 to 8 monsters, while those who were on complete gold level distracted about 20 of the Terraflame Scorpions. In addition to that, 2 of them were on holy fire level and they managed to successfully defend against all the Terraflame Scorpions. Lin Huang held the gold battle sword in his hand, activating seraphic speed and unleashed consecutive hits. The surrounding Terraflame Scorpions' heads immediately exploded. As soon as he got rid of the scorpions that tangled around his body, Lin Huang lifted his head and looked at the others. The Terraflame Scorpions were attacking at an alarming speed and there was a large number of them. The people could only manage to avoid and defend themselves against them. However, they could not fight back. Similarly, it seemed like the other 2 groups were at a standstill. If this continues, I have no idea how long it'll take to clear all 3 groups of monsters. We'll be in trouble if another horde of monsters come over. In just a short moment, Lin Huang decided to activate his cloud steps, sneaking into the monster horde. Complementing his seraphic speed with cloud steps, Lin Huang made his way through the monster horde like a ghost. It was a quick, clean attack as he killed all the Terraflame Scorpions with just 1 hit. There were dead bodies of the monsters wherever he passed. In midair, Zhang Bing could soon notice that something was wrong with Lin Huang. A gold level rank 3 genius, I've no idea who trained this guy. His sword skills are amazing and his body movement skill is pretty good too. Zhang Bing's eyes brightened. The examiners and staff had entered the ruins before Lin Huang and the rest of the trainees. Therefore, Zhang Bing did not know Lin Huang's relationship with Mr. Fu. There were elites from various organizations who had joined the training. However, there was a difference between elites and a genius. It was not a big problem for elites to fight enemies that were 1 or 2 levels higher. However, a genius was capable of engaging in a battle to fight enemies that were a few levels higher. Even without the help of the summoning monsters, Lin Huang could kill a white flame level monster on his own. He was a genuine genius with core competencies which every organization was looking for. Anyone with such core competencies was highly valued by most of the organizations. They would never release the genius if nothing serious happened. The organizations had only chosen some of the elites to participate in the joint training organized by the Union government, but none of the geniuses had joined the training. Zhang Bing was clearly aware of that. That was why he was surprised the moment he saw Lin Huang. He has joined our joint training. Could he be an undiscovered talent? I shall discuss with Si Kongjian and Sister Luo later. Let's see if we can persuade him to join the Demon Slayer Legion. Zhang Bing stroked his chin and mumbled in a low voice, staring at Lin Huang. Lin Huang was like a loach among the terraflame scorpions, wriggling freely. Meanwhile, there were dead bodies collapsing all over every spot that he passed. After a few minutes, the people then felt more relaxed as it was obvious that the number of monsters that attacked them had reduced. 2 of his teammates, who were on white flame level, soon noticed that Lin Huang was making his way through the monster horde. A flicker of fear flashed through their eyes right at the moment that they witnessed the terrifying speed of his assault. Both of them seemed to be motivated by Lin Huang, and their frequency of attack spiked as well. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Huang alone had killed up to 2,000 terraflame scorpions. The entire team then managed to clear all the rest of the terraflame scorpions. The number of monsters killed by Lin Huang was on par with the total number of monsters killed by 200 of them. Many of them looked at Lin Huang with respect and envy. Now, divide yourself into 2 groups and back up the other 2 teams. Nobody dared to doubt Lin Huang's orders anymore. As soon as they divided themselves into 2 teams, they immediately headed towards Li Lang and Yi Yeyu's teams. Lin Huang joined Li Lang's team. It was because Yi Yeyu had the ability to control fire element monsters. She managed to kill the volcanic spiders at a relatively fast speed, and her team had killed almost half of the monsters. On Li Lang's side, it was rather dangerous since the number of monsters killed was not even a quarter of them. Li Lang and the rest of them were relieved as soon as Lin Huang and the remaining 100 people joined them. Again, Lin Huang sneaked into the monster horde and killed the monsters like what he did previously. There was not much difference between red-tail rodents and terraflame scorpions to him. Thanks to his abilities, he managed to defeat all the monsters easily. Only 1 hit was needed to kill the terraflame scorpions. Similarly, he did not require a second hit to kill the red-tail rodents, and the frequency of his attack remained unchanged. About 5 to 6 minutes had passed. Lin Huang alone had killed thousands of monsters. He resembled a slaughter machine that would not fatigue at all. Seeing Lin Huang's performance, Li Lang teased, "This fellow is truly a monster. His accuracy and mental focus are scary." Zhang Bing gave Lin Huang a deadly stare as he realized that Lin Huang's attack was extremely consistent. Be it encountering the terraflame scorpion or red-tail rodent, he could definitely defeat them all. Zhang Bing had met some of the geniuses before. Most of them were definitely unnerving when their power was unleashed. However, Zhang Bing had never met a person like Lin Huang who was capable of maintaining such powerful kills consistently. He had a constant attack speed and it never once dipped. He was stimulated by Lin Huang and was now even more determined to persuade Lin Huang to join the Demon Slayer Legion. Thanks to Lin Huang, Li Lang and his team spent about 15 minutes to complete the slaughter. The battle between Yi Yeyu's team and the monsters were coming to an end as they defeated all the volcanic spiders 2 minutes later. Seeing the carcasses scattered all over the ground, everyone was relieved. Unexpectedly, the fight was a success. About 60 of them were injured, but nobody had died. Fortunately, they did not suffer from serious injuries. Soon, the medical staff was there to provide immediate medical treatment. Many of them secretly sized up Lin Huang as they had witnessed how Lin Huang helped in the battle. Without Lin Huang, perhaps the fight would be a difficult one. Among 12,000 of the monsters, Lin Huang had killed almost a third of the monsters on his own. The number of monsters killed by him surpassed that of those who were on white flame level. Yi Yeyu was ranked second in killing the most monsters as she had killed thousands of them too. Many of the young men admired her. "Everybody, please take a break so that your life power and strength can be quickly restored." That was just the first batch of the monster horde. The monster attack will intensify later. Lin Huang's voice was heard. He looked young, but what he said was absolutely beyond dispute. Almost everyone was sitting with their legs crossed and they were replenishing their life power and energy. While Lin Huang was talking, Zhang Bing could vaguely see that Lin Huang exhibited the characteristics of a Demon Slayer Legion leader. What he said was of doubtless, convincing, and comforting. Regardless of which organization he is from, I have to make sure that he joins us. Chapter 344, Reactivating the Ruins. The first wave of the monster attack lasted for about half an hour. Most of them had used up a large portion of their life power and their energy was severely drained. They needed all the rest they could get to recover. Despite the fact that Lin Huang was the one who had killed most of the monsters, only a small portion of his energy had been consumed. With the help of his super robust, his strength and stamina were beyond comparison. His ability to recover was abnormally fast as well. Compared to the others, a relatively small amount of life power had been consumed. Only his sword blade was covered by a layer of life power. He did not even activate his defensive relic. Only a rather small amount of life power was required to activate his body movement skill, whereas a lot more was needed to launch a defensive skill. After resting for a while, a dimensional portal activated abruptly out of nowhere. Xianxia then walked out from the dimensional portal. Many of them shifted their gaze towards Xianxia as they sensed an energy wave in the place. They hoped that he would bring them the good news. There was no expression on Xianxia's face. However, they were also eager to hear the good news that nobody noticed his somber mood. Lin Huang could sense that he was upset. Therefore, he felt that Xianxia was not bringing back any positive news. As soon as he descended from midair, Xianxia whispered into Zhang Bing's ear. Although they could not hear what they were talking about, many of them did notice that Zhang Bing's facial expression turned serious at once. Soon, both of them took out their transmission snails and Luo Li was added to the conversation. After a few moments, the three of them finally ended their conversation and Zhang Bing recalled his transmission snail. He then gradually floated in midair with Xianxia. Everyone, please put aside the work that you are doing. Here's the latest news on the investigation from Xianxia. After uttering the last word, Zhang Bing nodded at Xianxia. I've asked few of the monsters the reason behind the sudden outbreak that happened today after I left. Xianxia gazed upon the crowd and continued, the answer given to me was the Golden Toad, which is the overlord of the ruins. It alleged that humans have killed two of the overlord rank monsters, the Molten Dragon and the Shadowflame Boa. Also, it claimed that humans are going to kill all the monsters in the ruins, so it called on all the monsters to start a monster attack. They're going to kill all humans with the large number of monsters they have. Lin Huang was the one who had killed the Molten Dragon. However, Lin Huang was curious after listening to what he said as he wondered who had killed the Shadowflame Boa. I've walked around and noticed that there's no safe place to go in the ruins. Most of the monsters have joined the monster attack. Based on the statistical data we have obtained previously, there are more than 1 million of monsters living in this 2-star ruins. About 10,000 of them are holy fire level monsters. Therefore, there's no way for us to defeat them. Even with the help of 3 examiners as well as about 300 of the holy fire level staff, the probability of winning the fight is almost zero. The only way is to look for the Golden Toad that instructed the whole attack. Kill it and reactivate the ruins. Otherwise, we'll have to stop the assessment. This is what Luo Li is working on now. For the sake of everyone's safety, 3 of the examiners have come to a conclusion. We will give Luo Li 24 hours to look for the Golden Toad and kill it. If she can't complete the task, we'll end the assessment here, Xianxia told them their final decision. Despite many of them not achieving their goals yet and being reluctant for the assessment to end, nobody raised their objections. What's the meaning of reactivating the ruins? Lin Huang asked Yi Yeyu softly. He knew some of the information about the ruins from the network but did not have a thorough understanding. When all the monsters with the highest combat level have died or more than 50% of the total number of monsters have died, the ruins will be reactivated. As soon as it's reactivated, the memory of all the monsters will be reset. A virtual door will be activated in the sky and a large number of monsters will be randomly sent into the ruins to make up for the total number of monsters required. If there's a vacancy for the monster of the highest level, it'll be filled as well, Yi Yeyu explained in detail. There's such a thing, Lin Huang muttered in disbelief. In a nutshell, if 2 of the overlord rank monsters have died, killing the Golden Toad will reactivate the memory of all the monsters. This'll definitely put a stop to the monster attacks. Li Lang was afraid that Lin Huang could not understand it, so he explained further. Will the reactivation of the ruins affect the humans? Lin Huang asked. No, resetting of the memory will only affect the local creatures. All the creatures outside the ruins including the Imperial Censors summoning monsters won't be affected, let alone humans. It has been verified by many of the researchers, she explained with a smile. Yi Yayu knew what Lin Huang was worried about. That's good. After confirming that, Lin Huang immediately contacted Bloody in his mind. Bloody, quickly look for the golden toad. Okay, I understand, Bloody immediately replied. The decision made by the examiners was the worst one ever. He did not want the training to end. Ending the training would cause Tyrant's unlocking process to completely stop as well. Tyrant's card would no longer be able to be trained and the card would end up becoming a collection. Fortunately, there was still hope. Lin Huang could only try his best to cling on to the last straw of hope. He was secretly waiting for Bloody to track the golden toad's location. If Bloody managed to track its location and kill it, the entire ruins would be reactivated. It was the only way to remove the danger and Tyrant's card would not just become a collection. In midair, Si Kongjian, who had just announced their decision, looked into the distance. Zhang Bing shifted his focus as well and soon, he instructed, everyone, please get ready for the fight. The second monster attack is coming. Master, the second batch of monster attack is coming in about 12 minutes, Bloody's voice was heard at almost the same time. They are coming from 2 directions. The number of monsters is greater than before as there are about 20,000 of them. Are there any transcendents? Lin Huang asked. No, based on their current battle strategy, it seems like the first few waves of the monster attacks are just a trial. That's good. It won't be a big problem to fight them since there are not many of them and there's no transcendent. We have about 300 people who are on holy fire level. Instead, Lin Huang was worried if the monsters would directly attack the humans. If that happened, everyone would definitely be forced to leave the ruins in an hour. Forget about the 24 hours that had been given to Luo Li. 10 minutes later, 2 monster hordes attacked from 2 different directions. Again, Lin Huang and the rest were divided into 2 teams to fight the monsters. Chapter 345, Big Wave from the Monster Horde. During the evening, the 7th wave of the monster horde came and went. There was a wave almost every 50 minutes. Every time the monster horde appeared was when the people had just sat down to rest. It felt like the monsters were intentionally interrupting their rest time. Many were frustrated as they preferred to just fight the monsters instead of having their rest interrupted. It had only been 6 hours, but it felt like the longest 6 hours in their lifetime. Most of them had drained most of their life power and were left with limited strength. Although the monsters were below transcendent level, many of the humans were burnt out. This is tiring. Li Lang sat next to Lin Huang as the 7th wave of monster horde was over. Looking at the situation, don't even talk about 24 hours. It might be a problem to even stay until the next morning. A holy fire level physique was more than 10 times stronger than a gold level. Although Li Lang had just leveled up not long ago, his strength and tolerance, as well as his recovery speed, were more than 10 times higher than most gold levels. If he was tired, one could imagine how much more fatigued the rest were. We try our best as God works in his way, Lin Huang said and closed his eyes to rest. He was calm when he said that, but he was actually worried. 6 hours had gone by but there was no news about the golden toad from Bloody. He did not urge Bloody for updates. As long as Bloody did not come back to him, that meant that it did not find anything. Zhang Bing spoke again after they rested for less than 20 minutes. The 8th wave is here. Let the staff settle the preceding waves. You guys should rest for a couple of hours and fight again after you've recharged your strength. Many were relieved after hearing what Zhang Bing said, but some were concerned. There was no transcendent monster sent their way so far. If the humans were to use transcendent monsters before the horde did, would that trigger the monsters to send transcendents as well? Lin Huang had the same concern. If that really happened, the battle would be much more difficult than before. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Lin Huang did not join the battle as he saw 4 transcendent humans heading towards 4 different directions. The staff from the Union government were all crimson and blue flame levels with great abilities. Many of them could even fight a purple flame level. Killing monsters that were below transcendent was like eating a snack to them. In less than 3 minutes, the 4 transcendents came back glorious. As this wave ended, Lin Huang and the rest managed to rest for more than 2 hours. The long wait made many of them panic. Under normal circumstances, it would take around 50 minutes for each wave to hit, while the longest one lasted for less than an hour and 10 minutes. However, almost 2.5 hours had passed, but the 9th wave had yet to come. Time passed by and soon it was night. Lin Huang was getting more and more concerned. He sensed that the monsters were brewing a plan. When it was almost 9 p.m., Bloody spoke to Lin Huang, "Master, there are many monsters coming this way. There are more than 100,000 of them, with more than 1,000 holy fire level monsters." Lin Huang was shocked. He did not expect his largest worry to come true. The attack of the Transcendents had backfired. The intensity of monster horde was now heightened. More than 1,000 holy fire level monsters. Lin Huang looked at Zhang Bing and Xianxia, full of hope. If the staff could not manage the horde, their 2 gold flame level examiners could help. More than 100,000 monsters, Lin Huang mumbled to himself. He thought it was tricky as there were just over 800 participants after all. The difference in their numbers was huge. "Lin Huang, what did you say?" Li Lang asked as he heard Lin Huang talking to himself. "The monsters are here. Prepare to fight," Lin Huang said softly to Li Lang and Yi Yeyu. The both of them were shocked, but they stopped doubting him as they recalled Lin Huang having a summoning monster with investigative abilities. "Are there any transcendents?" Yi Yeyu thought the same thing as Lin Huang did. Lin Huang nodded. "There are more than 1,000 holy fire level monsters and more than 100,000 monsters in total," Lin Huang informed. "How about we inform the examiners to stop the training and send all of us out of here before the monsters come?" Li Lang suggested. "It's too late now," Lin Huang said, and Zhang Bing started to order, "Everyone, prepare to fight. There are many monsters coming to us. At least 100,000 of them, and many are holy fire level monsters." Hearing what Zhang Bing said, many people were dumbfounded. "You guys will start formation to fight the monsters below transcendent level, while Zhang Bing and I will lead the staff to kill all the transcendent monsters as soon as we can and help the rest of you. Please hold on until our support arrives." Xianxia looked serious for the first time. "Demon Slayer Legion, listen here," Zhang Bing shouted, and all the staff stood in a formation. "Kill all transcendent monsters and support the participants. Do you copy?" "Understood," more than 300 staff said at the same time. "I shall announce that the fight begins." As Zhang Bing shouted, more than 300 holy fire level staff headed in every direction like arrows. They headed towards the transcendent monsters that were coming close to them. "Let's see who kills the most monsters." Xianxia squinted at Zhang Bing. "Come at me, bro." Zhang Bing agreed without thinking twice. The both of them headed for different directions. Lin Huang and the rest who were below formed a gigantic circle while waiting for the monsters to come. "Later, the both of you block my spot. I'll go into the monster horde." Lin Huang knew he was better at fighting than defending. The both of them nodded without asking questions, full of confidence in Lin Huang. As they watched the monsters coming closer, Lin Huang kept the gold sword in his hand into its ring form and put it into his storage space, then he took out a black sword. Looking at what Lin Huang was doing, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang looked at each other as they knew Lin Huang was serious. Chapter 346, Arrival of Will. The 9th wave of the monster horde was different from before. Whether it was the quantity or quality of monsters, it was even more dangerous than the 8 times summed up together. As Zhang Bing and the rest fought the transcendent monsters, the monsters below transcendent stormed the front. More than 10,000 monsters of different sizes came from every direction, overwhelming all 800 participants. This battle is a matter of defenses. Your main mission is to buy time. I'll do the killing, Lin Huang said to everyone. His obnoxious instruction was comforting to many of them who were nervous. Lin Huang then activated his seraphic speed with thunder steps and fought with his epic thunder sting sword skill. He was like a sharp blade with bloodlust, stabbing into the monsters' abdomens endlessly. The monsters that were arranged neatly became as chaotic as a rock tossed into still water as Lin Huang got into the thick of the horde. Many of them were shocked when they saw Lin Huang fighting alone among the monsters like a tiger that was released amongst the sheep. All the monsters where the sword flashed through were cut into half, none of them needing a second slash to be slaughtered. Is this guy really a gold level? Many of them were thinking the same thing as they watched him move flawlessly. Although some of the monsters went into a chaos when he attacked, that did not stop them from coming closer. Many monsters targeted the other participants and attacked them. As they watched Lin Huang, many of the participants were riled up to fight. However, they realized the truth when they engaged the monsters. they were not Lin Huang. The monsters were killed in one hit as Lin Huang was too powerful, not because the monsters were too weak. Lin Huang was like a fatal sword weaving through the monsters, killing all the monsters that he encountered. Many of them attacked him at first, but when they realized that he was a killing machine, they started running away from him. Within seconds, Lin Huang had killed more than 100 monsters. However, he thought it was still too slow. This is too slow, I need to be faster. He stood on top of a gigantic monster carcass and looked where the people were. He realized that they were fighting a tough battle and that they did not have much time. Bloody, do you have the strength to control the monsters here? As Lin Huang hopped off from the monster carcass and proceeded to kill, he asked Bloody. I have used most of my leech pods to look for the golden toad, so I can release 10,000 leech pods at most, Bloody said. Release all the remaining leech pods that you have to get them to attack the other monsters, Lin Huang instructed as he summoned Lancelot the Ruthless Sword Master and the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit. He shrunk the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit to human size. Lancelot, Bloody Robe, try your best to kill the monsters without getting seen. Lin Huang had reached his limit of summoning 5 monsters at the same time when he summoned the both of them. He got them to help to increase his speed as well as providing him with more life power to prevent himself from being drained of life power. As Lancelot and Bloody Robe left, Bloody got out of Lin Huang's sleeve and released countless leech pods into the monster horde. Meanwhile, Lin Huang's eyes began to turn red. The vampire particles turned into 4 bloody blades on his back. He could not hide anymore under such circumstances. Every second that he could save was a win. As the bloody blades opened on his back, Lin Huang held his sword and dashed into the monsters. The bloody blades that were transformed from the vampire particles were even harder than his blood spirit wings. They were comparable with a grade 2 relic together with the effect of the sword that Lin Huang was holding. With the help of vampire particles and the life power that he released, Lin Huang could cover tens of meters away, which increased his killing efficiency by more than tenfold. The vampire particles could actually reach out to 100 meters, but its strength would drop after 30 meters. Otherwise, the efficiency would be even higher. If Lin Huang was compared to a blade earlier, he was now a bulldozer. Everything within 30 meters that he touched would drop dead. What he did not know was that he was being watched as he summoned Lancelot and the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit. I've finally found you. In a spiritual volcano, there was a gigantic golden toad soaking in the spiritual lava. An eyeball on its back was projecting the scene where Lin Huang summoned Lancelot and the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit. Although it did not see Lin Huang summoning his dimensional relic, the golden toad was sure that Lin Huang was the imperial censor that it was looking for as well as the one who had the monster with God's blood. As Lin Huang's performance was so stunning in the battle, the golden toad could not imagine who else would it be if Lin Huang was not the one who had captured the monster with God's blood. The God's blood is mine. The golden toad's green eyes turned black and so did its eye on its back. Within the dark, there was a reflection of a red toad. The red toad was less than 100 meters away from Lin Huang, its green eyes turning black as its aura and size grew. Within seconds, it transformed into a mini size of the golden toad while its aura was transformed from complete gold level to white flame level, crimson flame level and finally stopping at blue flame level. The growing of the aura had gotten Lin Huang's attention. He looked at the gigantic golden toad that was almost 10 meters tall. The golden toad, Lin Huang was skeptical but he soon noticed the toad's strange aura. Its aura is extremely unstable. This should be the will of the golden toad where it can attach its will on any monster of its own that is 2 levels lower than itself, Bloody said as it was familiar with the monster encyclopedia as well as the golden toad's skill. However, this skill is limited by the owner's strong ability and won't last for too long. This toad that's being used as a host is only a complete gold level. With the limitation of its physique, it'll last less than 10 minutes under such a powerful possession. The toad that was possessed looked towards the crowd with its black eyes and stopped on Lin Huang. Human kid, hand over the monster with God's blood. It spoke suddenly. Chapter 347. A setup. Lin Huang thought that the golden toad was after him as it had sent its will here to the battle. He did not expect that what it really wanted was the God's blood. How does it know that Bai was taken away by me? Lin Huang thought it was strange as the molten dragon that was searching for him up and down had not been sure who had the monster with God's blood, but listening to the golden toad's tone, it sounded like it was sure that Lin Huang had the monster. I've no idea what you are talking about. Although Lin Huang was clueless about how the golden toad knew about this, he declined without thinking twice. Are you pretending? Only imperial censors can take the monster with God's blood away. Looking at your performance and the punishment chains on the sanguine skeleton spirit, it's likely that you managed to capture the transcendent monster that had just leveled up to holy fire level. Golden Toad explained why it was after Lin Huang. It's okay if you don't admit. As soon as I capture you, I have my ways to hand me the monster with God's blood. Hearing what it said, Lin Huang figured that it meant it would capture him to hand him over to the real Golden Toad. Lin Huang was tempted as he could not find where the Golden Toad was hiding. Master, I've found a way to locate the Golden Toad, Bloody spoke to him in his mind. I've located the spiritual aura sent by the Golden Toad for the arrival of Will earlier. My leech pods are as alert as a touch in the dark. As soon they get closer to the Golden Toad, they'll sense it immediately, even the force from the spiritual lava can't affect them. We should be able to locate it soon. Well done, Lin Huang complimented and looked at the Golden Toad. After scanning it, Lin Huang smirked as he had an interesting idea. The Golden Toad's size was perfect to clear the ground with. As he thought about it, Lin Huang turned around and headed into the monster horde. The Golden Toad was surprised to see Lin Huang doing so and chased after him right away. It stuck out its pink tongue directly at Lin Huang, but he managed to avoid easily by activating micro-territory. The tongue assault killed many monsters along the way. The Golden Toad naturally would not care about the lives of other monsters. Nothing was more important than the god's blood. Moreover, its will would only last for a limited time, so it had to kill all the obstacles between it and Lin Huang. Lin Huang passed through the monsters fast, unafraid of the Golden Toad's host. However, he knew very well that it would take some time for him to kill it if they were to fight face to face. He would also be very slow to kill the monsters. Therefore, he decided to get the Golden Toad to kill the monsters instead. The speed of Golden Toad killing the monsters was nothing slower than Lin Huang. Its tongue could reach almost a kilometer away, and each time it stuck out its tongue, many monsters were killed. Lin Huang was like a loach slithering among the monsters. All the monsters that he passed by fell dead. His killing efficiency was slightly lower than before, but it was indistinct. The Golden Toad realized what Lin Huang was up to after chasing him for 5 to 6 minutes. If you continue to run, I'll have to kill all your human friends. The Golden Toad stopped and shouted to Lin Huang. Lin Huang had to stop running when he heard that. He turned around and grinned at it. What's wrong? I thought you were having fun chasing after me. How about we exchange positions? You run and I'll chase after you, Lin Huang said. Knowing that it did not have much time left, the Golden Toad did not entertain Lin Huang's mocking and darted its tongue towards him. The attack this time was no weaker than the other times. Any gold-level monsters that were attacked would die on the spot. However, it knew that Lin Huang would not be killed easily. It had already known about Lin Huang's ability before sending its will here, so it knew that it had to give its best in order to get Lin Huang. It had high expectations on Lin Huang. As he saw the tongue coming towards him, Lin Huang managed to avoid the attack with the help of Cloud Steps and Seraphic Speed. He then activated Thunder Steps and blitzed towards the Golden Toad. It turned its tongue around and attacked Lin Huang again. As it was within the coverage of the micro-territory, Lin Huang did not even have to turn his head around to sense the attack behind him. He activated Dark Shield to block the tongue, and with the help of the force, he bounced even faster towards the Golden Toad. Seeing that Lin Huang was coming, Golden Toad extended its front claw to step on him, but it missed, the ground reverberating as an effect. Lin Huang activated Seraphic Speed to its peak and dashed under the Golden Toad's abdomen. Using Thunder Sting, he attempted to slash open its abdomen. His sword was so swift that he managed to stab it more than 10 times within seconds. The Golden Toad was jumping in pain. Suddenly, a couple of flaming chains coming out of nowhere and tied its 2 legs. They pulled hard and it fell to the ground. Lin Huang was not surprised by the appearance of the punishment chains. He might have seemed like he was running helter-skelter, but he was actually running towards the sanguine skeleton spirit. It was a setup. It was too late when the Golden Toad realized that it was being used by Lin Huang, as he had already stepped into the coverage of the sanguine skeleton spirit. If it did not find out that it was being used, Lin Huang would have gotten it to kill more monsters, but it would still end up in the same situation. Lin Huang flapped the 4 wings on his back and flew up to the sky. The golden glow on the tip of his sword was as bright as the sun. His sword pierced into the Golden Toad's abdomen easily without anything blocking. Perhaps, because it was triggered, the Golden Toad's body started to expand. Master, you must back off now. Its flesh has reached the maximum capacity of will and it's going to explode. Lin Huang pulled out his sword and stepped on the golden toad's abdomen with thunder steps and darted far away with the help of his seraphic speed. Boom! Within 2 to 3 seconds before Lin Huang even landed, an explosion came from the back. A strong wind blew ferociously as he landed on the ground. Just when he was turning around, blood splattered on his chest from the sky. A couple of chunks of flesh fell on his feet. Lin Huang looked up at the sky, but what was left was the flesh on the ground. It was clear that the golden toad with its strong will was completely dead. "This damn human kid," someone shouted from a spiritual volcano, its voice echoing across 10 miles away. It sounded furious. Soon, Bloody spoke to Lin Huang in his mind, "Master, I've found where the golden toad is hiding." Chapter 348, The Revenge of the Golden Toad. The golden toad did not expect that its furious roar would reveal its location. Bloody's leech pods had spent more than 9 hours without finding any clue of the golden toad, but the roar was heard by an exploding ladybird with a leech pod. Following the roar, the exploding ladybird soon found the volcano and confirmed that the golden toad was hiding in it. Lin Huang wondered if he should laugh or cry as he listened to Bloody's explanation. Within seconds of the golden toad's vent, it managed to reveal its whereabouts. Does this golden toad have any long-distance monitoring ability? As soon as Lin Huang got the golden toad's location, he asked Bloody as he continued fighting the monsters. Yes, all golden toads are born with eyes on their backs. The eyes come with a variety of skills including hypnosis, monitoring, and illusion-type abilities. They can even learn new skills on their own, Bloody explained. We must have been monitored by it since the beginning, Bloody added. It seems like we shouldn't tell anyone about its location at the moment. Let's tell Luo Li straight away when she gets back to avoid the golden toad from finding out that its location has been revealed and escaping. Lin Huang decided to keep the news to himself when he found out that they were being monitored. I think so too, Bloody agreed. If the news gets out, it'll definitely run away and we'll need to spend more time to look for it. My concern is that since the golden toad didn't manage to get what it wants, it might extend its will for the second and third time. If that happens, that will affect the speed I'm killing monsters at. Lin Huang frowned. Moreover, since it was defeated by me once, it will take more time to kill it if there's a second and third time. Master, you don't have to worry about this as such a skill is limited. It won't be able to do it the second time in such a short period of time. Master, you can kill the monsters without worrying about it. Bloody knew very well about the secret skill of its will. Each time it activated it, there would be a 24-hour cooldown period. But I think it won't give it up just like that. Lin Huang thought that the golden toad's persistence for the god's blood would not just end like this. If it wants to attack for the second time, it would have to come here itself. Bloody smiled. Lin Huang shook his head to get the thoughts out of his head while focusing on killing the monsters. His efficiency had peaked again in his bulldozer mode. All the monsters within 30 meters were killed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield thousands of meters away, Si Kongjian and Zhang Bing were leading many of the staff to slay more than 1,000 holy fire level monsters. Although they were fewer humans than monsters, their strength was much more powerful than this bunch of holy fire level monsters. Especially since Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian were both gold flame level, while there were only 2 purple flame level monsters among them. The humans were winning. They managed to kill more than 1,000 transcendent monsters around 20 minutes. More than 300 transcendent humans were heading towards the monster horde to send help. As Zhang Bing and the rest were almost done with the transcendent monsters, Bloody reminded Lin Huang to recall Lancelot and the sanguine skeleton spirit into their card forms while Bloody released all the leech pods that it had cast within the 10,000 monsters. As Zhang Bing and the rest arrived, they did not find anything odd. They were just glad that everybody had made it. Many of them saw the monster carcasses and Lin Huang with blood stains standing among the dead bodies. They realized that they would have lost without Lin Huang. Since Zhang Bing and the rest came to help, the 10,000 monsters were killed in an instant. Great job, Lin Huang. As soon as the battle ended, Zhang Bing walked to Lin Huang and patted his shoulder. He was satisfied with Lin Huang's performance these days. Even Si Kongjian could not help himself but tease Zhang Bing to get Lin Huang to marry his daughter. Lin Huang, are you alright? Although Yi Yayu was usually obnoxious, she was a girl after all and she soon noticed that Lin Huang was feeling down. Nothing, I'm just tired. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head, wanting to keep the secret. Take a good rest then. Her sixth sense told her that Lin Huang was hiding something from her, but she did not ask further. Lin Huang nodded and sat down while he closed his eyes to recover his strength. With Lancelot and the sanguine skeleton spirit's help, he did not lose much life power, but his strength was drained. In a spiritual volcano 20,000 kilometers away, the golden toad was solemn as it watched the entire battle. If 10,000 monsters are not enough, I shall give you 1,000,000 monsters. If 1,000 holy fire level monsters are not enough, I shall give you 10,000 of them. I don't believe that a couple of hundred of you can kill everyone in this world. It was late at night. A lady was sitting next to a gigantic volcano crater under the bright moonlight. She seemed to be only 13 or 14 years of age and was wearing a dark green military uniform that was clearly custom-made. She was upset as she mumbled to herself, "What should I do? I've already looked everywhere I know, but I just can't locate that damn toad. If this persists, I'll have to stop the training." Since noon until 10 p.m., Luo Li had spent more than 10 hours at many locations, including the hiding place of the 3 Overlord rank monsters. She had searched up and down, but she still could not find the golden toad. The only thing she had retrieved from followers of the Overlord rank monsters was that the Molten Dragon and Shadowflame Boa were really dead. However, none of the monsters knew where the golden toad was. She even went to all big spiritual volcanoes, lava lakes and lava rivers that were starred on the map that was provided by the Union government, but she found nothing. What's wrong with these monsters? Luo Li noticed that the monsters around the volcano were heading towards the same direction as she stood, thousands of meters on top of the volcano. Some of the monsters that were hibernating seemed to be triggered by something and joined the horde. She leapt to her toes and flew towards the direction the monsters were heading to. Along the way, she realized that monsters of all directions were gathered at one place like countless streams coming together to join a big river. The big river was heading towards the humans. She could see more than 100,000 monsters within her field of vision. Oh no, I must tell Zhang Bing and the rest. Luo Li took out her transmission snail immediately. Thousands of meters away, Lin Huang, who was resting, opened his eyes suddenly. He was concerned as he heard news from Bloody. The final monster horde was arriving. Chapter 349, An Ugly Rejection. As she put her transmission snail away, Luo Li summoned her dimensional relic. She informed the news about the monster horde to Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian, as well as updating them that she could not manage to find the golden toad. She really had no idea of where it was. After some discussion, Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian suggested stopping the training before the monster horde arrived and to send all of the participants out of the ruins. Although Luo Li was reluctant, she accepted the suggestion anyway. As the white dimensional relic appeared, Luo Li sighed and walked into the door. Soon, a white dimensional relic appeared on top of the gathering point. A petite human walked out of it. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Li, who landed slowly towards Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian. They were relieved when they saw her, as they were worried that Luo Li would disagree to stopping the training. "Let's stop the training now, don't waste any more time." Luo Li looked at the two examiners solemnly. "You do the announcement since you didn't have the chance to be an examiner." Zhang Bing smiled kindly. Luo Li glared at him and agreed, floating into the air again. "Dear participants, this is Luo Li, your examiner for the third round of the assessment." Just when she was speaking, somebody interrupted. "Examiner Luo, I have something to say." It was Lin Huang who had interrupted her by shouting with his hands up. "Let me finish my announcement." Luo Li frowned as she looked at Lin Huang. "I need to say it now as it has something to do with your announcement." Lin Huang walked out of the crowd and locked eyes with Luo Li. Everyone was puzzled as they peered at Lin Huang. "Lin Huang, stop messing around." Zhang Bing scolded. "I'm not messing around. This is something very important." Lin Huang glared at Zhang Bing and looked up at Luo Li again. "All right, then, what you're going to say better be useful, or else, I'll be furious." Luo Li descended from the sky. She would not have bothered if it was somebody else. Knowing that Lin Huang was Yi Yeyu's friend, she decided to let him speak. "What is it? Tell me now." Luo Li landed next to Lin Huang and scrutinized him in an unfriendly manner. Lin Huang got closer to her, making Luo Li want to avoid him by instinct, but she tolerated him. As she listened to what Lin Huang was saying, she became serious. "Don't say anything first. Listen to me, this area is being monitored by the Golden Toad." What Lin Huang said made Luo Li realize the reason for his odd behavior. "I have located the Golden Toad, but I'm afraid that it will escape if it realizes that we know about it." That's the reason why I need to talk to you like that. Just when Luo Li wanted to ask where the golden toad was, she recalled that they were being monitored. She grabbed Lin Huang's arm, summoned her dimensional relic and brought Lin Huang along with her. Seeing Luo Li leave with Lin Huang, not only all the participants, even Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian thought that it was strange. A white dimensional relic opened in a dormant volcano and Luo Li stepped out with Lin Huang. We're definitely not being monitored here, so you can speak now. Lin Huang nodded, then projected the map while Bloody slithered out of his sleeve to mark the volcano where the golden toad was located at. Luo Li looked confusedly at Bloody and regarded Lin Huang. Are you sure it's here? Yes. Lin Huang nodded vigorously. He had never suspected Bloody's resources. I'll be really mad if it's not here. Luo Li did not ask how had Lin Huang gotten the location. Instead, she threatened him. It won't be wrong, I'll go with you. Lin Huang was calm. Alright, let's go right away. Judging from Lin Huang's seriousness, Luo Li summoned her white dimensional relic immediately. The both of them stepped into it and soon they appeared under a mid-sized spiritual volcano. Wait here, Luo Li commanded Lin Huang and she flew to the crater within seconds. She dived into the volcano right away. The golden toad thought that it was strange that Lin Huang and Luo Li had disappeared. It did not expect its location to be revealed as it thought that it was hidden securely. There were at least 800 of such mid-sized spiritual volcanoes in this world. In fact, it was correct to assume that it was hidden as the mid-sized spiritual volcanoes were not marked on the map provided by the Union government. They were only marked in white as a volcano just like the rest of the normal volcanoes. There were up to 10,000 of them in this world. Only the big spiritual volcanoes that were higher than 3,000 meters would be marked in red. That was why Luo Li did not even bother looking for it in such a volcano. It was too late when the golden toad noticed that Luo Li and Lin Huang were there as Luo Li arrived inside the spiritual volcano within seconds. Damn toad, I've been looking for you. Luo Li saw the golden toad that was soaked in the lava as she entered the volcano. Human lady. Golden toad was shocked when it saw Luo Li. It remembered clearly when the blazing alligator came to it, mentioning that the molten dragon was killed in one hit by a petite lady. It was sure that Luo Li was the one that the blazing alligator was talking about. It was hiding here as it did not want to be found by this lady, so it did not expect her to come to it. The golden toad did not wait any longer after confirming her identity. The spiritual lava at the bottom of the volcano roiled up and assailed Luo Li, almost drowning her in it. Suddenly, the golden toad shrunk to the size of a palm within seconds. It leapt using its back legs together with the lava that rumbled out. What's the use of your powerful ability? I managed to escape anyway. Just when the golden toad had that thought, it suddenly realized that its body had been captured by a hand. Do you naively think that you actually got away from me? Luo Li said and revealed herself. The spiritual lava was isolated a few inches away from her body. The golden toad was shocked and attempted to grow back to its regular size so that it could get away from her. However, it felt that its body was being sealed by something, preventing it from going back to its original size. Stop struggling. My palm seal can even seal a dragonkin of the same level, let alone a scabby toad like you. Luo Li rolled her eyes. The golden toad became furious when it heard Luo Li calling it a scabby toad. It opened its mouth wide and darted its tongue towards Luo Li's head. However, its attack was soon blocked by an invisible wall. It could not reach anywhere outside her palm. After a couple of failed attempts, fear flashed in its eyes. Now, it finally understood how she had defeated the molten dragon in one hit. Master, I surrender. Knowing that it could not escape, the golden toad decided to surrender in hopes that it might be released. Luo Li looked at it for a while and shook her head. No, you're too ugly, she said and pressed it hard, the space in her palm seal compressing quickly. Within 2 to 3 seconds, the golden toad was smashed into smithereens, croaking out its last groan. Soon, Luo Li got out of the crater and spiritual lava was everywhere. Lin Huang had backed off a couple of kilometers away. She headed towards Lin Huang and tossed the monster carcass on the ground. The carcass returned to its normal size of a mini island. Seeing the carcass that was completely destroyed into a pile of flesh, Lin Huang now thought that she was even more dangerous. Since you were the one who provided the information, you shall have the monster carcass, Luo Li declared while bending down to wash her hands with the spiritual lava. Thank you, Examiner. Lin Huang stored the monster carcass shamelessly. Since the toad is dead, the ruins will be reactivated and the training will go on. Luo Li announced, satisfied with the results. Let's head back. She then summoned the white dimensional relic. Chapter 350. The use of assessment points. The golden toad had fallen in less than 3 minutes. A black dimensional relic filled with black mist emerged slowly in the middle of the ruins. The black mist was like a big net that devoured all the monsters everywhere. Millions of monsters in the battle stopped suddenly. They looked around curiously as if they had no idea why they were there. They then left one by one. The dimensional relic opened slowly while a massive amount of monsters of different combat strength were sent down. Lin Huang and the rest did not see this. When Luo Li and Lin Huang left, Zhang Bing was in a bad mood while Si Kongjian seemed concerned. Yi Yeyu, Li Lang, and the other participants looked puzzled. They did not know what had just happened. Luckily, Luo Li and Lin Huang returned after leaving for only 3 minutes. There's no need for worry. I have killed the golden toad. The dimensional ruins should be reactivating now, so the last monster horde won't come. The training will go on. Luo Li announced the outcome. Zhang Bing rushed to the front to ask about the specific situation while Si Kongjian looked deeply into Lin Huang's eyes. He figured that this matter was related to Lin Huang. The two examiners finally found out about the truth a while later. Actually, it's the same whether you tell me or Si Kongjian. That golden toad is only a double mutated monster. We can kill it regardless of whatever blood it has. Zhang Bing smiled at Lin Huang mysteriously. I think that examiner Luo is more powerful, so I thought it would be better for her to handle this. Lin Huang honestly told Zhang Bing the reason for choosing to inform Luo Li instead of them. Once again, I've been underestimated. Zhang Bing looked at Si Kongjian, who was in the same boat, helplessly, but Si Kongjian looked as if he did not mind. Instead, Si Kongjian rubbed salt into the wound. We really are weaker than Luo Li, that's the truth. Luo Li beamed happily next to them. Zhang Bing thought that he could not talk to those people in please, so he left with an excuse. I'll check if the monster horde is really gone. As Zhang Bing left, Lin Huang returned to the team. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang quickly asked him what had happened. Soon, Zhang Bing announced the good news that the monster horde was gone. After that, the 3 examiners brought the people to pitch their tents a few kilometers away. Although the staff had already cleaned up all the monster carcasses before the battle, the smell of blood still remained. Therefore, they moved the gathering point to the foot of an extinct volcano 8 kilometers away towards the north. Early in the morning on the second day, Zhang Bing's voice rang out, "Everyone, assemble at 8 later." Lin Huang had already finished washing up. He looked at the time. It was already 7:30 a.m., so he dismantled the tent immediately and started having breakfast. All the participants gathered around at 8 a.m. The 160 participants, who had been injured yesterday, recovered under the treatment of the staff. Zhang Bing glanced at them, feeling that these young people had become more matured after the monster horde yesterday. They were not as impetuous as before. The goal of the second round of training is all about teamwork. Everyone did a great job in the battle yesterday. I would also like to praise Lin Huang, who contributed very much no matter in terms of personal ability or team organization. It's all his credit that many people are still alive. Zhang Bing was very satisfied with Lin Huang's performance. He was also an honest person, so he was very direct when it came to praising. The corners of Lin Huang's mouth lifted. He did not say anything as he knew that everything he did was purely for selfish reasons. If not for Tyrant, he would have chosen to end the training. After complimenting Lin Huang, Zhang Bing finally revealed the purpose of assembling everyone. Since the purpose of the assessment is teamwork and everyone has shown great teamwork yesterday, there's no need for my part of training to proceed. I shall declare that all the participants have passed the second round of training. I'd like to invite the examiner of the third round of training to come up to speak. Zhang Bing stepped aside after his speech. Luo Li walked to the front and went right into business without any formalities. My name is Luo Li, your examiner for the third round of training. The third round of training starts at 9 a.m. today. Considering the monster horde yesterday, some of you might be injured or unwilling to proceed with the training due to psychological pressure or other reasons. So, those who want to leave the training may now raise your hands and we will get the staff arranged to send you out later. Luo Li's eyes scanned the crowd after speaking. There was not a single person who raised their hand to show that they wanted to leave. There's no need to feel embarrassed. It's not embarrassing to leave, it's just a reasonable choice, Luo Li added, but there was still no one who chose to leave. Since no one raised their hand, those who don't want to participate in the training may stay after the training starts. I am going to talk about the instructions for the third round of training now. The instructions are very simple. Hunt individually. There's no limit to the way of killing. There's only one limitation: the forming of teams is not allowed during hunting. There must be no help from the others and it must be done by yourselves individually. Each gold level rank 3 monster carcass submitted will earn you 1 point. Each complete gold level monster carcass will earn you 3 points. The terms to gather points are the same as in the second round of training. Each white flame level monster carcass gets you 100 points. Each crimson flame level monster carcass will be awarded 200 points. Each blue flame level monster carcass will be awarded 400 points. Considering that everyone is exhausted from the monster horde, the monsters killed yesterday will be added to the total scoring this time. Every one of you has experienced a lot yesterday, so I won't be giving you too much pressure in the third round of training. I don't mind even if you choose to be lazy. All I'll say is that accept the reward according to the ranking of points. The total points accumulated in the training this time can be used to exchange resources with the Union government. 1 point is almost equivalent to the purchasing power of 1 life crystal. Moreover, the military warehouse of Union government elite troops will also be open to you. If the points are enough, you can exchange anything you want from the military warehouse. Luo Li's last sentence excited the people. Even Lin Huang was tempted, as many things that were available at the Union government military warehouse were not sold in the market. Even if something was available on the black market, it was considered cheap. If the black market price was 10 times more expensive than what they were sold for. This extra bit of detail about being able to exchange points allowed everyone to redeem resources in the military warehouse at the normal market price. It was a golden opportunity. I've said everything that I need to say. The assessment starts sharply at 9. However, those who want to leave now can do so, while those who want to unregister from the training can update us now. After Luo Li finished, she descended from midair. Many left without hesitation. Lin Huang looked at the time. It was not even 8:20 a.m., but obviously, everyone did not even want to waste 40 precious minutes. We're on our own this round. Li Lang walked towards Lin Huang and greeted him, then left. It's not a guarantee that you'll be the first prize winner until the end. Yi Yeyu teased Lin Huang before she left. Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic and disappeared from where he was. Chapter 351. The 20-card draw. Lin Huang activated boundless vision as he rode on the Alexandrian eagle while observing the crimson-eyed elephant that was 10 kilometers away, but he did not attack it. Xiao He, how many double reward cards do I have? Lin Huang asked. 2, including the sanguine skeleton, the blaze crystal scorpion and the molten dragon that I killed by myself earlier. I should have 7 cross-ranking kill rewards. Is that right? Yes. Xiao He's reply remained short and simple. 2 double reward cards, but I only have 2 hours to get the reward. It's not enough to go to 7 places, as not all the monsters were being located. Some locations might need the Alexandrian eagle to fly hundreds of kilometers away. 2 hours of double reward time would only allow Lin Huang to kill 4 to 5 white flame level monsters at the most. Master, you could actually pin the location of the 7 holy fire level monsters with the dimensional relic. As soon as the pinning of the locations is done, you can kill them accordingly. After each kill, you can use the dimensional relic to get to the next monster. That would save a lot of time on the road, suggested Bloody, that had been hiding in Lin Huang's sleeve as it heard what he was saying to Xiao He. That's a great idea. Lin Huang realized that his thoughts had come to a dead end. He had forgotten that he could pin the locations using the dimensional relic and wanted to get to each location with the Alexandrian eagle instead. With Bloody's reminder, he only recalled that he could bookmark the locations that he had never pinned before. He got the Alexandrian eagle to land near a crater as he did the pinning. He looked at the crimson-eyed elephant that was far away. I shan't kill you now. I'll kill all of you after I have pinned all the locations. Lin Huang patted the Alexandrian eagle and headed to the location of the next holy fire level monster following the map. 3 hours went by after Lin Huang was done pinning all the locations of the 7 monsters. Looking at the colossal lizard that was far away, Lin Huang smirked as he crunched 1 double reward card. Let's seize this double reward card to kill all of them, Lin Huang exclaimed and patted the Alexandrian eagle, heading towards the colossal lizard. As Lin Huang killed the last holy fire level monster, which was the crimson-eyed elephant, 53 minutes had gone by. He had used less than an hour to kill all 7 holy fire level monsters. Looking at the 14 reward cards that were added to his body, he stored the crimson-eyed elephant carcass happily. Among the 7 monsters, the most difficult one was the first one that he had encountered. The defense of the colossal lizard was terrifying. Although it was only a double mutated white flame level, Lin Huang did not manage to break through its defense using his normal attack. He had to put 3 life wheels of life power into worldly purification to kill it. The first monster used up more than 15 minutes of his time. Luckily, it was smooth sailing after that, or else he would have to use his second double reward card to kill all the 7 monsters. Looking at the time, it was noon. Lin Huang sat at the bottom of a volcano and ate some snacks while getting Xiaohei to arrange his cards. Xiaohei, arrange all the cards that I've obtained in this ruins. You have received 16 cross-ranking reward cards and 20 card draws from the quintuple cross-ranking kills that you have yet to use. Let's talk about the card draw later. I want to see what those 16 reward cards are. Lin Huang knew that the number of cards was correct. As the double reward card was not enough, he had not used that when he was killing the sanguine skeleton spirit and the blaze crystal scorpion. He had only received a reward card from that. What he got from killing the molten dragon was a card draw instead of a reward card. So, the 2 cards added to his 14 cards totaled to 16 cards. The 16 reward cards are as follows: Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade Card X3, Skill Removal Card X2, Double Reward Card X2, Life Power Storage Card X2, Advanced Card X2, Item Card X2, Provisional Transformation Card X1, Healing Card X1, Provisional Summoning Card X1. Xiaohei's calculation was quick and Lin Huang saw 2 new cards that he had never seen before, which were the Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade card and the Skill Removal card. It was obvious from just the name of the cards, but Lin Huang wanted to know the exact descriptions. Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade Card. Function: when the card is activated, it allows you or your monster card to upgrade 1 rank higher temporarily. Remark 1. Each upgrade will be limited to 1 hour. Remark 2. Multiple cards can be used at the same time. A maximum of 3 cards can be used at once with 3 ranks of the upgrade. Remark 3. The time limit is still 1 hour even if multiple cards are used. Remark 4. Consumable. Each card can only be used once. Skill Removal Card. Function: user can remove 1 skill of his own. Remarks: consumable. Each card can only be used once. This Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade card can temporarily upgrade you 3 ranks higher. Lin Huang thought the card was useful. Too bad there's only 3 of them, that's too little. After reading the descriptions of the 2 cards, Lin Huang decided to do the 20 card draw to see if he could get more Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade cards. Xiaohei, I would like to activate the card draw. Are you sure you would like to activate the card draw? Yes, I have randomly selected 360 cards for you. You may choose 20 cards from the 360 cards as your rewards. Warning: you only have 1 chance for each card. Once you've selected, you're not allowed to change. As Xiaohei said that, hundreds of cards were formed in the air and arranged before him. There were 20 columns and 18 rows, totaling to 360 cards. All of them looked the same. They were all black with a flaming golden question mark in the middle. Lin Huang had done card draws before and he knew that it all depended on his luck. There was neither any skill in picking cards nor any cheats. He could only choose following his gut feel. He spent 10 minutes to pick all 20 cards, then the remaining 340 cards disappeared. The 20 cards that he picked were arranged into 4 rows with 5 cards each. They shed their disguise one by one and revealed what they really were. Congratulations! You have received Life Power Storage Card X3, Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade Card X2, Double Reward Card X2, Advanced Card X2, Healing Card X2, Item Card X2, Mission Card X2, Provisional Transformation Card X1, One-Time Skill Card X1, Flawless Card X1, Challenge Card X1, Epiphany Card X1. Lin Huang was happy with everything that he received except for the 2 mission cards. Seeing that there were no new cards that he was not familiar with, he instructed Xiaohei again. Xiaohei, calculate all my cards. Provisional Transformation Card X8, Healing Card X8, Advanced Card X7, Item Card X7, Provisional Combat Strength Upgrade Card X5, Life Power Storage Card X5, Double Reward Card X5, Treasure Card X4, One-Time Skill Card X3, Mission Card X3, Flawless Card X3, Skill Removal Card X2, Provisional Summoning Card X2, Epiphany Card X1, Transportation Card X1, Challenge Card X2, Small Destruction Card X1, Skill Combination Card X1. Use Life Power Storage Card. Lin Huang always had that card on his mind, as this card allowed him to have 4 additional life wheels compared to the rest. He had obtained 2 life power storage cards from the 16 cards, and now he had just received another 3 from the 20 card draw. He was over the moon to receive 5 of them at once, as that meant he could duplicate 5 more life wheels in his body. The life power storage cards broke into pieces and entered his body as life wheels. He could not hold his glee in anymore. Hey, I have 10 life wheels now. As he took out the life power refill card to refill his life power, he was surprised to see that the image on the life power refill card had changed from 5 life wheels to 10, with the 5 newly added life wheels empty. After activating the life power refill card and filling up all his 10 life wheels, Lin Huang then looked at his 2 skill removal cards. Activate the skill removal cards to remove Super Robust and Blood Hunt. Are you sure you would like to activate skill removal cards to remove Super Robust and Blood Hunt? Warning: once the skill is removed, it cannot be retrieved. Yes. Lin Huang nodded without hesitation, as the 2 skills were no help to him. He had superhuman strength for the increase of strength, while Blood Hunt was useless to him since he had Bloody, which was more helpful now. Consuming skill removal card X2. Skills Super Robust and Blood Hunt have been removed. His monster skills that were once full had 2 empty slots now. Lin Huang thought about it and decided not to extract the Sanguine Skeleton Spirits skill for now. With 2 empty slots for monster skills now, he reserved one for the Supreme Overlord, while he wanted to keep the other one as he was not sure if he would encounter any monsters that were more powerful than the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit. He smirked as he looked at the remaining 7 advanced cards. He then summoned the Alexandrian Eagle. It's your time to level up, buddy. Lin Huang patted the Alexandrian Eagle's wings. It seemed to understand what Lin Huang wanted, so it then rubbed its head against his chest. Xiao Hei, activate 2 advanced cards to upgrade the Alexandrian Eagle into an epic level card. Lin Huang instructed. Chapter 352, Unsealing Tyrant. Time passed fast and 6 days soon went by. After breakfast, Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic and went to the place where Tyrant was carrying out his unsealing early in the morning. It was the last day of Tyrant's unsealing. As he walked out of the dimensional relic, Lin Huang saw Kylie sitting at the same place. He remembered clearly that she was sitting in the exact same location a few days ago. It seemed like she had never stood up the past few days. Good morning, have you had your breakfast? Although Lin Huang knew that the monster cards did not need food to survive, he asked that anyway. Kylie looked at Lin Huang's direction, but she did not respond. Still so cold, Lin Huang thought to himself while rubbing his nose. He walked to Kylie and sat with her while waiting for Tyrant to complete its unsealing. Besides going after the double rewards on the first day, Lin Huang had been killing at least 40 holy fire level monsters for the past few days. Ever since the Alexandrian Eagle completed its upgrade to the Viridescent Thunderhawk, Lin Huang had named it Thunder. It was now a complete gold level with an improvement in speed, which saved a lot of time for Lin Huang. He had been working hard these few days. Besides the time he spent sleeping, he spent more than 15 hours every day killing monsters. Sometimes, he would even eat while he was on Thunder's back. While waiting for Tyrant to unseal, he gave himself a break. With the help of the massacre during the monster horde as well as the points that he had accumulated the past few days, he did not think that having a couple of days of rest would allow anybody to surpass his points. As time passed by slowly, Lin Huang felt the ground shaking around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Thunder. Lin Huang summoned his flying mount and rode on its back. Thunder flew high up into the sky. Kylie sensed something strange as well, so she pointed the tip of her toes and flapped her 6 wings. As the both of them left the ground a couple of kilometers away cracked. A loud thud was heard and a golden glow shot up into the sky while the earth collapsed. Soon, a gigantic body crawled up from the underground lava. It was a giant creature with gold armor spanning over 100 meters. Sunlight reflected off the gold armor, making it look like it was the center of the universe. Bright red lava that looked like countless streams flowed down its body, and it looked like a hunk coming out of the shower. Lin Huang was shocked to see Tyrant's body that was now 10 times bigger. Tyrant noticed Lin Huang and Kylie in the air, and a terrifying smile appeared on its face. Master, finally you have completed your unsealing. Lin Huang grinned. Tyrant scratched its head and smiled. Will you be able to shrink your body? Lin Huang thought of the key issue as it would be inconvenient if Tyrant was this huge whenever he summoned it. Yes, I can. Tyrant nodded. Shrink it to a size that's slightly bigger than a normal human then. Lin Huang thought that having a bodyguard with him would be good. Of course, he would need to get it dressed. Tyrant shrunk its body to around 2.5 meters. Is this okay? That's perfect. I'll get you a few sets of clothes so that I don't have to always keep you in card form. Tyrant's eyes lit up when it heard the last sentence. However, I'll need to keep you inside to avoid attention for these few days, Lin Huang added. Tyrant nodded in agreement. After keeping Tyrant in card form, Lin Huang held the card in his hand. Its color remained blue. The unsealing did not complete its third upgrade as well as the sealing of the system. It could still be summoned. Tyrant still looked the same on top of the card, just that its size was slightly bigger. Lin Huang turned around to look at the card description. Monster card. Tyrant, rarity. Epic, monster name. Gold armored genie, type of monster. Genie, combat level. White flame level, skill 1. Golden armor, skill 2. Super robust, skill 3. Enhanced regeneration advanced, skill 4. Ultimate explosion advanced, skill 5. Ultimate strength advanced, skill 6. Megamorph beginner, summon authority. Activated. Card remarks. Trainable. The enhanced regeneration, ultimate explosion, and ultimate strength were now advanced with an additional skill which was Megamorph. Lin Huang clicked in to read more about the skill. Megamorph beginner, this allows the user's size to grow 10 times bigger as well as increase its strength. Remark 1. The skill will last for a maximum of 1 hour. User's size will go back to normal after an hour. Remark 2. After the skill ends or it is deactivated by the user will go into weak form for as long as the skill was used and won't be able to battle. 10 times its original size. Tyrant is already more than 100 meters now, so 10 times would mean more than 1,000 meters, it can totally be used as a battle machine. Lin Huang imagined how big Tyrant would be and exclaimed to himself. He then kept the card and looked at Kylie. Thank you for being here. I shall treat you to something good after the training ends. Kylie hesitated, then nodded. After recalling Kylie into card form, Lin Huang patted the viridescent Thunderhawk. Thunder, we should get back to work now. Thunder flapped its wings and headed to the next holy fire level monster with a white glow. Time passed by with the killing of monsters for the last 4 days of training. At 8 in the morning, Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic and got back to the meeting point after breakfast. Luo Li and the other 2 examiners had been waiting since 9 a.m. was the official mission submission time. There were people waiting there and it was obvious that they had submitted their missions before the deadline. The 3 examiners looked at Lin Huang as he appeared, curious to know how many monsters he had killed during the 10 days. Good morning, examiners, I'm here to submit my mission, Lin Huang greeted them and headed towards the staff. He was stopped by Zhang Bing. I'll do the calculation for you. I'm curious about how many monsters you managed to kill. Zhang Bing volunteered to calculate Lin Huang's monsters killed. Such a thing had never happened before as it was usually done by the staff. I want to know too. Luo Li came closer. Si Kongjian walked behind Luo Li without saying a word. The participants were envious to see the 3 examiners surrounding Lin Huang. Alright, then, Lin Huang raised his eyebrow without rejecting the 3 examiners while getting the monster carcasses that were as high as a hill out from his storage space ring. Many of the participants exclaimed when they saw the monster carcasses. Not because they were so many of them but because all the monsters seemed to be at least holy fire level. Even the 3 examiners were surprised. As Zhang Bing started to calculate, Luo Li and Si Kongjian stood aside and watched. He took almost half an hour to finish calculating all the monster carcasses. Everyone was shocked, even Luo Li and Si Kongjian. There are a total of 383 monsters, all white flame level. They were all killed using a sword and I can tell that it was done by the same person, Zhang Bing concluded. You must have some crimson flame level monsters with you, don't you? Luo Li asked. A couple. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. How about blue flame level? Luo Li asked again. It's a secret. Lin Huang did not want to answer that. I will add in the 38,600 points into the system. Master Yi will announce the final points when you get out of here as well as the ranking, Zhang Bing said to Lin Huang while getting a staff to collect the monster carcasses. I understand. Lin Huang, just when he wanted to leave, Zhang Bing called out to him. What is it, examiner? Zhang Bing looked puzzled. You must have heard of us, the Demon Slayer Legion. Zhang Bing asked. Yes, I have. Lin Huang nodded. Are you interested to join us? Zhang Bing extended his invitation directly. Luo Li was surprised when she heard what Zhang Bing said. Si Kongjian frowned as well. Lin Huang was shocked and did not respond after a while. Little brother, it's a wise choice to join the Demon Slayer Legion, Luo Li advised. You guys have no idea who he is, do you? Si Kongjian knew he had to interrupt this time. His identity? Zhang Bing and Luo Li looked puzzled at Si Kongjian. He's Mr. Fu's apprentice. A real apprentice, not a nominal apprentice, Si Kongjian told the truth. He had researched about Lin Huang after finding out about his identity. You mean this Mr. Fu? Luo Li pointed into the sky. Si Kongjian nodded. I didn't know that you're so powerful. Luo Li looked even more passionately at Lin Huang. All right then, pretend that I didn't say anything. Zhang Bing gave up on his invitation. What's the deal with Master that so many people are so fearful of him? Lin Huang found it strange as he did not understand why would everyone look terribly impressed whenever they heard about Mr. Fu. Chapter 353. The training has ended. All participants were on time to submit their missions at 9 in the morning. Li Lang noticed that Lin Huang had submitted his mission, so he greeted Lin Huang and headed to the staff. Looking at Li Lang take out the monster carcasses, Lin Huang could not help but stare. As he took out more and more carcasses, many of the participants were watching. The monster carcasses piled into a couple of hills, much higher than the rest. It looked like there were at least 10,000 monster carcasses. Seeing that many of the monster carcasses were burnt, Lin Huang could guess how he had killed the monsters. A few staff spent more than an hour to handle the staggering number of carcasses. There were a total of 14,560 carcasses including gold level rank 3 and complete gold level 1s. After finalizing the figures, Li Lang smirked as he walked over to Lin Huang. You kept many nuclear bombs with you, didn't you? Lin Huang raised his eyebrow when he saw Li Lang walking to him. Seems like I can't hide it from you. Li Lang smiled weakly in embarrassment. He had told Lin Huang that he was only left with 5 nuclear bombs earlier. I only kept 2 to myself for emergencies. I didn't expect to use them. Yi Yeyu walked to them after she submitted her mission. All of the monsters that she had killed were holy fire level. There were only more than 30 of them and it took less than 2 minutes for the staff to calculate them. She glared at Li Lang who was the center of attention, then regarded Lin Huang. What plan do you have after this ends? It's still a long way to go before I level up to holy fire level. I plan to take a break while slowly leveling up to complete gold level and to finish up some errands, Lin Huang said, then he thought of something that he wanted to ask. Speaking of errands, do you guys know where can I get Dracaena? Dracaena, why would you want that? Li Lang's eyes flew wide open. Yi Yeyu frowned as she looked at Lin Huang. She knew very well that Dracaena was a herb to increase the Dragonkin characteristics in a monster with Dragonkin. Although what its effects were minimal, as long as it was used in massive quantities, it could upgrade a sky dragon to a Dragonkin. However, there was a limited amount of Dracaena around. It was so expensive that one could easily cost more than a normal grade 5 relic. Too little Dracaena would show no effect. One would need tens to hundreds of Dracaena to see anything. Also, as each monster had different types of bodies, the chances of increasing the density of Dragonkin blood would vary. A normal rich family would not spend their money on Dracaena as it was expensive and risky. Nothing, just asking out of curiosity, Lin Huang gave an excuse. There might be some in the troop warehouse but I'm not sure how many are there. Yi Yeyu glared at Lin Huang. There might be more at the Chambers of Commerce in Division 7. I can hook you up if you need, but you'll need to pay for it. Yourself as it's too expensive. I can't afford to get them for you, Yi Yeyu added. Thank you in advance. As they chatted, the calculation of the monster carcasses of all of the participants ended. Luo Li floated into the air and spoke, all the participants have submitted their monster carcasses and our staff has finished all the calculating as well as tallying the accumulated points. Master Yi will announce the results after he gets the report. Now everyone can leave the ruins following our staff's arrangement. Don't go too far away while waiting for the results patiently. If any of you are absent when we announce your name, the reward will be given to the next person, so I hope that doesn't happen. After the announcement, Luo Li got the staff to manage the crowd while the 3 examiners took out a fan-like object and connected them together to form a circle. The circle expanded and formed a round, black door that rose from the ground and opened slowly. A bunch of the participants stepped into the door following the staff's instructions. "Is that one of the keys of the ruins?" Lin Huang asked as he queued. "It should be a replica." Yi Yayu nodded. "Shouldn't the ruin key be exclusive? Why's there a replica?" Lin Huang was surprised. Every dimensional ruin should have an original key, but it can be replicated. Yi Yayu did not think it was strange. Isn't it normal to get a replicated key? If there's only one, what do we do if it's lost? So, that means if I activate the ruin key, I might encounter the saint members in the ruins. Lin Huang touched the ruins keys in his pocket and contemplated seriously. "Luckily, I didn't activate it." Soon the three of them entered the black door and were sent to the plaza at the Union government headquarters in the White Capital. Coming back to the White Capital made Lin Huang think that he had come back to civilization. He was not used to seeing buildings after spending 20 days in the barren volcano hell. As he stepped out of the door, Lin Huang's Emperor Heart Ring signal and network were activated. Before the activation could be completed, Yi Donglai appeared with the Demon Slayer Legion. Luo Li and the other examiners approached Yi Donglai and gave him a palm-sized metal plate of an unknown material. Lin Huang guessed that the metal plate was something like a computer tablet. Yi Donglai looked at the results and browsed the crowd. After his scanning stopped at Yi Yayu and Lin Huang, he started speaking. "Congratulations for making it back safely. I shall not waste your time and announce the results now. First prize goes to Lin Huang with 136,317 points. Second prize goes to Li Lang with 32,821 points. Third prize goes to Yi Yayu with 10,287 points. Fourth prize goes to Shanggong Hong with 10,133 points. The top 10 participants were soon announced. Besides Lin Huang, the remaining 9 people were all leveled up to Holy Fire level. Li Lang had used his own way and got into top 2 while the rest had accumulated around 10,000 points each. While Yi Donglai announced the results, the activation of Lin Huang's Emperor's Heart Ring was complete. It vibrated a couple of times but he did not look at it. "Let's welcome the first prize winner, Lin Huang, up here," Yi Donglai invited and nodded to a staff. The staff with the reward that was covered in red cloth stood next to Yi Donglai while Lin Huang walked towards him. "This is your reward, reveal it." Yi Donglai smiled at Lin Huang. Lin Huang nodded and removed the red cloth. A red monster egg was placed inside a golden box. The monster egg was slightly bigger than an adult's palm. It was red in color with plum spots as well as light spiral patterns. Lin Huang knew that was the phoenix egg that Yi Donglai had promised. "It's yours, now." Yi Donglai took the box from the staff and presented it to Lin Huang. Just when Lin Huang was about to leave with the monster egg, Yi Donglai spoke again. "Young man, don't you want to say anything?" Lin Huang was stunned, then he turned around. "Thank you." He got down from the stage without turning his head after that. Because the monster egg was alive, he could not keep it in his storage space, so he covered the box and carried it with both hands. Many were envious of the box that he was holding. The prize presentation went on after Lin Huang left the stage. As he returned to the crowd, he held the box with one hand while another started checking his Emperor's Heart Ring. Lin Xin had called many times. Lin Huang thought it was strange as she would not disturb him whenever he was out. She would usually call once and if nobody picked up, she would wait for him to call instead of calling him again and again. As the prize presentation was still going on, Lin Huang could not call her back, so he started checking his messages. His heart skipped a beat when he saw that many messages were sent by Lin Xin. He then started to read the messages. The first message shocked him. "Brother, Xiao Zhan is missing." Chapter 354, The Truth, Revealed, Lin Zhan is missing. Lin Huang looked at the timestamp of the message sent. It was the day he had entered the dimensional ruins around 5 o'clock when Lin Huang had left with Mr. Fu and Lin Xin had left to school. Lin Xin found out about the missing Lin Zhan after she came back and attempted to contact him. Lin Huang then looked at the other messages that Lin Xin had sent. Some of them were asking him to reply soon while the others were attached with photos of their home. There was one with a goodbye message that Lin Zhan had left on the writing board with his Emperor's Heart Ring aside. Lin Huang could tell that the handwriting belonged to Lin Zhan as he had seen his handwriting many times. The note wrote about his reason for leaving. Lin Zhan had regained part of his memories and he wanted to leave to look for more. Besides stating the reason for leaving, he briefed about the gunfighting technique. For Lin Huang to learn the skill by himself, Lin Zan had recorded clips of the intermediate and advanced skills that Lin Huang had yet to master from the Gun Master game in the ring. Lin Huang could project the clips if he wanted to. He ended the note with a few words of appreciation. He thanked Lin Huang and Lin Xin for taking care of him. Since he had regained his memory, there was no reason for him to stay anymore. He also asked them not to look for him. After reading the note, Lin Huang thought it was possible that Lin Zan had left on his own. The handwriting did not seem to be rushed, so it did not look like he was forced to write the note. The message was clear and it was obvious that he had given some thought before writing the note. Although Lin Zan had learned all the words, it was impossible for him to come out with such mature content. The only reason for that was that he had really regained his memory. The note even included the gunfighting technique that Lin Zan had been teaching him. Only him, Lin Xin, and Lin Zan knew about this, no other outsider did. It was impossible that the note had not been written by Lin Zan. The Emperor's heart ring was the key, showing that he left voluntarily, as besides the person who wore the ring, nobody could take it off unless the finger was chopped off and the person was dead. From the photos, there were no signs of fighting or struggling in the house. With Lin Zan's ability, he could definitely fight a person who was gold level rank 3 and even a complete gold level. He might not die even if he was to fight a white flame level. With all the signs as evidence, it was possible that Lin Zan had left by himself. Perhaps, he had really regained his memory and had decided to leave. Lin Huang calmed down as he made those speculations. However, he did not remove the possibility that Lin Zan was taken away. There were too many people with special abilities in the world. If Lin Zan encountered a person who knew puppetry skill, the person could create a scene that looked like Lin Zan had left home on his own accord. As the prize presentation was still going on stage, Lin Huang got out of the crowd and called Lin Xin by the side of the plaza. Considering the prize presentation, Lin Huang did not video call her but a voice called instead. As soon as the call was connected, it was picked up immediately. "Brother, I've just left the dimensional ruins and I saw your messages." Just when Lin Huang spoke, he heard crying coming from the other side of the phone. "Xiao Zan, I know, I'll get back as soon as I can today," Lin Huang comforted her. He only hung up the call after being able to lift up her mood slightly. Lin Huang called Mr. Fu after hanging up with Lin Xin. The phone rang twice and Mr. Fu picked up with a lazy drawl. "You're so quick to come back. Has it been 19 days today? There was a monster horde, so the training ended early," Lin Huang explained. "Oh, is that so?" Mr. Fu did not seem to care about the results of the training and figured out the reason why Lin Huang called. "You want to go home?" "Yes, something happened at home," Lin Huang said without going any further. "I'll come get you. Let's go home together." Mr. Fu hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Huang to say anything. Soon, a green dimensional relic appeared and Mr. Fu walked out of it. His appearance had attracted the attention of Yi Donglai and the rest. "Don't bother me, go do your stuff, Mr. Fu said as he appeared next to Lin Huang. "You look serious. What happened?" Mr. Fu asked. "Xiao Zan is missing. I need to get back soon." "Sure, let's go now." Mr. Fu did not ask further as he summoned his dimensional relic again and brought Lin Huang with him. Is he really Mr. Fu's apprentice? Luo Li was shocked to see the both of them leaving together. A dimensional relic opened at the living room of Lin Huang's home. Lin Huang and Mr. Fu got out of the relic. "Xin Lin Huang shouted upstairs. It was the weekend, so Lin Xin should be at home. "Brother." Hearing Lin Huang's voice, Lin Xin knew that he was home, so she rushed downstairs quickly. Lin Huang was relieved to see Lin Xin all right. "Have you had lunch?" "Yes, I have." Lin Xin nodded and looked at Mr. Fu behind Lin Huang. "Let's talk about the thing." Lin Xin looked away from Mr. Fu. "Sure, how did you find out that Xiao Zan was missing the other day?" Lin Huang got straight to the point. "I saw something on the coffee table when I got back from school, so I took a look and realized that it was a note from Xiao Zan," Lin Zan said while handing the writing board to Lin Huang from her storage space. Lin Huang took the writing board. Although he had read the note from the photo, he still wanted to look again to confirm that it was Lin Zan's handwriting. "What else? Is there any sign of fighting in the house? Is there anything odd in Xiao Zan's room?" Lin Huang asked. "There's no sign of struggling and everything looks normal at home. But I think Xiao Zan changed his clothes before leaving. His wardrobe was opened and a gray robe is missing from his wardrobe. The clothes that he was wearing the other day are now hanging in the wardrobe. He even had the time to change. Lin Huang was sure that Lin Zan had left on his own. Lin Huang then shared his speculation. Looking at all the signs, it's very likely that Lin Zan left by himself, but it's also possible that he's been taken away. To be honest, besides the 3 auras of your family and mine, there's nobody else who came to this house within this month. There's no remaining aura of any puppetry skill or parasites. I think the kid left by himself, Mr. Fu voiced his opinion. If he was taken away, there's only one possibility. The person must be more powerful than I am. He managed to cover his aura so that I can't detect it. However, I think a person of such a level wouldn't want that kid. What Mr. Fu said cut off the possibility of Lin Zan being taken away. There should be transportation surveillance around your house. Get someone to show you the video. You should be able to see what happened that day, Mr. Fu reminded. Lin Huang recalled that he could indeed do that, so he contacted the local surveillance department immediately. With his gold hunter identity, he was granted access and the video was sent to him within minutes. Lin Huang played the video immediately. It started from the time when Lin Xin had gone to school 19 days ago until she finished school. He was sure that Lin Zan was missing during that period of time. He fast-forwarded the video to noon and played it at regular speed when he saw Lin Zan open the door. However, Lin Zan disappeared as soon as he exited the door. What happened? Lin Huang was puzzled. You'll be able to see it better if you play it 300 times slower, Mr. Fu reminded. Lin Huang slowed down the video immediately and replayed it. This time, he saw Lin Zan fly towards the sky after he got out. He really left by himself. Lin Xin finally believed what Mr. Fu and Lin Huang said when she saw that. Don't be sad. You should be happy for Xiaozan that he regained his memory, Lin Huang comforted her. But why didn't he say goodbye before he left? Lin Xin was upset. Maybe he thought it would be awkward to see us since he has regained his memory, so he chose to leave, Lin Huang said, but he had no idea why Lin Zan would do that. Since the truth is revealed, I shall make a move. Apprentice, rest and accompany this girl for a few days. I'll contact you again. Since everything was clear, Mr. Fu did not plan to stay and left with the dimensional relic. Chapter 355, The Dracena. 2 days had passed. As the weekends had ended, Lin Xin had gone to school as usual. Although she was still feeling down, she was much better than 2 days ago. After all, it was Lin Zan's choice to leave instead of being forced. She felt much better after knowing that fact. Moreover, Lin Huang brought her shopping during the weekends, which lifted her spirits. Watching Lin Xin leave for school, Lin Huang was not used to being alone in the house now that Lin Zan was gone. He would usually roast some meat for Lin Zan early in the morning, but he did not have to do that anymore. He took his time to finish his breakfast and sat down on the couch after cleaning the kitchen. He put on Yi Shu's Emperor's heart ring, which started vibrating not long after it was activated. Lin Huang turned on the contact page and saw that Liang Qian had called him twice when he was in the dimensional ruins. He recalled the time when he was in the meteorite desert, remembering when the comrades had died and the girl who was chased by the saints. He then looked at the 2 messages that she sent and read them carefully. The first one was sent on the 2nd day when he had entered the dimensional ruins. It was an invitation to the funeral. The second message was sent on the 6th day he had entered the dimensional ruins and was a simple description of the funeral. She sounded calm, but Lin Huang could feel her sorrow. He thought about it and decided to call her. After all, it was he who had promised to go to the funeral. He called after changing his facial appearance to Yi Shu's identity. Soon, the phone was connected. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I just got out of a dimensional ruin 2 days ago and just saw your messages, Lin Huang apologized. Dimensional ruins? No wonder I couldn't get through your phone the 2 times that I called. Liang Qian smiled lightly, not blaming Lin Huang for standing her up. It was the 2nd day I entered the dimensional ruins when you sent the first message. Lin Huang smiled back awkwardly. Was the funeral successful? Quite. Come to Sakura City when you have the time. I'll bring you to see them. Sure, I'll definitely visit you when I have the opportunity. Lin Huang nodded. The both of them then talked about reforming Dian Feng before Lin Huang hung up the phone. It had been half a month since the funeral had passed and Liang Qian seemed much better now. Lin Huang sure hoped that she would get over this very soon. Lin Huang then recalled he had yet to redeem his training points. How do I do that? Lin Huang thought to himself as he changed back to his own look and called Yi Yayu in confusion. Morning. Yi Yayu was having breakfast when the video call was connected. Why did you leave so early the other day? Yi Yayu asked after sipping some milk and swallowing the food in her mouth. I had something urgent at home. Is it settled now? Yi Yayu wiped her mouth with a serviette. It can be considered done, I guess. Lin Huang shrugged. That's great. Are you calling to ask about the Dracaena? I'm actually calling to ask how to redeem my points. Do I go to the Union government office or how should I go it? Lin Huang did not know exactly how the Union government worked. Alright then. Yi Yayu was embarrassed that she got it wrong, but soon she regained her composure again. It's simple. Just log on to the Union government official website and key in the serial number of your Emperor's heart ring. You'll receive a password, then just key in the password to log onto the website. As soon as you have done that, go into the personal hub at the back to find a restricted entrance. It's exclusively for all the participants of the training. There's an option for the military warehouse. Click on it to see the items that you can redeem. You'll be able to see your training points on top of the military warehouse. If you have redeemed any items, your points will be deducted straight away. After you're done, click Send at the bottom and key in your address. Yi Yayu was detailed in her explanation. I understand now. Lin Huang was following the steps as Yi Yayu walked him through it. I have checked on the Dracaena that you wanted, but there's no more stock in the military warehouse. I heard there's a pharmacist who redeemed all of them 2 months back, she added. Not even one. Lin Huang was speechless. Not even one. Yi Yayu shook her head. If you really want it that badly, I could contact a few traders for you, but I don't know how much you want. If the quantity is big enough, I might be able to get some. Thanks. Check for me then, I only need 9. Lin Huang knew there was no other way to get Dracaena besides this. Although Yi Yayu was curious about what Lin Huang was going to do with the 9 Dracaenas, she did not ask any further. Oh yes, I need to remind you about something. The military warehouse is open to outsiders for only a week. If you need to redeem anything, you need to do that within these few days or else, your points will expire. Also, no matter whether an outsider or a member of the 3 elite divisions, the items that are redeemed from the Union government military warehouse are not allowed to be sold. You can only use them yourself. Each item has a special serial number that can't be seen by the naked eye. If anybody sells them, the Union government will know who did it. If any of the items cause any trouble, the Union government won't let go of the seller easily, Yi Yayu reminded again. I understand. Lin Huang did not know that the items from the military warehouse could only be used by them themselves. However, he thought about it and realized that some weapons, especially machinery, were difficult to be sourced outside. The condition was meant to address those who needed money to resell the weapons at a higher price to criminals. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huang started looking at the items in the military warehouse. After some browsing, he noticed that there was really zero stock of Dracaena. He then looked at other items instead. A grade 5 sword relic Dragon Slayer costs 33,000 points, while a grade 5 gun relic Sky Phoenix costs 45,000 points. Lin Huang redeemed a few relics and some other items, spending all of his points. After closing the page, Lin Huang was concerned about the Dracaena. One Dracaena will cost at least 30,000 life crystals or even higher, and 9 of them will be at least 300,000 life crystals. Where do I get such a massive amount of money? Chapter 356. Fundraising. Lin Huang remembered clearly that he owed Yongling 16,000 life crystals when Yongling had applied for his residential permission in Winter City. Now that he needed more than 300,000 life crystals for the Dracaena, he was worried about how he would get the money. Oh right, I almost forgot that I have some good stuff from the Molten Dragon earlier. Lin Huang patted his head in an act of chastising himself as he recalled that. He took out the stuff from his storage space ring to see what was worth selling. Most of them were molten crystals that piled up to the size of a small hill. The molten crystal was a crystal mineral with fire attributes that was usually formed in spiritual lava. The more spiritual lava there was, the more of such crystals would be formed. Of course, there were different grades of the molten crystals. Those that were formed for more than 100 years would be beginner grade, ones that have been formed for more than 1,000 years would be considered intermediate grade, and those that have been formed more than 10,000 years ago would be expert grade. There were also rare ones that were the mineral of the molten crystal, which was the ultimate grade. There was a massive amount of fire energy in the crystals. Humans with fire attributes could absorb the energy to convert it into life power. However, the main function of the crystals was not that. Instead, it was to provide a variety of energy to large-scale equipment similar to petroleum and coal on Earth. Most of the demonic crystal spaceships and trains got their power force from the molten crystals. In reality, most demonic crystal equipment used the molten crystals as their energy source. Compared to other crystals, the force of the molten crystal was more powerful with a simpler conversion process. However, the usage of the molten crystals was less common than petroleum and coal on Earth, as the number of such crystals was much lesser. As it was rare, not everybody could afford it. The beginner grade was affordable, as 1 year worth of life crystal pieces could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of molten crystals, while the same amount of intermediate grade molten crystals would require 10 years worth of life crystal pieces. For the expert grade molten crystals, 1 kilogram would cost 1,000 complete life crystals, while the ultimate grade would cost 10 times more. The quality of molten crystal could be seen from the color. Those with dark red spots would be beginner grade, while those that were a shade of wine red without any spots would be intermediate grade. Those that were bloody red would be expert grade. It was said that all expert grade molten crystals were bloody red, but Lin Huang had no idea how to tell them apart. However, based on the color, all the molten crystals in the storage space ring should be at least an expert grade, but Lin Huang was not sure if any one of them were ultimate grade. This pile of molten crystal should be at least 70 to 80 tons. If they are all expert grade, they would be the equivalent to at least 70,000 to 80,000 life crystals. While the ultimate grade would be the mineral of the molten crystal, I heard it's rare, so I don't think there's any here. Lin Huang struck out the possibility of the existence of ultimate grade crystals from the pile that he had. If I manage to get 70,000 to 80,000 life crystals from here, I'll need another 200,000 more. He then looked at the relics in the storage space. There were more than 100 weapons and another 100 pieces of armor, all in good condition. It was obvious that the molten dragon treated them as collectibles. However, those were grade -1 and grade 2 relics. There were hardly any grade 3 relics. Lin Huang calculated all of them. He could get more than 100,000 life crystals if he sold all of them as second-hand items. If that happened, he would have 200,000 with him. I'll need at least 100,000 more. Lin Huang then looked at the Emperor's heart rings in the storage space. There were thousands of them. It would be great if I could take out the items from these Emperor's heart rings. Master, don't you have a friend who makes Emperor's heart rings? He should be able to unlock them. Bloody, who was in his sleeve, heard his mumbling and suggested. Oh right, how could I forgot about Yongling? Whether Yongling could do it or not, Lin Huang decided to ask him anyway. He changed his face to Yi Shu again and called Yongling. The phone was trying to connect for almost 1 whole minute before Yongling finally picked up. In the video, the skinny Yongling was wearing gray underwear with serious panda eyes. He looked exhausted. I just went to bed, can't you let me sleep? Nobody asked you to live like this. It's 8 in the morning now. Why are you still sleeping? Lin Huang wanted to say, wake up and get high with me, but that might reveal his real identity. After all, he did not know much about the travelers in this world. He was not sure if they were friendly. Since he was still young, he might bring trouble to himself for getting in touch with other travelers out of nowhere. What's up? Tell me quickly, I'm very sleepy. Yongling had to entertain Lin Huang as he was an old customer, so he could not afford to be rude. Could you unlock Emperor's heart rings that don't have an owner? Lin Huang did not want to beat around the bush, so he asked directly. You meant a dead person's Emperor's heart ring? I can unlock them, but there must be at least 100 rings, Yongling yawned. Of course there's an exception where the ring owner is immortal level or higher, then I can take the case. How do you charge? Lin Huang asked immediately. You will get 70% while I'll get 30% of the items in the ring without any extra charges. If there's nothing that I want in the ring, you can pay me with life crystals. It was clear that Yongling had done that before. 30%, can it be less? Lin Huang thought that 30% was too much. 30% isn't too much. Without me, you get nothing out of the ring. Yongling looked obnoxiously at him. Moreover, I charge the same to everyone. Not only Division 7, those who are in Division 1 to Division 3 pay the same rate. Alright then, how do you do it? Should I go to you? Lin Huang agreed. Don't trouble yourself. Just send me the serial number will do, Yongling said. How many do you have? I don't accept less than 100 as it'll be too much trouble, Yang Ling added. More than 1,000, I guess. I don't have the exact number. So many of them. Did you dig their graves? Yang Ling teased. What? I didn't dig any graves, I just robbed a monster, Lin Huang said. Oh right, send me the serial numbers and don't send me photos just because it's more convenient for you, Yang Ling warned. What difference does it make? Lin Huang planned to arrange the rings and take a picture, as that would be definitely faster than sending the serial numbers one by one. Of course there is. I'll have to key in the serial numbers myself if you send a photo. That's too much trouble and a waste of my time. I can copy the serial numbers directly if you send it to me by text. That'll save a lot of my time. Yang Ling was honest. You're such a lazy bum. Lin Huang was speechless. Thank you dear, for your compliment. I'm going to bed now. Bye. Yang Ling hung up straight away. Chapter 357. Unlocking the Emperor's heart ring. After having breakfast and cleaning the kitchen early in the morning, Lin Huang returned to his room on the second floor. There was an opened golden box next to his bed with a bright red monster egg nestled in it. Lin Huang held the monster egg and started to insert his life power into it. Since the first day of bringing the monster egg back, Lin Huang had to do this once every day. It was now the 5th day. On the first day, this monster egg could only absorb 1 life wheel of life power and did not need any more than that. On the second and third day, its need started to increase incessantly. It needed 2 life wheels of life power and 3 life wheels of life power on the second and third day respectively. It was now the 5th day. Lin Huang inserted 4 life wheels of life power into the monster egg and found out that the monster egg's capacity for life power was still vacant, so he proceeded to insert more. Until the 5th life wheel in his body was empty, the monster egg rejected any more life power. Lin Huang knew that the more life power the monster egg absorbed, the better its innate foundation was. It mirrored the same principle of having sufficient nutrient to positively affect the fetus's congenital development during a woman's pregnancy. There was only 1 life wheel in the body of a normal person. The life power inserted every day was limited and was not likely to satisfy the monster egg in general. However, that did not apply to Lin Huang, as he had 10 life wheels in his body. Even if his life wheels were insufficient for the monster egg, he had 3 more life power refill cards. There were 5 life wheels on the card previously, but since he had used the 5 life power storage card, the life wheels on the life power refill card had increased to 10 life wheels now. The hatching of the monster egg would take 1 life power insertion for an egg that was not mutated, while those with single mutation would need 2 to 3 times. Meanwhile, those with double mutation would need 4 to 6 times, while triple mutated ones would need 8 to 10 times. The one which Lin Huang was holding was a triple mutated monster egg with phoenix blood, so it needed 8 to 10 days to complete the hatching. It had only been 5 days and he was not in a rush at all. As soon as the monster egg was saturated with life power, Lin Huang put it down and walked towards the balcony. He then summoned the Gun Master Game Pod. After entering the game pod and activating the game, Lin Huang built a personal training space directly and opened the virtual projection function while he imported the tutorials that Lin Zan had recorded. Lin Zan's virtual projection appeared in front of Lin Huang very quickly. The projection looked exactly the same as Lin Zan himself. The projected figure took out a silver Phoenix 16 swiftly and demonstrated the gunfighting technique. Although it was a recorded video and Lin Zan knew that the speed of the video was adjustable, he went through it 3 times slowly. The first time was at the normal speed, the second time was to scrutinize the breakdown of the actions, while the third was to reenact the parts which were harder to understand individually. After watching the whole tutorial set, Lin Huang started to practice the gunfighting technique. It was the second set of intermediate gunfighting technique that he had learned from Lin Zan. He only took 2 days to master the first 2 gunfighting techniques. The intermediate level gunfighting techniques were not exactly useful to him, but he wanted to build a concrete foundation. That was why he decided to learn the intermediate level ones that he had yet to master. Besides practicing gunfighting technique for the past 2 days, Lin Huang had been waiting for news. One of the anticipated news was about the unlocking from Yang Ling, while another was about the Dracaena from Yi Yeyu. He spent more than 2 hours to key in more than 1,300 serial numbers to Yang Ling 2 days ago. It had been 2 days, but there was still no news from Yang Ling. There seemed to be no news from Yi Yeyu about the Dracaena as well. Luckily, Lin Huang had found something to pass his time with, so he did not panic. The game pod was connected to the communication function of his Emperor's Heart Ring, so he was not afraid that he might miss their calls while he was training the gunfighting technique. His phone rang when it was almost noon. It was Yang Ling who called. Finally, you call. Lin Huang shut down the game and walked out of the game pod while changing his appearance to Yi Shu before picking up Yang Ling's video call. Yang Ling looked much more energized than he did 2 days ago. I have actually completed it at 3 a.m. 2 days ago, but I guess you must have been sleeping, so I didn't contact you. I slept all the way till 7 p.m. and was busy with my ladies, then I forgot about you. I was too tired last night, so I slept early. I just woke up and contacted you immediately. Yang Ling smiled as he explained. You must be really busy. Lin Huang shook his head. Do you need me to recommend some ladies to you? Tell you what you like, I'll definitely satisfy your needs. Yang Ling smirked as he talked about women. So, is pimping your part-time job now? Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. Hee, just tell me, as your bro, I'll definitely get you a good one. Yang Ling grinned. No, thank you. Lin Huang declined straightaway. What's wrong? You're not young anymore. Do you plan to be a monk? Yang Ling observed Lin Huang, who was in Yi Shu's body, which was his 25-year-old look on earth. He looked matured. What's wrong with being a monk? It's better than you dying from having too much sex, Lin Huang shot back. Alright, let's talk business. Yang Ling giggled and changed the topic. You've sent me a total of 1,359 serial numbers. I've unlocked all of them and parked them under your name. Parked them under my name. Won't the Union government find out about this? Lin Huang frowned, hoping that Yang Ling was messing with him. If the Union government found out about this, his Emperor's Heart Ring would definitely be sealed and Yi Shu's identity might be put under investigation as well. Don't worry, there won't be any issue within 3 days, but you'll have to transfer all the items within 72 hours. After that, all the information on the Emperor's Heart Rings will be returned back to the original owners, so nobody will find out about it. About the rings, find a place to destroy them. Yang Ling was an expert in this. So, how do I give you the 30%? Lin Huang was relieved. I have taken a look and there's nothing worthy in there. You can calculate the value and convert them into life crystals, then transfer them to me. Yang Ling did not seem to bother too much about it. Sure. Lin Huang nodded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huang took out one of the Emperor's Heart Rings and tested it on his finger. It was activated. It's really been unlocked. Lin Huang was over the moon. He opened his storage space immediately and started to transfer the items. Chapter 358. Mystery. At first, Lin Huang was categorizing all items in the Emperor's Heart Rings and getting rid of the useless items so that his storage space would not be completely occupied. However, after a few hours, he only managed to clear more than 10 Emperor's Heart Rings. He looked at the time and figured that if he was to go on like that, he would not be able to clear all of them within 3 days. Considering that he was not being very efficient, he decided to give up on categorizing for the time being. He wanted to clear all the items in his storage space ring before continuing. That made his progress much faster, but he still took 1.5 days to do it. He was done at past 10 p.m. on the next day. There were many items in the 1,359 Emperor's Heart Rings which occupied 2 of Lin Huang's Emperor's Heart Rings as well as a third of the one that Lang Yuexin had given him. After putting all the Emperor's Heart Rings in the storage space ring, Lin Huang looked at the time and went to shower. Just when he got out of the shower, his Emperor's Heart Ring started to buzz. He looked at it and saw that it was Yi Yeyu, so he put on his pajamas immediately before picking up the video call. What took you so long to pick up my call? Are you doing something shady? Yi Yeyu said, and when she noticed that his hair was wet, she knew why he had taken so long. What shady business? I just got out of the shower, so I wasn't ready to pick up your call just yet, Lin Huang said while wiping his hair with a towel. Do you have news for me? I have good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? Yi Yeyu smiled playfully. I only accept good news, so you don't have to tell me the bad news. As he wiped his hair, he could tell from Yi Yeyu's expression that she had news about the Dracena. Then, I shall tell you the bad news first. Yi Yeyu grinned. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders as he could not stop her behavior. The bad news is that all of the Dracenas in the traders' circle were sold out a month ago. I heard from the traders that they have 0 stock of Dracena. That was really bad news for Lin Huang. Then, what's the good news? Lin Huang figured she probably had some other way to get the Dracena. I heard they are putting up Dracaena at the mystery auction. Yi Yayu did not want to beat around the bush anymore. Mystery auction? Lin Huang was unfamiliar with the name. The mystery auction is the exclusive auction in Division 7 for the noblemen where they only serve the royal families. It's an annual event in 43 days' time. All the items at the auction are high-end, so there won't be any items lower than a grade 3 relic. Yi Yayu looked strangely at him when she was explaining the auction. Auction for the royal families. Can you bring me there? Lin Huang frowned and looked at her. I really can't bring you to the auction. My great-grandfather came up with a rule that none of our family members are allowed to join the auction. Yi Yayu smiled awkwardly. Why? Lin Huang was puzzled. You should know there are 2 families in the Division 7 military department, don't you? Yi Yayu asked. What does this auction have to do with the Dongfang family? Of course, Lin Huang knew that besides the Yi family, there was also the Dongfang family. Yi Donglai left Division 3 and went to Division 7 that had just opened. He had volunteered to go there for some reason and become the first person in the Division 7 military team. However, just when he was succeeding, a family from Division 2 saw some advantages of being in Division 7, so they trained the Dongfang family and placed them into Division 7 military team 2. Since then, the Dongfang family rose up and soon, they became the second biggest military family in Division 7. Due to the connection in Division 2, the Dongfang family was interfering with Division 7's military department, which the Yi family was unhappy about, especially Yi Donglai. Of course, that was not the main reason for the conflict between the 2 families. The mystery auction wasn't built by the Dongfang family but by somebody behind the family. They have some shady business going on while the Dongfang family have been providing shady materials to the auction. My great-grandfather insisted on isolating them as the Dongfang family is shady. Do you mean drugs? That was the first thing Lin Huang thought of. Shadier than that. Yi Yayu shook her head. Human trafficking. Lin Huang got it immediately. Yi Yayu nodded in silence and spoke again after a while. The Dongfang family has been capturing abandoned and missing kids secretly in Division 7. Some of them will be sent to the auction. Of course, they won't be auctioning them off in public but underground instead. However, they will auction off a variety of sinners in public. The so-called sinners were the descendants of the sin. The first generation mostly came from the mating of human-form monsters and women. Many of them were killed by the Union government but some of them had lived. That was how the bloodline remained. Speaking of the sinners, Lin Huang thought of Xiaomo whom he had met at the Purple Crow training camp. Although the Union government was strict about the killing of sinners, stereotyping was inevitable. That were not many organizations that would accept the sinners. Even the Hunter Association and Adventurer Paradise that were open-minded did not accept sinners, let alone other organizations. That was the reason why Xiaomo had decided to join the Purple Crow as he did not have any other option. Trafficking sinner slaves, isn't that prohibited by the Union government? Doesn't anyone care? Lin Huang frowned as he asked. The Union government is busy with the battles out there. How would they have the time for this? Moreover, the people who are in this business must have some powerful background in the core zones. The Union government has to give some face to some of the families in the core zones, so of course, they'll cover an eye when it comes to things like this. Even if anyone reported this, they'll just come up with some scapegoats. Those who are in the business will hide for 10 days to half a month and proceed with the business when the matter has blown over, Yi Yayu explained. These people are evil. Lin Huang thought of Wei Shan that he had killed earlier. There were too many bastards like him in this world. Let's not talk about this anymore since I can't bring you to the auction anyway, Yi Yayu said. I remember that you're close to the Leng family, so you can talk to them. It's just a matter of bringing a person to the auction. It should be a piece of cake for them, Yi Yayu added. Sure, thanks, I'll talk to the Leng family. I shall treat you to a meal the next time. Lin Huang had forgotten how many meals he had owed the people who had helped him. Bring more life crystals. If the demand for Dracaena is high, the price should be high too. Yi Yayu reminded him before hanging up the phone. It was almost 11 p.m. when the call ended. Lin Huang read the news in frustration until 1 a.m. and went to bed. Chapter 359. Leng Yuexin levels up to Crimson Flame level. It was past 8 in the morning when the silver-tongued bird visited as Lin Huang was cleaning the kitchen after dinner. Delivery. Please get your parcel. Lin Huang washed his hands and wiped them dry before getting the door. Seeing that the door was opened, the silver-tongued bird looked up at Lin Huang. Good morning, your delivery is here. Please sign. Lin Huang grabbed a bunch of candies and glanced at the item list and the boxes that the bird was taking out before scanning his Emperor's heart ring. The delivery system in Winter City, AB-grade foothold, was much more advanced compared to the rest, as one did not have to sign using their hand. Instead, they could just scan their Emperor's heart ring. Thanks. The silver-tongued bird flew away quickly. Lin Huang picked up the boxes and put them inside his storage space ring and laid them out again when he returned to the living room. The boxes were the items that he had redeemed from the Union government's military warehouse using his training points. He could not wait to open them all. A grade 5 sword relic Demon Slayer, a grade 5 gun relic Sky Phoenix, a grade 5 defense relic Yellow Armor. He had spent more than 130,000 points to redeem a couple of customary equipment from the elite troop. Although they were just equipment, they were all top-notch ones which were nothing less than most custom-made equipment. The examiner Zhang Bing was a gold flame level human who wore a customized yellow armor. Without any special needs, Lin Huang could wear the armor all the way until he reached gold flame level. After redeeming 3 grade 5 relics, he was left with less than 10,000 points, so he redeemed some explosive equipment and the rest were used for life crystals until he spent all of his points. It was 8:30 a.m. when he was done going through the items. He felt frustrated as he recalled the conversation with Yi Yeyu last night, as he did not want to get in touch with the mystery organization, but that was the only way to get the Dracena. He then convinced himself to call Lang Yuexin. She picked up the video call a while later. She still looked as cold as ever with her short, black hair, just like the first time they met. She did not seem to change the slightest bit since half a year ago. "Morning, have you had your breakfast?" Lin Huang did not know how to ask for the favor up front, so he started neutrally. Although they were friends, compared to Yi Yeyu, Lang Yuexin always kept her distance. "Yes, I have." Lang Yuexin nodded and smiled after a while. "You seem busy for the last 6 months, Lang Yuexin said. "Yes, I've been busy working on my combat strength." Lin Huang smiled back and nodded awkwardly. "I heard about you being in the Demon Slayer Legion training 2 days ago. You got first place?" Lang Yuexin asked. "Yes, I did, but it's nothing. All I got was a pet monster egg, but it hasn't hatched until now." Lin Huang did not expect her to know about this. "Your speed of leveling up is fast. While it's a good kind of busy, don't push yourself too hard. Stabilize your combat strength before getting to Holy Fire level." Lang Yuexin did not sound like she was talking to Lin Huang as a senior, but more like dishing out advice from a friend. "Yes, I understand. I won't be leveling up to Holy Fire level in a short period of time." He had been occupied recently and did not have the time to think about leveling up at all. "Do you need anything from me?" Lang Yuexin knew that he did not call just to chat. "I would like to get into the mystery auction." Lin Huang finally revealed his purpose of calling. "There's something that I need and only they have it." "Mystery?" Lang Yuexin frowned. She knew that Lin Huang came to her as only royal families of certain levels could get into the auction. Even regular royal families could not even get into it, let alone Lin Huang, who was just an ordinary person. "Is it too much trouble?" Lin Huang noticed that she looked troubled. "It's not that. Mystery does filthy business. I've been there once with a friend and we saw something unpleasant, so it was the last time we visited the auction," Lang Yuexin explained. "Then, it's all right since I'm not in a hurry. I don't really want to get in touch with the people in mystery." Lin Huang did not want to force her to do anything that she was unwilling to. He wanted to unlock all of his monsters before leveling up to Holy Fire level, but he could also do it after he had leveled up. Moreover, besides Dracena, he needed to unlock the Ruthless Sword Master and the Viridescent Thunderhawk. Plus, Bloody had yet to achieve its full skills. It was unnecessary for him to focus on charcoal for now. "It's all right, I can bring you there," Lang Yuexin agreed anyway. "I haven't been going out ever since I leveled up to Crimson Flame level a few months ago. It's good to get some fresh air." "You don't have to be at the auction for fresh air. I could go somewhere else with you since I'm quite free," Lin Huang suggested. "Let's just go to the auction. Sometimes, we have to do things that we don't like. Besides, they have many things over there. Perhaps, they have the stuff that I'm looking for," Lang Yuexin insisted. "All right then." Lin Huang knew she said that with the intention to just bring him around. "Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal when we meet." "No, I'm troubling you this time, so I'll handle all the fees." Lin Huang felt generous. "It's okay, you can treat me a meal as long as you bring me to somewhere with good food. I'm very bad at that." I see many people giving fake reviews on the Heart Network. I went to some outlets that have high scores but they were so bad, Lin Huang complained. It's not accurate to trust the scores. You have to look at the reviews but some of them are definitely fake, Lin Huang teased. If it's good, then it's good. If it's bad, then it's bad. What's the point of writing fake reviews? Lin Huang shook her head. I'll handle that, I'm sure you will be satisfied. Lin Huang realized that his tone sounded like Yang Ling's, especially the last sentence, so he diverted the topic immediately. There are still 42 days to the auction, so when do we meet? I have pinned the location there on my dimensional relic. I can bring both of us there. I'll pick you up 3 days before the auction starts. Just send me your address. Let me book you a hotel room since you're not familiar with the place. You can pay me back when the auction is over. Lin Huang knew Lin Huang would not let her pay for the hotel room, so she suggested it herself. Sure, it's a deal. Lin Huang nodded. Oh yeah, I can lend you life crystals if you don't have enough for the items that you want, Lin Huang initiated. I should have enough. We'll talk about it if I really need more by then. Lin Huang thought that she was such a sweet lady. See you then. Yes, see you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huang started clearing the items that he had transferred from the other emperor's heart rings. He was not sure if he could accumulate enough life crystals for the Dracena. Chapter 360. Grace. Lin Huang spent the entire morning clearing most of the stuff that he did not need and placed all of them in one of the emperor's heart rings of the deceased. After lunch, he started categorizing the items which he was working on, starting with the life crystals first. There were at least dozens of life crystals in each ring and some of them even had thousands of life crystals. He did not calculate the exact figure but there were a total of at least 200,000 to 300,000 of them. Most of the rings contained a variety of weapons and relics. There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 gold-level weapons and armors. There were fewer relics but there were still at least 800 of them that were merely grade -1 and grade 2 relics. He would get at least 1,000,000 life crystals if he sold all of the items. Besides, there were various elixirs that he was not sure about the expiry date, so he did not plan to keep them anyway. The rest were some knick-knacks that seemed useless, so he got rid of them. He kept those with functions he was not sure of and decided to sell the rest of the items that he did not plan to use, the weapons and relics. It was noon on the third day when he was finally done categorizing them. It was a Saturday in the middle of May and Lin Xin would sit for her graduation exam in less than a month. After a week of adjustment, she had finally forgotten about Lin Zan and focused on the exam. She even spent her weekends practicing her battle and gunfighting technique in Gunmaster. Although she was not as talented as Lin Huang, her learning ability was amazing. She had mastered all 37 beginner-level gunfighting techniques that Lin Zan thought of as well as 6 techniques that did not require life power. She was almost invincible in the normal zone, so she decided to enter the hunter exclusive zone that was left behind by Lin Zan. Although she was defeated more than she won, her abilities were improving fast. At the professional gun exam at school, she had achieved full scores for the past 2 months. She was also the top 3 in the battle assessment and culture studies, to the point she was labeled as the top student at school. Seeing that she was busy on the second floor, Lin Huang summoned Bloody. Stay at home while I drop by the black market to handle some stuff. Bloody nodded. Although it was not a monster that was good in fights, it was a complete gold-level double-mutated monster with a high intelligence. Lin Huang would be more relieved to have it stay at home. After briefing Bloody, he changed his clothes and his features to Yi shoes. Riding on the viridescent Thunderhawk, it took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the black market. The viridescent Thunderhawk landed on top of a 6-story building. Lin Huang recalled it and hopped into an alley. The Winter City black market was sprawling, occupying 4 streets. All of the stores were doing black market business. As the streets created a special pound hash shape, many people, especially tourists, would chance upon the streets by accident, so the area was developed into a mix of businesses. Although the profits one would gain from normal business would be better, many of the shop owners treated it as a hobby. Most of the people in the streets were tourists and Lin Huang blended right in. As he browsed around the stores, he was looking out for his target. As he walked to the middle area, he saw a unique pavilion on the side of the street. Is that the Grace Pavilion? He had finally found his target. The Grace Pavilion was the biggest store in Winter City's black market with a solid word-of-mouth reputation. However, There was a rule where they would not entertain any business that was less than 100,000 life crystals. Such a rule gave other stores the opportunity to survive. The owner of the Grace Pavilion knew very well that if he was to disrupt the business in the black market, he would definitely be boycotted. He knew that no matter how powerful he was, he could not monopolize the entire black market. That was why he came out with such a rule. Word of mouth was vital in the black market, and that rule only increased its fame in the underworld. Not only did their business not slow down, it was even better than before. Lin Huang walked towards the pavilion. It was selling jewelry on the outside with many visitors. Lin Huang then approached a female staff. "Do you guys have campanula here?" The lady staff looked at him and asked, "May I know how much you need, sir?" 9.9 kilograms. Lin Huang smiled. "We only have 8.8 kilograms, the lady staff hinted. "Sure, I shall have 11 kilograms then," Lin Huang responded. "Please follow me, sir." Since he managed to understand her hint, the staff brought him to an elegant room on the 3rd floor. "Thank you." Lin Huang nodded. As the staff left, a young lady who was dressed in a mandarin-collared dress that brushed her knees entered the room a while later. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he saw her, not because of her outer appearance, but because of the aura she gave off. She was very feminine, and it was his first time seeing a lady like this. "Hi sir, my name is Grace." The lady smiled sweetly. "My name is Yi Shu." Lin Huang stood up and greeted. Judging by her name, the lady must be the owner of the store, but he did not ask further. "Please have a seat," Grace invited. She sat across Lin Huang and got herself a cup of tea. She took a small sip of the tea and looked at Lin Huang, seemingly not in a rush to talk business. "Sir, you're new here. How did you come to know about the Grace Pavilion?" "I found you guys on the network." Lin Huang did not think that lying was necessary. "Do you know about our unspoken rule then?" Grace took another sip and put down the cup. "I do. You don't accept business that's less than 100,000 life crystals." He finally understood why had she asked such a question. She was concerned that since Lin Huang was new, he might not know about the rule. "Since you know our rule, what do you need from us, or do you plan to sell us your things?" Grace's smile became friendlier. "I have a bunch of gold-level equipment and relics to sell." Lin Huang finally voiced out his intention. "How much do you have?" Grace's eyes lit up. "I have around 5,000 gold-level equipment, 1,000 relics, as well as some other items. I'm planning to sell all of them." "So many of them?" Grace was surprised. "This place is too small to look at the items. Please follow me." Grace stood up and brought Lin Huang to the other room on the same floor. It was much more bigger than the previous one. It was empty like a warehouse with 2 men standing at the entrance like bodyguards. "Sir, you can bring out the items now." Lin Huang nodded and took out all the equipment, which piled into a mountain. He then walked a few steps away and took out the relics, which piled into a hill, and then he put the rest of the elixir and items aside. Grace then waved to the 2 strong men. "Come check the items." The 2 men quickly calculated all the gold-level equipment. Grace took out a coffee table and a couple of chairs, inviting Lin Huang to sit while getting a lady staff to get them a pot of tea. Then chatted while sipping tea. As they chatted, Lin Huang asked about the location where information exchanged within the black market. The 2 men who looked like bodyguards were conducting the stock check rapidly, spending less than 5 hours to complete their task. There's a total of 5,381 gold-level equipment. Among them are 3,067 weapons and 2,314 defensive items. There are 687 grade1 relics, 411 grade2 relics, 1,828 elixirs and 1,074 other items. Grace soon came up with a price. "I've done the calculations. They're worth a total of 1,578,627 life crystals. Since it's your first time with us, I'll round it up to 1.58 million for you." She then gave him a card that was half the size of a palm. "Thank you so much." Lin Huang took the life crystal storage card without thinking twice. He was satisfied with the amount that he was offered. He had come up with an estimation before arriving, and he thought it would be around 1 million life crystals with the exception of the price of the elixirs. It was great that he received 1.58 million. "Please visit us again if there's more business in the future." "Will do." Lin Huang grinned while swiping the card onto his account. He then returned her the card after seeing the 1.58 million life crystals credited into his account. Lin Huang left the Grace Pavilion as soon as his business was wrapped up and headed to the information exchange store that he heard about from Grace. Chapter 361, Martial Hunter College. The unsealing of the viridescent Thunderhawk was not complicated. All it needed was 3 drops of the ancient bird monster's blood. It was not the monsters that existed in ancient times but was actually talking about monsters that had ancient blood within them. Mythical creatures such as dragons, phoenixes, and rocks belong to this category of monsters. Since most of the ancient monsters had blood with terrifying strength, it was only natural that they were born powerful. Even dragonkins that were not mutated would have abilities that were comparable with a triple mutated transcendent level monster when it was still a baby. The same applied to phoenix and rock-blooded monsters. Xiao Hei, can I use the blood of an ancient monster that's not been mutated before to unseal the viridescent Thunderhawk? Lin Huang asked as soon as he got out of the black market. Yes, you can, but the higher the quality, the better. Must it be the same ancient monster? Or do I need to get 3 different ancient monsters? It has to be an ancient monster of the same type. The best would be the exact same ancient monster. Alright, Lin Huang acknowledged. He dropped by the information exchange store in the black market to ask about the trails of double-mutated sword-type monsters for Lancelot the Ruthless Sword Master, as well as information about ancient bird monsters. He did not get anything about the ancient monster's blood, but he got some information about double-mutated sword-type monsters from the seller. He deposited some money to get the seller to gather more information about him. Lin Huang had actually posted the question in a form of a mission on the Hunter forum a few days back, but nobody had given him any useful feedback, so he turned to the black market. It was almost 6 in the evening when he got home. Lin Xin ordered takeout and was downstairs picking up the food less than 3 minutes ago before Lin Huang got home. Brother, I've ordered some food. Eat while it's still hot. Lin Xin pointed at the bowl of ramen. I was just thinking of what I should eat for dinner earlier. Lin Huang smiled and sat at the dining table. This store has good ramen with a delicious soup base. I've tried it a few times before. I ordered 3 bowls of them. Bloody has eaten its portion. Lin Huang just noticed that there was an empty bowl on the coffee table in the living room and it looked like the bowl was being washed. Bloody looked at Lin Huang and nodded to him, seeming to be in a good mood. Lin Huang then picked up the chopsticks and tasted the ramen. He nodded in satisfaction. The noodles were al dente and the soup was flavorful. You are 20 days away from your graduation exam. How's the preparation? Lin Huang asked, although Lin Xin's study was never too much of a concern. Almost done now. Lin Xin beamed. Which school do you plan to get into? He asked. I'm planning to get into the Martial Hunter College, majoring in martial arts and minoring in guns. Lin Xin had everything planned out. The Martial Hunter College was a higher learning institution opened by the Hunter Association. It was also the best college in the human world. If it was placed on Earth, it was similar to the standard of the Ivy League universities. Of course, as it was popular, it was difficult to get in. There were branches in every division whereby each division would accept more than 50,000 students annually. However, it was difficult to get in as the population of each division was at least 10 times more than that on Earth. There were more students participating in the graduation exam here compared to those who graduated from high school on Earth. Although Winter City was a B-grade foothold, there were only 3 people who were accepted into the Martial Hunter College on average annually. In Winter City, there were a total of 4 schools the same standard as the one that Lin Xin was going to, as well as a few schools that were not as popular with the good students. The target that Lin Xin set for herself was a challenging one. Why would you want to get into the Martial Hunter College? Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. I have compared many organizations and found out that the eligibility to join the Hunter Association is the laxest. Moreover, the Martial Hunter College is different from the Federal Military College. They'll teach us about the concept of the organization. On the other hand, the Martial Hunter College is the most liberal one with simple learning materials, Lin Xin reasoned. Are you confident about it? Lin Huang asked. Lin Xin thought about it and shook her head. Your gun skills shouldn't be a problem, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to score full marks in your graduation exam. I guess you're not confident in the battle assessment or culture studies? Lin Huang asked. I have no problem in the cultural studies, but it's the battling I'm not confident about. There are a few of them who are more powerful than I am this year. The first round of the battle assessment doesn't allow guns or other weapons, Lin Xin shared helplessly. So, you have problems in melee combat? Lin Huang understood the problem immediately. Yes. Lin Xin looked downright upset. I shall train your melee combat skills these few days then, Lin Huang suggested. Lin Xin nodded immediately. She knew that Lin Huang was the sword genius who was powerful in close-distance battles. Nobody below transcendent level could defeat him in melee combat. Even without his sword, he was invincible. After lunch, Lin Huang cleaned the kitchen and followed Lin Xin into the Gun Master game. In reality, the hunter arena was more suitable, but because Lin Xin was not a hunter, she could not enter it. Lin Huang had an extra ring left, but the hunter arena was connected to one's emperor's heart ring and Lin Xin could not use his ring to enter the arena. Fortunately, the training ground in the Gun Master had a variety of terrains. Lin Huang had built one that was modeled after the ring in the hunter arena and invited Lin Xin in. As soon as she entered the virtual room, the room was locked with a password so that nobody could enter. I improved my battle abilities by fighting again and again. I have faith that you can do the same, Lin Huang said. Under normal circumstances, I would teach you melee combat skill like fatal tactics, but since we don't have much time, I'll only train you on mastering the techniques that you already know. I will create a normal account later and form an avatar that has the same ability as yours to fight you. In the battles, I will use the techniques that you already know as well as some advanced techniques to give you sufficient pressure. I won't show mercy during the battles. I'll even kill the avatar that you create. Therefore, I hope that you don't treat this as a game but a real battle. Yes, Lin Shi agreed excitedly. Soon, Lin Huang exited the game and created a new mission from his own account. Then he entered the locked training ground after he was done with some settings. Brother, Lin Xin was surprised when she saw Lin Huang re-entering the room, as he now looked like a 20-year-old arrogant, young man. He did not look anything like Lin Huang. I internally changed my features as well as my voice so that you can focus on the battles. From today onwards, I'm your enemy, not your brother, Lin Huang explained. Get into the ring. He did not want to waste any more time, so he walked straight into the ring and waved at Lin Xin. Lin Xin took a deep breath and followed him. Chapter 362. The monster egg has hatched. It was 10:30 p.m. and Lin Huang had killed Lin Xin more than 90 times in the Gun Master ring after 4 hours. He decided to stop the game. On average, she was defeated in less than 3 minutes each time, and Lin Huang pointed out her weaknesses after every battle ended. Let's stop here today. We shall proceed tomorrow after dinner. Lin Huang logged off. From the battles, he could see that Lin Xin's foundation was good, but the lack of battle experience caused her to perform some minor mistakes. Her biggest problem was not the mistakes itself, but not being decisive when battling. There were many times when she could definitely seize the opportunity to kill her opponent, but she was not decisive, which made her fall into a dilemma. Lin Huang had repetitively reminded her of the same thing, that enemies were enemies on the battlefield, no matter human or creature. She must use the fastest way to kill them. No sympathy was allowed, or else she would be the one who died. To allow Lin Xin to understand the idea fully, Lin Huang killed her again and again without mercy. She was tough on the inside but appeared soft on the outside. Had it been another girl, she would be crying after being defeated for a few times and stop training, but the more she battled, the braver she got. Lin Huang took a shower and went to bed after logging off, while Lin Xin repeated what he said in the training: show no mercy in battles. For next few days, Lin Huang praised her gunfighting technique during the day and battled with Lin Xin after dinner at night. After the second day, he could sense her determination. She was less indecisive whenever she attacked. It was clear that his tough training had taken effect on her. After putting mercy aside, Lin Xin improved tremendously. She could fix all the weaknesses that Lin Huang pointed out quickly, and her abilities were getting better day by day. As 4 days passed, Lin Huang could no longer kill her in one hit, while Lin Xin managed to score first place in the first exam at school. Her graduation exam was getting closer, so Lin Huang stayed at home with her. The exam was the biggest one that Lin Xin ever had in her life, so he had to be a good brother to be with her. There were many things that he needed to handle, but he put them aside as he wanted to focus until Lin Xin finished her graduation exam. In recent days, the Hunter Association had released news of the appearance of a double-mutated sword-type monster. However, there was nothing about the ancient bird monster's blood. On Friday morning, Lin Huang inserted life power into the golden monster egg as usual after he washed up. The aura of the monster egg was getting more and more obvious the past few days, so he knew that it was soon that the egg would hatch. It's been 12 days. Even a triple-mutated monster usually takes less than 10 days to hatch. Lin Huang shook his head helplessly. This monster egg, which had the appetite of a phoenix eggs, was getting bigger. Its life power needed an additional life wheel each day. It was the 11th day yesterday and it still did not stop absorbing all the life power in Lin Huang's body. Noticing that something was wrong, he immediately refilled 2 life wheels of life power in his body using the life power refill card. The monster egg was only fully satiated after he inserted the 11th life wheel of life power into it. This time, as he was inserting the 9th life wheel, he refilled another 5 life wheels of life power. As expected, the monster egg absorbed all 12 life wheels of life power and stopped. He was relieved, then he put the monster egg back into the box on his bed head and got ready for breakfast downstairs. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound. He looked down and noticed that there was a fine crack in the monster egg. It's hatching. Lin Huang was pleasantly surprised. He cradled the monster egg in his arms. Later on, a few more cracks appeared. He knew that it was the nestling pecking from the inside. There were more and more cracks in the shell like it was glass being knocked by a heavy item. Cracks soon filled the entire surface of the shell. Just when he was imagining how would the nestling look like, the golden eggshell broke entirely and transformed into a golden dot, then entered the body of the emerged yellow nestling that was the size of a palm. Lin Huang looked at the nestling on his palm. It was as fluffy as a chick. Besides a tuft of purple feathers on its head, it was no different from a chick that had just hatched. He looked at it for a while and could not recognize what kind of bird it was. Chirp! The nestling looked at Lin Huang curiously, leapt and landed on his shoulder. That's fast. With his powerful vision, he could only see a blur that moved. He was astonished. A triple mutated monster was really different from the others. The nestling rubbed its head on his face to show its affection and leapt again. It bit his finger and blood flowed out. Just when Lin Huang attempted to retract his hand in shock, the nestling pecked on its own claws and placed its claws on his wound. He thought that it was behaving strangely when he saw a golden light going into his body, then he felt like something was added to him. A notification came from Xiao He. A legendary level monster 7-tails nestling has been detected. Would you like to make it into a card? This is a triple mutated monster, so it will be sealed if I make it into a card. Am I right? Lin Huang asked. Yes, as your authorization isn't sufficient. Although it's just a nestling, it's a legendary level monster. Once it becomes a card, it will be sealed immediately. Then, I shall not make it into a card for the time being. Lin Huang shook his head. He was happy to have a pet and he did not want it to be sealed. Moreover, Lin Xin would be over the moon to see it. If not for her, he would not have been able to provide the life power that the monster egg needed, so Lin Huang planned to give her this monster egg as a gift. A triple mutated monster with phoenix blood was rare and would be the perfect pet for her. However, the level of the triple mutated monster egg was too high. The lowest hatching standard would require a gold level life power, which would take forever for Lin Xin to level up to. Besides, the monster egg was a living thing that could not be kept in the Emperor's Heart Ring's storage space and it was inconvenient to bring along. That was why Lin Huang decided to hatch it himself and get another pet for Lin Xin in the future. Did you say that this monster is called 7-tails? He finally found out what this little fella that looked like a chick really was. Yes. Lin Huang then summoned Bloody to get it too. Tell him more about the 7-tails. 7-tails is a triple mutated monster with phoenix blood. It has a high concentration of phoenix blood in its body and its ability is similar to a sky dragon. Even a nestling that's just been born is already on holy fire level. It will evolve into a bird with 9 tails if the concentration of blood increases. By then, it'll be a real phoenix-blooded creature. A 9-tails. Bloody's explanation was detailed. My biggest concern is what does it eat? Lin Huang did not have to feed summoning monsters that were in card form. However, this nestling would die if it did not eat. 7-tails is an omnivore and it eats almost everything. Meat, fruits, vegetables and even energy stones such as life crystals, Bloody explained. Can I feed this nestling anything as well? Lin Huang asked. Yes, the monster's digestion is different from humans. Don't worry about it. Bloody nodded. Alright then, that should be easy. Lin Huang was relieved to hear that. Chapter 363. Crispy texture. Despite already knowing that the 7-tails was an omnivore, the kind of food that it ate was far broader than Lin Huang could ever imagine. At first, he was feeding it human food and it gobbled all of it. Although it was just the size of a palm, the amount of rice that it ate was more than the amount Lin Huang and Lin Xin could eat combined. He did not think it was odd and fed it anyway. However, there was one day when it accidentally dropped the bowl of rice onto the floor. It then hopped off from the table and ate both the spilled food and the broken bowl. Lin Huang and Lin Xin were shocked to see that. He even asked Bloody if eating a bowl would affect a Seven-Tails. However, Bloody assured him that it was not a problem. Since then, the little bird would intentionally peck at the bowl and eat the chipped pieces after it was done with the food. Not only bowls, it started packing away at plates and mugs. Soon, it even started eating mirrors and windows. It then started chomping away on the glass door on the balcony. It did not seem to let go of anything that was crispy or crunchy. Clueless, Lin Huang asked Bloody for a solution for this. As soon as Bloody listened to his description, it gave its speculation after some thought. The Seven-Tails' favorite food is energy crystals of all kinds. Perhaps, when it accidentally ate the broken bowl, it gave him the sense that it was eating energy crystals. To solve this issue, I think you can feed it with energy crystals. Doubtfully, Lin Huang tried feeding it life crystals. To his surprise, the Seven-Tails preferred life crystals compared to any other food. It was full from merely 2 to 3 life crystals each day and would not break anything else after eating. It was in June, a few days after settling the Seven-Tails' dietary needs, that Lin Xin finally took the graduation exam. The 3-day exam ended quickly and she was confident in herself. Since Lin Huang's training with her for the past few days, her battle abilities had improved tremendously. "How was your exam?" Lin Huang only asked her after the exam had ended 3 days later. "I got full scores for the battle and guns exam. For my cultural studies, even if I don't achieve full scores, I will get at least 97%, Lin Xin gave a firm answer. The battle and gun exams were scored on the spot, but the scores would still need reviewing. Although she had attained full scores for both tests, the final score would depend on the review after the examiners watched the videos. On the other hand, the cultural studies would be marked within 3 days, so the results would be out soon. It would also take around 3 days to know if she would be qualified to enter the college. 3 days passed by swiftly and Lin Xin received her final results. Her total score in the battle module was 200, which was full score. The extra score for the gun test was 100 and she had gotten full scores as well. For cultural studies, she received 391 out of 400 points. She scored 691 out of the 700 total score. She was informed that her score was tied at first place with another boy in Winter City. Lin Huang gave her a thumbs up when he saw her results, as he was quite certain that she would be qualified to enter the Martial Hunter College. As expected, Lin Xin received the admission notice from the Martial Hunter College 2 days later. Within the same period, she had also received quite a number of invitations from other colleges. She had finally completed her graduation exam and it was 20 days before the mystery auction. Since they did not have enough time for a vacation, Lin Huang decided to bring her to the White Capital. Because his dimensional relic could not bring them so far away within one trip, they transited a couple of times and arrived in the White Capital at noon. They checked into a hotel suite that was next to the Martial Hunter College and had lunch before going to the college. The college was an open school where it welcomed visitors. In reality, most of the programs were available for sitting in as long as one did not disturb the classes. The college was so huge that they did not manage to finish the entire tour in the entire afternoon. However, it was obvious that Lin Xin liked the school's atmosphere. After dinner, Lin Huang brought her shopping. He wanted to get Tyrant some clothes too. Initially, he thought it would be difficult to find suitable clothes for Tyrant. However, he found a store selling plus-sized clothes. He even got Tyrant, who was 2.5 meters tall, to try the clothes in the fitting room. Although Tyrant could not adapt to wearing clothes, he conformed anyway. His intelligence made him realize that it was obscene to be naked in public. After purchasing some clothes, Lin Huang got Tyrant to put on a black suit with a pair of sunglasses. He was now Lin Huang's bodyguard. To avoid attention, he changed Tyrant's golden skin color to the usual peachy human skin color. Lin Xin was puzzled when she saw the bodyguard who had appeared out of nowhere. She only realized that Tyrant was Lin Huang's summoning monster after his explanation. She then scanned Tyrant up and down. Besides being intimidating and large, Tyrant seemed to be just like an ordinary human. For the next few days, Lin Huang got Tyrant to shop with Lin Xin instead. On one hand, Tyrant would be her bodyguard, and on the other, it was for Tyrant to practice adapting to the human world while following Lin Xin. Meanwhile, Lin Huang headed to the location with the 3 double mutated sword-type monsters before the auction started. The ruthless sword master had killed all three of them, while Lin Huang received 3 completed double-mutated sword servant cards. One was a sword-type ice monster called the Frigid Swordswoman. The other was the hatted swordsman that was good at twin and multiple sword techniques, known for having a peculiar attack technique. The last one was the sword knight, which was armed with a shield and a sword and had a great defense ability. The 3 sword servants were double-mutated monsters. However, they could not be summoned before Lancelot was unlocked. Lin Huang's concern was that there was no news about the ancient bird monster blood at all. The amount of ancient monsters was rare, so there was not many of them that were captured by humans. Furthermore, even if they were captured, people would usually sell the entire monster carcass instead of just the blood. 2 weeks had passed after the 3 sword servants were settled, and it was now a few days until the auction started. Seeing that Lin Xin was enjoying herself in the White Capital, Lin Huang figured that they should stay there, considering that the White Capital was the safest city in Division 7. After some serious consideration, he got Kylie to be her bodyguard. With Kylie's speed, it was easier for her to handle the various types of potential dangers. He wanted to get Seventails to stay as well, but since it was connected to his soul, it could not leave too far away from him, so he had to bring it along. After settling his errands, Lin Huang brought Tyrant back home as it was time to meet Leng Yuexin. Chapter 364, The Rules of the Mystery Auction. The doorbell rang as Lin Huang finished his breakfast early in the morning. It was Tyrant who opened the door as Lin Huang was doing the dishes in the kitchen. Does Lin Huang stay here? Leng Yuexin was confused when she saw Tyrant at the door, thinking that she had gotten the wrong house. Yes, please come in. Tyrant took a step back, gesturing for Leng Yuexin to come in. Tyrant had heard from Lin Huang that they were expecting a guest. Looking at the human lady, he was sure that she was the visitor that Lin Huang was talking about. Leng Yuexin was stunned for a moment before she walked in. Please give me a minute, I'll be out soon. Lin Huang was almost done with cleaning in the kitchen when he heard the both of them talking. Leng Yuexin peered into the kitchen when she heard his voice. Are you doing the dishes? Leng Yuexin asked as she saw Lin Huang piling the plates. Yes, I'm done. Take a seat, let me wash my hands. Lin Huang drained the water in the basin, washed his hands with soap and turned around to wipe his hands with the cloth on the dining table. What would you like to drink? Juice or tea? He asked with a smile when he saw Leng Yuexin standing next to the dining table. I'll have juice, she answered without thinking twice. Sure. Lin Huang nodded and took out a pastel mug with cute rabbit prints from the cabinet. He then poured the freshly squeezed juice from the refrigerator and passed the mug to her. Leng Yuexin took the mug and stared at it for a while, then she gawked in puzzlement at him. My sister bought this mug 2 days ago. It's a long story. Noticing the way Leng Yuexin was staring at him, Lin Huang explained helplessly. Ever since all their plates and mugs at home were eaten by the Seventails, Lin Xin initiated to buy new ones by herself, but he did not expect all of the items to be in pastel colors with girly cartoon prints on them. It's nice, Leng Yuexin commented with a raised eyebrow, then took a sip. The both of them returned to the living room and she started staring at Tyrant again. She kept thinking that there was a peculiar aura from Tyrant. Finally, she could not help, so she asked, May I know who this is? His name is Tyrant. He's my summoning monster buddy, Lin Huang beamed while introducing Tyrant. Leng Yuexin was surprised at Lin Huang's answer. She finally figured out what was with the peculiar aura. Besides being abnormally large in size, Tyrant looked no different from a human. That was why she did not realize that he was a monster. Hi, Tyrant giggled. Hi. Leng Yuexin was dumbfounded for a moment before responding. A white flame-level human form monster that can talk, it must be at least double mutated, Leng Yuexin thought to herself. After chatting for a while, Leng Yuexin summoned her dimensional relic while Lin Huang brought Tyrant along. As they passed through the relic, the 3 of them arrived on top of a tall skyscraper. So, this is Haitian City. They were looking out at a blue ocean stretched in front of them. Haitian City was an A-grade foothold with a huge inland sea. Those who stayed by the ocean could see the beautiful sea that touched the sky. That was how the city was christened Haitian City. Yes, the mystery auction's headquarters is here, Leng Yuexin confirmed. Considering that Lin Huang could not fly, Leng Yuexin gave up the thought of jumping from the building and took the elevator instead. As they got out of the building, Lin Huang turned around and realized that the building was a huge mall. The hotel that I booked isn't far from here. Leng Yuexin walked in between the both of them after leaving the building. Around 7 to 8 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. After checking themselves in, they brought Tyrant along to the room. The three of them stepped out of the elevator when they arrived on the 117th floor. They were staying in rooms 27 and 28 across each other. "Get settled in your room. I'll come to get you later." Lin Huang opened the door to room 27 and said to Lin Huang before shutting the door. Lin Huang scanned his keycard on the door and entered with Tyrant. It was a huge suite, even more luxurious than most of the hotels that he had ever stayed in before. "It seems like you won't have to sleep on the carpet for these few days," Lin Huang teased Tyrant with a smile when he found out that there were a few bedrooms in the suite. When Tyrant was at home, he would always sleep on the floor in the living room as its gigantic body could not fit on the couch. "This is a good carpet." Tyrant stepped on the carpet and chuckled happily. "You can sleep in the bedroom." Lin Huang pointed at the second bedroom. "I'd like to sleep on the floor. It's bigger." Tyrant shook his head and declined. "Up to you then." He did not know Tyrant had such an odd preference. Seven-Tails loves eating mugs and Tyrant loves sleeping on the floor. Will other monsters have different peculiar preferences? Lin Huang thought to himself. He was satisfied after bringing Tyrant to tour the suite. There were 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a kitchen. The rooms were big and totaled to almost 3,000 square meters. The biggest one was the living room, which occupied 800 square meters of the suite. The master bedroom was spacious too. There was a balcony that was 3 meters wide in the south and was connected to the living room. There was a bathtub measuring 3 meters long in the bathroom. "I can soak myself in the bathtub tonight." Lin Huang's favorite part in the entire suite was the bathtub. Soon, Lin Huang knocked on his door. "It's not bad here." Lin Huang looked around and commented as she entered. "Please take a seat." Lin Huang passed her a glass of juice. She stared at Tyrant that was sitting on the floor. "Don't mind him. He likes sitting on the floor." Lin Huang rolled his eyes. Tyrant nodded like Lin Huang was complimenting him. After tossing a bottle of green juice to Tyrant, Lin Huang got himself a bottle as well and sat on the single-seater, his back facing the balcony. Lin Huang took a small sip of juice and placed the glass on the coffee table. "Let's talk about the things that you should take note of at the mystery auction." Lin Huang took a sip of his green juice and put it down. The mystery auction is an auction exclusively for the royal families. They send out invitations to prestige and mid-range royal families around 2 months before the auction starts. They include the items that will be auctioned in the invitation, but not those that are sold underground. Those royal families that don't receive the invitation will have to apply for an invitation by themselves. Most of the mid-range royal families will pass the application. However, the lower-range ones will need someone to help or else they won't be able to join. Our family is considered a prestigious family in Division 7 and we receive their invitation every year. If any of us in the family need anything from the auction, we can go to the auction. Those who hold the invitation can bring 3 visitors with them. The both of you will be the 2 visitors that I'm bringing this year. However, visitors are not eligible for the bidding. If you would like to bid, you'll have to go through me. I'll be the one doing the bidding, paying and receiving of items. So, just tell me if you need anything." "Got it." Lin Huang nodded. "There's another rule that you should follow. Nobody is allowed to fight in the auction. Even if you meet the person who killed your parents at the auction, you'll have to settle that outside the auction or else you'll be punished. If anybody steals the items on auction, the person will be considered dead to mystery and will be killed on the spot. Even if the person managed to escape, the person will be tracked down and killed." Chapter 365, Kill All. Rob All. Fang Wen's coat blew in the wind and there was a thumb-sized black metal plate on the collar. Right at the center on the back of his coat, there was a white circle. Printed within the circle was a design of a purple crow perched on a tree branch. It had been almost a month since he started wearing the purple crow coat. He had almost died of boredom in the past 1 month. "I'm so bored, I can't leave the base and I can't look for a woman. I have to read the organization handbook repeatedly every day. I have to attend classes for ideological education." Fang Wan grumbled and yawned. "Yes, you're right, it'll be better if they assign some tasks to us." Li Lang forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Both of them had become reserve members after joining the training camp since last October. It took them about half a year to level up to Holy Fire level. They were now official Purple Crow members and they had a rather fast leveling speed. It had been almost a month since they changed into the Purple Crow coat. However, both of them were still staying at Division 7's base and not a single task had been assigned to them. Why are both of you being so impatient? As a new official member, they'll work on your mind for 3 months, a young man beside them advised, showing his crooked teeth. Both of you have 2 more months to go. 2 months later, my pecker is about to burst. Fang Wen leaned forward on the table and continued to grumble, it has been a month since I last touched a woman. Be patient, I heard that there might be some tasks for us in the next few days, one of the men with sunglasses said. What's the point? Our training period has not ended. It's not our turn yet, Fang Wen said as if he cared for nothing. It's not necessarily so, the man with sunglasses said with an inexplicable smile. Lu Yuan, do you have any inside information about it? Li Lang immediately asked. Hehe, if I'm not mistaken, you'll know about it later. The man with sunglasses kept them guessing. Even if they continued asking, he was unwilling to reveal anything. At 8:30 a.m., a man with a stern face entered. He was of average height and wore the purple crow coat as well. The black metal plate on his collar indicated that his identity was just like the others. He was also an official member of the Purple Crow. However, as soon as he entered, about 30 of them in the room kept quiet and sat down in their own seats. The man's name was Xiaozi and he was the trainer of the new members. Although they were of the same level in the organization, the people in the room were somehow afraid of him. Xiaozi walked to the platform, clearing his throat and said, "There's no class for today. 2 of the executives from the headquarters will be giving a speech later. So, please pay attention to them. Be disciplined and sit properly." Having uttered these words, he gazed upon the people with poor sitting posture. Fang Wen and the rest noticed that and immediately sat up straight. They had to obey Xiaozi as they had learned it the hard way. Fang Wen and the rest of them thought that Xiaozi was the same as them since he was also a Purple Crow official member at the beginning. They had made too much noise during the first lesson and Xiaozi had slapped them on the spot. They then knew that they were not on the same level. Xiaozi was actually already on Gold Flame level. He was halfway through to achieving Immortal level. Those who were on White Flame level would have no way to fight him. Since then, they became obedient. There are executives coming from the headquarters. Sir, do you mean that they are on Immortal level? One of them immediately raised his hand and asked. Yes, therefore, all of you have to do well later as they might assign a task to you, Xiaozi affirmed. No matter who is chosen by them, you have to be alert. Don't become their burden, otherwise, don't blame anyone if you're killed. The crowd that was initially excited immediately calmed down as soon as they heard the last sentence. Everybody knew very well that what kind of organization the Purple Crow was. The Immortal level elites had the right to decide the death of the regular members who were only on Holy Fire level. Even if one was killed simply because they did not like you, the organization would not look into it. The murderer would be warned at most. Initially, everyone was happy when they heard that they could leave the base if there was a task assigned to them. After listening to what Xiaozi said, they instantly felt that it was not safe to go on a mission with the Immortal level elites. Sir, may I know what the task is? Fang Wen raised his hand and asked as he did not want to stay on the base any longer. I don't know. Most of the organization's missions are private. Only those who join the mission are qualified to know. 2 of the executives will explain the details of the mission to all of you later. During the mission, is there free time for us? Fang Wen raised his hand and asked again. Yes, if both of the officers agree. Otherwise, if they don't agree with you and you leave the team on your own, it's your fault if you're killed. Xiaozi stared at Fang Wen as he heard that. He was afraid that Fang Wen would put them in trouble if he happened to leave the base. The trainer had to bear the responsibility if anything happened. Fang Wen then put down his hand. Soon, a few of them asked more questions related to the content of the mission. At about 9:10 a.m., 2 men were escorted by the staff into the room. Both of them were also dressed in black coats. However, their collars were inlaid with a red crystal. It was sufficient to show that the both of them were from the Purple Crow headquarters and that they were elite members. All the Purple Crow elite members were super strong and were on Immortal level. Both of them looked young. The one on the left was rather muscular with a height of about 1.8 meters and short hair. He had shallow dimples on both of his cheeks when he grinned. He looked like a sporty young man that was about 20 years old. The one standing on the right was thin and tall. He had a height of about 1.85 meters and fair skin. He somehow appeared like a student who had just graduated or a tutor who had just started his job. In short, Both of them were a lot younger than many of them in the room. Had they not been dressed in their coats, perhaps most of them would think that they were just ordinary young men. The room was silent as soon as the both of them entered. Xiaozi bowed slightly and moved aside. They then took over the platform. The man in short hair walked towards the platform and said, "This is a private mission. Nobody is allowed to reveal anything about this. Therefore, anyone who doesn't want to join the mission is given 1 minute to leave now." The man in short hair took a glance at Xiaozi as soon as he finished his last word. Xiaozi and another staff immediately left the room. There was an uproar among the crowd. However, among the 30 new members, none of them decided to leave. 1 minute has passed. There's no time for you to leave now. After finishing his sentence, he briefly introduced himself. "My name is Yang. The one standing next to me is my partner, Lin Jian." After introducing themselves, Yang gestured to the man in the glasses. "He'll explain the details of the mission." Lin Jian nodded and walked to the platform. He kept quiet for a moment and asked, "Do you want to kill the royal members?" Everybody was stunned. However, as soon as one of them shouted, "Yes," the rest of them followed. "That's good. It's because our mission today is to kill the royal members." Lin Jian grinned and began to explain the exact contents of the mission. "Currently, there's an auction for the royal members at Haitian City. The name of the auction is called Mystery Auction. Those who participate in the auction are middle-class royals or even higher-class royal families. Our mission is simple. The mystery auction is our target. Kill everyone who joins the auction and rob all the collections in the auction." Chapter 366, A Boyfriend. There was a powerful organization from Division 2 that was there to back the mystery auction up. After all, it was attended by all the royal members as well as the high-class royal families, so basically, nobody would dare to create trouble at the auction. Everyone knew very well that creating trouble at such an auction would be pitting oneself against the royal members. It would even offend one of the powerful organizations in Division 2. Even the underworld organizations that were normally the enemies of the royal family dared not do such a thing at the auction. Also, the mystery auction was heavily guarded every year. There would be 2 guards on immortal level. One of them would be stationed on site while another would guard the warehouse where the items were kept. The auctioneer, the guards, and even the ceremony presenter girls were on holy fire level. There were about 30 of them. The rest of the staff assistants were on complete gold level. Aside from that, half of the royal members who participated in the auction were on holy fire level. They brought along their bodyguards, so the number of people on holy fire level was definitely in the hundreds. This was also the reason why the difficulty level of attacking such an auction would be comparable to that of infiltrating an A-grade foothold. They had no idea why Purple Crow had chosen to accept such a difficult task. Nevertheless, nobody knew about the Purple Crow's plan. After leaving the ruins, Lin Huang had finally learned all the remaining mid-level gunfighting techniques from Lin Zan over the past 40 days. He began learning gunfighting techniques of higher level since the last 2 days. In the Gunmaster game, the consumption of life power was real since it was one of the high-grade VR games. This was unlike the Hunter Arena where it required only the insertion of will for a virtual character to then be created. These days, the practicing of Lin Huang's gunfighting techniques had drained a large amount of his life power. The number of times when the army attack tactics was activated was almost the same as when he had practiced it alone previously. His life power had been subconsciously compressed during the practice. Despite 1.5 months not being sufficient enough for Lin Huang to level up to complete gold level, the concentration of his life power was, nevertheless, twice as higher as before. He noticed that as well. These days, the consumption of life power for the learning of high-level gunfighting techniques got more intense for him. He was confident that he could achieve complete gold level within 2 months. A few days before the auction began, it was very crowded at the stalls around the exhibition hall. Many of the traders took the opportunity to earn a living as they knew that those who attended the auction would be the rich from the royal families. Regardless of its worthiness, as long as they displayed newfangled gadgets, they could still sell it at a good price. A minority of them had the courage to sell counterfeit products too. They immediately ran away after they had earned enough credit points. Lin Huang and Leng Yuexin walked around those stalls on the first day. They bought nothing and were not interested in the stalls after checking them out. 2 days later, Leng Yuexin knocked on Lin Huang's door during lunch hour. She asked him to look for a restaurant for her. The rest of the time would be their free time, during which Lin Huang had been practicing high-level gunfighting techniques in the hotel room while Leng Yuexin attended 2 social events. Nobody actually knew that she was going to the auction. However, when she walked around with Lin Huang on the first day, she bumped into her friends. All the royal families then knew that she was going to attend the auction. Over hundreds of people had invited her. She felt that it was rude to reject them and managed to accept only 2 of her close friends' invitations. 3 days had passed and soon, it was the day for the auction to officially begin. Lin Huang and Leng Yuexin had their breakfast early in the morning. They then left the hotel, heading towards the auction house. The distance from the hotel to the auction house was less than 300 meters, so the both of them as well as Tyrant arrived in a few minutes on foot. The auction began at 9 a.m. sharp and the auction house would be opened at 8:30 a.m. When the 3 of them arrived, it was not even 8 a.m. yet. Outside the hall, there were thousands of people waiting. Of course, not all of them were royalty. Aside from the royal members and guards, there were many reporters. As soon as Leng Yuexin appeared, an uproar broke among the crowd. The members of 6 of the royal families were unapproachable to many of the people who came from smaller royal families. The reporters were familiar with Leng Yuexin as she was one of the best hunters among the young generation in Division 7. She was only 19 years old and had already achieved Crimson Flame level. Also, she was the idol of many teenage girls. Not only that, many of the young men from the royal families in Division 7 admired her. Many of them noticed that Lin Huang walking with her. As for Tyrant, the people ignored him despite the fact that he was a hulking, muscular guy. Be it his appearance or attire, he somehow looked like a bodyguard. Some of the reporters immediately came up to interview her. "Miss Leng, who's the young man standing next to you?" Lin Huang originally thought that Leng Yuexin would answer, "He's just a follower." Unexpectedly, she said, "He is my friend." The reporters then continued asking, "Is he your boyfriend?" Right at the moment when the reporters asked that question, many of the royal members shifted their gaze towards Lin Huang. "I'm just a follower." Seeing that Leng Yuexin had become the reporter's focus, Lin Huang then explained and took a glance at Tyrant. Tyrant immediately made his way through the crowd, leading the both of them, and they ditched the reporters. Arriving at the entrance of the auction house, the security guards scanned Leng Yuexin's Emperor's Heart ring. The small door then opened and she was allowed to enter. It was a privilege granted to the 6 royal families. Even all other high-class royal members that were invited had to wait until 8:30 a.m. sharp before they could enter. The people felt envious, seeing that Leng Yuexin had brought along the 2 of them into the auction house. Some started checking Lin Huang's background. They were astonished. "He's definitely Mr. Fu's disciple. He managed to hook up with Miss Leng." Lin Huang and Leng Yuexin did not care about their chatter. They were guided by one of the staffs and entered VIP room 3. "Miss Leng, let me know if you need anything else." The Holy Fire level staff bowed respectfully and left. The VIP room was not big as it only spanned 100 square meters. There was a layer of specially built bioglass between them and the auction room. Looking outside from the room, it was transparent, but if one was to look in from the outside, only a layer of a silver mirror surface could be seen. It stopped anyone from spying on them. The decoration in the room was fairly simple. In front of the glass window, there was a luxury sofa and a small tea table in front of it. There were some fresh fruits being served as well. In addition to that, there was a refrigerator with a variety of drinks and desserts like ice cream in it. The auction will begin at 9 a.m. It's still early. "Tyrant, do you want to eat anything?" It seems like he wasn't full during breakfast. "We can order food here," Leng Yuexin told Lin Huang. "He likes dessert. I'll just get him an ice cream." As soon as Lin Huang finished his sentence, he took out a large ice cream from the refrigerator and gave it to Tyrant, who accepted it happily. Other than meat, dessert was his favorite, especially ice cream. "I've almost forgotten that most monsters like dessert." Leng Yuexin glanced at Tyrant, who was carefully eating his ice cream, feeling amused. "Please get me an ice cream too." Lin Huang passed her an ice cream. He thought for a while and decided to get one for himself as well. "It has been almost a year since I last ate an ice cream." 3 of them then waited for the auction to begin while eating their ice cream. Chapter 367. The beginning. Auction at the auction house. In VIP room 3, while Tyrant was eating his 8th ice cream, everyone started to enter the hall. "He really likes ice cream." Leng Yuexin did not pay attention to the auction house. Instead, She was looking at Tyrant, who was sitting on a carpet with a strange facial expression. "This is the last one. Everyone is entering the hall. Let's get to work," Lin Huang told Tyrant. Tyrant immediately nodded, stuffing the remaining ice cream into his mouth. He then stood up with a serious face. If he was not munching on food, nobody would doubt his identity as a bodyguard. The three of them then shifted their focus to the auction house. The crowd entered the hall and soon, they looked for their seats and sat down. The auction house was very big and it could hold more than 10,000 people. There were less than 1,000 people who were actually there to join the auction. Most of them were not qualified to bring along their followers. Therefore, their bodyguards were stationed outside the hall. They were not worried about their safety since the auction was attended by royal members. The auction had been established for more than 100 years and nobody had ever dared to create trouble. There was only one reason behind this, which was because they had powerful backup. The two immortal level guards stationed outside the auction house also scared away any trouble. About 10 minutes later, all the participants had entered the hall. The number of people was not even a tenth of the total number of seats available. However, the place was not quiet at all. Obviously, many of them had known each other and struck up small talk, making the hall rather lively. Lin Huang suddenly saw a familiar figure appear among the crowd. However, since the person's back was facing him in addition to the hat he was wearing, Lin Huang could only see the posterior above the person's shoulder when seated. He could hardly confirm the person's identity. Staring at the person's black suit for a few moments, Lin Huang was still wondering who that familiar person was. "Perhaps, I met that person by chance, that's why I feel that he looks familiar." Lin Huang shook his head and he did not ponder any longer about that. "There are too many acquaintances here, that's why I don't like to join such an event." Leng Yuexin obviously recognized many of the familiar faces. "Isn't that good?" Lin Huang asked as he could not understand her. Acquaintances and friends are totally different. They're hypocrites and many of them are double-faced. Other than saying something flattering, what they say are never true. That's why I hate entertaining these people. It's tiring. Leng Yuexin shook her head and told him the truth. She had always been honest and frank. Listening to what she said, Lin Huang was not surprised. In fact, Lin Huang did not know much about the royal families. When he traveled to this world, he heard about them. His first impression was that the people must not be friendly since they divided themselves into different social classes. However, after knowing Leng Yuexin, Yi Yeyu, and the rest, he realized that many of the royal members he met were friendly. They were well brought up, had a great sense of justice and were responsible as well. They were just simply good people overall. Listening to what Leng Yuexin said, Lin Huang instantly realized that he was thinking too narrowly. He did not comment any more on this since Leng Yuexin knew more about the royal families than he did. "I like people who are simple. We can only meet when it's necessary and it's fine not to contact each other if nothing happens. There's no need to deliberately make conversation, so we won't feel awkward then." Lin Huang felt that Leng Yuexin was implying him. "Is there a detailed list of the items sold at auction?" He felt awkward and immediately changed the topic. "No, they just roughly mentioned what they are going to sell," Leng Yuexin answered in a serious tone. "The mystery auction used to be a secret. Only the people who join the auction will know exactly what they are selling." "So, there is no sequence to the items?" Lin Huang then asked. "Yes. Therefore, other than the organizer, nobody will know when they will be selling the Dracaena that you've been looking for." Leng Yuexin shrugged her shoulders. Lin Huang was helpless as this meant that he had to stay there until the Dracaena appeared. Soon, after all the bidders had arrived, it was already 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. sharp, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit with a red bow tie around his neck walked onto the auction stage. He was not very tall and rather skinny. He had long, brown, curly hair and a little mustache above his lips. Despite his mousy appearance, he had a loud voice when he spoke. "Good morning, everyone. I'm the auctioneer and my name is Kong Hao. Everyone's here for the collection and I know you can't wait for the auction to start. Therefore, I'm not going to talk any more nonsense and let the auction now begin. Let's welcome the first item." Having uttered those words, each of the 5 ceremony presenter girls then moved a pallet that was covered with a red curtain simultaneously. Kong Hao nodded at the ceremony girls and 5 of them unveiled the pallet at almost the same time. When the items were displayed, the crowd could hardly stay calm. It was because there were 5 naked women. They looked the same as an ordinary human at the very least. The only difference was that they had rather big boobs. Even Lin Huang and Lin Yuexin frowned. Our first collection will be the mutants, busty women. They are the first generation busty women who are very high quality. However, we have to keep how we got the first generation busty women private. The starting price for the 5 of them will be 3,000 life crystals each. The price increment must not be less than 100 life crystals each raise. The 5 of them will be sold separately. Let's now start from number 1 on the left. The auctioneer did a brief introduction and the auction officially began. Of course, Lin Huang knew who they were. They were unique mutants. It looked like there was not much difference between them and an ordinary woman. However, they could produce milk as soon as they grew up. Furthermore, their milk contained a certain amount of life power which could restore what one had consumed. Therefore, many of the royal families were eager to raise a busty woman. It is less likely that a busty woman can survive up to 30 years old. Where did they catch the first generation busty women and how they managed to catch all 5 at once? A thought actually ran through Lin Huang's mind. However, he dared not think any further. Seeing that they were selling mutants that looked exactly the same as humans at the auction, he could confirm that the organization was certainly not a benevolent one. Other than modifying a living body, is there any other way to do so? Lin Yuexin clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the auctioneer. Modifying a living body. Lin Huang had never expected that such technology would really exist. The genes are taken from the busty monsters and they are used in accordance with genetically modified elixir. This elixir will then be inserted into the innocent woman's body, transforming them from humans to mutants. I thought that it's just a rumor. I never knew that the brutes would really do that. Lin Yuexin's body was giving off a murderous vibe. Transforming humans into mutants, Lin Huang squinted while his eyes flashed with a trace of fury as well. Chapter 368. The Demigod's Brain. The first generation of busty women existed about 800 years ago. They were powerful human monsters created by mating a busty monster and a woman together. However, the cycle was apparently too long for Mystery Organization. Therefore, they captured those women and had their genes modified. 5 of these women had to be from the first batch of mutants since it was the first time that there were such items being sold at the auction. Genetic modification was usually risky. Before the formula of the elixir had been fixed, the human experiments must have resulted in a lot of malformations and deaths. It was a tragedy of fate. However, the truth behind them was even more miserable. Apparently, most of them at the auction had no concern regarding where the busty women came from. The bidding price was increasing. Even Lin Yuexin had joined the bid with a stony expression on her face. Lin Huang, who was sitting next to her, kept quiet. He knew very well that even if Lin Yuexin was to buy all 5 of them, she would not be able to completely solve the problem. Furthermore, since they were being sold at the auction, the genetically modified mutants must have been brainwashed. They would never be able to live a normal life. Lin Yuexin clearly knew that as well. Still, she decided to join the bid. After bidding for about 20 minutes, Lin Yuexin successfully bought all 5 of them at a relatively high price. Many of the royal members then scrutinized the heavily tinted window of VIP Room 3. Although they had no idea who was in the VIP room, they knew that the person must be someone they could not afford to offend. They only had the guts to glance towards the room. Although the outsiders had no idea who was in the VIP room, the staff did. They felt that she was foolish to bid so spontaneously. Lin Yuexin's purchasing behavior only showed that she was dissatisfied with the items sold at the auction. But what could she do? As long as they could earn from the items, no matter who the buyer was, it would make no difference to them. They would not care how one would handle the items they bought. The Mystery Organization was not worried that the royal members would find out where the busty women came from since everyone would have already known. As long as there was no evidence of the genetic modification, even the Union government would turn a blind eye to it. As soon as the auction of 5 busty women had ended, the auctioneer soon introduced the second item. The second item to be sold at the auction is the brain of the demigod, Qi Mushang. Unveiling the red curtain, a transparent container was placed on top of the wooden platform. Inside the container, there was a real human brain immersed in a nutrient solution. Almost everyone was stunned as soon as this item appeared. By right, a demigod-level item would not appear at such an auction. Even if there was, it would usually be demigod-level relics instead of biological materials. A demigod-level biological material was considered a priceless treasure in this world. I guess there's no need for me to introduce the demigod Qi Mushang, is there? The brain comes from one of the biology laboratories in Division 2. A material of such a level will, of course, not be sold for life crystals. One will have to exchange a biological material of the same level for the demigod brain. If nobody is going to buy this at this auction, anyone who's interested in this item may contact us for further discussion as soon as the auction ends. Who's Qi Mushang? Lin Huang was not familiar with many of the historical figures in this world. The demigod Qi Mushang was a super strong man who appeared more than 800 years ago. It was said that he had been granted more than 10 talents ever since he was born. He possesses more talents than a high-level Protoss. In a war that happened about 800 years ago, he unleashed more than 30 types of terrifying abilities to defend against the Protoss. He was one of the few people who could fight it. However, he suffered severe injuries that were incurable during the battle. Soon, he died. During the battle, he was not the only demigod who died. Many of the dead bodies disappeared, but you can probably find them in the laboratories in Division 2. Selling it at the auction is not the main reason why Mystery is taking this item out. They want to let everyone know that Mystery owns the brain of Qi Mushang. Therefore, it will definitely remain unsold. As soon as the auction ends, perhaps many buyers will secretly contact Mystery. Lin Huang knew Mystery's intention right away. Does the demigod biological material serve any other purpose besides biological research? Lin Huang asked curiously. The effect of the remains can be maximized for biological research. However, it can be used for one's own personal intentions as well. Many of the imperial levels might look into the secret of becoming a demigod using the remaining energy in the demigod's dead body. Also, people with unique physique as well as those who contain special blood in their body can utilize the demigod's dead body to strengthen themselves in certain aspects. A complete demigod brain is even more useful. From the perspective of biological research, the memory of Qi Mushang before his death can be completely extracted if an appropriate approach is used. There's even a chance that his legacy can be obtained. For personal use, a minority of them with unique physique might assimilate his brainwave, whereby one can directly obtain the demigod's memory, assimilate his brainwave. He has died. Where would the brainwave come from? Lin Huang felt that Lin Huang must have gotten it wrong. The activity of a demigod body is incomparable to an ordinary human's. Even if he has died for 800 years, many of his body parts are still active. If he has lost his vitality and can only be used as a specimen, there'll be a substantial decrease in his research value. Then, Mystery won't sell it publicly, Lin Huang explained. His body is still active even though he has died for 800 years. Lin Huang gasped in disbelief. 800 years means nothing. About 60 years ago, a ruins was activated in Division 7. More than 3,000 demigod remains were found there. Despite 3,000 years having passed, most of their body parts are still active, Lin Huang said. Listening to Lin Huang's description, Lin Huang had to express his respect towards the creatures with such vitality in this world. The demigod brain that they are showing to the public, is it fake? They're taking out such a precious asset in public. Aren't they afraid that somebody will snatch it? Lin Huang had his doubts about the authenticity of what was being displayed on the auction platform. I don't think so. Lin Huang shook her head confidently. Mystery is a rather conceited organization. If it's displayed in public, it must be genuine. Otherwise, if anyone doubts its authenticity, they'll be embarrassed. Furthermore, they don't think that anyone dares to create trouble at the auction. Even if there are such people, they are confident that they can handle it. As soon as the second auction began, it ended very quickly simply because nobody placed any bids on that. In fact, such a valuable collection had turned out to be unsold as expected by Lin Huang. However, many of the royal members had captured photos and videos of the item. Some of them had even contacted their families to make a purchase decision. Ever since the demigod brain appeared, many of them did not pay attention to the items that followed later. The organization did not get a good price for the third and the fourth items since many of them were not really interested in them. Soon, the voice of the auctioneer was heard. We will now begin selling the fifth item. A dozen presenter girls went up on the stage and each of them was holding a box that was delicately made. The auctioneer then nodded at the girls and the 12 red boxes were opened at almost the same time. The moment Lin Huang saw that, he was stunned at first and soon, he was ecstatic. The fifth item is Dracena. There are 12 of them and they'll be sold separately. The starting price for each of them will be 30,000 life crystals. The price increment is at least 1,000. Let's begin from the left with Dracaena number 1, chapter 369, bidding for the Dracaena, 45,000. 46,000. 48,000. The price of the first Dracaena had risen to 48,000 in less than a minute. Lin Huang only managed to ask Leng Yuexin to call out a price once at 40,000. Not long after, the price soared. Obviously, Dracaena was an item that was in high demand. The bid has reached the price of 48,000. Is there anyone that will place a bid for a higher price? Kong Hao called out. 48,000 is a relatively high price. Are you sure you want to continue? Leng Yuexin looked at Lin Huang skeptically. Yes, I'm sure. Lin Huang was determined and nodded vigorously. Despite the increase in price going beyond his expectations, he had no idea how long he had to wait if he missed the chance of getting the Dracaena. He did not want to wait any longer to unlock charcoal. What is the maximum price that you'll pay for a Dracaena? Leng Yuexin then asked. 100,000. Lin Huang went mad. Leng Yuexin was stunned. She did not ask any more and pressed the keys on the machine to bid. 55,000. When Kong Hao shouted, 48,000, twice, he originally thought that it would be the final price. Unexpectedly, someone from VIP room 3 called out a price that was 7,000 higher. The price had now risen to 55,000. The bidder from VIP room 3 has placed a bid of 55,000. Nobody continued to challenge the bid. The normal price for a Dracaena would normally range from 35,000 to 45,000. It was rare that it would be sold at a price that was higher than 50,000. This was also the reason why when the price had reached 48,000, many of them were reluctant to place a higher bid. It was not worth it. The price had now increased to 55,000 and had completely exceeded the regular price of a Dracaena. Of course, nobody would want it since there were still 11 of them, so they wanted to keep their options open. 55,000, going once. 55,000, going twice. 55,000, sold. The auctioneer repeated the price 3 times. Nobody interrupted him this time. The bid for the first Dracaena was then won by Leng Yuexin. Congratulations to the bidder in VIP room 3. You have successfully won the bid for the first Dracaena at a price of 55,000 life crystals. The auctioneer clearly knew that the person in the VIP room was the eldest daughter of Leng family, so of course, he was polite to her. Now, let's start bidding for Dracaena number 2. The starting price is 30,000 life crystals as well. The price increment is 1,000 higher for each bid. The bidding now begins. The person in VIP room 3 places a bid for 55,000 life crystals. As soon as Kong Hao announced the opening for the second Dracaena, Leng Yuexin, who was in the VIP room, directly placed a bid for 55,000. The voice of a woman was immediately heard in the hall. The way she places her bid, how can others still bid? It was the privilege granted to those who were in the VIP room. As soon as her voice was heard, many of the royal members were stunned. Soon after, the people who were interested in buying the Dracaena started berating the bidder for spoiling the market. Even Kong Hao, who was experienced, was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered from his thoughts. It seems like it's a must for the bidder in VIP room 3 to get the Dracaena, Kong Hao feebly joked. He then announced, the bidder from VIP room 3 offers 55,000 life crystals for the Dracaena. Is there anyone who's willing to place a higher bid? In fact, nobody did. The price had exceeded many of the people's expectations. Soon, Leng Yuexin won the bid for the second Dracaena. In the VIP room, Lin Huang gave her a thumbs up. 55,000 was a price that was acceptable to him. As soon as the third auction started, Leng Yuexin called the price of 55,000 again without hesitation. The woman's voice piped up again and the royal members who were interested in buying the Dracaena looked upset. It seems like she's going to bid for all of them. However, she's too naive if she wants to buy all 12 Dracaenas at a price of 55,000 each, snorted an unfriendly-looking middle-aged man who was wearing a hat. 56,000. Before Kong Hao announced the price, he immediately increased the bid. 60,000. Leng Yuexin raised the price without a moment of hesitation. 61,000. The middle-aged man insisted. This fellow is creating trouble. Do you want to continue? Leng Yuexin glanced at the person. She then turned and looked at Lin Huang. Yes, let's play with him since he likes it, Lin Huang grinned. 65,000. Leng Yuexin continued increasing the price. 66,000. The middle-aged man smirked. Let him keep the Dracaena. Lin Huang smiled at Lang Yuexin. That's what I was thinking too. Lang Yuexin nodded gleefully. The bidder from room 250 has placed a bid of 66,000. Will the bidder from VIP room 3 continue to increase the price? Kong Hao then shifted his gaze to the direction where VIP room 3 was. However, there was no reply. 2 seconds later, the man with the hat was startled as she did not continue placing her bid. Many of the people surrounding him then started to sneer at him. 66,000 for the first time. 66,000 for the second time. 66,000 for the third time. Congratulations to the bidder from room 250, you've successfully placed your bid for the price of 66,000 for Dracaena number 3. It was finalized as soon as Kong Hao dropped the gavel. Now, let's continue with Dracaena number 4. The person in VIP room 3 has placed a bid for 55,000 life crystals. As soon as that was announced, nobody dared to place a higher bid. Seeing the bidder from room 250 being teased mercilessly and having to pay 66,000 for a Dracaena, nobody else dared to bid against her. Dracaena number 4 was bought by Lang Yuexin at a price of 55,000 again. Nobody bid against her for the 5th and the 6th Dracaena as well. A person then placed a bid of 57,000 for Dracaena number 7. However, Lang Yuexin then won the bid for it with the price of 58,000. The crowd, by then, knew that the person in VIP room 3 was determined to successfully bid for the Dracaena. If they wanted to bid for a Dracaena, they would have to pay for at least 60,000 or more. One might even have to pay for more than 65,000 to get it. With that knowledge, they opted to give up the bid. Soon, Lang Yuexin managed to bid the rest of the Dracaena at a price of 55,000 each. I've gotten 9 out of 10 Dracaenas. Are you sure that you don't need the last 2? Lang Yuexin then asked Lin Huang. Yes, I only need 2. Thank you, I've finally got my work done. I won't be coming tomorrow. What's your plan? I'm not coming as well. I don't want to stay any longer in such a place. You said that you wanted to relax, didn't you? I'll walk around with you in the next 2 days. There must be a lot of seafood that both of us have not tried before. Let's try all the seafood they have here before we leave. Lin Huang knew that Lang Yuexin was there for him, so of course, he would have to treat her to a meal. Alright, Lang Yuexin hesitated for a while. However, she did not reject him. While both of them were still chatting, the people at the hall were waiting for them to place a bid. The crowd then noticed that perhaps the bidder from VIP room 3 had gotten enough Dracaena, so they then started to bid. There were originally 12 Dracaenas and now, there were only 2 Dracaenas left. The auction had become more intense. The 11th Dracaena was then sold at a price of 63,000 while the last Dracaena was sold at a price of 68,000. The bidder from room 250 then grinned to himself. It seems like it's not that expensive to buy at a price of 66,000. Chapter 370, What's Wrong with My Cooking? From the moment when Fang Wen accepted the task to sneak into the auction, he was nervous all the way. The Fang family, which was considered an average royal family in Division 7, was trained by the Purple Crow. Other than the superiors from the Purple Crow headquarters, the outsiders did not know this. As the eldest son of the Fang family, there was nothing unusual about him attending the auction since he was from a middle-level royalty family. In fact, the Fangs had been attending this kind of auction all these years. However, it would usually be attended by the landlord. Since it was an important task from the Purple Crow, Fang Wen had been assigned to join the auction. At 8.30 a.m., Fang Wen passed the identity verification test with the invitation card he had. He was a ball of anxiety. It was only until he had passed the verification with his suit on and when he entered the hall that he began to slightly calm down. The difficulty level of the mission was way easier than he thought. Observing the simple identity verification system, it seemed like the mystery organization was not worried that anyone would stir trouble here. His mission was simple, to confirm if they were selling the demigod brain at the auction. Fang Wen could clearly remember what had happened 2 days ago when 2 of the executives from Purple Crow headquarters had a talk with him alone. You're the only royal member who is responsible for this task and you're also the only one who's capable of completing the mission. We need you to investigate whether they are selling the demigod brain at the auction. To be honest, we are there for the demigod brain. There's nothing to do with the royal families being the organizer. Robbing them of all their items and killing the royal members are our secondary goal. If the item doesn't appear at the auction, there's no need for the mission to proceed. Although we received the information from a trusted source, we can't take action by solely relying on the informant's words. Therefore, we need you to further confirm it. Fang Wen knew that he had no way of turning back right when the Purple Crow executives told him the truth. If he did not accept the mission, both of them would definitely kill him to avoid the secret from being revealed. Therefore, he made a wise decision without a moment of hesitation, to accept the mission. Soon after the auction began, Fang Wen then discovered an unexpected surprise. The second item being sold was what both of the executives had been looking for. Just when he was trying to secretly capture the photo so that he could send the evidence to the executives, he noticed that the people around him were taking photos in public anyway. Some of them had even taken some videos. None of the staff stopped them. He then recorded the entire process of the bidding and sent it to the contact number given by both of the executives. Initially, he thought that he had to carry out the mission for 3 days. Normally, the best item would be sold on the last day. He had never expected that a few minutes after the auction had begun, the priceless treasure would be taken out and sold as the second item. After informing both of the executives, Fang Wen then got up and headed towards the washroom. He knew that the Purple Crow members were going to launch an attack very soon. The hall was not safe. Fang Wen's action did not catch the people's attention and the auction continued as usual. On the top floor of one of the hotels situated near the auction house, 2 men who were dressed in black coats looked at the entrance of the auction house from afar. All of a sudden, the Emperor's heart ring of the short-haired man who was standing on the left vibrated. He immediately tapped on the communication page. As soon as he saw that the sender was Fang Wen, he was stunned. There was only one sentence in Fang Wen's message: "Sir, they are now selling the demigod brain at the auction." Yang immediately opened the video. Lin Huang, who was standing next to him, looked over as well. They then played the video recorded from the hall. Their pupils dilated right when they saw the demigod brain. "Are they selling the demigod brain now?" Lin Jian asked. After finishing the entire video, Yang turned and looked at Lin Huang. "Can you tell if it's genuine or not? I think it's real. The people from the mystery organization are rather conceited. I don't think they will take out a counterfeit good just to show off." Lin Jian grinned. "That's good. How's the setup going over there?" Yang raised his brows. "I still need some time. I didn't know that they'll be selling it so soon. I thought we'll have to wait until the 3rd day. Lin Jian adjusted his glasses slightly. "Since the item has appeared, let's quickly finish setting up. My body is trembling with trepidation. If you're too slow, I can't promise that I'm able to suppress my excitement." "You get excited so easily. It sure must be hard to please a woman in bed," Lin Jian teased. "I'm not interested in women." As soon as Yang uttered his last words, he realized that what he said could lead to a misunderstanding. He then added, "I'm not interested in men too. Killing and fresh blood excite me. It's because you've never tried it. Once you have, you'll know how amazing women are." Lin Jian then recalled he was an old virgin who had lived for more than 100 years. "Who says that I've never tried them before? I've eaten many women and men. Raw, fried, grilled, steamed, and stir-fried, I've tasted them all. Overall, I do think that a woman is less delicious than a man. They don't have much meat to munch on and they aren't as lean as men. I don't like fatty meat. However, if it's for barbecuing, fatty meat is quite tasty." This fellow knows nothing about sex. Lin Jian then slapped his head as he knew that the man standing next to him had understood the wrong meaning. He could not be bothered to continue with the topic, so he simply said, "I'm going to fix the setup. When you hear the roaring of monsters later, take action together with the kids. Perhaps, I'll be able to get it done within half an hour." Oh, Yang then recovered from his thoughts of tasty meat. Seeing Lin Jian disappear, he frowned and doubted, "Are the women really tasty? What's wrong with my cooking?" As soon as the bidding of the Dracena ended, the 6th item was then put up for auction. In VIP room 3, Lin Huang could no longer sit still. "Let's make our payment and leave after getting the Dracena. The rule of the auction is that no one can collect their goods during the auction. You can only make your payment after the auction ends." Lang Yuexin laughed at his impatience and explained. "Really? There's such a rule?" Lin Huang was speechless. "It's because not many of the audience joined the auction. If the people leave as soon as they have successfully bidded for what they like, the auction will become less lively. Furthermore, if there are people walking around, it'll affect everyone's experience at the auction." Bang! Bang! While both of them were chatting, a loud explosion was heard from afar. What's that sound? Lin Huang peered towards the direction of the entrance where the sound was coming from. It seems like the auction is being attacked. Lang Yuexin looked towards the direction as well with a complicated expression on her face. Chapter 371. Fiends at the entrance of the auction. 3 human form monsters suddenly descended from the sky. It seemed like 2 of them were men and the other was a woman. The woman was tall and dressed in black armor. Except for the red horn on the back of its head as well as the black tail behind it, there was not much difference between it and a human. One of the men was as muscular as Tyrant whereas another man was slightly shorter. Nevertheless, it was still above 2 meters high. Similar to the woman, there were 2 black horns on the back of its head. It had a pair of red eyes but no tail. Meanwhile, the monster next to it was a stout monster at the height of about 2 meters. There was a scaly pattern all over its arms and its brain was covered by a thin layer of blue, crystallized structure. Apparently, the 3 of them were fiends from the abyss. Their combat level was on par with the dragonkin. Soon after 3 of the monsters appeared, the security guards stationed outside the hall panicked. Just when 2 of them were about to inform the person in charge of the auction, they saw that the female fiend's eyes had turned black abruptly. Outside the auction hall, more than 20 of the security guards were instantly shrouded in a black mist that appeared out of nowhere. The layer of black mist resembled a living element that slithered into their bodies through the noses and throats. After a few moments, the people's faces turned black. About 3 seconds passed before their body turned stiff, falling down onto the ground. They then turned into black powder that scattered around the ground as if they had been carbonized by high temperature. The 3 monsters then casually walked across the dark area, heading towards the entrance of the auction house. Soon, they stopped in front of the door. They were blocked by an invisible protective shield. 2 of the fiends with the horns then looked at the stout fiend standing next to them. Roar! Letting out a howl, the stout fiend's arms grew a few times larger and instantly slammed on the door of the hall forcefully. Bang! A loud thud was then heard. Unexpectedly, a small crack appeared on the shield created by the immortal level. However, the stout fiend obviously was not satisfied with the effect caused by his single hit. It then struck consecutively as if it would not stop until the protective layer was destroyed. Its attacks caused the whole shield as well as the entire auction hall to tremble. Hundreds of meters away, Yang instructed, "Let's go." It leapt from the building and more than 30 of the Purple Crow members who were hiding nearby followed behind it. They then landed at the entrance of the auction hall. Lin Jian's body gradually appeared next to Yang. The fat guy's combat strength is quite good. In order to get rid of the protective shield set up by the immortal level, I have to put in some effort too, Yang complimented as he could see that in just a few seconds, the shield was about to collapse. The Malachian fiend is one of the low-level fiends. It's been genetically modified by Professor Jin so that its defense as well as its attack power has become terribly strong. Despite the fact that it's only on Gold Flame level, the monster's overall abilities are on par with those who are on Immortal level rank 2. Its combat strength is close to those who are on Immortal level rank -3. Of course, it'll be easy for it to destroy such a protective shield. What about the other 2 monsters? Yang then looked at the monster with a horn at their side. Monsters with a single horn are female fiends. They have rather wicked abilities. The male fiend with 2 horns contains the actual blood of the low-level fiend in its body. Both are low-level fiends. Professor Jin has done the necessary modifications, so although their combat level is only on Gold Flame level, their overall abilities are even stronger than that of the Malachian fiend. It sounds useful. Why not get a few more of them? Yang asked curiously. With the strength of my spirit, controlling 3 monsters is my limit. I originally thought that with my immortal level rank 4 combat abilities as well as my unique spiritual talent, it's not a big problem to control 3 immortal level rank 2 fiends. However, I can hardly control an immortal level rank -1. That's why I've decided to change them to 3 Gold Flame level monsters, Lin Jian explained helplessly. How can that be? With the strength of your spirit, your limit is only 3 of the Gold Flame level monsters. Yang's eyes flew wide open as he knew that Lin Jian had extremely strong spiritual talents. In fact, it was a few times higher than his. I never expected this to happen too. I have to admit that the new batch of fiends created by Professor Jin is much stronger than the half-completed monsters he worked on previously. Lin Jian shook his head helplessly. While the 2 of them were chatting, the Malachian fiend in front of them had been attacking the protective shield. Just when the protective layer was about to collapse, a loud voice boomed, "Who's the troublemaker?" At almost the same time, a middle-aged man dressed in a black vest and wearing a black hat suddenly appeared above the auction hall in the sky. The middle-aged man, Fei Yuan, was an immortal, and he was the one who was responsible for looking after the auction hall. He was on immortal level rank -5. "Are they from the Purple Crow?" Fei Yuan could recognize the coats that the people were wearing. He then said with disdain, "How dare the people from the Purple Crow try and profit from us? What's so good about Mystery Organization? Isn't it an organization relying on the backup forces in Division 2, and isn't the auction just a cover for trafficking businesses and to carry out underground human experiments?" Lin Jian replied with a smirk. His voice instantly spread throughout half of the Haitian city as he did not use a transmitter deliberately. "You're spouting nonsense." Fei Yuan's face had instantly turned grave and he refuted. He never knew that Lin Jian would say this. "Nonsense. You're the children traffickers. You also make use of the adults to carry out genetic experiments. Almost 80% of the royal families know that. The reason why nobody has ever mentioned this is because they're afraid that they'll offend the backup forces in Division 2. It's true that the Purple Crow is not a good organization. However, we're not as hypocritical, at the very least, unlike you. Your organization looks good on the outside, but you're actually doing something horrible. Even the bad people like us are disgusted." Lin Jian continued, revealing the truth. "Stop spreading unfounded rumors. The Purple Crow deliberately sends people like you, who can speak well, over here to create lies and mislead the public." Fei Yuan was experienced in crisis management as he quickly refuted, "We're a legal auction organizer. We've never done anything like you've said. Evil organizations like you aren't allowed to criticize us." Tisk tisk tisk. "You sure can turn black into white. Mystery has made the right decision to have you guarding the auction hall. You're such an eloquent speaker. It's a waste for you to stay at Mystery. Join us. You don't have to be a two-faced person anymore. You can do whatever evil you like and you don't have to act as if you're a good man. Think about it, how tiring it is pretending to be a good man every day," Lin Jian persuaded. "I don't have time for nonsense." Having uttered his last words, he brandished his golden battle sword, tearing the space apart and plunging towards the three fiends. At that moment, Yang suddenly leapt and pounced on Fei Yuan. "Hee, you're a sword player." "Me too." A black, giant sword then appeared in Yang's hand out of nowhere. The long sword resembled a black moon and instantly crashed into his opponent's golden blade. Chapter 372, Do You Want It? Snatch it. Bang. A deafening blast was heard and half of Haitian city began to tremble. The moment the swords collided with each other, the space within the region that was a few meters away was distorted. The remaining energy resembled waves, spreading everywhere. It was the consequence of crashing into the immortal level guardian. It was way more threatening than engaging in any of the battles with a holy fire level. Lin Jian immediately supported the protective shield, allowing all the Purple Crow new members behind him to be enveloped by it. If he did not do that, the new members who were only on holy fire level would not be able to survive the encounter with such a high impact within that short a distance. However, the effect on three of the fiends was not significant. They did not retreat at all. The Malachian fiend paused for a moment and soon, it continued attacking the protective shield of the auction house as if it had nothing to do with the fight. The layer of shield that already had cracks all over it became even more unstable right after the energy waves struck it. In addition to the Malachian fiend's continuous blows, it seemed like the protective layer might break at any time. Fei Yuan was worried that they might affect the auction and suggested, "We can't do our best here. Let's fight in the sky." Yang then glanced at Lin Jian and the rest of them. Soon, he immediately nodded in agreement. As soon as they were able to reach a consensus, the both of them immediately ascended into the sky and penetrated the cloud layers. A few moments later, growls that sounded like the rumbling of thunder were heard on top of the cloud layers. At the auction, despite the crowd not being able to see how intense the battle was, the loud roar coming from outside could be clearly heard. So could their conversation in midair. All of them knew that they were being attacked by the Purple Crow and that they were all on immortal level. Many of them panicked. Even though they had never contacted one another, they had heard about what the scary Purple Crow had done before. Only a small number of them remained calm as they believed in Mystery's ability to protect them. Meanwhile, a minority of them was confident in their own abilities. The Purple Crow is prepared for the fight. There must be more than one of them who's on immortal level, Lang Yuexin said confidently in VIP room 3. If they manage to break in, they'll definitely kill everyone here. Lin Huang had stayed at the Purple Crow training camp before and he knew the organization well. Under normal circumstances, the regulators and the assistant of Haitian City will come over really soon. But it seems like the Purple Crow is ready for it. Otherwise, they won't be so confident to go up against Mystery, Lang Yuexin guessed, lifting her head and staring at the dome of the auction. Do you mean that we won't have any backup? Lin Huang frowned. At least for now, we won't have any. It's difficult to attack an A-grade foothold. However, if one's intention is only to slow down the regulators and assistants, it won't be too difficult for the Purple Crow. This is not good news. Lin Huang helplessly realized that the world was so dangerous. Strange things always happened no matter where he went. He simply wanted to attend an auction, but he was now caught in an unexpected rare attack by the Purple Crow. He was now worried that if he happened to bump into any Purple Crow members that could recognize him, the secret of him faking his own death would be revealed. Mr. Fu had promised him that the Purple Crow would not look for trouble with him and his family anymore. Perhaps, it was only about the matter of him joining the Purple Crow training camp. If Hong Zhuang found out that he was still alive, she would most likely give him trouble. Lin Huang knew the woman very well and she would not let him go easily, especially since the Purple Crow would not restrict the behavior of the elite members. Also, he was the one who had lied to Hong Zhuang, so it would now be considered their personal issue and had nothing to do with the Purple Crow. It was definitely not a good thing if the immortal level noticed him. Why did the Purple Crow choose to attack them this year? Lin Huang grumbled rhetorically. If I'm not mistaken, the Purple Crow must be here for the demigod brain. There's no other reason for them to get into a fight. Lang Yuexin thought that Lin Huang was asking her a question. She pondered for a while and answered, many of the powerful organizations have considered the demigod relics as a valuable treasure. The value of a demigod material will be deemed even higher. The item is actually quite appealing to the Purple Crow. Therefore, they have instructed the people who are on immortal level to take it away. I suspect that the people on imperial level from the Purple Crow are there to control the entire battle. A cracking sound was heard and the huge protective shield eventually collapsed after being repeatedly attacked by the Molochian fiend. Before the three fiends could enter the auction hall, an old man with white hair blocked their way. He was skinny and dressed in a Chinese traditional costume with black designs. He was less than 1.7 meters tall, even shorter than the female fiend. He had prominent cheekbones and skinny arms. He looked like he was malnourished. Compared to him, the low-level fiend and the Molochian fiend resembled two small mountains. The three of you shall stop here. Impressively, the old man was the guard of Mystery's warehouse, Hu Shu. After finishing his sentence, Hu Shu struck a blow in the air. Without even touching them, he had rained 3 blows on the chest of 3 of the fiends at almost the same time. In the next moment, the fiends were thrown into the air as though bullets had been fired. He had well mastered his power. The fiends created a parabolic curve mid-air and fell into the sea that was more than 10 kilometers away. Clap clap clap, the sound of applause was heard. The one who clapped his hands was another immortal-level Purple Crow member, Lin Jian. You are skilled indeed, Lin Jian complimented. They're just 3 gold flame-level monsters. Despite the fact that they're fiends, their combat strength is relatively weak. It meant nothing to Hu Shu. Again, he clasped his hands behind his back and studied Lin Jian. He could sense that he was on immortal level as well. His intuition told him that it would not be easy to deal with him. You must be the guard of the warehouse. Only now you show up. Perhaps, you're done cleaning up the warehouse. Lin Jian adjusted his glasses, gazing at the Emperor's heart ring on Hu Shu's left middle finger. Whatever you want is all in here. Do you want to take it from me? Hu Shu then flipped Lin Jian his left middle finger. He smiled while wiggling his finger. Is the demigod in there too? Lin Jian frowned and asked. The conversation went well and it sounded like 2 old friends chatting. Of course. Do you want it? Hu Shu wagged his middle finger again. That's great. I can save me some time. I've heard that it's difficult to unlock Mystery's warehouse. It'll now be easier because I only need to kill you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lin Jian disappeared abruptly. Chapter 373, The Fiends Have Not Died. Bang. Lin Jian and Hu Shu instantly crashed into each other. Energy waves were created out of nowhere. Nevertheless, it was suppressed by the both of them as they restrained it to a radius of a few meters around them. The Purple Crow members behind Lin Jian as well as the people in the auction hall behind Hu Shu were not affected. Yo, I didn't know that you're good in both ranged attack and close combat despite all your refined ways. Hu Shu raised his eyebrows, looking at Lin Jian who had taken off his glasses. His eyes were bloodshot. I'm quite surprised though. Your body is kind of, Lin Jian said with a sly grin on his face. Young man, it's not right to judge a book by its cover, Hu Shu immediately chided. You're the one who started it first, Lin Jian answered coldly. Alright, stop bullshitting me. It's not easy to meet an opponent who's so talented in ranged attack. Let's find a place to fight. Hu Shu was excited. Listening to what Hu Shu said, Lin Jian grinned widely again. That's what I was thinking about too. Both of them then flew off into the sky. Soon after they had left, 3 figures emerged from the sea that was more than 10 kilometers away, heading towards the auction hall. Unbelievably, the 3 fiends did not die. Although they were severely injured, having handprints that had yet to be healed on their chests, the aura exuded by the fiends was no weaker than before. Obviously, Hu Shu had never expected this to happen. Before drawing Lin Jian away, he thought that the fiends would have been killed. Such a disaster was unexpected. Young man, you're evil enough. You knew that they're still alive. That's why you accepted my offer and drew me away. Hu Shu soon realized that he was tricked. They were specially created. Their overall abilities are on par with those who are on immortal level rank 2. They won't die even if they are attacked at full force by those who are on immortal level rank -4. You're also an immortal level rank 4 but your attacks earlier aren't powerful enough. Lin Jian smiled coldly. Get out of the way. Hu Shu did not want to bug Lin Jian anymore. His wizened hands instantly extended to about the length of a foot. His nails transformed into black golden claws, tearing the space around Lin Jian apart with his sharp nails, and 5 black fissures appeared. He was serious about his role. As one of the guardians of the mystery organization, he had to protect everyone in the auction hall. If people found out that those who joined the auction died there, perhaps nobody would dare to attend the auction anymore. If the organizer failed to protect their customers, of course, they would have no supporters. Why are you being so impatient? The die is cast. Let's fight for a few minutes since it takes only 2 to 3 minutes for the 3 fiends to kill everyone in the auction hall. Having uttered these words, Lin Jian's eyes suddenly turned black. At almost the same time, his body split into 2 and soon, they were split into 4 and so on. As soon as he was split into 16 different bodies, he took a step towards Hu Shu. It is the ocular skill from blood inheritance. It seems like I've underestimated you. Hu Shu's face turned solemn. There's no such thing as blood inheritance. It is a pair of eyes transplanted by gene technology. However, I have to admit that I am highly compatible with these eyes. I'm satisfied with a few of the combat skills that have developed. Lin Jian's 16 voices chimed at the same time. Even the movement of adjusting his glasses was the same. Not even one bit of difference could be sensed. It's just a small illusion trick. Do you really think that I'll be fooled? Hu Shu laughed coldly. It seems like you don't have a thorough understanding of the ocular skill. I'll teach you a lesson today. Perhaps, this is the last time in your life to gain some knowledge. Lin Jian sounded as polite as he used to be. However, his patronizing tone offended Hu Shu. It's simply an unorthodox way. I can get rid of it with just one hit. Hu Shu scoffed. His skinny body immediately expanded as if it was filled with air all of a sudden. In just one breath, the wizened old man that was less than 1.7 meters tall had lengthened to almost 3 meters. He became a muscular man as he ripped off the Chinese costume that he was wearing. Not even a single piece of cloth was left on his body. The loose-fitting pants that looked like bloomers turned into extremely tight shorts, not even reaching his knees. The old Beijing canvas shoes that he was wearing had completely turned into powder form as well. It seems like shit's getting real. Seeing his opponent's transformation, he was shocked. As soon as he recovered from his thoughts, he mumbled, perhaps, it won't be considered bullying an old man if I killed him. The protective shield at the auction house had completely collapsed. The 3 fiends appeared at the entrance again. As soon as the inferior imp extended its hand, the door of the auction hall automatically opened as if it was being controlled by someone. Everything at the auction hall was revealed. There were the holy fire level guards standing not far away from the entrance and the bidders holed up in the area near the stage. Seeing the fiends entering the hall, the group of holy fire level guards began to charge. A variety of colors flashed as they launched life power attacks at the fiends. At that moment, the inferior imp extended its hand. An invisible shield was formed in front of the fiend like an impenetrable wall. All the attacks were blocked. Lin Huang and Leng Yuexin, who were in the VIP room, witnessed this phenomenal scene. The monsters are so powerful. They managed to block the attacks by more than 30 of the holy fire levels. Lin Huang frowned. They are fiends. Their abilities are on par with the Dragonkin. From the aura they exude, it seems like they are on gold flame level. Perhaps their abilities are comparable to those who are on immortal level rank -1, Leng Yuexin said with a straight face. At this moment, the auctioneer, Kong Hao's voice boomed. 3 of them are gold flame level fiends. Perhaps their combat abilities are on par with the immortal level. If we don't fight them together, we'll probably die here. Many of the holy fire level bidders knew that Kong Hao was not exaggerating, so they joined the team to fight. I'll help them out as well. Stay here and observe the situation. If something goes wrong, try your best to leave. Leng Yuexin then stood up. Lin Huang kept quiet. Without using his cards, he was incapable of engaging in such a battle. Even Tyrant, who had completed its unlocking, was only on white flame level. He would be food to the fiends. In addition, the situation of the battle was not clear to all yet. Lin Huang decided to observe the situation for a while before deciding whether to use the cards or not. Chapter 374, Abnormally Modified Creatures. Lin Huang was watching the battle from VIP room number 3. If the crowd managed to solve the danger, there was no need for him to use his cards. All those who were on holy fire level at the auction hall stood up for themselves as they were convinced by Kong Hao. More than 300 of them joined the team and attacked the 3 fiends. Soon, the protective shield of the Imperial Imp began to shake and cracks even appeared. It seems like the large number of people we have now is against their advantage. Lin Huang was slightly relieved. Right at that moment, a group of Purple Crow members who wore black coats entered the hall. There were about 30 of them. Seeing their presence, the people in the hall panicked. As soon as they realized that there were only a small number of them, they calmed down. Let's split in 2 directions, one of the Purple Crow members said. He did not care if the people at the auction house could hear him. Soon, about 30 of the Purple Crow members divided themselves into 2 groups, entering the hall from the left and the right. They're only on holy fire level. Form a team of 30 and block their way from the left and the right. Apparently, it was not the first time for Kong Hao encountering a regiment attack. The bidders were then led by the auction guards in an orderly manner to form a team of about 30 each and headed towards the Purple Crow. After being struck about 300 times, fissures were formed all over the Imperial Imp's protective shield. In about 2 to 3 seconds, the protective layer that was originally indestructible had collapsed. Seeing the protective shield destroyed, more than 300 of the holy fire level bidders were spurred on. Their life power attacks became more intense. Aside from the Imperial Imp, the crowd's attacks buried another 2 of the fiends as well. After 10 seconds, 3 of the fiends, who were struck by the life power attacks, did not counterattack or dodge. They did not even let out a howl. Are they dead? In the VIP room, Lin Huang fixed his gaze upon the fiends. He vaguely felt that things would not be that simple. The reaction the fiends was strange. Despite the large number of royal members, only a few of them had achieved gold flame level. In addition, the attacks by 300 of them were scattered. They would not be able to defeat the gold flame level fiends in just split seconds. In fact, as soon as that thought arose in Lin Huang's mind, the 3 fiends reacted. The monsters gradually walked towards the crowd. They were not injured at all and there was a faint black mist coiling off from the surface of their body. Lin Huang could clearly see that the attacks of the royal members were not rendered useless. Some of their attacks did hurt the 3 fiends. However, their bodies had instantly recovered on their own, transforming the life power into black mist and expelling it out. Their self-recovery ability is powerful. It's somehow similar to super regeneration, yet it is even more powerful than that. They're even capable of expelling the unusual energy from their body. Lin Huang pondered strangely. 3 of the fiends possess the same abilities. Could it be an innate ability just like the Dragonkin's Dragonflame? Based on the results of the observation, 3 of the monsters are abnormally modified creatures. The modification deviates from their genes and their physique has been strengthened. They might even have been granted with new skills. Logically, such a modification shouldn't exist. However, 3 of the monsters have been successfully modified. Indeed, that's strange. Xiao Hei's voice was suddenly heard. Listening to what Xiao Hei said, Lin Huang uttered, abnormally modified creatures. Isn't the advance card a black technology that can abnormally modify creatures too? It can even modify species from one type to another. The advance card operates based on the fundamental requirements of genetic evolution. Its operating principle is actually to track the origin of the monster genes, modifying them into the same type and creating a creature that is even stronger. For example, the genes of the dragon can originate from the Ouroboros dragon. It is a super strong monster that is beyond the Protoss. Ever since I've been activated, I've scanned through your memory. I found out that the Ouroboros dragon is the same Ouroboros mentioned by many of the religions and myths on Earth. However, the concept of dragons didn't exist in the past. Therefore, the people thought that the Ouroboros dragon is actually a large snake. The Ouroboros dragon eats its own tail all the time but will never die. It isn't even affected by time, so it will exist forever. Such a monster possesses the power to create and destroy a world at the same time. It is said that the dragon family originates from the Ouroboros dragon. Due to some unknown reasons, its genes were spread to the world, creating the dragon families. Based on the origin of the genes, the dragonkin monster card can be transformed into a state close to the Ouroboros dragon genes. That's why I said that my advance card fulfills the requirements of genes evolution. Do you mean that charcoal is a monster that's capable of destroying the world in future? Lin Huang's eyes flew wide open. As long as the evolution continues, theoretically, that's possible. It sounds so comforting. Lin Huang's mouth twitched. Why are you telling me this? Do you want me to help out? I'll need you to capture at least one of the carcasses of the fiends for me as a sample. Perhaps that'll be useful for the research of monster evolution and modification, Xiaohe finally requested. Do you really want me to kill the gold flame level fiends? You should know that even using all my cards, I can hardly kill them. Furthermore, there are 3 of them here. Killing any of them will attract the other 2 fiends, Lin Huang said. He did not want to be involved in this matter since the Purple Crow and the Mystery Organization were evil. His plan was to rescue Leng Yuexin if the situation got out of hand. Looking at the situation, the effect of the regiment attack was rendered useless. 6 of them who were on gold flame level blocked the fiends. If they were allowed to approach the crowd, perhaps nobody would have the ability to fight them. Although the battle was 2 versus 1, the humans held no advantage over them. They were pinned down by the fiends. Despite the fact that they were all on gold flame level, they discovered that their attacks had limited effect on the fiends. On the contrary, the attacks launched by the fiends could cause serious injury to the humans. 6 of them were forced to dodge the monster attacks passively. When the rest of them knew that they were not capable of fighting the fiends, they then joined the team to take on the Purple Crow. Even though the new Purple Crow members were all on white flame level, they were ruthless. In addition to their sufficient preparation, they were hurling all sorts of equipment at the people. Only a few of them died. They had killed many of the royal members instead. It's not going too well. Lin Huang saw that Leng Yuexin was in one of the teams to kill the Purple Crow members. She was more skilled than the others as she managed to kill 3 Purple Crow members in a few seconds. However, it was meaningless even if all the Purple Crow members were killed because the fiends were still there. If you can help me to get the carcasses of the fiends, I'll make an exception. I'll give you the complete set of monster cards. You'll be given 1 monster card for killing 1 monster. Killing the 3 of them, you'll get 3 monster cards. Xiaohe remained silent for a moment before offering a deal. Chapter 375. Provisional Summoning Card. Lin Huang could not reject Xiaohe's offer. The fiends were about the same level as dragonkin since they were both one of the strongest types of monsters. A minority of them was even comparable to Protoss of the same level. Furthermore, the combat level of the 3 monsters was originally on gold flame level. Upon transforming into monster cards, their combat level would be no weaker. That being said, he would have another gold flame level monster as a fighter. Lin Huang was eager to own a complete set of such monster cards. Alright, I'll accept it. Lin Huang accepted without hesitation. However, as soon as he promised Xiaohe, he started to feel worried. The fiends will be able to get rid of the sanguine skeletal spirit's punishment chain by using their physical strength. Even if the provisional combat strength upgrade card is used on Tyrant, only 3 cards can be overlaid at one time. It's only possible to upgrade his combat strength from white flame level to purple flame level. Perhaps, he can barely defeat 1 fiend with that, let alone 3. I have 3 one-time skill cards. However, I've only seen the process of Zhu Nian unleashing his skill so far and he's only a gold flame level during that time. It's less likely that I can kill fiends of the same level with one hit. You have 2 provisional summoning cards. You can summon a monster that is a level higher than the highest level monster card that you currently own. The White Flame level monster card is the highest level card that I own. A monster that's a level higher than that will be on immortal level. Am I not restricted by my authority to summon a monster of this level? Lin Huang remembered the system features. The combat level of a summoning monster used to be restrained by his own level, and it could only be a level higher than the user's combat level. That's for regular summoning. Provisional summoning is rather special, as the monsters will be summoned randomly. The summoning monster will only exist for 1 hour. Therefore, it isn't restricted by your combat level. Even if an immortal level monster is randomly summoned, it can hardly kill 3 of the fiends. Lin Huang frowned. How's the combat strength of the immortal level actually differentiated? Upon achieving Holy Fire level, they can live up to 1,800 years. It's one of the reasons why humans are known as transcendents as soon as they achieve Holy Fire level. At the immortal level, there'll be a substantial increase in human lifespan. In order to achieve Holy Fire level, one will have to extract life soul from the monster body in order to kindle life light. There are a total of 9 life lights. Humans can live an additional 360 years for each life light lit up. Lighting up the first until the 9th life light helps one in approaching immortality. This is the reason why it's known as immortal level. Since the monster card of the highest level that you own is White Flame level, the summoning monster will only be immortal level rank -1 when a provisional summoning card is used. I don't know what type of monster will be summoned. If it's a dragonkin or protoss, it can possibly defeat the fiends. However, if it's just an ordinary monster, it might be even weaker than the fiends. I have 5 provisional combat strength upgrade cards on hand. Can they be used on the provisional summoning monster? Lin Huang suddenly thought of the provisional combat strength upgrade cards he had. Yes, you can use it. The provisional combat strength upgrade card is applicable to all monsters. Once the provisional summoning card is activated, it'll turn into a provisional monster card that exists for only 1 hour. It is effective to use the provisional combat strength upgrade card here. I can overlay 3 cards at most, can't I? Lin Huang asked. Yes, you're right, the rules will not change. It can then be upgraded to immortal level rank -4. Even if an ordinary monster is randomly summoned, it's capable of killing the fiends. Lin Huang eventually came up with a solution to overcome the danger after discussing with Xiao He. The situation at the auction hall was unpleasant. The team of royal members had failed to defeat the Purple Crow. 3 of the fiends had taken the lead as well. The Imperial Imp's claws had penetrated through the chest of the Gold Flame level. Despite not dying, he was severely injured and left the combat team as he could no longer fight. Only the auctioneer, Kong Hao, was fighting the fiend. The people on Gold Flame level were fighting the other 2 fiends. They wanted to help him out. However, the 2 fiends had trapped them. Despite Kong Hao's experience, compared to the fiends, his combat strength was much weaker. When there had been 2 of them, they could barely fight the fiend. The situation became more dangerous as Kong Hao was fighting it alone. All of a sudden, the Imperial Imp's bloody eyes glowed, the light devouring Kong Hao, and he felt like he was in an ocean of blood. From the outside, his movement became sluggish. He was caught unprepared and the Imperial Imp's claws pierced through his chest, pulling out a bloody red heart that was still pumping. A squelching sound was heard. The Imperial Imp's big, black hands that were transformed into sharp claws tightly grasped the heart. It was then pulverized into minced meat. The fresh blood splattered like 10 fountains everywhere up to a distance of 10 meters away. Right when this happened, everybody's hearts skipped a beat. After defeating the second opponent, the Imperial Imp then walked towards one of the Gold Flame levels that was fighting the witch. Knowing that he had become the fiend's next target, the Gold Flame level immediately quit the battle. He headed towards the dome of the auction hall and dug a big hole. Soon, he fled. In less than 1 second after he escaped, a moan of death was heard in the hall. A carcass then fell from the broken vault. He was the person on Gold Flame level who had just run away. A sound was then heard coming from the dome. Don't ever think of escaping. All of you will die here today. Obviously, it was the voice of the man with glasses who was from the Purple Crow. Is it true that they are going to kill us all? Lin Huang frowned. Looking back at the auction hall, the 4th person who was on Gold Flame level was killed by the Imperial Imp and the witch. He had an extra golden card in his hand. A black virtual shadow appeared on the front of the card. On top of the shadow was a question mark which was gold in color. It was the provisional summoning card that Lin Huang had never used before. Without saying a word, Lin Huang directly crushed the monster card. The monster card then turned into a golden glow, forming a new monster card in Lin Huang's hand. Lin Huang then took a glance at it. The card was purple in color and there was a black giant dragon on the front of the card. There was a semi-transparent sandglass on the bottom right corner of the card. It started counting down the 1 hour he had left to utilize it. The provisional summoning card is activated. You have obtained a chief-level provisional card Infernal Dragon. You're quite lucky as it is a mid-level dragonkin that has gone through its third evolution. Activate 3 provisional combat strength upgrade cards. As usual, Lin Huang instructed without a moment's hesitation. Consumed provisional combat strength upgrade card X3. The combat strength of Infernal Dragon is upgraded to immortal level rank 4. 3 of the golden glows then immersed into the summoning cards. The description of their combat strength on the back of the card was immediately modified. All go now. Lin Huang crushed the monster card in his hand again. Chapter 376, You Fooled Me Again. At the center of the auction hall, a golden beam resembling sunlight appeared abruptly without traces at the place where Lin Huang fixed his gaze on. It was strange and it caught everybody's attention, including the 3 fiends that were killing the remaining 3 people that were on gold flame level. They completely stopped moving. As soon as the dazzling golden glow appeared, the fiends could feel a strong, intimidating aura. The rest of the holy fire level could feel the same powerful aura exuded by the golden glow as well. Nobody dared to react as they wondered if it was an enemy or a friend. Roar! A loud growl came from the golden glow and an intense sound wave was spread everywhere. The air pressure along with the sound wave instantly crushed all the chairs in the hall. The royal members that had not achieved transcendent were blown away. They could not move at all as they were being pinned against the wall. Those who were on white flame level and crimson flame level retreated more than 10 meters away before they could balance themselves against the strong pressure. Those who managed to stand at their own positions and remained unaffected were the 3 gold flame level fiends as well as the 3 gold flame level humans. However, the 6 of them began to fear the glow. After sensing the vibrations from the sound waves, a black giant claw gradually extended from the ball of light. As soon as it stomped on the ground, its claw occupied about half the area of the auction hall. It's a giant. Many of the mystery organization staff knew very well that the area of the auction was more than 30,000 square meters. The people exclaimed when they saw the giant claw. After extending its first giant claw, a big skull gradually emerged from the golden glow. The crowd fixed their gaze on the terrifying scene. Despite showing less than a fifth of its head, it had already taken off the roof of the auction hall. Soon after, it continued extending its giant head and the people were terrified. It's a dragonkin, the crowd shouted right after a third of its head could be seen. In just a short while, the infernal dragon's giant head was completely revealed. It is a real dragonkin, not a sky dragon. Looking at the form of the giant head, many of them could recognize that it was not a sky dragon at first glance. Some of them could even recognize what monster type it exactly was. It is an infernal dragon, a mid-level dragonkin. It's a killing machine. There were even people who could recognize that it was actually an infernal dragon. The royal members panicked after listening to what they said. It sounded like it had been summoned by the purple crow. However, the purple crow was baffled at its appearance. Even 4 of their opponents who were on immortal level were stunned. They could clearly sense that it was certainly an immortal level monster. Each thought that the monster was summoned by their opponent. Roar! It let out a loud roar again and the black gigantic dragon quickly moved away from the golden glow. In just a few seconds, a massive monster that was the length of more than 10,000 meters arrived on top of the auction hall. The dazzling golden glow eventually disappeared. Almost everyone at the auction hall shifted their gaze towards the giant dragon with trepidation. Kill the 3 fiends, Lin Huang instructed in a low voice from the VIP room. Roar! Again, the infernal dragon let out a deafening roar as it heard Lin Huang's instruction clearly. It then located the position of the 3 fiends, glaring at them with its flaming eyes. The fiends could instantly sense that the giant dragon was coming for them. At that moment, one of the infernal dragon's giant claws approached them. As it lowered its giant claw, it was akin to a mountain that was about to collapse, covering the sky above the auction hall. Even the lights dimmed and its giant claw penetrated through layers of space as it was about to attack the fiends. They wanted to flee. However, they found out that space was limited by its claw. They could not avoid it at all. They could only activate their defensive skills to defend themselves against the giant dragon's attack. A cracking sound was heard and the black giant claws instantly descended from midair, crashing into the fiend's protective layer. The protective layer that was capable of defending against hundreds of holy fire level attacks was like papyrus to the giant claw. The enormous claw then struck 3 of the fiend's heads. Bang! A loud thud was heard. It seemed like a spell was cast by the giant claw as it could completely pin down all 3 fiends. About half of the ground at the auction hall sank, creating a big crater in the shape of its giant claw. The crowd was terrified, seeing the powerful fiends defeated in an instant. They could clearly see that the protective layer of the 3 fiends had instantly collapsed. They had no way to free themselves from the giant claw. They haven't died yet. Lin Huang squinted as he did not receive any notification from Xiaohe yet. He then knew that 3 of the fiends were still alive. Kill them. There's no need to keep them alive, Lin Huang instructed for the second time. When the infernal dragon was about to kill them, a human figure suddenly descended from the sky along with a black shockwave. The human figure then descended in the auction hall and the black shockwave attacked the infernal dragon's eyes. Roar! The black dragon let out a howl and immediately reacted to it. It raised its head, opened its mouth and spat out a black glow. The black glow then collided with the shockwave. Without even waiting for the outcome of the collision, it opened its mouth again and a golden dragon flame gushed out of its mouth. Half of the sky was entirely enveloped by the golden flame. Many of them lifted their heads and looked at the sky. Soon after the sky was shrouded in the dragon flame, 3 figures immediately retreated in 3 different directions. Apparently, the black dragon's indifferent attack had totally distracted the battle of the immortal level. Right at that moment, a notification from Xiaohe was heard. Mission card activated due to special circumstances. Mission: get the brain of the demigod. Mission due: 24 hours. Reward: 1 memory card. If you fail to accomplish the mission before the time limit, you will be punished. One of the existing legendary level monster cards will be removed. The mission announcement is conveyed. Please read the back of the card for more information. Xiaohe, you fooled me again. Lin Huang scolded angrily after a brief moment of being stunned. It's not my fault. The mission card was activated due to special circumstances. Xiaohe's voice sounded as if it had been wronged. Chapter 377. Wrong Judgment. Lin Huang was about to cry as he saw the mission that arrived so suddenly. He was wondering why the people who traveled to this world had helpful goldfingers while his goldfinger always fooled him. It promised him that it only wanted the carcasses of the fiends for research purposes. Now, an unexpected mission had been assigned to him to get the brain of the demigod. Lin Huang, who had no means of getting involved in this incident, was being drawn further into the matter. Xiaohe, I feel like killing you. Lin Huang took a deep breath, calming himself down and said to Xiaohe. The mission card is activated under special circumstances. Perhaps, you've accidentally activated that. Even after killing me, the mission card will still be activated. It's not controlled by me. Under special circumstances, Lin Huang gazed at the figure that had just reached the ground and created a big crater in the ground. The mission was activated at the moment when the human figure descended to the ground. Perhaps, it was the reason why the mission had been activated. The guy who fell from the sky might be the immortal level who fought them in the sky. He is not wearing the purple crow coat. He might be one of the guardians of the mystery auction. Lin Huang surmised the man's identity. He knew from Leng Yuexin that there were 2 immortal level guardians at the mystery auction. One of them would have been stationed outside the auction hall whereas another would guard the warehouse. However, he was unsure which guardian this guy was. It looks like the old man is about to die. Inside the big cavity, the old skinny man had blood all over him and he only had his underpants on. It seemed like he was about to die. Lin Huang hesitated while staring at the emperor's heart ring on the old man's finger, wondering if he should kill the old man and keep his dead body. While he was hesitating, the infernal dragon's claw that was stepping on the body of the 3 fiends suddenly moved, climbing into the hole where the old skinny man was at. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary level skill card Heaven's Wrath. Lin Huang was stunned as he heard a notification from Xiaohe. He then recovered from his thoughts and knew what had happened. The old man is dead because the infernal dragon accidentally stepped on him. Before he could even check the card, Lin Huang immediately summoned Spectre. Upon receiving Lin Huang's instruction, Spectre immediately plunged underground and reached the black dragon's claw. It wrapped the dead body of the old skinny man and dove into the ground. A few moments later, it appeared in VIP room 3 along with the dead body without anybody being aware of that. Lin Huang then recalled Spectre while glancing at the old skinny man's dead body which had become deformed. He had a strange expression on his face. You can't blame me for your death since I've not decided whether to kill you or not. You can only blame yourself for lying in a wrong place. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Again, he glanced at the old man's emperor's heart ring and found out that it was still completely intact. He then put the corpse into his storage space. The 3 immortal levels exited the battle as they were defeated by the Dragonflame. One must not underestimate the Dragonflame of an immortal level rank 4 Dragonkin. Perhaps, people on immortal level rank 7 or rank 8 would not want to be tainted by the flames as well. Despite the fact that Dragonflame looked simply like a flame, it was actually a peculiar form of energy with extremely strong invasive abilities. It could release an intensely high temperature and at the same time, it could ignite the enemy's life power. Aside from the magicians, basically, there was no way anyone could avoid this. The Dragonflame would continue burning according to one's will until the soul of the enemy was completely destroyed and they had died. The 3 immortal level humans were on 3 different sides of the sky. They then looked at the infernal dragon fearfully. Aside from the Dragonflame, a mid-level Dragonkin's ability must never be underestimated. Be it its body strength or power, the Dragonkin was incomparable to all 3 immortal level humans. The infernal dragon's burning eyes gave a deadly stare at the man hanging in midair. He was the man in glasses who was dressed in the purple crow black coat. It could clearly sense that the black glow that had struck it was similar to the aura released by the man. It seems like things are getting complicated. Lin Jian frowned, adjusting his glasses. He did not switch his gaze to the infernal dragon though. He looked around, including at the VIP rooms in the auction hall. Based on the name list that I have, nobody who's on immortal level joined the auction. Theoretically, only an immortal level Imperial Censor had the ability to summon an immortal level rank 4 monster. It was because if there was a huge difference between the combat level of the Imperial Censor and the summoning monster, the monster might unilaterally tear up the contract. Be it Holy Fire level or Gold Flame level, it was impossible to control an immortal level rank 4 monster, let alone Dragonkin that was such a wild monster. It was also the reason why Lin Jian predicted that there might be an immortal level Imperial Censor at the auction. He had bumped into some of the Imperial Censors and he knew very well that the Dragonkin was not the biggest problem. It was the Imperial Censor instead. It was impossible for an immortal level Imperial Censor to have only one summoning monster. If the Imperial Censor had the ability to summon an immortal level rank 4 Dragonkin, he would, of course, be capable of summoning other immortal level monsters. Since the unknown Imperial Censor was on immortal level and capable of taming a Dragonkin, his abilities could not be underestimated. Lin Jian had made a wrong judgment due to his common sense. He would never have thought that the Dragonkin with terrifying abilities was actually summoned by a young man that had not even achieved Holy Fire level. Sizing up the surroundings, Lin Jian could not find the Imperial Censor. Lin Jian, what should we do now? Should we kill the Imperial Censor? Yang frowned, looking at Lin Jian. He made the same judgment as well and immediately asked Lin Jian about it. Our time is limited. The regulator's side can't drag on for too long. It's not wise to kill the Imperial Censor now. Furthermore, even if we have sufficient time, the both of us might not be able to defeat him. It's difficult for us to fight the Black Dragon. Both of us might probably die here if there are a few other monsters. Lin Jian analyzed the situation. We must now grab the opportunity to take the old man's dead body. If it's possible, kill the man in armor as well. Although the old man in the Chinese costume admits that he stores everything in his emperor's heart ring, that might not be true. It might be kept by the man in the armor too. What about the Black Dragon? Yang asked. Just control it, don't fight it face to face. We might possibly offend the unknown Imperial Censor if we do so. If more summoning monsters appear, we will be in great trouble. Lin Jian directly gave up the thought of fighting it. However, things were not as simple as he thought. The dragon was an arrogant monster. It could not accept any provocation. The infernal dragon that was a mid-level Dragonkin was arrogant as well. The attack launched by the man with glasses provoked it. Roar! It let out an angry bellow and the infernal dragon suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth widely and its golden dragonflame gushed towards the man with glasses. His body was completely covered by the dragonflame. Chapter 378, imprisonment chain. Lin Jian was reluctant to encounter an opponent like the Dragonkin. His ocular skill was in favor of defeating souls. He would benefit from the skill in every way when battling a powerful opponent. However, the Dragonkin was a unique type of monster as its soul would grow in pace with its body ever since its birth. It was common knowledge that it had a very strong body. As a matter of fact, its soul was equally powerful and was immune to many of the soul attacks as well. The Dragonkin monster that Lin Huang summoned would restrain Lin Jian. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to pit himself against the Dragonkin and its imperial censor. The 3 fiends that Lin Jian got from Professor Jin's laboratory were expensive. If not for that factor, he definitely would not rescue the fiends by attacking the Dragonkin. However, the black dragon could not get its mind off Lin Jian's attempt to rescue the fiends. The golden dragon flame then gushed towards him, covering the entire sky. A black vortex appeared abruptly in Lin Jian's left eye. Seemingly, the golden dragon flame was attracted by a peculiar energy as a golden tornado was drawn into his eyes. A vacuum was then formed around him and he was surrounded by the golden flames. A few moments later, the infernal dragon seemed to sense that something was wrong and it stopped spitting dragon flames. Soon, the golden flames in the sky were engulfed by Lin Jian's black eye and his body was revealed. He was perfectly fine. Many of them witnessed the last dragon flame being drawn into his eyes and they were terrified. It's an eye that can even engulf the dragon flame. His ability is horrifying. Is he really a human or some kind of human monster instead? It must be a legendary level ocular skill at the very least. Lin Huang did not expect that the opponent could easily engulf the dragon flame. However, the next moment, he saw something that was even scarier. Lin Jian suddenly turned around and looked towards the man in black armor, Fei Yuan. In an instant, his right eye turned golden and the golden flames gushed out from his eyes akin to a tsunami heading towards Fei Yuan. Lin Jian's sudden attack was unexpected. Even Fei Yuan did not expect that he could still fight him despite attacking the black dragon. Fei Yuan was caught unaware and immediately retreated. He did not have similar skills to get rid of the dragon flame. Although he was unsure if the golden flames were the actual dragon flame, he still decided to dodge. If he was tainted by the dragon flame, it was not easy to put out the flames. Yang, the Purple Crow member, who was wearing a black robe, suddenly appeared behind Fei Yuan when he retreated and he brandished his battle sword. A streak of black glow could be seen on his blade, resembling a crescent moon. The speed of the sword glow was extremely rapid as it tore the space apart when it passed, creating fine, black cracks. Fei Yuan's face turned grave as soon as he felt the attack behind him. It was too late for him to dodge the attack. He waved his sword while twisting his body and the golden battle sword instantly collided with the black sword glow. In midair, 2 shadows flew away and fell into the golden flames. A wry smile was plastered on Yang's face the moment he saw that. Everything happened so quickly and the battle ended in just an instant. Lin Huang was still stunned by Lin Jian's skill when he used the dragon flame to attack. His ocular skill is amazing. He can seal the attack with his left eye while releasing it with his right eye. No wonder the old man will lose. Fei Yuan, who was hanging midair, was completely engulfed by the golden flames. He had no choice as Yang's attack was fatal and he had to avoid it. He could only retreat since he would not die if he was tainted by the golden flames for a short period of time. Right after he fell into the golden flames, Fei Yuan realized that it was an actual dragon flame. Apparently, the opponent's ocular skill was not an illusion or imitation. In fact, it was released right after it was sealed. Fei Yuan's life power was being drained 100 times faster as he was covered by the golden flames. The flames began to penetrate through his relics and started to invade his body. Soon after he realized this, he dared not stay any longer in the dragon flame and immediately got out. At this moment, Lin Jian's left eye changed colors again. His left eye turned all white and he had no pupil. All of a sudden, the dragon flames were shrouded in a layer of white mist and a thin, transparent film was quickly formed around it. Lin Jian grinned and spirals gradually formed in his left eyeball. The thin layer of transparent film started to rotate crazily along with the thick white mist and the golden flames. Seeing this happen, Lin Huang knew that the man from the mystery organization who handled the sword was doomed. Under such a torque, the swordsman who was stuck in the dragon flame would lose his sense of direction. He would not be able to escape from the dragon flame in a short period of time. If he managed to approach the film after some time, it was still impossible to easily crush it. As long as he was trapped in the dragon flame for a long period of time and his life power was depleted, he would be completely swallowed by the dragon flame. Even if he could free himself from the dragon flame, his remaining life power would be insufficient to fight the two Purple Crow members and he would be killed. Although the swordsman is not a good person, the Black Dragon will have to fight two immortal level Purple Crow members alone if he dies. Lin Huang had a clear picture of the situation. He was decisive and immediately issued a new instruction: attack the man who is using the ocular skill and rescue the person. As soon as the instruction was heard in its mind, the infernal dragon immediately launched an attack. More than 20 ripples were formed in midair. Imprisonment chains that were as thick as an adult's legs were unleashed. It seemed like a python that twisted around Lin Jian's body. As the imprisonment chains ripped out, a flicker of fear flashed through Lin Jian's eyes. He could recognize that it was the imprisonment chain that sealed souls at first glance. Apparently, the Black Dragon knew what his plan was. He did not expect it to use such a skill in restraining him. Yang Yang! Lin Jian immediately shouted. Yang Yang immediately appeared in front of Lin Jian in his black robe. He smirked. Hee hee, you finally need my help. Stop bullshitting me. It's the imprisonment chains, Lin Jian said with a serious face for the first time. Since he was using soul energy as his primary skill, he clearly knew that once he got locked in the chains, not even 0.01% of his abilities could be used. Of course, he dared not underestimate it. You're so afraid of skills that attack souls, Yang Yang teased. You'd better not get locked in the chains too. Perhaps, not only could it seal the souls, it might be harmful to the souls as well. It's comparable to the soul-destroying needle. Once you get locked in it, you will be in extreme pain. Based on the strength of your soul will be completely destroyed if you are locked by about 4 to 5 chains, Lin Jian reminded. I should have run far away, you fooled me. Yang Yang cursed as he heard Lin Jian's explanation. Obviously, he did not have a thorough understanding of the imprisonment chain. Otherwise, he would not have helped him out without hesitation. Back me up. We'll be in great trouble later if we don't kill the man in armor. Lin Jian shifted his gaze towards the transparent film again. His determination to kill was clear. Chapter 379. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Dragonkins had extremely high resistance against soul attacks. Some of the Dragonkins were even born with soul attacking skills. The infernal dragon was one of them. The imprisonment chain possessed the effect to seal souls, rendering the effect of soul attacks on the chain useless. This was also the reason why Lin Jian was afraid of it. He could not even fight back. If the chain touched his body, it would immediately penetrate through his body and his soul would be locked. When confronted by such chains, he could do nothing but dodge it. Yang Yang was excellent in physical attack. He could use his relics to avoid the imprisonment chain from touching his body. However, to some extent, it would be dangerous to encounter the imprisonment chain for a person whose soul was not strong enough. Not only would the imprisonment chain seal one's soul, it would tighten around the soul as well. Naturally, the soul was an intangible object. Its form could be simply altered. However, when it was sealed by the imprisonment chain, it would return to its original form, turning into a human form which had a fixed volume. As the imprisonment chain tightened like a noose, the soul would experience tremendous pain. If the soul was not strong enough, it would be crushed. Lin Jian was not exaggerating when he said that about 4 to 5 chains were sufficient to crush Yang Yang's soul. The two Purple Crow elite members did not hesitate when they encountered the attacks by the imprisonment chain in midair. Yang Yang immediately slashed his sword, knocking all the chains aside. After he was warned by Lin Jian, he dared not touch the chains as well. He protected Lin Jian and Lin Jian continued maintaining the speed of the rotating transparent film. He could sense that Fei Yuan was pivoting in the layer of film. The dragon flames and the white mist began to revolve around the transparent film. Fei Yuan could not distinguish the direction at all. He had the strength but he did not know where to apply his strength to. After several attempts, he could not find the edge of the dragon flames. Sensing that his life power was depleting, he knew very well that the probability of dying would increase if he stayed in there longer. It seems like there's only one skill to use since I still have sufficient life power. There isn't a single skill I can use later if my life power continues to drain like this. Fei Yuan eventually decided after a moment of hesitation. His body suddenly exuded a powerful aura. After a few moments, a large amount of life power gushed out of his body, forming a shadow in midair. The shadow looked like a human dressed in black armor and had a height of more than 10 meters. The man in the shadow was grabbing a long sword that was about 10 meters long. It looked like a titan, and the people could feel that something was not right from the aura it exuded. It was impossible that it was human. As soon as the black armored giant was created, the Cyclops' eye on its head opened as if a beam of golden light was lit up. At the same time, the black giant blade in its hand began to glow. The black armored giant raised its sword with both of its hands. Just when the dazzling golden light radiated brightly, it slashed its sword. A huge column of golden light instantly left the blade of the sword, streaking across the sky. It passed through the white mist and golden flames, and they were all cut into half. Bang! A loud thud was suddenly heard, and the golden glow eventually crashed into the layer of thin film. The transparent film that had been rotating quickly only managed to hold for a short while, and soon, it collapsed. The white mist began to disappear as well. Due to the inertia, the dragon flames began to form a huge, golden flaming tornado. Fei Yuan then followed the direction of the tornado, and finally, he could successfully free himself from the dragon flames. Lin Jian was not surprised to see that Fei Yuan managed to get out of that. He slightly frowned, and soon, his pair of eyes returned to normal. The golden flaming tornado that was lingering midair then disappeared on its own. Knowing that not much of his life power remained and that he would not be able to attack the souls, Fei Yuan then shouted at the infernal dragon, "Mr. Imperial Censor, if you're willing to kill the 2 Purple Crow members, you'll be heavily rewarded by mystery." He noticed that the black dragon was dealing with the people from Purple Crow. Under such circumstances, he no longer cared who the Imperial Censor that controlled the black dragon was. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, he suggested fighting them together. Before the black dragon and the unknown Imperial Censor answered, Lin Jian said, "Mr. Imperial Censor, the Purple Crow has no means of pitting ourselves against you. The reason why we are here is simple. We want to kill 2 of Mystery's guardians and bring back their dead bodies." "Yes, you can bring back their dead bodies, but not their Emperor's heart rings." The black dragon's voice rang out. Obviously, this was what Lin Huang had told it to say. Lin Jian and Yang Yang's facial expressions changed. It was obvious what Lin Huang was trying to say: leave empty-handed. "Mr. Imperial Censor, don't you think that you're going too far?" Lin Jian's face turned grave when he shouted. "All right. The brain of the demigod is mine. The rest will be yours," the black dragon said again. "Perhaps, you can exchange something of the same value for the demigod brain, then I won't get involved in this matter." "Stop talking nonsense to him. He's just a useless brat. He needs his summoning monster to speak for him. He shows no sincerity in the negotiation," Yang Yang scolded. "Little brat, is that the way that you were taught to speak to your elders?" Having uttered those words, the black dragon's giant claws extended and penetrated through space. It appeared in front of Yang Yang, pointing at his heart. Yang Yang was terrified. However, he could not dodge it anymore, and he had to slash his sword to defend himself against the attack. As soon as the giant claw collided with the black battle sword, Yang Yang's body shot like an arrow and fell from midair. Without Yang Yang, the black imprisonment chain was like tentacles that headed out for Lin Jian. Lin Jian dared not touch the imprisonment chain at all and avoided it clumsily. Fei Yuan then seized the opportunity by using his combat soul to attack Lin Jian. Lin Jian was in straitened circumstances right after he was attacked by the imprisonment chain. He was in great danger as soon as Fei Yuan joined the fight. While he avoided the imprisonment chain, the attack by the combat soul hit him and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Yang was blown away by the hit, and he could see that Lin Jian was severely injured. He could no longer care about the possible injuries caused by the black dragon's attack. He immediately transformed into a flash of light and joined the battle. "Lin Jian, are you okay?" Yang Yang brandished his sword again to block the imprisonment chain's attack. "I'm still alive. I've contacted the 3 fiends. I asked them to bring along the dead body of the skinny old man and leave this place. Help me to block the imprisonment chain. I'll launch a skill and kill the man in armor. We'll then bring along his dead body and leave. We don't have much time left. Don't bug the Imperial Censor." Lin Jian knew that the situation would not be favorable to them if the battle dragged on for too long. "You have used it once. Are you sure that you can still activate it again?" Yang Yang asked worriedly. "I barely managed to do it. The man in armor has almost used up his life power. I think it's not difficult to kill him. However, I need your help to escape." Lin Jian tensed up as he knew that he did not have any other choice. Chapter 380. Trying to advance without first looking behind at the mystery auction, 3 of the severely injured fiends gradually got off the ground. However, they did not leave. They walked around the auction hall as if they were looking for something. Their movement was strange and had caught Lin Huang's attention. They must be looking for the old skinny man's corpse. Lin Huang knew their intention with just one glance. The purple crow was after the demigod brain. However, all the items at the auction had been cleared and most likely they would be kept in the Guardian's, Emperor's heart rings. The 3 fiends must be looking for something related to the demigod brain and their target would definitely be the skinny old man that had fallen to the ground not long ago. Black Dragon, kill the fiends first. Lin Huang instructed. As soon as the instruction was received, the infernal dragon glanced at the hall beneath its feet. Soon, a dark imprisonment chain was released at a tremendously fast speed like an ultra-swift big, black python. The big python then wriggled through the auction hall. The fiends soon noticed the threat. However, they did not stop frantically searching. That's weird. They sensed the threat coming from the imprisonment chain but still, they insist on continuing their work. Lin Huang felt that the consciousness of the fiends was being controlled. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a powerful threat, even a monster with low intelligence would choose to flee. As soon as the imprisonment chain confirmed its target, it struck. Its first target was the witch's. Its soul was the strongest among all. Although it had no idea what the imprisonment chain was, the witch could sense that the power of its soul was being restrained by the chain. Sensing that it was the chain's first target, it dodged in the first place. However, it was too late. The imprisonment chain transformed into a black lightning and twisted around the witch's waist in an instant. As soon as its soul was sealed, the imprisonment chain constricted. The witch began growling from the pain it suffered. The growl sounded like a human being thrown into boiling oil as it moaned in pain and struggled to get out of the oil. The throes of growling lasted for less than 5 seconds and finally stopped. The soul inside its body was completely crushed by the imprisonment chain. It had died. As soon as the imprisonment chain was released, the witch's body collapsed and fell to the ground. The imprisonment chain next target was the inferior imp. Right this moment, a notification from Xiaohe was heard. Congratulations! You have obtained a complete set of epic level monster card, Witch. Spectre, bring the carcass of the fiend over, Lin Huang summoned again. Spectre then plunged underground and headed towards the dead body of the witch. The inferior imp knew how terrifying the imprisonment chain was and quickly moved aside. However, it was not fast enough and was captured in less than 2 seconds. It managed to struggle for less than 3 seconds after it got locked in the imprisonment chain and died. Soon after, the imprisonment chain started to attack its last target, the Malachian fiend. The Malachian fiend did not dodge the attack. Instead, it struck a blow towards the imprisonment chain. Unfortunately, just when they made contact, it was captured. Its soul only managed to struggle for a second before it completely collapsed. The imprisonment chain had easily killed the 3 fiends. Lin Huang then obtained 3 complete sets of fiend monster cards. Spectre brought along 3 of the carcasses and appeared in VIP room 3. Xiaohe, do you need me to keep the carcasses for you? Lin Huang asked. I'll be able to collect the carcasses if you touch them with your hands. Lin Huang nodded and followed. He pressed his hand against the dead bodies and they disappeared. Lin Huang straightened up and he could feel a powerful aura about to explode in the sky. He immediately lifted his head and gazed at the sky. There was a huge, black eyeball looking down at the ground from the sky. When Lin Huang saw that, he felt that he was looking at an illusion that was the opening of the virtual eye. Soon, he realized that it was not the virtual eye as there was a huge difference in their forms. Lin Jian, who was hanging midair, had taken off his glasses. The black eyeball lingered around somewhere near his head. Lin Jian eventually switched his gaze towards Fei Yuan and the black eyeball followed. As the eyeball fixed its gaze on Fei Yuan, he could feel that danger was near. He was drenched in sweat and goosebumps rose all over his body. He somehow looked like a burnt cat. Without hesitation, Fei Yuan chose to retreat. His body was like a shooting arrow as he fled far away. The combat soul was activated in front of him to defend him against the eyeball. Bang! An immense, black impact wave suddenly burst out of the eyeball. The black armored combat soul thrust its sword forward and slashed down on the black wave. The next moment, The impact wave pierced through the combat soul's chest and straight towards Fei Yuan, who was escaping. The combat soul had died and Fei Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. A large amount of his life power had been drained before this. He was even worse now. Knowing that the impact wave was attacking him from behind, Fei Yuan immediately changed his flying path. Soon, he found out that the impact wave that was coming after him had shifted its direction as well. Stop wasting your energy. Your soul is now the Death Eye's target. There's no use running away, Lin Jian's weak voice vaguely called out. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle, did not ask the infernal dragon to rescue Fei Yuan. It was not a bad thing if Fei Yuan died, as he might have the demigod brain with him. After all, he had to die if Lin Huang wanted the demigod brain. Lin Huang also noticed that the man with the glasses who was from the Purple Crow became a lot weaker after using the skill. The swordsman next to him had to put in more effort to defend against the imprisonment chain. That being said, the man with the glasses had almost used up his strength. He had no more energy to dodge the imprisonment chain's attack. At this moment, the infernal dragon summoned by Lin Huang and the Purple Crow swordsman with the most energy remained. Since he had to protect the man in the glasses, the swordsman's abilities were restrained. Therefore, even after Fei Yuan had died, still, the infernal dragon would have an advantage over them. The result of the analysis was the reason why Lin Huang decided to stand aside and watch the battle. However, he instructed the infernal dragon through his mind, "You have to snatch away the armored man's dead body as soon as he dies." In midair, the black impact wave was approaching him swiftly. Fei Yuan's life power was depleted and he could not run any faster. He hopelessly watched his body engulfed by the impact wave. A few moments later, the black impact wave disappeared and Fei Yuan's dead body fell onto the ground. Lin Jian's eye turned white again and a layer of thin film quickly formed around Fei Yuan's dead body. Right at this moment, the black imprisonment chain appeared. It ripped off the thin film surrounding Fei Yuan's corpse, heading right for it. Lin Jian was stunned. As soon as he could react to it, he saw the infernal dragon open its jaws widely and swallow Fei Yuan's corpse. Chapter 381, Imperial Level Helping Out. Seeing the infernal dragon snatch away Fei Yuan's dead body, even Lin Jian, who was well educated, became annoyed. "Mr. Imperial Censor, do you know that the way you eat is terribly ugly?" The Purple Crow had spent more than half a month to come up with a plan to rob the demigod brain. 2 teams were called out to deal with this. One of the teams would be responsible for stealing the demigod brain, whereas the second team would stop the regulators and assistants at the foothold. Aside from more than 80 of them on Holy Fire level, they had even employed 4 elite members as well as 1 of the Imperial level to control the overall situation. Under such circumstances, an Imperial censor had suddenly appeared and diverted their attention, resulting in a significant change in the Purple Crow's plan. Lin Jian was one of them who had suggested this mission. Of course, he was unable to accept this. "The way I eat isn't important to me. My only concern is whether I'll feel full or not after eating," the black dragon's voice was heard. Of course, Lin Huang was the one who actually said that. "Aren't you afraid that some of the food is not meant for you?" Lin Jian squinted. "Are you threatening me?" the black dragon asked again. "The Purple Crow ought to get the demigod brain. You might be able to hide your identity for now, but you can't run forever. Stealing what belongs to the Purple Crow, even if you manage to escape from the core zones, we'll find you. It's better to pass it to us than to die later. We can pretend as if nothing happened and we promise that we won't give you trouble anymore." Lin Jian was being frank as he wanted Lin Huang to pass him the demigod brain. "There are too many people who want to get me into trouble. I don't mind if the Purple Crow does," declared the black dragon. "Since the both of you aren't going to leave, then you can stay here forever." After the black dragon finished its sentence, it opened its mouth wide and golden dragonflame gushed out of its mouth again. There seemed to be a layer of oil poured on top of the air. The blazing flames were akin to a tsunami as it streaked across the sky and gushed towards both of them. The black dragon was using this skill because it knew that the man who has used the ocular skill no longer had adequate strength to seal its dragon flames. As for the swordsman, despite his sword skill being capable of defending against the imprisonment chain's attack, he would have no way to defend against such an attack that could pierce through almost anything. Seeing the dragon flames coming at them, Yang asked Lin Jian, "Can you still seal it?" "I don't even have the energy to run away." Lin Jian shook his head feebly. He had never expected this to happen. He originally did not want to offend the Black Dragon as well as the Imperial Censor. He intended to leave after killing the 2 guardians of the mystery organization. Unexpectedly, 2 of the guardians were killed, but they had not obtained their dead bodies. Listening to Lin Jian's answer, Yang did not hesitate. He grasped his shoulder and immediately retreated. If we can't do it anymore, we shall ask Master Ba Yan for help, Yang suggested while retreating. As long as he can kill the Black Dragon, we'll be able to take its carcass back. When we dissect the Black Dragon, we will have the dead body of the armored man as well as his Emperor's heart ring. At the very least, we will have 50% chance of getting the demigod brain. We won't go back empty-handed then. If Master Ba Yan knows where the Imperial Censor is, that'll be great. We can kill him as well. There are those on Imperial level at the A-grade foothold. Therefore, there's only one chance for Master Ba Yan to kill it. As soon as he launches an attack, all those on Imperial level at Haitian City will fight him. If the battle between the Imperial level is triggered, regardless of one's willingness, we'll have to end our mission. It's great if we manage to get the demigod brain stored in the Emperor's heart ring. If we don't, it will be considered a failed mission. Lin Jian was reluctant to accept Yang's suggestion. Based on our current situation, our mission has failed anyway, so why not give it a try? There is still a 50% chance of success. Without doing so, the probability of failure will be 100%. You know that we don't have much time left. You won't be able to fight under such a condition. Basically, I won't be able to kill the Black Dragon alone. The regulators of the foothold will probably come soon. We might not be able to run away then. Yang expressed his opinion. After listening to what he said, Lin Jian hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, indeed, we don't have any better choice. As soon as he finished, Lin Jian raised his arms and activated the purple crow's mark on the back of his hand. Master Ba Yan, I've seen everything that happened. Are you sure that you need my help? A man with a deep voice was heard from the other side of the mark. I can sense that there are 3 people on Imperial level at Haitian City. 3 of them are keeping an eye on me. Once I launch an attack, they'll definitely fight back. Therefore, I'm given only one chance to kill. I understand. However, the situation can't get any worse now. Lin Jian already knew this. Tell me what your plan is. Ba Yan remained silent for a while before asking. We hope that you can help us to kill the Black Dragon. As long as it's dead, we'll be able to bring along its carcass and leave, which means we'll be able to get one of the Emperor's heart ring. Lin Jian then told him his plan. If you know where the Imperial Censor is, you may kill him and catch him as well. Most likely, he will have the second Emperor's heart ring with him. I have scanned the auction hall several times with my soul. However, I can't find an immortal level Imperial Censor. If he's here, the only place that he could be hiding in will be the VIP rooms. That's the only place that I won't be able to scan. Ba Yan told them the results of his investigation. Even Master Ba Yan can't find him. Lin Jian was startled. Yes, the screening effect has been enhanced by the power of the demigod. It is capable of scanning any creatures below demigod level. Considering the background of the mystery auction, there's nothing strange if they're able to ask for help from the demigod. Fortunately, only its screening effect is enhanced by a demigod, but its defense is relatively weak. Even people on immortal level will be able to break through it. When I attack later, I'll give it a try and see if the Imperial Censor is there, Ba Yan suggested. After I've struck, the both of you should leave as soon as possible after taking the Black Dragon's carcass. Although those on Imperial level won't kill you, both of you should know what the people think about the Purple Crow. It's still possible that the 3 of them might want to kill both of you, Ba Yan reminded. Thank you for reminding us. The reason why Lin Jian had contacted him was because he wanted the fight to end as soon as possible. Of course, he would not stay after Ba Yan helped them out. After their conversation ended, the Purple Crow's mark on the back of Lin Jian's hand disappeared on its own. The mark was given by Ba Yan and it could only be used once. Master Ba Yan promised to help us out. Seeing the mark on Lin Jian's hand disappear, Yang then knew that their conversation had ended. Yes, he'll act soon. We shall wait here and collect the dead bodies later. We have to leave as soon as possible after that. In mid-air, the both of them continued avoiding the attacks by the dragon flames in the imprisonment chain. All of a sudden, the sky turned dark. Everyone then raised their heads, looking at the sudden change in the sky. All of them were frightened. An infinitely large hand appeared between the cloud layers. The big hand covered almost half of the sky, pressing against the ground with endless power. It pointed towards its target, the infernal dragon. Chapter 382, Without the demigod, the Imperials would be throned. Before the big hand could be completely seen, Xiaohe warned Lin Huang, who was in the VIP room. Warning. The aura of an Imperial level is detected. It's targeting the infernal dragon and yourself, who's in the VIP room. Recall the infernal dragon. Lin Huang immediately instructed. Activate the specific transformation card and transform Tyrant to the specter. The infernal dragon's body that was floating midair immediately collapsed. Lin Huang had recalled Tyrant, transforming it into the specter, causing it to pass through the walls and dive underground. When the big hand was about to attack the infernal dragon, the black dragon's body disappeared and the big hand could capture nothing. The second invisible, big hand then swept through the VIP rooms from left to right. Ba Yantian was shocked when he saw the infernal dragon's disappearance. Still, he followed his plan and swept past the VIP rooms. 15 VIPs in 12 of the VIP rooms were captured and all of them were dead. Before he could figure out who the Imperial censor was, 3 different beams of light streaked across the sky, heading towards Ba Yantian. Ba Yantian then dumped 15 of them into his life palace and he was ready for the attacks launched by the 3 Imperial-level attackers. Ba Yantian, is the Purple Crow trying to challenge Haitian City? Their voices spread through the entire Haitian City. 3 of them then appeared in the sky above the mystery action as if they had teleported there in an instant. The Imperial-level hunters were finally here. Without the demigod, the Imperials would be throned. It was one of the famous idioms among the people. The Imperial level was the ultimate level that humans could achieve. A level higher than the Imperial level could only be achievable by God. Over the past 800 years, only a few of them managed to achieve that level in this world. A demigod would not easily show up if nothing serious was happened. One could say that the Imperial level hunters were actually the best that humans could achieve in this world. This was also the reason why the organizations would usually try not to offend those who were on Imperial level. If a battle between them were to happen, they would not give up until one party lost the fight. That was the reason why Ba Yantian from Purple Crow did not want to show up in the past few days. Please don't misunderstand me. I have no choice but to help them out. I don't mean to set myself against Haitian City. Ba Yantian did not want to offend 3 of them. When he was attacked by 3 of them, he retreated as he fought back. It was impossible for him to win the fight if he was attacked by 3 of the Imperial level. However, it seemed like 3 of them could not kill him as well. He did not quit immediately as he was trying to give the Purple Crow members sufficient time to leave. Due to the battle between 4 of them, it was like there was an explosion in the sky. The people shivered from the remnants of life power given off from their battle. Lin Huang, who was in underground, saw that the Imperial-level Purple Crow member was blocked by 3 of the Imperial-level hunters at Haitian City. He could see that 2 Purple Crow elite members and the rest of the ordinary members that were in the auction hall were about to leave. You want to leave? Lin Huang's eyes flashed with a trace of fury. The provisional monster card that was still counting down appeared again in the specter's hand after it was transformed by Lin Huang. As soon as it crushed the card, the infernal dragon was released again. Let's go. Seeing the infernal dragon reappearance, Yang did not hesitate. He grasped Lin Jian's arm and immediately left. He no longer cared about the ordinary members in the auction hall. As the black dragon and imprisonment chains reappeared, they created a huge net in midair and was about to wrap up the both of them. Seeing the huge net approaching them, Lin Jian frowned. Yang, let me go. Both of us won't be able to run away together. No, although I'm not a good person, I won't leave my partner alone. Yang insisted to rescue Lin Jian. Don't be stupid, you'll be able to escape without me. Lin Jian knew that he was Yang's burden. Stop *TTING me. Let's run together or die together. Still, Yang was unwilling to release his hand. Seeing the huge net just about 10 meters away from them, Lin Jian had a steely determination in his eyes. He gathered the last bit of life power he had with his right hand and slashed down on his left arm. He broke his left arm that Yang was holding onto and blood splattered all over Yang's body. When Yang was unaware, Lin Jian pushed his back. Seeing Yang moved forward quickly, Lin Jian mumbled, "My old mate, you have to live a good life." The next moment, the huge net transformed from the imprisonment chain wrapped Lin Jian up and he howled in pain. Yang was stunned, staring at the broken arm. He did not turn back although he heard the sound of Lin Jian moaning in pain. He sped up instead. He turned around to shoot a deathly glare and thought to himself, I don't care who you are. I'll find you out one day and kill you. I'll help Lin Jian get his revenge on you. Lin Jian's howling voice lasted for only a few seconds. He was sealed by more than 20 of the imprisonment chains. With the strength of his soul, he struggled for less than 10 seconds and had completely collapsed. As soon as Lin Jian's dead body was collected, the black dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dead body. However, the other elite member managed to escape. After Lin Jian died, a notification from Xiaohe arrived. Congratulations, you've obtained a legendary card Omniscient Nature, Ocular Skill. Lin Huang was stunned again as he heard the notification coming from Xiaohe. The black dragon had killed 2 of the immortal level members and he obtained 2 legendary monster cards. It was a bonus to him. Unfortunately, another immortal level purple crow member managed to flee. FC King Idiot. Ba Yantian shouted loudly as he saw Lin Jian's death. He was mad. He pointed at the infernal dragon and ignored the onslaught on him by the imperial level hunters. As he pointed at infernal dragon, it had become his target. The space surrounding infernal dragon was being sealed. It could only look at the black finger penetrating through its body like a shooting arrow. It was too sudden. Even before Lin Huang and Xiaohe could react, a beam of light released by his finger had pierced through the black dragon's body. The infernal dragon's body collapsed, transforming into black spots of light. Even both of the dead bodies engulfed by infernal dragon fell on the ground. Lin Huang immediately summoned the specter and they then pounced on 2 of the dead bodies that fell on the ground before diving underground with the dead bodies. Lin Huang then kept the dead bodies in his storage ring and recalled the specter after reaching a depth of more than 10,000 meters deep. Ba Yantian's line of sight was blocked by the black dragon's collapsing body. Therefore, he did not see that the specter had taken the dead bodies and headed underground. However, a few of the purple crow members that had not left as well as many of the royalty members saw it. Lang Yuexin saw that as well. She wondered if Lin Huang was the one who did it and secretly took a glance at the VIP room. Many of the purple crow members had left. Aside from those who had died, only 4 of the purple crow members were caught alive. Since the battle had ended, Lin Huang then got up to the ground. He looked for a corner where nobody could see him and he removed his transformation. He then walked towards Lang Yuexin. Chapter 383. An unexpected acquaintance. Lang Yuexin was relieved to see Lin Huang appear safe and sound. However, thinking of the shadows that covered the dead bodies before it dived underground, she looked at him again oddly. Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing her odd stare, Lin Huang was afraid that she might be suspecting something. I thought you were dead. Lang Yuexin pointed at the VIP room on the 2nd floor which was now completely destroyed. Oh, I was using the washroom downstairs. When I got out, the VIP room was completely gone. Lin Huang opened his arms. Isn't there a washroom in the VIP room? Lang Yuexin frowned. She thought he was lying. There's a washroom in the VIP room but the door was locked. I think it needed your invitation card to unlock it. Lin Huang looked helpless. He was telling the truth. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Lang Yuexin just recalled there were many restrictions in the VIP room including the washroom. Luckily you forgot. If you didn't, I might be dead now. Lin Huang smiled and glad that he managed to come out with that excuse. Lang Yuexin did not dwell on it. It was unnecessary for her to know if Lin Huang was the one who got the 2 dead bodies. The mystery was S shady organization anyway. Although she was a royal, she was happy to see that the mystery was robbed. Seems like the auction won't be going on. Luckily I haven't paid for the Dracena or else I would be at a major loss. Lin Huang smiled and smiled. It's okay if you paid as they would return you the full amount. Lang Yuexin shook her head. Although there are many shady businesses in the mystery, they have impressive customer service. The underground business aside, the main reason why they managed to grow big is their great customer service. They'll definitely pay for all the losses that they have brought to the customers. Lang Yuexin added, that's rich, but I suppose they're at a great loss this time. They have lost their items and many royal guests had died. It must be a huge amount of money. Also, it seems like the place needs to be demolished and rebuilt. Lin Huang looked around and said. To the mystery in Division 2, money meant nothing to them. Perhaps the only thing that's worth mourning would be the demigod brain. However, the biggest issue now isn't the items lost during the battle but the drop in trust. Lang Yuexin was thorough. The auction was attacked, the immortal level guardians are dead and some of the VIP guests were taken away. The mystery wouldn't be able to go on in Division 7 for some time. Some of the branches in other divisions might be affected as well. Moreover, there are only 6 families who are allowed in the VIP rooms. If those who were taken away were directly related to one of the families, the matter will be even more complicated. Lang Yuexin smirked, she wanted the mystery to stop their business. As they chatted, an old person landed from the air. It was one of the 3 Imperial-level humans who had gotten rid of Ba Yantian earlier. Sha Holin would like to apologize on behalf of Haitian City for the shock. None of us saw this attack coming. Please give us a minute, the supervisors and assistants will be here shortly. We'll need to investigate the matter, it'll take some time. Please cooperate with us. Knowing that the old person was an Imperial level, most of them who were from the royal families dared to deny his request and nodded immediately. Soon, 3 supervisors arrived with a bunch of assistants. After comforting the people present, the 3 supervisors then asked questions about what happened. Sha Holin wandered in the air while searching the power of his soul, but he did not get anything. The only clue that he managed to get was that the 2 dead bodies that fell on the ground were covered with a dark shadow before they disappeared into the ground. The dark shadow could be a shadow-type secret skill or a shadow-summoning monster. Judging by the infernal dragon earlier, it looked more like the latter. The dead bodies must be with an Imperial censor who was hiding something. However, the aura of the immortal-level humans could not be detected within 1,000 kilometers, so the Imperial censor might be in possession of some kind of long-distance detection method to be able to be in control of what's happening here. Theoretically, it's impossible to summon from so far away, but the person might have some demigod relic. The Imperial-level old man gave deduced after some thought. However, he did not even think about the Imperial censor could be a person that was below immortal level. To him, nobody below the immortal level would be able to capture a monster like the infernal dragon. That was how Lin Huang managed to escape Sha Holin's speculation. It was past 6 in the evening when the investigation and gathering of information was finally done and people started leaving. Just when Lin Huang and Lang Yuexin were getting ready to leave, they heard a scream from the back. Lin Huang, he turned around and saw Fang Wen, who was in a black coat. He was one of the Purple Crow members who was captured. His hands were cuffed with a demon lock. It's really you, I thought you were dead. Fang Wen was in complete shock. Everyone started glaring at Lin Huang in an unfriendly manner. Everyone's first reaction was that this was the Lin Huang who used to be a member of the Purple Crows. Even Lang Yuexin, who was next to him, was puzzled. Lin Huang was frustrated as he did not expect to bump into Fang Wen when he was almost leaving the auction. Of course, he remembered who Fang Wen was. He was ranked number 1 on the Purple Crow training camp's leaderboard before Lin Huang appeared. Capture him, Sha Holin, who was flying midair, instructed. Wait, Lin Huang shouted. We know each other, but I'm not a member of Purple Crow. I have proof. Do you mean the lady from the Lang family who's being forced to be your witness? Sha Holin scoffed and grabbed Lang Yuexin next to him. What do you have to say now? I'm Mr. Fu's apprentice, I can get him as my witness. Lin Huang looked at Sha Holin, who was in midair. He knew he had to convince Sha Holin. His name is Lin Huang, he really is Mr. Fu's apprentice. Lang Yuexin reassured what Lin Huang said. Mr. Fu, that Mr. Fu. Sha Holin turned around and looked at Lang Yuexin. She nodded. Lin Huang called Mr. Fu immediately and talked to him about his situation. After the call was hung up, Mr. Fu called Sha Holin right away. Sha Holin gave Lin Huang a deep stare before he teleported himself far away to pick up the call. He returned shortly and said, "You can leave now." Sha Holin nodded to Lin Huang. "Lin Huang, you traitor!" Fang Wen shouted. He went through a month of brainwashing which resulted in him being loyal to the Purple Crow. Fang Wen, I have never wanted to join the Purple Crow. It was that lady Hong Zhuang who captured me and put me in the training camp. Since the first day, I had been planning on escaping. I believe you remember me asking you how dead bodies in the camp were handled before I faked my death. I was preparing to fake my death when I asked. I went a long way to trick Scarface and Hong Zhuang in order to escape the training camp. I have never been a member of the Purple Crow and I never agreed on the way they work, so that's not betrayal. Lin Huang explained in front of Fang Wen. Without bothering what kind of response he would give, Lin Huang turned around and left the auction. Chapter 384, Qi Mushang's Secret. Initially, Lin Huang wanted to bring Leng Yuexin to tour around the footholds to thank her for bringing him to the auction. However, she decided to leave after dinner. It was past 8 at night. Since it was boring to be in Haitian City on his own, Lin Huang decided to head back to the White Capitals. In the middle of the night, Lin Huang took out 2 Emperor's Heart rings in a luxurious hotel in the A-grade foothold, White Capital. They belong to the 2 immortal level guardians at the auction. You have obtained the demigod's brain, mission accomplished. Reward: memory card by 1 inch, that's considered as an accomplished mission. Lin Huang was confused. Yes, I have already extracted the demigod's brain from the Emperor's Heart ring. The mission is accomplished. You could extract items from an ownerless Emperor's Heart ring. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. Why didn't you tell me that when I gave 30% commission to Yongling for unlocking the Emperor's Heart ring last time? He asked. I can't do that. I could this time due to the mission card which allowed me to extract the mission item from the ring. I can't extract anything that's other than mission item, at least for now. Oh, Lin Huang realized that it was his misunderstanding. Oh, yeah, which ring was the demigod's brain in? In Fei Yuan's ring, the man in the vest. People in the mystery are so sly. The skillful old man told the purple crow that the items were with him. Lin Huang exclaimed. Although the trip was interrupted by the attack of the purple crow, Lin Huang became the bigger winner of the incident. He obtained 3 immortal level bodies, many auction items including the demigod brain, 3 gold flame level fiend cards, and 2 legendary skill cards. What he wanted from the auction was the Dracena, but he received all those by surprise. What's the function of the memory card? Lin Huang took out the reward card that he obtained from accomplishing the mission. It was a golden card with a golden brain image on the card. He found it peculiar. He then turned the card around to read the detailed descriptions. Memory card activated. The activation of this card allows the user to store any information that the user wants to save. It'll then exist in the user's brain, working like a separate memory for the brain. Remark 1. The incoming data must be in good condition. Remark 2. The incoming data must belong to either no one or the card user. Remark 3. The incoming data would be categorized automatically. Remark 4. The missing data from the memory would be remedied as much as it can. Remark 5. To prevent the user from damages, the incoming data is restricted to user's combat level. Remark 6. The card exists individually, it won't damage or interfere with the user's brain. Remark 7. Each card can only be activated once. Remark 8. This card has been activated, part of the data came from the demigod brain of Qi Mushang. So that means with this card, I have an extra memory chip in my brain. Is that it? Lin Huang asked Xiao He after reading the description. Yes, that's what it means if you put it that way. Is there a limit to the number of card use? Lin Huang asked. No, as long as the memory space is sufficient, you can save any data into your body. It won't do any damage to your brain. However, the memory card is considered to be a rare card, I suggest you not exploit it. Of course, it would be a waste if I save any data that's below a demigod. Lin Huang knew how precious the card was. Inheriting the demigod Qi Mushang's brain, Lin Huang's heart was racing as he looked at the card. He took a deep breath. I would like to use this card. The golden card then transformed into a golden glow and shot into him between his eyebrows. Soon, the golden glow faded away. Lin Huang could feel that there was something added to his brain. However, since he was not a holy fire level yet, he was unable to explore his brain. All he could feel was the existence of the memory card. As soon as his conscious mind kicked in, Lin Huang got in touch with the card's memory. It was like a dream, he started to live his life in Qi Mushang's point of view. Everything started from the moment he was born. He managed to learn human language 2 days after he was born, he could project his spirit into the brain of others. He managed to walk when he was 1 week old with the help of his self-discovered floating skill. He learned to do all sorts of house chores when he was 1 year old as well as reality shifting to change the real world. When he was 3, his ability was comparable with a gold level, he reached imperial level when he was 7, he became a demigod when he was 15, when he was 1 step away from being a god, the virtual eye opened and the god creatures arrived and he joined the team to battle. The battle lasted for more than 2 years which destroyed the world. 18 demigods died in the battle and the god was killed eventually. However, the remaining demigods were injured with broken life wheels. The battle seemed to change the rule of training which caused Qi Mushang and the other demigods to be stuck, unable to break through the level barrier. He was dead from not having any life power left. So Qi Mushang is also a traveler. It was noon on the second day when Lin Huang got out of the dream. Lin Xin did not disturb his rest, she was out for lunch with Kylie. Looking at Qi Mushang's life from his point of view, Lin Huang found out the biggest secret of the legendary demigod: he was a traveler. However, he was not a traveler from Earth but another world. The world had an even more powerful natural laws. According to Qi Mushang's memories, that world seemed to have actual gods. Qi Mushang's Goldfinger was an energy source the size of a fist and was the main reason how he managed to level up so fast. Realizing that he could not recover from his injuries, Qi Mushang removed the energy force from his body and hid in a dimensional ruin. That caused his injuries to worsen and accelerated his death. However, Lin Huang did not see where the energy source was stored. He figured that piece of information must be too high that he was unable to retrieve due to his current combat level. A dimensional ruin of a demigod isn't what I can manage now. Only when I arrive at imperial level, only will I have the rights to look for this dimensional ruin. Lin Huang knew it himself. Just when Lin Huang was ready to explore into Qi Mushang's training, Lin Xin knocked on his door. "Brother, wake up, I brought you some lunch." "Oh, I'll be right there after my shower." Chapter 385, Can I have some of your baby's blood? During the next couple of days spent in the White Capital, Lin Huang finally finished exploring all the memories of the demigod that he could access. There was nothing that he could copy from Qi Mushang's training as his level up was too smooth. He had never encountered any obstacles as long as he absorbed the energy source along the way. However, there were some realizations from the training that he could model from, including some combat skills, secret skills, and skill stances. That would take some time, so he was digesting them slowly. In the middle of the night, Lin Huang took out the 2 legendary skill cards. As he was focusing on studying the demigod's memories, he put everything aside. Now that it was completed, he finally had the time to look at the items that he got. Skill card name, Heaven's Wrath, rarity, legendary, type of skill, movement skill, skill. Level, transcendent combat skill, status, available, Remark 1, special combat skill with high requirement of life power, can only be activated when the user has at least 3 life wheels. Remark 2, consumes a massive amount of life power. The more life power is used, the more powerful this skill is. Remark 3, best to not use this skill when life power is insufficient, or else user's spiritual power and vitality will be consumed. Card remarks, not bad. Skill card name, omniscient nature, rarity, legendary, type of skill, ocular skill, skill level, transcendent combat skill, status, available, Remark 1, special combat skill with the requirement of a powerful soul. The strength of the soul must be 2 times more powerful than an opponent of the same level to activate the skill. Remark 2, this skill comes with enhanced insight and learning ability without other ocular abilities. The user will have to learn other ocular skills on his own. Card remarks, not bad. 2 legendary skills, a movement skill and an ocular skill, that's not too bad. Lin Huang was much calm after studying the demigod's memories. However, he had doubts about the skills. Xiao He, why is the omniscient nature skill weakened? I've seen the man with glasses used before. He had the ability to engulf the dragon flame and release it again, but now the description says it's just for insight and learning. What happened? The skill extraction doesn't mean the skills that others already have, but the best skills that system could come up with from the source skills. Omniscient nature had insight and learning abilities itself, while the affiliated abilities would have to acquired from training. The system had deleted the affiliated abilities when it was optimizing the skill. Alright then, I shall learn the other ocular skills myself then. Lin Huang accepted the truth unwillingly. Fortunately, there were many ocular skills in the demigod's memories. With omniscient nature, he should not take too long to learn the rest. Let's activate both skill cards then. Lin Huang instructed. Under Lin Huang's instruction, the 2 skill cards in his hand turned into 2 purple glows and went into his body. There were 2 skill cards appeared in his life wheels. He obtained the skills from the skill card right away. The combat skills would not occupy the slots of his monster skills. As the 2 purple glow went into his body, the information of both skills merged with his body, making him feel like he had mastered both the skills immediately. Congratulations, you have activated legendary skill card, Heaven's Wrath. Congratulations, you have activated legendary skill card, Omniscient Nature. Detected. Kaleidoscope is similar to omniscient nature. Would you like to engulf the card? Your skill combination card won't be necessary for this. Does that mean all 3 ocular skill would disappear? Lin Huang was worried that Xiao He was trying to set him up. No, omniscient nature is a type of ocular skill. Aside from some rare ocular skills, it can engulf them to keep them as its own while its original ocular abilities would be remain the same or even strengthen. Alright then, go on and engulf them. Lin Huang nodded after hearing what he wanted to hear from Xiao He. Deleting kaleidoscope, omniscient nature. Combining with magic eye deterrence, boundless vision, third eye, and illusion. Xiao He's notification came soon. Take a look at my exclusive card. Lin Huang instructed. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 16 inches, combat strength, gold level rank 3 inches, talent, superhuman strength, life seed 1, sly hands rare life seed 2, substitute epic life seed 3, micro territory epic life seed 4, seraphic speed epic combat skill 1. Great sword scripture sword skill combat skill 2, wildfire sword skill combat skill 3, thunder sting sword skill combat skill 4, 100 flowing blades sword skill combat skill 5, mountain blade heavy weapon skill combat skill 6, fatal tactics close combat skill combat skill 7, heaven's wrath movement skill combat skill 8, omniscient nature ocular skill combat skill 9, spectral snow steps movement skill combat skill 10, cloud steps movement skill combat skill 9, thunder steps movement skill monster skill 1, vampire particles monster skill 2, advanced disguise monster skill 3, immense strength monster skill 4, leech pods monster skill 5, absolute defense beginner monster skill 6, thunder control advanced monster skill 7, dark shield summon authority activated, available number of summons 5 inches. Remark, basically you pass. I have 2 extra combat skills now and 3 vacant monster card slots. Let's just leave it this way for now. Lin Huang kept his exclusive card after reading the details. Since I have gotten the Dracena, now all I have to do is to get Yong Ling to extract it. He then looked at the monster cards that he had. He was only left with Lancelot, Ruthless Sword Master, and Thunder, Viridescent Thunderhawk, to be unsealed. Where do I get the blood of the bird-type ancient monster? Although he had 7 tails which was triple mutated with phoenix blood, it was not a phoenix blood type after all. It was not an ancient monster either. Unless the concentration of its phoenix blood increased and level up to a phoenix blood type, if that happened, he could use its blood to unseal the Viridescent Thunderhawk. The only thing that Lin Huang was clueless about now was the unlocking of Thunder. He had asked for more information on the black market and Hunter forum for a while now but nobody responded. He shook his head and put his worries aside. It was past 11 when he looked at the time. Just when he was going to shower, his phone rang. It was Yi Yeyu who called. Why are you calling this late? Is there anything? Yi Yeyu was excited when he picked up the phone. Nothing, just want to share a good news with you. Can you guess what is it? She was mysterious. You have leveled up to immortal level. He teased. What? No. Guess again. Yi Yeyu was unhappy when Lin Huang mentioned about her combat level. Then, it's got to be your brother leveling up to immortal level. He remained smiling. Go FCK yourself. Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes. You're the one who's asking me to guess. Since it's a good news, those are the only 2 good news that I could think of. Lin Huang opened his arms. Never mind then, with your intelligence, you might not be able to guess it correctly next year. I'll announce it myself, wait for me. Yi Yeyu said and disappeared from the video. What's this about? Lin Huang was speechless. She must have encountered something good that caused her to be so excited in the middle of the night. Soon, Yi Yeyu appeared with a red egg on her hands. Is this the pet monster egg of a phoenix blood? Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he saw the monster egg. To him, it was not only a monster egg, but one that contained the bird-type ancient monster's blood to unseal the Viridescent Thunderhawk. Hehe, I just got it today. My great-grandfather said it's an intermediate-level monster egg of a phoenix blood. When it's hatched, I will have a baby with phoenix blood. Yi Yeyu was excited. Perhaps she would not be able to sleep tonight. Congratulations, Lin Huang said and bit his lip. Let's discuss something. What is it? Yi Yeyu thought his expression was odd. After your baby is hatched, could you give me some of its blood? Lin Huang came out with a shameless request. Chapter 386. Are you interested in being a teacher? Lin Huang was humming while he brushed his teeth the next morning. He had finally gotten the bird-type ancient monster's blood matter settled. As soon as Yi Yeyu's monster egg with phoenix blood was hatched, he could finally unseal the viridescent Thunderhawk. He was in a good mood. He talked to Yi Yeyu about the matter until past 2 in the midnight. She agreed to help him unwillingly. There's not much left to do before leveling up to Holy Fire level now. Basically, I'll just need to find more double-mutated sword-type monsters for Lancelot to unlock and fill up Bloody's skills before unlocking it. Also, I'll need to upgrade my combat level to complete gold level. Lin Huang had arranged what he was supposed to do for the next few months. Before that, I'll need to get Yongling to unlock the Emperor's Heart Ring for me to extract the Dracena. After washing up, Lin Huang brought Lin Xin downstairs for buffet breakfast. Just when they were seated, his phone rang. It was Mr. Fu who was calling. He picked up his phone immediately. "Good morning, master." Lin Huang greeted him with a smile. "My good apprentice, I see you're having breakfast." Mr. Fu saw the fried bun in Lin Huang's plate. "Yes, I guess you haven't had yours?" Lin Huang asked. "I hardly have breakfast for years, Mr. Fu smiled and shook his head. When one arrived at Transcendent, the need for food would drop. Many people would consume Transcendent monsters for the life power that remained in the monster carcass. Some of the skilled food hunters could contain most of the remaining life power in the monsters with the handling of food ingredients. That was the reason why the food hunters had many friends. "My dear apprentice, are you still in Haitian City?" Mr. Fu asked out of nowhere. "No, I came back to the White Capital a few days back." Lin Huang answered honestly. "Oh, for your sister's college admission." Mr. Fu knew Lin Xin was accepted into the Martial Hunter College, mainly for her to adapt to the environment. "But I'll be here until she opens the school and leaves temporarily if something came up in between." Lin Huang nodded. "Since your sister is going to Martial Hunter School, are you interested to enter as well?" Mr. Fu smiled widely at Lin Huang. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard the question. He started thinking to himself. With this current combat level, there was not much meaning to enter the Martial Hunter School as most of the teachers were just complete gold level. There were Transcendents as well, but they only made up less than 1/10 of the teachers. Besides, one would only need to be a silver level rank -1 to enter this college. However, what Lin Huang really wanted was to go into the library of such college to remedy all his lack of basic knowledge. Mr. Fu seemed to know what Lin Huang was thinking about. With his character, if he really was not interested, he would reject directly instead of thinking like what he was doing right now. "Apprentice, I don't mean you going in to be a student, but as a teacher." Mr. Fu added and smiled. "Teacher, but my standard." Lin Huang was puzzled. "What's wrong with your standard? If you're talking about combat level, you're almost a complete gold level at 16 when most of the people only achieve that after they're 20 years old. In the case of your abilities, not many teachers in the college can even defeat you. If they don't like you, you can always teach them a lesson." Mr. Fu persuaded. "But I know less than most students when it comes to basic knowledge." Lin Huang smiled awkwardly as he knew that most of the students who managed to get into the college were top students. "That's the reason why I want to digest in the college for a while. For your lack of basic knowledge, training is like building a skyscraper. If your base is sturdy, your building will be able to go higher. If your basics are bad, no matter how high your building is, it won't be able to withstand the weather. I have thought about giving you some lectures for a few months before you level up to Transcendent to give you a stable base. However, I've given it some thought and think it'll be better if you learn it yourself. Humans are like that, they'll remember the things that they learn themselves more compared to if they're forced to learn it. I'm asking you to be a teacher for the extra pressure. As you know, all of the students in Martial Hunter College are top students. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, you must learn the basic yourself. The library in the Martial Hunter College is one of the 3 biggest libraries in Division 7. The basic knowledge is shared among a few more colleges with massive data. A teacher could access to almost everything in the library. If you want a good base, there's nothing more suitable than this college in the entire Division 7. Mr. Fu was long-winded, hoping Lin Huang could accept his suggestion. Lin Huang took a deep breath and nodded hard. "I'll do it." Although the stress was big, Lin Huang accepted the challenge anyway. "That's more like it." Mr. Fu nodded in satisfaction when he heard Lin Huang's answer. "Give me your coordinates, I'll bring you to Shaolu in Martial Hunter College." Right now, Lin Huang opened his eyes big. Of course I'm not asking you to start teaching now, it's holiday for the college these 2 months. I'll bring you to Shaolu and get your teacher license done. Since it's holiday now, you could read up in the library. I shall stay a few days in the White Capital to give you my contacts. You will be a new teacher when school opens in September. Mr. Fu smiled and explained after seeing Lin Huang being shocked. After the phone was hung up, Lin Huang wiped off the cold sweat that did not exist. He lost his appetite for breakfast. Brother, you'll be our teacher. Lin Xin heard the conversation loud and clear. She looked at him in anticipation. I'm not sure which class I'll be sent to. Lin Huang rubbed his nose and sent his coordinates to Mr. Fu. Soon, a green dimensional relic appeared and Mr. Fu stepped out of it. Nobody thought it was odd and did not bother about his appearance while carried on with their breakfast. There were many people who owned dimensional relics in the White Capital. It was nothing odd to have their location pinned in the luxurious hotel. Mr. Fu kept his dimensional relic. He noticed Lin Huang and walked towards him. Master, get something to eat. Lin Huang pulled a chair next to him and passed Mr. Fu his plate. This hotel has an amazing fried bun. He then walked to the reception and got Mr. Fu a food voucher. Complimentary breakfast was only meant for in-house guests and Mr. Fu would have to pay for breakfast. After getting the food voucher, Lin Huang got a juice and returned to his seat. He then placed the juice in front of Mr. Fu. This fried bun is really good. Mr. Fu commented. Soon, the three of them finished breakfast. You'll stay in the hotel with Kylie while Master and I will drop by your school. Lin Huang summoned Kylie and said to Lin Xin. A new summoning beast. Mr. Fu looked at Kylie with great interest. He only stopped looking when Kylie and Lin Xin left the table. Let's go. Chapter 387, The Supreme Relic. Mr. Fu brought Lin Huang to a villa district that was less than 1 kilometer from the Martial Hunter College. A plump middle-aged man approached them as soon as they appeared. He was passionate and respectful towards Mr. Fu. As he was looking at Lin Huang was checking him out too. The man looked like he was in his 40s and slightly chubby. He was wearing a high-end casual branded piece of clothing that seemed like he did not care and it felt like he had just put them on. He had a light shampoo fragrance on him. He must have gotten out of the shower not long ago. Although he was plump, his features were sharp. Though short, he had an aura that made people feel like he was not someone to be offended. What Lin Huang thought odd was he was way too passionate when he saw Mr. Fu. Is this person gay? Lin Huang had his guard up considering all the signs that he noticed. Mr. Fu, the man asked after chatting with Mr. Fu for a while. This is my apprentice Lin Huang, he's only 16 this year. Mr. Fu patted Lin Huang's shoulder proudly. You have an apprentice now. The man was shocked at first and soon he started checking out Lin Huang. He noticed that the way the man looked at him became odd. He then walked towards Mr. Fu. Yes, this little guy is perfect for me, there's nothing that I don't like about him. Others would definitely take him away if I didn't pick him up quick. Mr. Fu laughed. Oh yay, let me introduce you. This is the Shaolu that I was telling you about. His real name is Lu Ming, he's the dean of the Martial Hunter College in Division 7. He's also an immortal level fire element sword master. He has 9 life fires lit. Once he burnt a B grade foothold of the saints with 1 sword and from that 1 slash, the fire burnt for 7 days and 7 days before it died off. That small matter isn't worth mentioning. Without your teaching, sir, I'm afraid I might still be holy fire level now. Don't talk about 9 life fires being lit, it would have been impossible for me to even reach immortal level. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. He then looked at Lin Huang. Too bad I can't be like Brother Lin, to be able to be taught by sir all the time. So he's just a big fan. Lin Huang was relieved after hearing what the man said. He realized that the man was looking at him with envy instead of anything else. Which level is Master really at? That an immortal level with 9 life fire lit respects him so much? Lin Huang had always thought that Mr. Fu was an imperial level, but now he was not sure anymore. What are you doing? Why are you not responding? Mr. Fu slapped the back of Lin Huang's head. Oh, nice meeting you, sir. Lin Huang snapped out of his zone. Don't call me sir. I'm Mr. Fu's half-apprentice. You can call me Brother Lu. Lu Ming secretly looked at Mr. Fu as he said that, as he was worried that Mr. Fu would deny him. Mr. Fu despised people calling themselves his apprentice. However, Mr. Fu did not respond at all. Lin Huang looked at Mr. Fu as he did not know if such address was appropriate. After all, Lu Ming was an immortal level who had 9 life fires lit. Mr. Fu then nodded and smiled at Lin Huang. Nice meeting you, brother Lu. Lin Huang said, it's our first time meeting, I should get you a gift. But sir only informed me that he was bringing someone without saying who that is, so I didn't prepare anything. Since you're also a sword master, I'll get you a sword then. Lu Ming said and took out a sword from his emperor's heart ring. It was a thin battle sword, the body was as thin as a cicada's wing that was half silver and half black. It was clear that the sword for perfect if one was looking to perform well in the speed department. Lin Huang used it for a while and sensed that it was a grade 5 relic or even higher. Take it, this is a supreme relic, you know. Mr. Fu was satisfied with the gift that Lu Ming gave Lin Huang. That's very generous of you, Xiao Lu. Mr. Fu said, it's nothing, he's family. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Lin Huang. He then passed him the sword. This is one of the supreme swords in my collections, its name is Zenonia. This is its original form, you can change into 3 different forms following your need. Hope you like it. Lin Huang took the sword over and started playing with it carefully. Although he could not use the supreme relic with his current combat level, he was still very excited. He did not expect to receive such an expensive gift from Lu Ming. A supreme relic was relic above grade 5, it was the highest equipment that humans could manufacture, as demigod relics were impossible for man to make, as the strength was just slightly weaker than an original relic that was dropped by an imperial level monster. Any supreme relic would cost at least 100,000 life crystals at the auction, while the sword that Lin Huang was holding would cost at least 300,000 life crystals. If the demand was high, the price might even go beyond 500,000 life crystals. He had to admit that Lu Ming was really generous. Keep it, let's talk business. Mr. Fu could see how much Lin Huang loved his new sword. Lin Huang then kept the sword unwillingly while following behind Lu Ming and Mr. Fu into the house. Sir, you told me that you have found a teacher for my college, do you mean brother Lin? Lu Ming poured tea casually for the both of them and asked. What do you think? Mr. Fu took a sip and asked. That's great, looking at his combat level and training, he's suitable to be our teacher. Lu Ming did not have any rejections towards Lin Huang. As a sword master himself, he could sense that Lin Huang was level 2 on his sword Dao. It was unbelievable for a 16-year-old to have such an achievement. Don't worry, you can tell me the truth. Mr. Fu put down the teacup and looked at Lu Ming. He's good enough as a whole. However, there's one problem, which is his basic knowledge. Without that, our students might be unhappy. Lin Huang was only 16, Lu Ming could tell that he had never gone to college. That's it, Mr. Fu asked. Yes, he's qualified in other prospects. Lu Ming nodded. You heard him. For the sake of not misleading the kids, you should seize the time to learn. Mr. Fu looked at Lin Huang. I understand. Lin Huang smiled awkwardly and nodded. It's a deal then, I shall hand this kid to you. Mr. Fu patted Lin Huang's shoulder. I'm on it. Lu Ming nodded immediately. Chapter 388. Life level. Lin Huang got his teacher qualification certificate after seeing Lu Ming. He was the first one who managed to become a college teacher at the age of 16 throughout Division 1 to Division 12. Let alone such reputable college such as the Marshall Hunter College, even third-rate colleges in the B-grade footholds never had a 16-year-old teacher. The reason why Lu Ming let Lin Huang work as a teacher was not entirely due to Mr. Fu. The main reason was that Lin Huang was up to par. No matter his combat level or his understanding of the art of the sword, he was qualified to be a teacher. Regarding his basic knowledge, that would require him to spend some time in preparing for the classes before it was time. It was alright if some students asked difficult questions. In reality, some holy fire level teachers could not even answer some of the more difficult questions from the students sometimes. Lin Huang, I'll give you the system guide on the cultivation. You'll have to study on your own in the library after I left. As they got back to the hotel, Mr. Fu sat on the couch in the living room and started his lesson with Lin Huang. First of all, what is life power? Lin Huang, tell me, what do you think life power is? Lin Huang sat up straight, he was shocked by the question. He thought for a moment before giving his answer. I think life power is a cultivation force. Your answer is correct but not accurate. Mr. Fu nodded in satisfaction. To be exact, life power is life force. Before the new era started, the human body did not contain life wheels in this world, so life power didn't exist back then. The life force in the old times existed in the chi blood of a human. The more powerful their chi was, the stronger their life force. Therefore, all of the practitioners were cultivating their chi and physique. The more powerful their physique was, the more powerful their chi was, thus more powerful life force and abilities. Look back at a few eras before that, humans had even figured out how to cultivate life force from their souls. During that era, everyone was cultivating their souls as that was the only way to strengthen their life force. However, it's different in this era. There are life wheel in our bodies, and the more life power in our body, the stronger our abilities. Have you noticed that no matter which cultivation path one takes, there's always a similarity? Mr. Fu smiled at Lin Huang. Do you mean the base of cultivation is to increase life force? So no matter which form the life force, the base is still the same. Lin Huang understood immediately. From Mr. Fu's guide, he finally knew the truth of cultivation. The base of life is the combination of substance and energy. A substance can be explained as the combination of the flesh and soul, while the energy is mainly formed by life force. Mr. Fu smiled and nodded. Master, is the soul a substance? Lin Huang raised his question. There are many arguments whether the soul is a substance or energy, but I think that the soul is a unique substance. As energy is something simple while the soul is similar to the human physique, they are detailed and complicated. From some points of view, they're like robots of different forms. If you think that it's difficult to understand, I can remove the topic of the soul and not talk about it. Mr. Fu explained. So we're talking about life being the combination of substance and energy, no matter which cultivation system. Put simply, humans are made of their physique, the soul, and life force. The stronger the life force, the stronger the physique. This is directly related to the substance of the life force. However, this relation is only within yourself, as could have any effect on your life force. The flow of your life force would neither strengthen the physique of others nor will the deterioration of your life force affect others. On the other hand, the stronger our physique, the more life force it can contain. Therefore, the cultivation of life force is a positive cycle. The life force grows together with the physique at the same time. Following that, our life level would increase as well. Life level. Lin Huang heard something new again. Yes, following different life force forms and the strength, there are levels to our life strength. Just like a pyramid, level on level, from low to high. The measurement of the pyramid base is that the life force that couldn't escape from the human physique. To humans, no matter ordinary or complete gold level, we're all on this level. The second level would be the life force that could leave the human physique and exist independently in the material world. In reality, looking at the current cultivation system, no matter holy fire level or imperial level, all transcendent level belongs to this level. Meanwhile, on the third layer, the life force doesn't only exist independently, but it can also adjust its frequency to various forces in the material world for resonance. Using that to adjust the force of the world, it could also alter its own substance to form any substance in the world. We call creatures on this level a god. When one reaches this level, it's easy for them to move even mountains. Creature of such level can move flames to engulf an A-grade foothold just like that. Of course, they can also move mountains to crash onto the foothold from above and even bring water from the ocean to drown the place. There are many ways to make mankind disappear in the world overnight. Lin Huang was fearful as he listened. He did not know that there were such powerful creatures in the world. He had always thought it was the same in the novels where gods were only slightly more powerful than humans. He did not expect different the life levels they were on to have such a huge gap, making the godlike creature so powerful that they surpassed humans on every level. Are there more, above level -3? Lin Huang asked carefully. I have no idea, maybe there is, maybe not. Nobody knows that before reaching that level. Mr. Fu smiled awkwardly and shook his head. I've only heard of these 3 levels. Level 3 is already invincible. What kind of power is one able to handle if there's a higher level? Lin Huang could not imagine how powerful a person above level 3 would be. Alright, all you need to know is the surface of the life base, life level, and life force. Let me teach you the way to use life power, Mr. Fu interrupted Lin Huang's wild imagination. Chapter 389. Outlining the Sword Dao. No matter life power or other force, its form can be altered. If we talk about its base alone, there are three forms in short, which are the point, line and surface. There are higher forms beyond the 3 dimensions, but you won't be getting to that in a short period of time, so there's no need to talk about it yet. Let's talk about point, line, and surface today. When the force is gathered at one point, the ability to break through will be at its highest. When the force is gathered into a line, it would reach its peak cutting ability. These two forms are usually used in attacks. When force is gathered into a surface, it would form a force field that can be used as a shield. Of course, there are more different uses that can be formed with the use of the line and surface forms. No matter which forbidden skills or combat skills you're using, there are ways to change the form of the force utilized. The base of the form changes are always these 3 forms. Mr. Fu's explanation deepened Lin Huang's understanding of the use of life power. The life skill army attack tactics that you train isn't that advanced in the beginning, but it helps tremendously on the use of force. Many people know that level 9 of army attack tactics is comparable with the effect of a holy life skill. To be able to train to level 9, the use of force is much higher than many other holy life skills. But of course, it's difficult to reach level -9. If you don't have the confidence to get to level 9 on army attack tactics, I have a holy life skill called the Star Tactics for you. However, if you have the confidence to get to level 9, there's no need to change your life skill. Mr. Fu said and looked at Lin Huang. It's never too late to change, but to be able to train Star Tactics to the level of army attack tactics that you are now, it would take at least half a year. I have the confidence to get to level 9, there's no need to change. Lin Huang gave a certain answer. Mr. Fu had no doubt when he heard Lin Huang's answer. If that's so, follow your progress now and proceed to train in army attack tactics. Mr. Fu said, your major is the sword Dao and your minor are firearms, you're also an imperial censor. I've seen a couple of your summoning monsters, you've trained them well. I'm not an imperial censor myself, there's no way that I can guide you when it comes to this. But of course, you can always ask me whenever you have any questions. I'll get my imperial censor friend to help. The firearms masters are adept in long-distance attacks, so it's good that it's your minor profession. In reality, firearms masters are in high demand within people who are above holy fire level. Although life power will be used in other occupations, the abilities of the firearm master are quite simply the best when it comes to long-distance attacks. Some of the powerful firearm masters could even go against top archery practitioners. For this, I will provide you with many gunfighting techniques. However, as this is your minor profession, you should always focus your training on the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao is a powerful path. Not only in this era but many other eras in history, no matter the forms of life force, the Sword Dao has always been a major profession. There have been many top Sword Dao practitioners along the way. I am a sword master, but I have also trained in the Sword Dao. I'm not bad at it, so it should be sufficient to guide you. I have seen your sword skills and your speed, strength and defensive abilities are good. There are almost no flaws on you. You're gifted in the Sword Dao as you've already arrived at level -2. From what I see, it's amazing that you have already achieved so much at your age. However, there are still 2 things that you need to improve. What Mr. Fu said made Lin Huang's eyes lit up. He had always wondered if there was anything that he should break through before he becomes a transcendent hunter. What Mr. Fu was saying was the something that he had always been looking for. Firstly, your Sword Dao's base is high but not firm. I guess the life skill that you picked in the beginning was of a higher level, which makes your foundation look good, but it's an illusion. Just like the frame of a house that looks good but is built with foam. To solve this issue isn't difficult, but it'll take time to train up many sword techniques. Secondly, your sword skills are good when you use them individually, but you don't have good combos. It's like having good books but they're scattered all over the house. When you need them, you'll realize that you have no idea where you've put them. So, what you need is an outline for your Sword Dao, to rearrange all the sword skills that you've learned along the way. It's like getting a bookshelf to categorize all your books. That way, you could just pick up the book easily whenever you need it. I have already picked a Sword Dao outline for you. It's a sword skill that I created earlier, it's called the Star Dome. Mr. Fu said and looked at Lin Huang with pride. So, isn't the name great? It took me a couple of days to come up with the name. Star Dome implies the inclusiveness of everything in the universe. It's perfect for your sword skill. It's not bad. Lin Huang smiled. What he really wanted to say was that there were many fancy names in the novels on Earth, but looking at Mr. Fu being proud of himself, he did not want to break his heart. After I leave, you can go to the Martial Hunter College's library during the day and train your sword at the training room at the college at night. Master the Star Dome as soon as possible and only work on other skills later on. There's no need to activate your life skill intentionally as the speed of your level up is fast enough. Let yourself get to complete gold level naturally. Mr. Fu had come out with a plan for him. This is the training crystal of Star Dome that I recorded. Keep it properly, destroy it after you've mastered the skill and don't send it to anyone. Mr. Fu said and passed him a black crystal of the size of a first. Understand. Lin Huang kept it immediately. Let me think. I think that's everything that I have to say. Mr. Fu rubbed his chin and thought. Don't go to the library these 2 days since I'm still here. Let's train your sword skill in the training room. If there's anything that you don't understand, you can always call me and I'll get to them immediately to guide you on the spot. After I left 2 days later, you won't have that privilege anymore. I'll learn as fast as I can. Lin Huang nodded. Oh yeah, let me know as soon as you mastered Star Dome. I will send you the tutorials for other sword skills. Mr. Fu added. The reason why he did not want to send tutorials of all the sword skills to Lin Huang was that he would put Star Dome aside and learn the other sword skills instead. That would defeat the purpose of his training. Sure, I will. Lin Huang could guess what Mr. Fu had in mind. Chapter 390. Librarian 07003, congratulations, you have obtained Legendary Skill Card, Star Dome Card Pieces X 618. 3 days passed by swiftly. Lin Huang accumulated the card pieces quick where he managed to get more than 600 card pieces within 3 days. When the first card piece appeared, he found out that the card was legendary level and thought it would be good if he could get 10 card pieces per day. It would take him forever to combine the card pieces into a complete card. What he did not expect was that during his training, the images of Qi Mushang's sword trying appeared occasionally. Every time they appeared, there would be hundreds of card pieces appearing as well. On the first day afternoon, the memory appeared once and Lin Huang obtained more than 100 card pieces. On the second day, the memory appeared twice and he obtained more than 200 card pieces. On the third day, the memory appeared 3 times and he obtained more than 300 card pieces. A legendary skill card would require at least 10,000 card pieces to combine into a complete card. Although Lin Huang had no idea how many card pieces exactly he would need, he had the confidence to accumulate more than 10,000 pieces within 2 months. Although he had yet to accumulate a complete card, he was already halfway there thanks to Mr. Fu. You really are a sword genius. To lower the difficulty, I purposely broke down the techniques from 18 forms to 108 forms, but they're still difficult to most swordmasters. They would need at least 3 months of training to get a hang of it. I didn't expect you to take only 2 hours on the first day to get a hang of it. Your improvement within these 2 days is tremendous. Looking at your progress, I think you'll only need 2 months at most to master the skill. Mr. Fu complimented him. Lin Huang recalled getting a hang of the skill from the first image that he saw from Qi Mushang's memory. That was how he managed to get so many card pieces. Without the memory, he might have needed at least 10 days to get the same amount of card pieces and get the hang of the skill. Seems like your training has been progressing well. There's no meaning for me to stay here any longer. From tomorrow onwards, you'll move to the dorm in the Martial Hunter College. You'll go to the library in the day and train at night. You don't have to go to the hotel back and forth. Call me if there are any questions. Mr. Fu patted his shoulder and stepped into his dimensional relic. After sending Mr. Fu off, Lin Huang had lunch with Lin Xin and checked out from the hotel. When he was given the teacher's certificate, he was even given a teacher's dorm. He thought since it was called a dorm, the size should be small and he would not mind cramping in the dorm with Lin Xin. However, he thought Mr. Fu might not be able to get used to it, so he decided to stay in the hotel with Mr. Fu instead. Once he arrived at the dorm, he realized that he was wrong. The dorm was not just a room but instead, was a 3-story villa that was similar in size to his house in Winter City. Apparently, the Martial Hunter College's teachers had great privileges. He stepped into the house and saw that the decorations were not fancy but everything was good as new. It gave the feeling that he had just moved into a new house. Brother, it's good here. Lin Xin opened the window and looked out. The Martial Hunter College itself had beautiful sceneries around it. There were mountains and rivers in the dorm area, making it a soothing environment. After touring the house and cleaning up 2 bedrooms, Lin Huang summoned Tyrant. I'm going to the library, I won't be back for lunch. You can go shopping with Tyrant. Alright, Lin Xin nodded. After leaving the dorm, Lin Huang summoned the Viridian Wolf and headed to the library. The Martial Hunter College was huge, and now that it was school holiday where there was barely anyone there, he was not worried that riding on the Viridian Wolf would hurt anyone. Within 3 minutes, he arrived at the library entrance. He recalled the Viridian Wold and projected his certificate. He then swiped the door with his card and stepped into the library. His jaw dropped as he stepped in, as there was no library in the Hunter Reserve College in small places like Wulin Town where he used to live. It was Lin Huang's first time stepping into a library in this world. He knew the library would be different from Earth, but what he saw was shocking. What is this? There was a gigantic monster on the ceiling. The monster was like a blue, giant brain that was covered in a light purple, semi-transparent jelly. At the bottom of the jelly were millions of tentacles. It looked like a semi-transparent giant, purple jellyfish with a blue brain on its belly. Besides, there were no bookshelves in this library at all. There was not even a book. There were just tables and chairs, as well as more than 100 individual cubicles which seemed to require authorization to access. There was a tentacle on top of each set of table and chair. The tentacles were moving slightly, so Lin Huang knew it was not dead. Welcome to the library, first timer. I am Librarian 07003. Don't be scared, I'm just a harmless artificial creature. My purpose here is to save information and assistance. Oh, okay, a sound popped into Lin Huang's brain. He finally snapped out from zoning out. If you would like to look for any information, you can go to any vacant ports and my tentacle will connect to your Emperor's heart ring. You don't have to worry about the leaking of your personal information, as my ports can only enter data and cannot extract data. It's a one-way data flow, Librarian 07003 explained. What's that room over there? Lin Huang pointed at the cubicles. That's exclusively for teachers only. You would need the teacher certificate to activate it. The data authorization level is higher. If the light on the entrance is red, it means that it's unavailable, and a green light would mean it's vacant. All you'll have to do is to scan your teacher's certificate to enter. Librarian 07003 explained again. I understand now, thanks. Lin Huang walked to the cubicles immediately and picked a cubicle. You'll need to set on your Emperor's heart ring to authorize my entry, then you'll be able to look into the data. Librarian 07003 guided. Lin Huang followed the instructions immediately. The testable on top of the cubicle dropped slowly and connected on his Emperor's heart ring. He got into the library page in an instant. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. Happy reading. The librarian's voice disappeared after it said that. Let's look at the content of the Year 1 Sword Dao's program and see what else could I look for in there. Although it was difficult to achieve, Lin Huang did not want to mislead the students that he was going to teach. He started going into his teacher mode without him realizing. Chapter 391. Fatty. The Hunter Martial College belonged to a privileged school. The Sword Dao that Lu Ming asked Lin Huang to teach was a battle-based program, but there were theories included as well. All programs had textbooks of their own. However, to most of the teachers, these textbooks were only part of the program and they usually did not teach according to the textbooks. Meanwhile, Lin Huang needed the textbooks as his guide, as he had zero experience in teaching. He had no idea what he would need to teach the students in the college. After spending 1.5 hours, he finally finished looking at the Year 1 program. He had learned many things that he did not know before. With great interest, he started looking at the Year 2 program. Suddenly, his Emperor's heart ring vibrated. It was the fatty Yi Hangyi. He just realized that it had been a while since he caught up with the fatty. Librarian, please activate the soundproofing system. Lin Huang looked up and said to the librarian. Sure. Librarian 07003 activated the soundproofing layer in the cubicle. It was a function that exclusively for teachers' cubicles. Seeing that the semi-transparent soundproofing layer was formed in the shape of a dome, Lin Huang then picked up the call. The video call was connected in an instant and Fatty's face occupied most of the screen. Fatty, I think you, lost weight. Lin Huang teased. Really? Fatty was happy to hear that. Yes you did, your face used to occupy the entire screen but now it's just 3/4 of the screen. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. He could not understand why Fatty always put his face at such an angle whenever he called. Sometimes there was even hair coming out of his nose which made it quite awkward. FCK. Fatty just realized that Lin Huang was teasing him. He put the screen away immediately. What's up? Do you need anything? Can't I just call you to catch up? Fatty asked. Wait, you look different. Lin Huang just noticed that he dressed up this time. Your clothes, are you going on a date? Just a meal with a friend. Fatty blushed. A girl? Lin Huang asked. Of course it's a girl. Why else would I dress like this? Fatty laughed. Wow, how did you guys meet? Lin Huang asked while smiling. We met at the hunter assessment last month. Suddenly, Fatty recalled the reason for his call. I wanted to tell this to you but you interrupted me. You've passed the assessment. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. Based on Fatty's ability last year, it was impossible for him to pass. Of course I passed. Fatty was proud. Oh, so how did you meet the girl? Lin Huang did not want to hear Fatty talking about the assessment, so he changed the topic. The assessment this time was pretty difficult for me. If she didn't help me, I really couldn't have passed. I barely passed the first round and I knew I couldn't pass when it came to the second round, but I bumped into her halfway through. She even shared her water and snacks with me. We became friends and later, I told her that my dream is to be a food hunter. She then told me that she loves food and encouraged me to hold on. With her help, I managed to pass. Sounds like she's a nice girl. Lin Huang was happy for Fatty. In this world, perhaps it was due to the rich life force. Children mature early and become adults at 16. The legal age to marry was 18, but there were people who have already gotten married after they turned 16. She's very cute, I'll send you her photo. Fatty said and sent a couple of photos. Lin Huang looked at the photos. It was a cute little girl who looked the same age and size as Lin. Xin. She had black, long hair with 2 ponytails on the side. She's a cute girl, but are you sure she's an adult already? Lin Huang asked Fatty after looking at the photos. Yes she is, she just turned 16 2 months ago. She's already silver level, cool right? Fatty was proud of himself. Silver level at 16, maybe she's related to some royal family or even one of the 6 major families, Lin Huang thought to himself, but he did not say that to Fatty so that he did not break his confidence. How is it going with her? Are you guys officially together? Lin Huang asked again. That's too early, it's my first time asking her out today. Fatty was shy when he said that. Please bring her somewhere nice and take note of your image. Don't just keep eating when you're at the restaurant. Lin Huang only reminded Fatty about those points without telling him that the girl might be a royalty, as he was afraid Fatty would be self-conscious. Oh, what else? Fatty was eager to learn. Be a gentleman but not too serious. Put her in the limelight but don't lose your personal opinion. Also, what you're wearing is too formal. Wear something casual but not too casual, Lin Huang suggested. What does the girl think about you? She said I'm fat and cute, I think she likes me. Fatty giggled. There's something going on, seize the moment. Okay. This girl seems nice. Lin Huang was happy for Fatty. Thanks for your kind words. I hope it'll come true. I'll treat you a good one then. Fatty nodded. You'll have to come to the White Capital. Lin Huang laughed. What are you doing there? Fatty was puzzled. My sister got into the martial hunter school so I followed her. Lin Huang explained. But you'll have to come back when school starts. Not this year, I'm always studying there. Lin Huang was secretly laughing. He did not dare to say that he became a teacher. You're sitting in. How did you manage to get it? Fatty was envious. It was difficult to get a pass to a top-notch college like the Martial Hunter College. If you have nothing to do, you can come visit me. If you guys really get together, both of you can come. I'll pay for everything, but if the relationship didn't happen, you'll have to pay for the trip yourself. Lin Huang smirked. But why? Fatty objected. This is to encourage you. Lin Huang gave a reason that Fatty could not argue with. Sure, it's a deal. For a complimentary 1-month trip in White Capital, I'll get her. Fatty hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Huang to respond. 1-month trip? This fella sure is greedy. Lin Huang hung up the phone while smiling and proceeded with his reading. Chapter 392. A disciplined life. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Lin Huang lived with utmost discipline for the past 3 days. Every morning, he would wake up at 6:30 a.m. and would finish washing up before he had his breakfast past 7 in the morning before he headed to the library. He would stay in the library until 6 in the evening and took snacks as his lunch. After dinner, He would train with his sword in the training room at around 6:30 p.m. until 12 midnight. Then, he would head back to the dorm, wash up and sleep. He would sleep for 6 hours while other activities like eating, washing up and his journey on the road would add up to an hour. He spent his remaining 17 hours studying and training. Lin Huang wanted to cut down his sleeping time to 3 hours and sleep on the training room's floor. There was a small bathroom in the training room that allowed him to shower. If he did that, he could save some time as he did not need to return to the dorm, so he could increase the time he could study and learn to 20 hours. With his physique now, 3 hours sleep per day would be enough for him since he would only have to stay this way for 2 months. However, the thought that Lin Xin would disagree with such a lifestyle made him give this idea up. Besides learning and training, the other matters went on as usual. The Hunter Forum and the black market had come back with some news about the double-mutated, sword-type monster. Yongling had unlocked the 3 Emperor's Heart Rings of the Immortal Level Hunter a while back and extracted all the items. Lin Huang put them away in his own ring, including the Dracena that he had always wanted. However, he did not want to unseal charcoal at the moment as he knew that its unsealing would create a scene. The unsealing had to be done in an isolated area where the Starlight Beasts were. He did not have time to leave yet, so he decided to unseal Lancelot and charcoal once and for all once he obtained sufficient information about the double-mutated sword-type monster. During the past few days, Fatty had been texting Lin Huang on the progress between him and the cute girl, Zhang Mengmeng. She seemed to really like Fatty as they had already gone on a date, eating, shopping and watching a performance at the music theater. The girl did not reject any of his advances at all. On the 4th day, when Lin Huang was having his breakfast, he received a text from Fatty that said, "I want to confess to her." Lin Huang could not help himself but laugh. Fatty was such a straightforward person. Perhaps that was the reason why the girl liked him. However, he thought it was too fast for Fatty to confess, especially since the both of them had just spent 3 days together, but Lin Huang did not stop him anyway. People say that women who are in love had zero intelligence. In reality, men would see their IQ drop to negative when they were in love. Lin Huang chose not to stop Fatty as he knew that Fatty would not listen to him. Another reason was because Lin Huang knew Zhang Mengmeng had a good background and it might not be a bad thing if Fatty was rejected. It was always better to end the relationship early than dragging it on if both parties were not suitable for one another. As time went on, the emotions invested would increase and he would become even sadder if he was rejected. However, if Zhang Mengmeng really had zero intelligence and agreed to be with him, that would be the best thing that ever happened to Fatty. Lin Huang thought about it and replied, "You do whatever you want, just don't cry to me if you're rejected. Can't you just say something nice to me for once?" Fatty texted him 3 angry emojis at the back. "Oh, I can't wait to see a baby from the both of you." Fatty was speechless. After breakfast, Lin Huang started his busy day. He had already finished reading all the programs that the Martial Hunter College had and even came out with a basic teaching plan. His program was quite relaxed as he would only need to teach 1 class for 1 period each week. However, the class periods here were quite different from the ones on Earth, as 1 period here could stretch as long as 3 hours. The students at the Martial Hunter College would only need to attend 2 periods each day. One was from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. while the other would be from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. The 3 hours classes would be broken down to an hour of lecture and 2 hours of training. Lin Huang arranged his classes the same way. Once he finished the outline of his teaching program, he went on to gather more materials and documents to bulk up the contents of his lesson. It was past 10 at night and Lin Huang's Emperor's Heart Ring vibrated as he was training in the training room. It was Fatty. He then put away his sword and picked up the call. "What? Were you rejected? Are you here to cry to me?" Lin Huang teased. "Hey, you underestimated my charm." Fatty was proud. He soon noticed that Lin Huang was dripping with sweat. "What are you up to? You look like you just got out of the water." "Training with my sword." Lin Huang waved the gold-level sword in his hand to Fatty. "Why are you training so late? What have you been doing during the day?" Fatty was puzzled. "I was reading in the library." Lin Huang did not bother to explain too much to him. "Don't change the topic. Tell me about you. So, has the girl has agreed to date you?" "Of course. When I work my wonders, the world will tremble." Fatty looked proud of himself. "That's because you're fat." Lin Huang teased again. "You won't have any friends if you continue to talk like that. I wasn't the one who asked you to beat around the bush." Lin Huang wanted to know what the girl saw in him. Alright, so after dinner, we were shopping near the Blue Water Lake. As we were walking on Lover's Bridge, we saw many couples dating there, so I decided to confess to her there and then. I told her that I liked her and asked her to be my girlfriend. She was stunned at first, but soon she agreed. Are you sure she wasn't saying something else? Lin Huang smirked. You're just being jealous. Fatty shot back. Alright, I won't mess around. Please cherish her. Lin Huang did not tell him that Zhang Mengmeng might be from royalty. I don't need your reminder, she's my first love. Fatty looked proud. Oh, by the way, I have told Mengmeng about traveling to the White Capital and she agreed to come along with me. She also said that she'd borrow a dimensional relic from her family during the coming few days and come straight to the White Capital, so we won't need to spend too much time on the road. We haven't gotten the exact time and date yet, but it'll probably be 2 days later. I'll contact you again when we're here. I remember you telling me that you'd pay for the trip if we visit you together, don't worry. I've given my word, so I won't let the both of you pay. Lin Huang was being generous. Let me know before you come, I'll book a hotel for the both of you. Yay. Fatty then hung up the phone. I can't believe Fatty really got the girl. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head. He did not think the relationship would happen since the very beginning. The girl was like a genius since she was already a silver level at 16. Besides, her family was rich. Fatty, on the other hand, was not gifted in his cultivation and his background was nothing concrete. The gap between the both of them were too big. Chapter 393, Fatty is here. 2 days passed by in a blink of an eye. As Lin Huang finished breakfast, his emperor's heart ring began to ring. It was Fatty, and Lin Huang could tell that he was already here with his girlfriend. He picked up the phone and saw Fatty move his head to the side so another person could sit. The person on his right was the girl in the photo, Zhang Mengmeng. See, this is my girlfriend Zhang Mengmeng. Fatty was proud of himself. This is my good friend Lin Huang. Fatty introduced the both of them. Hi. Lin Huang waved and greeted. Hi. Zhang Mengmeng seemed shy. She replied softly. Lin Huang did not mind that at all. Please come to the north gate of the Martial Hunter College, I'll bring you guys around. It's still too early now. You can only check into the hotel after 12. Sure, you're paying anyway, so we will follow what you've planned. It was the best thing ever that Fatty had a tour guide, as he was a lazy person. When he hung up the phone, Lin Xin came to him. Who was that? She asked curiously. Fatty. Lin Huang had told her about Fatty before, so she knew who it was as soon as he mentioned his name. He has a girlfriend now. Lin Xin was confused. She had the impression from the way Lin Huang described him that Fatty was not a charming man. Yeah, he's got pretty good luck. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. Brother, aren't you going to the library today? Lin Xin asked out of the blue. Since he's here, I'll have to bring him around at least on the first day. Lin Huang shook his head helplessly. He agreed to let Fatty visit him, as he thought Fatty would need at least a few months to get into a relationship, and by then, he would be done with his errands and could bring them around. He did not expect Fatty to confess 3 days after their date and that he would even be successful. It absolutely destroyed his plan. However, going back on his word was not something Lin Huang would do. Since he had given his word, he would have to take some time out from his busy schedule to bring them around. I want to tag along. Lin Xin was bored these days, as Tyrant was just like a bodyguard who could bring her shopping but had nothing in common to talk about. Come with us then. Lin Huang could tell why Lin Xin requested to come along. He noticed that he recently spent less time with her and he was guilty. After getting the green light from Lin Huang, Lin Xin's mood changed from one of anticipation to one of excitement. They cleaned the kitchen together, brought Tyrant out and headed to the north gate of the Martial Hunter College. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes at the entrance, a monster car stopped. Fatty held Zhang Mengmeng's hand and got off the car. With that little gesture, Lin Huang could tell that Fatty really liked this girl. Welcome. Lin Huang approached the two of them and greeted them passionately. He kept looking at Zhang Mengmeng, who was next to Fatty. She looked exactly the same as her photos. Lin Huang, this is my girlfriend Mengmeng, you've seen her in the video. Fatty smiled and introduced. This is my good friend Lin Huang that I told you about, you guys saw each other in the video. Zhang Mengmeng nodded lightly. She seemed to be anxious when she met strangers. Lin Huang did not mind at all. These two are. Fatty soon noticed there were another 2 people behind Lin Huang. One was a terrifyingly big guy while the other was a cute girl. Xin my sister. Lin Huang smiled and introduced. This is the brother Fatty that I told you about, and next to him is his girlfriend Mengmeng. Hello, brother and sister. Lin Xin only glanced at Fatty before she then stared at Zhang Mengmeng. She was more interested in the girl who was her age. Such good genes. Both the boy and girl look so good. Fatty looked at Lin Xin then Lin Huang and mumbled to himself. Lin Huang pretended not to hear him. He smiled and did not say a thing. How about this? Fatty looked at Tyrant. He could not recognize Tyrant since he had already changed. Tyrant naturally remembered Fatty, but since Lin Huang did not say anything, Tyrant did not greet him. He's my bodyguard. Lin Huang did not want to tell the truth as Tyrant had a major transformation. Fatty could tell that he was double mutated if Lin Huang told him the truth. You even have a bodyguard now. I remember you telling me how poor you were and that couldn't even afford a tent. Fatty thought Lin Huang might have joined a royal family. To avoid him from misunderstanding, Lin Huang did not bother to explain further as he knew the more he explained, the more questions Fatty would have for him. Zhang Mengmeng peeked at Tyrant, seemingly scared of him. Let me bring you around the Martial Hunter College. Although it's not a tourist attraction, it's considered to be one of the more scenic places in the White Capital. Lin Huang smiled. He had yet to book the hotel room as they could only check in after 12 p.m. So, he decided to bring them around on a tour of the college in the morning. Oh yeah, should I book 1 or 2 rooms? Lin Huang asked Fatty. 1 room, 2 rooms. The both of them replied almost at the same time. Fatty said 1 room while Zhang Mengmeng said 2. 2 rooms then. Fatty looked at Zhang Mengmeng and said immediately. Alright, I'll book the rooms now. Lin Huang looked at Zhang Mengmeng without saying anything. He booked the rooms right away on the network page using his Emperor's Heart Ring. It's booked. White Forest Hotel, on the 128th floor, room 33 and room 34. The rooms are connected and I've sent you the booking confirmations. Lin Huang said to Fatty. Fatty received the message shortly. Got it, thanks. Fatty switched off the page without even looking at the message. Let's start walking then. Lin Huang brought them into the college. The Martial Hunter College was built 283 years ago. It's the 3rd oldest school in Division 7. In the first 50-odd years, the college did not only act as a college but also used as an adult hunter training institution. Since the official launching of Division 7 was over, there was no need for so many hunters, so the adult hunter training program was removed. More than 30 years later, the college was removed as well. Many colleges were popularized before that. Lin Huang brought them walking along the paths under the shade of the trees while explaining the history of the college to them. He learned all that from the library. Lin Huang, do you really plan to sit in here? Fatty could not help but ask. My brother isn't sitting in, he's a teacher. Hearing what Fatty said, Lin Xin corrected him. Fatty did not believe what Lin Xin said. He thought Lin Huang did not want to embarrass himself, so he lied to his sister that he became the college's teacher. He did not want to blow his cover. A college teacher? Lin Huang, you're so great. Fatty winked at Lin Huang, implying that he knew Lin Huang was lying, but he did not want to blow his cover in front of Lin Xin. Lin Huang smiled awkwardly. Fatty was full of imagination. As they walked in the college compound that was blossoming with flowers, the sound of Lin Huang's voice could be heard along with Lin Xin's occasional chatter. Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng was looking around along their walk and seemed to be impressed by everything here. Tyrant was the only one that was quiet, walking on the far right to protect Lin Xin. Chapter 394. Lovers Rock. The morning passed by quickly and Lin Huang brought them to the hotel after lunch. As they registered themselves at the front desk, Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng did not stay too long in the room. Following Lin Huang's plan, they headed to a tourist attraction within the foothold. The White Capital was the biggest and oldest footholds in Division 7. There were many historical sites that occupied large spaces with various beautiful sceneries. It would take more than a month to visit all of them. Lin Huang planned the trip from near to far so they could first visit the attractions that were closer to the hotel. If they had enough time, they could visit attractions that were further away or change their hotel if they wanted to. Later, Lin Huang brought them to a giant lake. This lake is called the Jingyu Lake. It's one of the most popular attractions in the White Capital. It's extra beautiful at night. I picked the hotel that's not far from here so you can see the night view of the lake from your balcony. There are a couple of celebrity monuments by the lake, and one of the most popular ones would be the monument of Jingyu's home, the ruins of a demigod's home, so this is the lake that's named after the demigod Jingyu. Fatty had heard of the demigod Jingyu before, so he had a serious expression plastered on his face as he looked at the lake. Yes, the white capital. During that time was much smaller compared to what we see today. This lake was just a nameless lake in the wild. The demigod Jingyu built his own house by the lake, and that's how the lake got its name. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. I know this one. Lin Xin interrupted. More than 200 years ago, the demigod Jingyu fell in love with a man, so she stayed by the lake. She announced to the world that she would wait by the lake for that one man for 10 years. If the person came within those 10 years, she would be with the man forever and ever without questioning the world. If he didn't come within those 10 years, she would head to the virtual world and never return. 10 years later, she disappeared. Some said she went to the virtual world while some said she left with the man. However, nobody knows what the man was. Fatty gave his full attention while listening to the story, while Zhang Mengmeng seemed to be distracted. She did not look interested in the story at all. Brother, do you think that the demigod Jingyu got together with the love of her life? Lin Xin asked Lin Huang. I think only she would know the answer. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. I think she did. What do you think, Mengmeng? Fatty looked at Zhang Mengmeng. He seemed to be anticipating her reply. I don't know. Zhang Mengmeng waved her hands. It was past 4 in the afternoon after looking at a couple of attractions by the lake. Jingyu's home is just there. Let's take a look and have dinner after that. Lin Huang looked at the time and decided that Jingyu's home would be the last attraction of the day. All the attractions by the lake were complimentary and one could enter just by scanning their ID, as there were no restrictions. As it was the summer holidays, the attraction was crowded. Jingyu's home was in a small area with a small building and a courtyard to match. However, as it was a tourist attraction, the Union government expanded the area around it to make it more than 30 times larger than it originally was. After queuing up, they entered the attraction. There were many people, but it was not too cramped. They spent more than an hour walking around the expanded area and entered Jingyu's home as the people left. Lin Huang noticed that the ruins were perfectly maintained. As he walked into the courtyard, he could even feel that the ruins were slightly covered with a unique force. It was possibly left by the demigod Jingyu or by some other people to prevent the ruins from being destroyed. The courtyard was small, only about 200-odd square meters. There were colorful flowers in the courtyard and the soil was moist with grass that had obviously been trimmed. The ruins must be maintained all year round. People followed the cobblestones on the floor and walked to the middle of the courtyard where there was a big rock. Many couples surrounded the rock and placed their palms on it. What are they doing? Fatty was puzzled, but soon he noticed that all of them were couples. This is a love rock. They say if two people who sincerely love each other place their palms on the rock together, their palms would light up. Lin Xin explained immediately. Young girls were always extra sensitive regarding topics about love. Let's try. Fatty pulled Zhang Mengmeng along. Zhang Mengmeng hesitated but soon followed anyway. The both of them queued for more than 10 minutes and before long, it was their turn. Lin Huang and Lin Xin watched by the side. As Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng placed their palms on the rock, nothing happened after a while. How come it doesn't light up? Lin Xin was confused, as everyone would have their palms lighting up, at least a little or more, but nobody experienced what the both of them did where nothing happened. Lin Huang looked at Zhang Mengmeng in doubt and then looked at Fatty. He was upset. Why is it like that? Don't bother, sometimes such things aren't accurate. Lin Huang patted Fatty's back. It's late, let's see the building and have dinner. It doesn't work all the time. Fatty looked at Lin Huang in all seriousness. Even machines that are top-notch fail sometimes, let alone a rock. Lin Huang pulled Fatty away. Zhang Mengmeng held her head down without saying anything. She seemed upset too. Sister Mengmeng, don't be sad. Such thing might not be accurate. Lin Xin consoled her immediately. Thank you. Zhang Mengmeng forced a smile. With Lin Huang leading them, they went into the building. It was made of a unique kind of wood with light natural fragrance. Lin Huang felt refreshed as soon as he stepped into the building. This is so neat. Fatty seemed to lighten up a little and exclaimed. Girls are more attentive. A guy wouldn't be able to come out with something so detailed. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. Lin Xin did not say anything as she had been here more than once. It was Lin Huang's first time, so Lin Xin took the initiative to be the tour guide and explained the things they saw to them as they visited the attraction. As it was almost 6:40 p.m., they had toured the entire attraction. Lin Huang then led the way as they left the attraction and headed to a popular restaurant that he picked for dinner, Chapter 395, There's no such person after dinner. Lin Huang could finally stop being a tour guide. He bid farewell to Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng, then left with Lin Xin and Tyrant. Brother, I have a feeling that Sister Mengmeng doesn't really like Brother Fatty. Lin Xin could not help but voice her opinion while they were on their way back. Lin Huang was shocked to hear what she said, as he did not expect Lin Xin to notice that as well. It seemed like Fatty was the only one invested in this relationship. The Lover's Rock has a purpose, to detect if both parties like one another. As long as there's a tiny bit of interest, their palms would light up. However, there was nothing at all when the both of them placed their palms on the rock. We can tell that Brother Fatty likes Sister Mengmeng very much. Since there's nothing happening to the rock, that means Sister Mengmeng doesn't like Brother Fatty at all. Lin Xin told her observation. I also noticed that Sister Mengmeng would sometimes avoid looking at Brother Fatty. Whether or not they like each other, that's their business. Let's not get involved. Lin Huang did not deny what Lin Xin said while shaking his head. Of course, he noticed that Zhang Mengmeng acted a little weird when she was with Fatty since the beginning. What happened at Lover's Rock had confirmed that she was not the least bit interested in Fatty at all. Just like what Lin Xin said, even if she had a tiny bit of interest in him, the rock would respond. Shouldn't we tell Brother Fatty? Is Sister Mengmeng dating Brother Fatty for his money? I remember you saying that Brother Fatty's family owns a restaurant and he's quite rich. Lin Xin proceeded to speculate. If I tell Fatty now, he won't listen to me and we might even argue. Lin Huang was helpless. This Zhang Mengmeng has a powerful background, so money is definitely not what she's after. Fatty is just an ordinary person, there's nothing he has that's worth being taken away. She might want to use Fatty to get closer to someone when she agreed to date him. Lin Huang was clear of Zhang Mengmeng's intention, but he had no idea who her target was. Go back with Tyrant, I'll drop by the black market to investigate this Zhang Mengmeng. After confirming that Zhang Mengmeng had something up her sleeves, he decided to check who she was so that he was mentally prepared. As Lin Xin and Tyrant left, Lin Huang summoned the viridescent Thunderhawk and headed to the black market. 2 minutes later, he landed on top of a building near the black market and headed to the streets. He found the little house that he bought information the last time he was here and entered it. A staff noticed him as their guest, they hinted and brought him into the house. There was a plump old man behind an old table in the dark room. He wore a golden frame monocle as he observed a small item in his hand. Seeing Lin Huang enter the room, the old man put away his things and looked at him. May I know what do you need? I need you to check out a person for me. Lin Huang sat down in front of the table and requested. Do you have the name and photo of this person you ask of? The old person asked while nudging his glasses. Yes. Then your request will be easy. The old person was relieved. Send over the details and I'll give you a price. The old person passed him a chip. Lin Huang took over the chip and scanned his Emperor's heart ring. Zhang Mengmeng's information was sent over. When that was done, Lin Huang passed the chip back to the old man. The old man took the chip and connected it to his Emperor's heart ring and started his investigation. You only need to pay a minimal price for this piece of information, 1 life crystal. The old man looked at Lin Huang less than 2 minutes later. Why is it so cheap? Lin Huang thought it was odd. Maybe nothing's wrong with this girl. He placed 1 life crystal on the table. This girl doesn't exist. Her name is made up. I've checked the photo and checked the Union government's population registration data. There's no match for her face. There are 2 possibilities. She has either never registered with the Union government or her identity is faked. She has also changed her features by performing plastic surgery or through other avenues. The old man said after picking up the life crystal. I know it. Lin Huang expected the answer. He finally confirmed that his suspicions of Zhang Mengmeng being true. Is it possible to get her real identity? Lin Huang asked. There's nothing that I can do as she has changed all her personal details. Usually, people in disguise would change their fingerprints, iris and other identification details along with their features. Unless you could provide her real name or face, there's nothing I can do. The old man smiled and shook his head. All right then, thanks. Since there was nothing that they could do, Lin Huang left the black market. It was 8 p.m. when he returned to the dorm. So how did it go? Did you get anything? Lin Xin asked as she noticed that Lin Huang looked solemn. There's no such person as Zhang Mengmeng. Lin Huang said without an expression. A fake identity? How about facial recognition software? Lin Xin was stunned and understood what he meant immediately. No, it's not her real face. Lin Huang shook his head. Something's wrong with this girl. Lin Xin became alert. Don't follow us on our tour around for the coming days. We have no idea what the girl wants but approaching Fatty with a fake identity. It has got to be something bad. Stay away from her, I'll get Tyrant to protect you. Lin Huang briefed her and summoned Kylie as well as he thought it was dangerous. Kylie, you protect Lin Xin as well. Brother, are you going to train today? Lin Xin saw Lin Huang ready to head out. If he stayed, he did not have to summon 2 monsters to protect her. Yes, I didn't get to train today. I'm left with 4 hours. Lin Huang was determined. Be careful then. Lin Xin nodded. Lin Huang left the dorm leaving Lin Xin behind. He did not bother to summon the Viridian Wolf this time and ran towards the training room. As he was arriving at the training room, he sensed a tiny object entering his micro-territory, aiming at the back of his head. Lin Huang moved his head aside and avoided the attack. He turned around immediately and looked at the direction of attack. Who's that? Come out, now. Chapter 396. Attacked in the middle of the night. Lin Huang was shocked to be attacked in the middle of the night. Was it the Purple Crow, the Saints, or the mystery organization? Maybe it was Zhang Mengmeng. A few possibilities flashed through his mind. He had offended quite a few organizations and he could not tell who was attempting an attack this time around. However, he could sense that it might either be the Purple Crows or Zhang Mengmeng. The attack came out of nowhere and was swift. If not for his micro-territory that was activated at all times, he might have been attacked earlier. Who's that? Come out now, shouted Lin Huang as a couple of lamp posts exploded around him. Suddenly, the entire area was plunged into darkness. As soon as the lights disappeared, a few obscure attacks came at him. It was the same as before. The attacks were extremely secretive and hard to detect. It was fast and was clearly a unique assassination technique. However, nothing could escape Lin Huang's micro-territory that allowed him to sense the attack trajectory, allowing him to avoid it just by moving his body. As he avoided the attack, he took out his grade 5 gun relic. It was one of the collectibles from the mystery auction which was now his. The black pistol was a few times smaller than the Grey Eagle 17. As Lin Huang whipped out the gun, he inserted life power into it. Soon, a number of golden beams shot out of his gun as fast as his attacker, covering the entire area where his attacker was attacking from. Golden sparks lit up the dark as shot after shot was fired. The quiet night was broken, and many hunters who were around the area headed towards that direction. It was the White Capital, so not only was it an A-grade foothold, it also the top foothold in Division 7. Who dared to create a scene at the Martial Hunter College in the middle of the foothold? Gunshots were fired multiple times in less than a second in the dark. Lin Huang's speed was at its peak, as he managed to fire more than 50 shots within a second. The golden life power bullets headed in the direction of his attacker like a thunderstorm, and soon the entire area was covered with bullet shells. As soon as the shots were fired, Lin Huang stomped hard, activating seraphic speed and thunder steps. He dashed like a laser beam towards the direction of the attack. Q. Shots scattered through the air. This time, his attacker did not even bother and attempt to cover up the noise. He only seemed to want to scare Lin Huang away. He then swapped thunder steps to cloud steps and avoided the attacks. He continued to fire as he headed closer towards the direction of the attack. As the shots were fired, Lin Huang could finally see the person assaulting him. It was a person covered in a loose black robe. He could not even tell the gender of the person. He also noticed that the person did not avoid his life power bullets at all. Instead, there was a thick cloud of black mist in front of the person, blocking his bullets. As the golden life power bullets passed through the black mist, they disappeared. It was evident that the shots could not harm the person at all. Seeing Lin Huang was approaching, the black-robed person seemed to be unwilling to get close to him and retreated immediately. Lin Huang aimed at the person and fired even more shots. For regular gold-level hunters, using a relic was exhausting as it drained the person's life power tremendously. However, for Lin Huang, the amount of life power he had was 10 times more than a person. On the same level, so using a relic was relatively relaxing to him. After finally being able to see his target, Lin Huang stopped blindly shooting and aimed for the fatal points on his assailant's body. In the dark, the life power bullets were like meteorites as they were shot at his assailant. The black-robed person did not even attempt to avoid the bullets. The black mist was becoming thicker and eventually, it turned into a giant black whirlpool. The golden bullets disappeared as soon as they touched the mist. Even the bullets that reached the edge of the whirlpool broke as well. The life power bullets seemed to decompose right away. Lin Huang frowned as he was puzzled by the person's ability. As the person seemingly absorbed Lin Huang's shots, he leapt and left. Knowing that he could not kill Lin Huang within a short period, as well as the fact that people were approaching, the assailant did not dare stay any longer and decided to leave. Lin Huang was not surprised that the person attempted to flee. He already confirmed that the person was a holy fire level when the person launched his first attack. Nobody below transcendent level could move so quickly. Trying to run away, I won't let you go so easily. Lin Huang summoned the Viridescent Thunderhawk and chased after the person. On the Viridescent Thunderhawk's back, Lin Huang changed the gun's form to a rifle and aimed at the black-robed person. He then activated an advanced gunfighting technique, Thunderstorm. As thunder roared, golden life power bullets rained down like a thunderstorm. Lin Huang used 3 life wheels for this attack, and his life power flooded the gun as he fired countless shots at the person. Noticing the attack from its back, the black-robed person did not even turn his head as he attempted to cover his body with a thick, black mist. Lin Huang soon noticed that the black mist behaved strangely, like the surface of water that sent out ripples as soon as the life power bullets touched it. Even though he used an advanced gunfighting technique, it could not harm the person. However, the speed of the Viridescent Thunderhawk was faster than the person. They were getting closer and closer to each other. The black-robed person attacked as well, but Lin Huang managed to avoid them with the activation of his dark shield. "You can't run," Lin Huang shouted while his eyes turned a bloody red. The vampire particles formed a pair of whips on his back. The 2 whips headed towards the person while another 2 blades raced towards the person's body. To Lin Huang's surprise, the black-robed person did not avoid the attacks this time. As the person performed a couple of hand seals, he was strangled by the 2 whips and the 2 blades pierced through his chest. Lin Huang was shocked that he managed to kill the person so quickly. Nevertheless, the black-robed person's body broke into black bits and disappeared. Chapter 397, Puzzling. He escaped. Lin Huang looked at the place where the black-robed person disappeared while replaying the scene of him performing the hand seals. It was probably a unique escape skill. Lin Shen. His crimson-red eyes faded away as he contacted Tyrant with his mind. He was relieved as Lin Shen had not encountered the attack that he did. "Let's go back to the place where the person first attacked me." Lin Huang patted the Viridescent Thunderhawk's back. The Viridescent Thunderhawk flapped its wings and turned in an arc as it headed to the library. As soon as it landed, a shadow interrupted them. Lin Huang looked closely. It was the Dean, Lu Ming. "Brother, were you the one fighting just now?" Lu Ming immediately asked when he saw Lin Huang. "A black-robed person attacked me but ran away." Lin Huang hopped from the Viridescent Thunderhawk's back and nodded to Lu Ming. The battle had seemed intense, but it only lasted less than 20 seconds. "Is this a holy fire level summon?" Lu Ming was shocked to see the Viridescent Thunderhawk. "Yes." Lin Huang then recalled the Viridescent Thunderhawk. "Are you alright?" Lu Ming asked immediately. As a huge fan of Mr. Fu Fan, he was protective of Lin Huang. "I'm alright." Soon, several shadows arrived. They were transcendents who were nearby. They came here as soon as they heard the gunshots and sensed the energy wave. Lu Ming approached them and explained while Lin Huang looked for the weapon that the black-robed person had used to attack him. He could sense that it was something tiny, but he had no idea what that was. A while later, he found a hole the size of a thumb in a field nearby. There was residue that was similar to the black mist on the attacker's body. Lin Huang coated his right hand with life power and reached into the hole. He found a needle that was 2 centimeters long with the thickness of a strand of hair. It was completely black with black life power remaining on its surface. Although the black life power was insignificant, Lin Huang could sense that the life power on his finger was being destroyed by a unique force. However, as it was decomposing his life power, the black life power was intensifying. Before Lin Huang could store it, the black life power surrounding the needle disappeared within 1 or 2 seconds. "Is this the weapon that the person used to attack you?" Lu Ming appeared next to Lin Huang and looked the black needle in his hand. Looking at the size and color as well as the ability to hide its appearance, this could definitely kill anyone without even making a sound. Such an evil weapon looks like it belongs to a professional assassin. "Brother, did you offend anyone recently?" "I've offended quite some people. Do you have any clue about anyone who might want to do such a thing?" Lu Ming asked. I have a few suspects, but I can't be sure. Lin Huang shook his head. Do you need my help? Lu Ming asked in all seriousness. Not at the moment, I think I can solve it myself. If I can't, I'll have to trouble you. Lin Huang would usually handle things by himself instead of asking for help. He knew that he would have to repay people in some way if he asked for help. Alright then, be careful. Usually, a professional assassin won't give up on their target so easily. Find out the person responsible for this as soon as possible. The longer you drag this matter, the more dangerous it'll be for you. After all, they're in the dark while you're in the light, Lu Ming reminded. Yes, I understand. Lin Huang nodded. I'll get someone to fix this tomorrow. Don't worry about it and get going, Lu Ming said as he looked at the lamp posts that were broken. After Lu Ming left, Lin Huang looked around nearby and headed back to the dorm as he did not find anything. Brother, were you fighting just now? I heard gunshots, Lin Xin asked in concern when she saw Lin Huang came back. She had heard the gunshots soon after Lin Huang left the dorm, so she thought he might be fighting. It was summer holiday and no outsiders were allowed at night in the college. Besides her and Lin Huang, there was basically nobody else in the college. The gunshots clearly came from the college. Moreover, Lin Huang was a firearms master himself, so it was easy to tell that it was him who was fighting. Lin Huang did not want to tell Lin Xin about the attack, but since she asked, he admitted it anyway. Someone tried to kill me but got away. Was it Zhang Mengmeng? Lin Xin thought of her as well. I'm not sure, but she's the biggest suspect. Lin Huang shook his head. Although the person was on the holy fire level, I'm not excluding. Zhang Mengmeng is one of the suspects as she might be hiding her true combat prowess and disguise herself as a silver level hunter. Besides, I don't know many people in the White Capital. Zhang Mengmeng is the only one that I don't know from before and she knows that I'm in the White Capital. But, there are other possibilities as well. After all, I have offended many underworld organizations. Lin Huang knew the trouble that he caused himself. He had offended all the underworld organizations that he's encountered, so it was nothing out of the ordinary that he was being targeted. I think it has to be that Zhang Mengmeng. How can it be such a coincidence that we met her today and that you got attacked right away? She must be coming for you. That's why she's dating Brother Fatty. Maybe she's one of the Purple Crows. Lin Xin was determined to solve the identity of the attacker. You naughty girl, you need proof. Don't just say whatever you want. Lin Huang patted Lin Xin's head. There's no need for proof. A girl has accurate instincts. It has to be Zhang Mengmeng. Lin Xin was persistent. Yes, whatever you say is right. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Lin Huang assured helplessly. He returned to his room after finally managing to comfort Lin Xin. He stared at Zhang Mengmeng's photos that Fatty had sent earlier and mumbled to himself, I can definitely know if it's her if I have her real face or her real name. Suddenly, Yang Ling's face appeared in his mind. I wonder if Yang Ling could retrieve her real face. Lin Huang then sent the photos to Yang Ling with a simple explanation. Yang Ling replied almost in the next second after receiving the photos. Now I know your type. This girl doesn't look that bad, but she's too young for me. 2 to 3 minutes later, Yang Ling called. Lin Huang picked up the video call immediately. Who told you that the girl had plastic surgery? Yang Ling asked directly. Didn't she? Her identity is fake. I'm sure you can look for her. Her face doesn't match the population registration at the Union government. There really is a problem with her identity. She must be an illegal resident who has never registered herself since birth and her Emperor's heart ring must be fake. But I'm 100% sure that she has never done plastic surgery before. Yang Ling insisted. What are you basing your comments that she's never done plastic surgery before on? Lin Huang was puzzled. It's not based on anything. I can tell from her photos. She's not the only one. I can also tell how any woman in the world really looks like. Whether they've makeup on, if they went for plastic surgery, or if they used a beauty app to beautify their faces. I can even see the smallest freckle on their faces. My eyes can see through those layers. When I say this girl has never went for plastic surgery, it means she hasn't. It's up to you to believe me or not, Yang Ling insisted. Then, could you find her real identity for me? Lin Huang cast his doubts aside and asked Yang Ling. I can't. She's an illegal resident who has never registered on any platforms on the Heart Network. All I know is that her name is fake. There's nothing else that I can get. Yang Ling opened his arms in surrender. All right then, I understand now. Hanging up the phone, Lin Huang thought the matter was even more puzzling now. Zhang Mengmeng has never undergone plastic surgery, and she's an illegal resident. Chapter 398. Pig. Lin Huang thought all he needed was Zhang Mengmeng's actual face or name to find out who she really was and which organization she belonged to, as well as her intention to be with Fatty. However, his dream was crushed when Yang Ling told him that although her identity was fake, her face was real. She was an illegal resident, and she had just registered her fake identity last month. Before that, she never existed. Now, it was impossible to know who she was, which organization she was from, or her intentions, as she did not have an identity. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huang took out the black needle that was as thin as a strand of hair. Now, I shall take some time to drop by the black market to see if I can find out anything about this black needle. On the next morning, Lin Huang met Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng at the place and time that they had promised to meet after his dinner. "Why isn't your sister here today?" Fatty was surprised and asked Lin Huang. "We're hiking the 3 Lifetime Mountain. She's been there before and she's unwilling to hike, so she's not following today," Lin Huang smiled and explained. "So, we're hiking?" Fatty looked concerned. "The 3 Lifetime Mountain is a popular attraction. There's a pavilion on top of the mountain called the Fate Pavilion. I'm sure you've heard of the story about the fate of the 3 lifetimes. It was said that it comes from this mountain and pavilion." Lin Huang looked at Fatty and smiled. "You mean the mythical story about reincarnation that was passed down since ancient times? But there should be nobody staying in Division 7 during that time, so how was it possible that the story came from here?" Fatty was skeptical. "Didn't anyone tell you that the White Capital of Division 7 was built on the ruins of ancient times? The Fate Pavilion was discovered when Division 7 was opened by the Union government more than 300 years ago. They confirmed that the pavilion is the one in the story," Lin Huang explained. "Can you tell me the story?" Zhang Mengmeng suddenly looked at Fatty. "That story?" Fatty did not expect Zhang Mengmeng to ask him such a question. "It's about this medical practitioner who was picking herbs on top of the mountain near the Fate Pavilion. He saved a snake from a beast. Many years later, the man died and was reincarnated into a rich businessman. One day, he passed by the Fate Pavilion and was robbed. He was then rescued by the snake that he had saved in his past life. Many years later, he died and was reincarnated to become a scholar while the snake advanced into a human. The both of them met at the Fate Pavilion and got married. In ancient times, many believed in the theory of reincarnation. They think that people won't just disappear after their death. Their souls will go to a place called the Netherworld. Human souls will be cleansed there, and their memories will be wiped away. They will be reborn as a clean slate without any memories," Lin Huang added, as he could tell that Zhang Mengmeng had never heard of the story before. "Reincarnation?" Zhang Mengmeng mumbled to herself and smiled at Fatty. "I love this story. Let's go see the pavilion." Lin Huang was observing Zhang Mengmeng as she spoke. She seemed to be much better than yesterday and had more communication with Fatty today. However, he was not sure if she was pretending so that she would not blow her cover. Even the way she looked at Fatty was like a young girl who had fallen head over heels. "Sure, let's hike that 3 Lifetime Mountain." Fatty could not reject Zhang Mengmeng's request. The 3 Lifetime Mountain was about 5 kilometers away towards the northwest of Jingyu Lake. The mountain covered more than 200 kilometers and was a great tourist spot in White Capital. Many locals who would jog in the mountain area during summer, as there were trees which were cooling. The 3 Lifetime Mountain was just one of the attractions in the area. There were many other beautiful sceneries along the way. The people in this world had much stronger physique than people on Earth. Climbing a mountain that was thousands of meters high was not as tough as it would be on Earth. Fatty was very reluctant because he was lazy, although, with his bronze level rank 3 combat strength, it was nothing for him to hike the mountain. There were a total of 4 trails in the mountain. 2 of them consisted of stairs while another 2 involved rock climbing. Considering Fatty's condition, Lin Huang decided to take the stairs. Zhang Mengmeng was excited as they were climbing. She could not wait to get to the top to look at the legendary pavilion. "Zhang Mengmeng, why not you go up first? Wait for us up there, and I'll accompany Fatty up slowly." "That's right, Mengmeng, you can go up first if you want to see the pavilion. We'll catch up," Fatty said while he panted, unable to catch up with Zhang Mengmeng. "All right then." Zhang Mengmeng looked at Lin Huang, seeming to have something to say. She hesitated and left. "Fatty, what did you and Mengmeng do last night after dinner? Did you guys stay in the hotel for the entire night?" Lin Huang asked when he saw Zhang Mengmeng had walked further away. We didn't head back to the hotel directly after dinner but to the shopping plaza instead. We shopped until past 11 and went back to the hotel and slept. I bought quite a few snacks and got a few clothes for Mengmeng, Fatty chuckled. So, you guys stuck together for the entire night? Lin Huang was puzzled. Yeah, from 7:30 p.m. to past 11, we were together. Why, what's wrong? Nothing, I just want to know your progress. Lin Huang smiled. Ooh, it's a secret. Lin Huang asked him a couple more questions as they were hiking up. He confirmed that Zhang Mengmeng had been with Fatty the entire night. She did not even go to the toilet. So, the one who attacked me last night wasn't Zhang Mengmeng. Lin Huang concluded. They spent more than 3 hours to get to the top of the mountain. Zhang Mengmeng had been waiting at the Red Pavilion for quite some time. There were many people at the pavilion, and Zhang Mengmeng was the center of attraction with many people looking at her. Hangyi. Zhang Mengmeng went to them when she saw Fatty. Many thought that Zhang Mengmeng was Lin Huang's girlfriend and that they were the perfect match. They were shocked to see her wiping Fatty's sweat for him. Why would a pretty girl like this be dating such a pig? A handsome uncle commented with tears in his eyes. It was clear that he recalled a sad moment in his early days. Hangyi, there's a fortune teller over there. He saw a few couples, and they said he's very accurate. Let's get him to look at ours. Zhang Mengmeng pulled Fatty towards the fortune teller. Lin Huang was puzzled. If Zhang Mengmeng was just pretending, her acting skills were top-notch as she seemed really genuine. He followed them anyway. The fortune teller that Zhang Mengmeng was talking about sat in the east corner of the pavilion. He was skinny and wore a robe with "Fate" written on his chest. He looked like he was in his 60s with white hair. The unique thing about him was that his eyes that were completely white without any iris or pupils. Zhang Mengmeng brought Fatty to the old man. Sir, please tell us our fortune. The old man looked at them, stunned. He then looked at each of their palms. Soon, he frowned and started to speak. The numerology for the both of you is odd. He went silent for a while and looked up at Zhang Mengmeng. You don't have a past. The old man looked at Fatty and said, and you don't have a future. Your fate started when the both of you met the first time, but at the same time, it ended. It's odd as theoretically, the both of you shouldn't meet again, but your fate is bringing the both of you together in a strong way. The endpoint of this seems to be non-existent. Before the old man could finish, Zhang Mengmeng's tears were pouring. What's wrong, Mengmeng? Don't listen to his nonsense. Fatty attempted to pull Zhang Mengmeng away, but she insisted on staying. Sir, is there any way to save this? Zhang Mengmeng asked the old man tearfully. I'm sorry, there's no way. The old man shook his head, stood up and walked down the mountain. Sir, here's your money. Zhang Mengmeng attempted to give the old man money, but she was stopped by Fatty. It's okay. The old man waved his hand without turning around, then disappeared slowly from their field of vision. This old man is just jealous of us and attempted to break us up. If he weren't an old man, I would have definitely beat him up. Fatty was furious. Alright, don't be mad. Lin Huang patted Fatty's shoulder. Mengmeng, don't bother yourself with what the old man said, okay? He was just rambling. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Mengmeng nodded while still crying. Seeing Zhang Mengmeng hugging Fatty, Lin Huang was skeptical of his judgment. Chapter 399. I'll wait for you in the eastern suburbs. Zhang Mengmeng had been upset ever since the fortune teller encounter. Fatty did not have the mood to look at the attractions anymore as he was trying to cheer Zhang Mengmeng up again. Lin Huang was watching without saying a word. He had no clue after listening to the ridiculous notion that the fortune teller had said. However, Zhang Mengmeng's sobbing seemed real, and it did not look like she was acting. Perhaps, what the fortune teller said made her realize something that she was not aware of. Lin Huang, I think I'll bring Mengmeng back to the hotel. Sorry to trouble you to come all the way here. Fatty looked at Lin Huang with guilt. It's alright, it's almost noon now, let's take the elevator. I'll bring you guys for lunch and take you back to the hotel. Lin Huang patted Fatty's shoulder. I'll bring you guys around again tomorrow when the both of you feel better. You can take a few days rest if you want. Thanks. The elevator to descend the mountain was located not far from the ladder mountain. There was a 3-kilometer-long hanging bridge connecting it with the Three Life Mountain. As they crossed the bridge, they took the elevator from Ladder Mountain all the way to the bottom of the mountain. After bidding farewell to Lin Huang, Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng left with a monster car. Lin Huang then summoned the viridescent Thunderhawk and headed to the black market. In the small, Dark room, the plump old man looked at Lin Huang. You again, do you have a new clue this time? Lin Huang took out the black needle and placed it on the table. The old man pushed his glasses higher up on his nose and looked at it. He then put on a pair of white gloves and picked up the thin needle. After some observation, he looked at Lin Huang again. Now, I'm curious about how you managed to survive this attack. You know, where does this weapon come from? Lin Huang's eyes lit up. The information about this black needle might not be useful to you, and it's not cheap. The old man stared at him. Are you sure you want it? How much is it? Lin Huang asked. 30,000 life crystals. Sure, Lin Huang replied without thinking twice. The old man was surprised by Lin Huang's decision, as 30,000 life crystals could get a solid grade 5 relic. Given that he had reminded Lin Huang that the piece of information might not be useful for him, Lin Huang still decided to accept the price that he presented. The old man did not say anything while taking out the trading chip. Lin Huang scanned it and transferred the money immediately. Soon, a notification popped up, showing that the transfer was successful. Then the old man retrieved the chip from Lin Huang. Wait, the old man put down the black needle, removed his gloves and started working on something on the heart network. 1 to 2 minutes later, he took out a black information chip and downloaded the information that he gathered. He then passed the chip to Lin Huang. Lin Huang scanned and copied the information immediately. Within seconds, all the information that the old man provided was downloaded into Lin Huang's network storage space. Lin Huang frowned as he flipped through the information. Soon, he switched off the pages on his Emperor's heart ring and shook his head. Seems like I'm in a great loss for this trade, I did remind you. The old man smiled after taking off his single lens glass. I thought there might be something slightly useful, never mind. Lin Huang waved his hand and left. After leaving the black market, he ate something at a small restaurant next to the Martial Hunter College. He contacted Tyrant with his mind to ask him about Lin Xin. After making sure that Lin Xin was safe, he headed straight to the library. In the library cubicle, Lin Huang was browsing for the information that the old man had provided. The black needle appeared the first time more than 200 years ago. It was a custom-made weapon that was often used by a female assassin named Poison Sting. The assassin was an immortal level who was popular among the Dark Organization with her secretive way of killing. However, around 170 years ago, Poison Sting accepted a deal to kill a particular family member. After assassinating the person, the family took revenge on her. Half a year later, Poison Sting disappeared and had never appeared for the next 170 years. Nobody knew if she had been killed or if she was hiding. Lin Huang frowned after reading all the documents. The information provided by the black market was basically about Poison Sting. However, he knew very well that it was impossible that Poison Sting had attacked him. If she was already an immortal level 200 years ago, she could be above Imperial level now if she was still alive. Could it be Poison Sting's apprentice? That was the only possibility that Lin Huang could think of. However, according to the documents, Poison Sting had never appeared for more than 170 years. It never mentioned if she had an apprentice, so that was the end of his clue. Lin Huang was overwhelmed with information as he read more. Before contacting Yongling, his mind was clear, and he was sure that Zhang Mengmeng had attacked him, although he had no idea why she would do that. However, since Yongling's explanation on Zhang Mengmeng, her odd behavior, and now this information about Poison Sting, Lin Huang felt like he was in a blur. It was impossible for him to find out the truth. Since he could not gather his thoughts, he shook his head and put his thoughts aside. Never mind, I shall continue to read since I've already wasted half a day. Lin Huang started reading as soon as his Emperor's heart ring was connected to the librarian's tentacle. Hours passed, and it was soon 6 in the evening. Lin Huang left the library, had dinner and headed straight to the training room. After a couple of hours of training, sweat dripped from his body. The Emperor's heart ring that he wore on his left middle finger rang when it was around 10:30 p.m. It was Fatty who called, and Lin Huang picked up immediately. He was shocked as soon as the video call was connected. Both Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng were in a dim room and locked up with a black chain. Although it was dark, Lin Huang could see that Fatty's face was beaten up and there was blood flowing from the side of his lips. On the other hand, Zhang Mengmeng had a long, bloody wound on her face. Fatty, Mengmeng, Lin Huang shouted to the both of them as he frowned. You're Lin Huang, am I right? You have such a loyal friend here. If I, Didn't threaten him with his girlfriend, he wouldn't let me call you. A person in a black robe appeared from the dark. There was a black mask on its face which completely covered everything that could be recognized. Its voice was also modified, so nobody could tell its gender. What do you want? Lin Huang could recognize that it was the black robe person who had attacked him last night. Would you like to save your friend? The black robe person smirked. I'll wait for you in the eastern suburbs. Chapter 400. The identity of the black robe person. Don't turn off the video. You must come alone. Don't let anybody know. Also, you only have 2 hours. The black robe person disappeared into the dark. It did not say more, but Lin Huang knew very clearly that Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng would die if he did not get to the location within 2 hours. Lin Huang managed to find the location of the video as it was still running. However, whatever he was doing, the other side was watching. He put away his sword, did a quick search on his Emperor's Heart Ring signal, and soon, he found Fatty's Emperor's Heart Ring's location. Lin Huang, don't come. Fatty tried his best to look at the camera. He braced the pain and shook his head slightly. Tears streamed down his swollen face. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng stared blankly at the ground, and she was crying. The 10-centimeter long gash on the left side of her face was still bleeding. She seemed to be in complete shock. Don't worry, I'm coming for you guys. Lin Huang ran out of the training room and summoned the Viridescent Thunderhawk. The Martian Hunter College was located in the center zone of the White Capital while the eastern suburb was 2,000 kilometers away. Fatty's coordinates showed a straight line distance of 2,278 kilometers. Before the Viridescent Thunderhawk leveled up, it was impossible for it to reach there in 2 hours, but it could now do it. Lin Huang was coming up with a plan as he was riding on the Viridescent Thunderhawk. Since the black-robed person had caught Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng, and now invited him over, it was clear that the person had set up a trap and was waiting for him to fall into it. The encounter earlier gave Lin Huang an idea of its ability. The person should be a white flame level, almost a crimson flame level but not yet a blue flame. What it was good at was sneak attacks, not close-distance combat. Under such a situation, it was possible that it had set up everything in the environment it could control. The black-robed person might set some traps in the house that contained Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng. However, Lin Huang must step into the dim room to save the both of them. Now, that was not a scheme anymore but a living graveyard. Lin Huang would have to jump into the trap himself even though he knew it was a setup. He knew very well that Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng would die if he did not do that. From what the black-robed person had done, not only would the both of them die, they would also die in agony. 1.5 hours later, Lin Huang, who was riding on the Viridescent Thunderhawk, saw the building at the coordinates. It was a warehouse. The Viridescent Thunderhawk circled midair and landed near the entrance quickly. Standing a couple of meters at the entrance, Lin Huang recalled the Viridescent Thunderhawk. Just as he recalled it, a layer of semi-transparent white shield covered the entire warehouse and hundreds of meters around it, including Lin Huang. Lin Huang was shocked by that. He looked up, but did not feel anything odd happening to his body. This layer of shield serves as a greeting. There's nothing to worry about. It just serves as a seal to the space and to disable you from summoning your monsters, the black-robed person who could not be recognized said in the video. You can choose to leave without your friends. It's not too late. Lin Huang frowned and contacted Xiaohei secretly. Can I use my monster cards when the space is sealed? The sealing only applies to the summoning space. It doesn't work on monster cards. Lin Huang was relieved to hear Xiaohei's answer. He took out his sword and opened the warehouse door. Without any confrontation, he walked into the warehouse. As it was night time, the warehouse had no lights and was dark. However, Lin Huang's vision was not affected as he looked around. The warehouse was still in use as there were many goods stacked around on trays in various areas. Lin Huang trod slowly. Although he used his micro-territory which covered the area, he was still careful. Despite his light footsteps, in the quiet warehouse, they echoed. As he walked hundreds of meters straight ahead, he noticed that he was close to the given coordinates, so he slowed down. Suddenly, he turned left as he arrived at a crossroads with a stack of goods. The moonlight shone through the window and onto the black chains that were binding Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng. The two black chains extended from the ceiling and clinched onto their backs. They were suspended 20 centimeters from the ground. Fatty, Lin Huang switched off the video and attempted to hack off the chains with his sword. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here. A shadow appeared from behind Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng. It was the black-robed person. Who are you? Lin Huang had no idea who that person was at all. Do you remember killing a person on the demonic crystal spaceship last July? I'm his daughter. The person switched off the voice modifier, sounding very much like a young girl now. Last July, Lin Huang frowned, finally recalling after some thinking. You mean that bastard? Don't you dare insult my dad. The girl took off her hoodie and black mask, revealing a pretty face. Do you remember me, Lin Huang? The young girl with 2 ponytails glared at Lin Huang with undeniable hatred. You are, Lily. Of course, Lin Huang remembered who she was. The young girl with 2 ponytails standing in front of him was the girl who had been brainwashed by Mr. Wei. When he had killed Mr. Wei, she had witnessed everything as she stood nearby. However, he remembered that the girl left the spaceship halfway and was sent for psychotherapy. He did not expect her to come back for revenge. This girl had only taken a year to level up from an ordinary person to a holy fire level at such a mind-boggling speed. Good that you remember. I was worried that you might forget. If that had been the case, I would have to waste my time making you remember, but now, I can kill you straight away. My pain and hatred will end after I kill you. Lily shouted at Lin Huang at the top of her lungs. Chapter 401, which Lily's scream echoed in the dark warehouse. Before the echo ended, she disappeared from their vision. Next, she appeared behind Lin Huang like a ghost. Under the black robe, her inhuman black claws reached out towards his neck with black mist on them. Her phantom movement was beyond what Lin Huang's eyes could capture. However, with his micro-territory that was active at all times, nothing could escape him within a radius of 100 meters, including Lily's peculiar movement. Sensing her appearance behind him, Lin Huang did not escape, but he stretched out his grade 5 sword relic, Dragon Slayer, to his back. Before the golden glow left the sword sliced through the air cleanly. Bang! As the sword and the claws collided, a loud bang was heard. With the help of the force, Lin Huang dashed towards Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng. Lily backed off and disappeared into the dark again. As Lin Huang was closer to Fatty, he was ready to chop off the black chain that was restraining Fatty with his sword. Suddenly, a shadow appeared next to Fatty. Black needles fired like bullets at Lin Huang faster than the speed of sound. He stopped moving while slashing the sword maniacally in the air like it was a giant shield blocking all the black needles. Suddenly, he felt danger coming from behind. He activated his cloud steps and seraphic speed, then stepped 100 meters away and saw the black shadow disappear. What was that? Lin Huang was puzzled. At that moment, he could sense danger coming from his back again. He stepped away immediately. Under the bright moonlight, he turned around and saw a shadow disappear from where he stood again. A shadow. Lin Huang could tell it was a shadow. Although he had no idea what the shadow was doing, the sense of danger came from it. Lin Huang trusted his instincts. Lin Huang, the moment you stepped into this warehouse today, there's no way you'll leave alive. Give up all your useless struggles now, Lily's voice echoed. Lily, if you had gone for the psychotherapy sessions last year, perhaps you'd have been living like a normal kid just like everybody else now. Mr. Wei's love wasn't real. It was an odd feeling that you have towards him after his brainwashing. He never loved you. You were a toy to him and you could have been thrown away anytime he wanted. You know very well who he really was. His death is a release for you, Lin Huang shouted. So, you thought my dad is dead. He's not dead. He was saved by the Grandmistress. She sent me to Phoenix Island for training. Phoenix Island is like hell. Ha ha ha. Lily sounded like a lunatic, her laugh scaring Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang got some information from what she said. Mr. Wei didn't die. How is that possible? There was a hole in his head, so how did he manage to survive? An ordinary person like you could never imagine Grandmistress's special ways. Dad will be revived 2 years later. Lily sounded like she was talking to herself. Lin Huang frowned as he listened to Lily's crazy talk, but he could tell that what she said was true. He could not imagine what kind of person the so-called Grandmistress was. The Grandmistress that you're talking about, who is she? Lin Huang asked. Grandmistress is Dad's mother. She's the most incredible woman in the entire world. Lily sounded insane. Now, Lin Huang finally found out that Mr. Wei had a powerful background. He thought it was odd that the Grandmistress did not get anybody to assassinate him for the past 1 year. Could Lily be here to fulfill some odd fetish? Lin Huang was half right. Training Lily to get revenge was the Grandmistress's fetish. She did send assassins on Lin Huang's tail, but the assassins were always stopped by the Lang family. My dad asked me to kill you and keep your dead body in the freezer. By then, Grand Mistress will extract your soul to feed the worms. 2 years later, when Dad is revived, he'll slice your body into pieces as you watch and use different ways to cook you every day. When your body is all eaten, he will chop off your head and make it into a spittoon and get Grand Mistress to put your consciousness into the spittoon. It seems like killing that pervert didn't teach him a lesson. Next time when I see him, I'll wipe away his soul and consciousness so that he won't be able to live ever again. Lin Huang was furious, and that Grand Mistress, I shall chop off her head one day, Lin Huang added. Too bad you won't be able to survive until that day, Lily mocked and attacked again. 3 giant shadows dashed towards Lin Huang by sliding on the ground. It's redundant to play shadows with me. Lin Huang shouted, come out, witch. A human form monster with a horn on its head appeared in front of Lin Huang. The monster was a female with a pliant body. It was one of the fiend monster cards that Lin Huang had obtained the last time. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, witch, type of monster, fiend beginner combat level, blue flame level, skill 1, magic of GU, skill 2, poison magic, skill 3, witchcraft, summon authority, activated, card remarks, trainable. Lin Huang had seen the skills description before. The witch had the most secular skills. She only had 3 skills that were of different abilities. For magic of GU, she had mastered tens of worms with different functions. Some could control human minds from parasites, some could store venom, while some were cannibal worms that could devour an adult's flesh to his skeleton within seconds. Meanwhile, witchcraft included some soul-type attack, defense, and psychic abilities. It included some peculiar abilities such as shadow control, plant control and even summoning monsters from another dimension. As Lin Huang had seen the witch controlling shadows before, he decided to get her to fight Lily. Seeing the 3 shadows that were coming, the witch stomped hard, and a giant fiend form shadow grew under the moonlight. Chapter 402, Zhang Mengmeng's identity. The fiend shadow that the witch created appeared within seconds. The 3 shadows that Lily was controlling sensed something was wrong, so they attempted to go around it to get to Lin Huang. However, the fiend shadow entered Lin Huang's own shadow at the speed of light before the 3 shadows could even move. He was speechless as he watched his shadow become a gigantic fiend shadow. As the shadows were fighting, he had no idea how he could help. He did not have any idea what would happen to him if he touched Lily's shadow. The fight among the shadows on the ground was intense. It was like an intriguing shadow play. The shadows collided with each other and separated so fast that Lin Huang could only grasp a little bit of what was going on. The fiend shadow was certainly much stronger than the 3 shadows. Although it was surrounded by the 3 shadows, it was winning. It stood on its spot, barely moving, while the other 3 were constantly in motion. They backed off once they were attacked, not daring to fight the fiend shadow face to face. The battle lasted for more than a minute, and it became stagnant. Just when a shadow was attacking, the fiend shadow retaliated by transforming one of its shadow hands into a massive mouth and snapped at the shadow. The other 2 shadows wanted to help, but they were chased away by the other enormous hand. The shadow that was captured was whimpering like a wounded beast. However, it was soon swallowed, and there was complete silence. After settling the first shadow, the fiend shadow seemed to grow a few times bigger. It turned around and looked at the other 2 shadows. It extended its claws and transformed them into 2 thick chains, then dashed towards the 2 shadows. Under the moonlight, the 2 shadows were running for their lives. Soon, one of them was captured by the chain. It struggled hard, but its efforts were redundant. As soon as the fiend shadow pulled the chain, it captured the shadow with its claws and consumed it. Knowing that it could not escape, the last shadow left the ground and transformed into a thick, black mist. Soon, it became Lily. Lin Huang was surprised to see that, as he did not expect any of the shadows to be Lily herself. As soon as she turned into a human again, Lily screamed at Lin Huang while she attempted to escape. How could this happen? I have already sealed the space. You shouldn't be able to summon your monsters. Nothing is impossible. Since I couldn't summon my monsters, it's obvious that I have my own way of making it happen. Lin Huang did not explain much. Lily, who was escaping, stared deadly at Lin Huang, then turned around and dashed towards Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng. Since I can't kill you, even if I die, I must kill these 2. Witch, kill her. Lin Huang frowned and instructed. The warehouse became even dimmer as Lin Huang's shadow changed back to normal. He had no idea when the fiend shadow had left his shadow and where it had gone to. All the dark corners were alive. It looked like the entire warehouse had become the fiend shadow's playground. Any spots with shadows were transformed into chains. They were like tentacles that grew and sped towards Lily as if they had lost their minds. No matter where she was running to, the chains would follow her. They even left the ground and became individual feelers. Suddenly, Lin Huang noticed that Lily had no shadow. Soon, she was surrounded by the black chains that were coming from everywhere. As the first chain curled up her ankle, the rest followed like maggots. As he watched Lily groaned in the chain hold, Lin Huang held his head down and sighed, "I hope you'll be reborn into a better family in your next life." She had gone through a year of touch training and exhausted her talent, but all she could manage was holy fire level and at the most, white flame level. Although Lin Huang was restricted, the witch was a blue flame level after all. Moreover, it was a fiend with many odd abilities, so even a gold flame level might not defeat it. Lily was just an appetizer to it, and it could defeat her easily. As the black chains faded and Lily disappeared in the black robe, Lin Huang turned around and ran towards Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng. The both of them were hung 20 centimeters from the ground. Zhang Mengmeng was still staring blankly while Fatty looked up to Lin Huang slowly as he was getting closer. "That black-robed person, she's here for me. I'm so sorry to drag the both of you into it, but she's dead now. I'll get you out of this place." Lin Huang was guilty as Fatty was out of breath and there was a wound on Zhang Mengmeng's face. If not for him, Lily would not have captured the both of them. Lin Huang sliced away the hooks on their backs with his sword, and the both of them landed on the ground. Zhang Mengmeng seemed to only snap out of it and starting crying. "Mengmeng," Fatty looked at Zhang Mengmeng in concern. "Don't worry, I'll break you free now." Lin Huang sliced the chains that were binding their bodies. "Mengmeng, are you alright?" Ignoring his pain, Fatty attempted to help Zhang Mengmeng up, but his pain restricted him. "Alright, you should rest since you're in pain. Let me do it." Lin Huang shook his head and held Zhang Mengmeng's arms in an attempt to help her up. Suddenly, Zhang Mengmeng looked up and stabbed Lin Huang's stomach with a blade. "Die, Lin Huang, you." There was no way Lin Huang could avoid the attack as it was too close, and he did not see that coming. "Mengmeng, what are you doing?" Fatty was shocked. "Hangyi, we can only be together if he's dead." Zhang Mengmeng did not look as shy as she had been anymore. "Who are you?" Lin Huang pressed on his wound and backed off meters away. Blood was flowing freely from the stab wound. "I'm the real Lily. The one that you killed just now was just a crazy personality split of me that I sealed in one of my shows. Everything was planned by me, not by her." Zhang Mengmeng finally revealed who she really was. "I thought she could kill you so that Hengyi won't see me doing this. Too bad, that crazy lady is useless." Chapter 403, Let's Break Up. As Lin Huang backed off, Zhang Mengmeng did not pursue him and proceeded to say with a smirk, "There's no need to struggle, Lin Huang. My blade is coated with venom. From a fiendish pufferfish, and there's no antidote in the entire world. You only have 1 hour to live." The fiendish pufferfish was a poisonous monster from the abyss, and a drop of its venom could kill a holy fire level. Such venom could infect one's life directly. It looked like a drop of ink dripped into a glass of clear water and could affect the person's life power. "Mengmeng, why would you do that?" Fatty did not expect Zhang Mengmeng to attack Lin Huang. He was still confused by what was happening. "Hengyi, Grand Mistress will kill me if I don't finish Lin Huang. She's trained me for a year and given me a month to accomplish this assassination. If I fail this mission, no matter which part of the world that I run to, she'll be able to find me. Grand Mistress's way isn't what you can ever imagine it to be." Zhang Mengmeng looked like she respected this Grand Mistress very much as she spoke of her. "The Lily that I recall doesn't look like this. Who are you really?" Yang Ling had confirmed Zhang Mengmeng's face was real. However, it was odd that she said she was the Lily that he knew a year ago. "It's all your fault." Zhang Mengmeng glared deadly at Lin Huang. "If not for you, I wouldn't have been with Grand Mistress and be sent to Phoenix Island, which was hell. On the island, the psycho lady Poison Sting would use different ways to torture me every day. She called that training, but I was already tortured to death on the 12th day that I arrived on the island. The lady kept my soul and consciousness and got Grand Mistress to send a human android to the island. She then inserted my soul and consciousness into the android, which is what you're looking at right now. Since then, she tortured me more and more each day, which was also how I managed to level up from an ordinary person to holy fire level. I managed to finish the training a month before the expected time. However, such psychotic training put me through many meltdowns. The lunatic that you killed just now was my split personality. Although she was a lunatic, I should thank her because if not for her, I wouldn't have been able to complete the 11 months of training. After the training was completed, I returned to Division 7 looking everywhere for Lin Huang, but there's nothing much. I went to Wulin Town, but your house has been vacant for a very long time. I even looked for your sister Lin Xin. However, it seemed like she disappeared at the end of last year. I then found out that you're close to Hangyi, that's why I got closer to him so that I could get to you. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Fatty after she said that. So, you've never loved me. Your intention of being with me is to kill Lin Huang. Fatty's tears flowed from his swollen eyes. Ah, that's why there was no response from the love rock because you've never loved me. Not even a tiny bit, I've been living a lie. Hangyi, I admit that I approached you with intentions to use you, but I truly fell in love with you later on. Since I was young, nobody has ever treated me like how you do. You're the only person who treats me sincerely, not like the rest of them who either use me or treat me as a toy. I love it when I'm with you. As long as I'm with you, I feel safe even if you don't say or do anything. As for the love rock that had no response, Zhang Mengmeng was choking back tears as she went on. Because you're dead, what? Fatty was shocked to hear what Zhang Mengmeng said. I actually wanted to kill you when we first met at the assessment as well as engulf your soul and consciousness. I wanted to extract everything about Lin Huang from that. Zhang Mengmeng took a deep breath and told the truth. But after browsing your memories, I found out that you had no idea where Lin Huang was. Helpless, I used the way that Grand Mistress taught me and extracted your consciousness and sealed part of your soul into your body to revive you as well as wipe away the part of your memory of being dead. In reality, you're dead and your soul no longer exists. Your consciousness looks like it exists, but it's just a part of mine. Since I revived you, I approached you so that I could retrieve Lin Huang's location from you. However, after spending time with you for a few days, I realized that I enjoyed being loved by you. It's a feeling that I have never experienced before. Since then, I regretted killing you. I came up with many plans and looked up many documents on how to revive you. However, your soul is a unique thing. As soon as it dies, it can't be revived or reversed. The love rock can sense the souls of both people. It will only light up for souls who are connected. You don't have a soul, so our palms didn't light up. Not only was Fatty shocked at what Zhang Mengmeng said, even Lin Huang, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. But I thought about it. It doesn't matter if you're alive or not. As long as I keep inserting your soul for you, you can maintain what you are now and we can be together forever. Zhang Mengmeng smiled at Fatty. If you had kept this as a secret, I would have chosen to believe you. But now, how am I supposed to believe you? Fatty looked up while tears kept pouring down his face. After I kill Lin Huang and inform Grand Mistress, I'll remove this part of your memory. You won't remember it was me who killed Lin Huang and you won't remember whatever I'm saying now. We can still live happily ever after. I can even accompany you to Lin Huang's funeral. Enough. Everything isn't real. Fatty stopped Zhang Mengmeng from saying any further. Zhang Mengmeng, if you really love me, stop creating illusions to trick me and stop lying to yourself. Let me go. I would rather be dead than live in your illusion. You're abandoning me. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Fatty with tears in her eyes. If that's what you think then sure, I don't want to be with you anymore. Let's break up. Fatty looked into Zhang Mengmeng's eyes. How dare you? Zhang Mengmeng was furious as she strangled Fatty's neck and dangled him in the air. I never thought you would be like every other man who treats me like a toy and throw me away when you don't need me anymore. If that's the case, I shall kill you too. Fatty. As Lin Huang shouted his name in warning, the witch came to his rescue. Fatty, who was in Zhang Mengmeng's grasp, turned into a scarecrow. The witch appeared in front of Zhang Mengmeng and slapped her on the chest. She flew backwards from the blow. Chapter 404. In my next life, I want to be your wife, Lin Huang. If you kill me, he'll die too. His consciousness comes from mine. If my consciousness disappears, his will too. Zhang Mengmeng spat blood as she was struck on the warehouse wall by the witch. As she had made the wall impenetrable to prevent Lin Huang from escaping, she would have gone through the wall as a result of the witch's attack if she had not. Since you're only left with an hour to live, why not you allow Hangyi and I to leave? Give Hangyi to me. As long as I remove this part of his memory, he'll love me like he always does. As long as I live, so will he. Zhang Mengmeng landed on the ground slowly. Her 2 ponytails were loose. Her messy hair and her peculiar facial expression made her look like a ghost under the moonlight. You're still so stubborn. Lin Huang sympathized with her at first, but now he was irritated. He crushed the healing card that was in his hand, and the blade that had stabbed his stomach was pushed out of his body slowly. As that happened, a small capful of purple liquid came out together with the blade. It was the fiendish pufferfish's venom. As soon as the venom was excreted, his wound started to heal at a pace that could be seen with the naked eye. Suddenly, the witch appeared in front of Lin Huang and looked desperately at the venom. Take it if you want it. Lin Huang nodded to her. The witch opened her mouth and swallowed the purple liquid. It only took a moment for Lin Huang's body to recover to his peak performance after the venom left his body. What just happened? How is this possible? There's no antidote to the fiendish pufferfish's venom. And how did you manage to heal yourself so quickly? Zhang Mengmeng was shocked by what she was witnessing. She shook her head vigorously, unable to accept what she was seeing. It had taken her so long to plan out everything, so she was sure that Lin Huang would definitely die from the fiendish pufferfish's venom as there was no antidote to it. However, she did not expect him to be able to get rid of the venom just like that. All her efforts had gone to waste. Mengmeng, stop dwelling on your mistakes. Seeing that Lin Huang had recovered, Fatty advised Zhang Mengmeng to move on. He hoped that Zhang Mengmeng could escape. Perhaps, Lin Huang would not kill her for the sake of Fatty. However, if Zhang Mengmeng insisted on staying, Lin Huang would not let her go just like that. Dwell on my own mistakes. Hangyi, there's no turning back for me. I have wasted too much time. I don't have much time to complete the mission. I'm only left with less than 10 days. If I don't kill Lin Huang, Grand Mistress won't let me go. Zhang Mengmeng behaved like a lunatic as she cried and laughed at the same time. I can only live if I kill him, then we can be together. Zhang Mengmeng said and raced towards Lin Huang. I'm sorry, Fatty, Lin Huang apologized, then he turned around and nodded to the witch. The witch then stood in front of Lin Huang and Fatty. As she opened both her hands wide, countless of black worms flew towards Zhang Mengmeng. These worms were called life siphon worms. They were the size of an adult thumb. They were completely black, and they were fed by the life power of various creatures. Their mouths were like scissors which could cut open the skin of any creatures easily and enter their bodies. These worms usually lived in colonies of tens of thousands. Even an immortal level would not want to offend them. Zhang Mengmeng recognized the worms. Although she was delirious, she decided to run away from the worms. As the worms chased after her, she ran helter-skelter and shot daggers at Lin Huang. She knew she could not fight the witch. Although she did not see how exactly the witch had killed Lily in the black robe earlier, she could tell how dangerous it was from the energy wave that had been created when they were fighting. The witch took a very short time to kill Lily, and it was obvious that the witch was much more powerful. Just like Lily, who had lost her mind, Zhang Mengmeng knew very well that her ability was the same. It was impossible to defeat the witch. She would have to kill Lin Huang by avoiding the witch. As she ran, Zhang Mengmeng approached Lin Huang's direction. At the same time, she threw black needles, targeting at Lin Huang, completely ignoring the witch. Lin Huang slashed his sword in the air and blocked all of the black needles that got in his way. Meanwhile, as Zhang Mengmeng was pulled a distance away, her body split into 2. Soon, from 2 of her, there were 4, then 8, she looked like a cell that was going through mitosis. In less than a second, there were 32 Zhang Mengmengs now. The witch could not tell which was the real one. She extended her palm into the air, and countless vines grew out of her palm. She was like a giant tentacle monster as the monstrous tentacles that were tens of meters long dashed towards Zhang Mengmeng. Even Lin Huang could not tell which was the real Zhang Mengmeng after activating his ocular skill. Suddenly, he felt a shadow encroach into his micro-territory, rushing towards him. He did not even turn around but just stabbed his sword backward. The star dome was powerful. There was a tearing sound in the air as well as white stripes that appeared as his sword collided with the shadow. Following a loud bang, Zhang Mengmeng groaned while the shadow came back to her. How is that possible? Even poison sting couldn't tell which is my real body. Zhang Mengmeng spat blood out again. She did not see Lin Huang's sword coming. Although she managed to escape from death, she was badly injured in the intense collision. Without Lin Huang saying a word, the witch appeared behind Zhang Mengmeng like a ghost. It was too late when she realized that. The witch's fingers were like venomous snakes preying on their food as they pierced Zhang Mengmeng's back. The entire hand had come out through Zhang Mengmeng's chest, and immense pain bloomed from her chest. Zhang Mengmeng looked down and saw the bloody hand reaching out from the front of her body. The long nails were like beast's claws, and she finally knew what had happened as she looked at the inhuman limb. The witch slowly retracted her hand, and Zhang Mengmeng seemed to lose all her strength as she fell to the ground. Tears were pouring while she tried her very best to look at Fatty's direction. "Hangyi, I'm sorry, Mengmeng." Fatty struggled his way to Zhang Mengmeng and held her in his arms. Lin Huang wanted to stop him. However, he just could not do it while his hand hung in the air. "I'm sorry. The thing I regret the most in this life would be killing you. How great would it be if I didn't kill you that day?" Zhang Mengmeng touched Fatty's swollen face. "Mengmeng, I don't blame you. The days that I spent with you were the happiest days of my life." Fatty's tears were streaming down uncontrollably. "Me too. I'm happy whenever I'm with you. You give me a sense of security. Perhaps that's what real happiness feels like." Zhang Mengmeng was getting weaker and it became hard for her even to speak. "I would love to be your bride. I've thought of marrying you and having kids. We would see our kids grow up while our heads turn white." Fatty laid his face on Zhang Mengmeng's forehead and said softly. "Hangyi, is reincarnation real in this world?" Zhang Mengmeng asked feebly. "If it's real, I would like to see you again in my next life. Promise me you'll meet me on the 3-lifetime mountain, okay?" "Okay." Fatty nodded firmly. "You're so fat, I'll definitely recognize you. Don't you dare not recognize me." Zhang Mengmeng smiled. "How can I not recognize you? The most beautiful one among the crowd has to be you." Fatty hugged Zhang Mengmeng hard while shaking and crying uncontrollably. "It's a promise then. In my next life, I'll be your bride." Fatty could not speak anymore. Soon, Zhang Mengmeng's hand that was touching Fatty's fell away limply. She was dead, but her face was calm like she had never been before, with a light smile. "Mengmeng!" Fatty screamed from the top of his lungs. Chapter 405. I have no regrets in this life. Lin Huang watched silently as Fatty cried in devastation with Zhang Mengmeng in his arms. Zhang Mengmeng's consciousness was now dead, and because Fatty was part of her consciousness, his would die very soon too. "Xiao He, will the healing card work on Fatty?" Although he knew the answer, Lin Huang asked anyway. "The healing card only works on living humans, but he's already dead. If one's soul or consciousness are partially damaged, the healing card could still be used as a remedy, but the problem is, his soul has been dead since the beginning. The healing card can't create another soul of a person as there's only one such thing." "How long does he still have?" Lin Huang asked. "At the most, half an hour. The main consciousness has died, and what he has is just a part of it, so dying is just a matter of time." Lin Huang was solemn. Fatty was one of the first friends that he made since he traveled to this world. He did not expect that killing a bastard a year ago would involve Fatty, who was innocent, and as a consequence, his life was sacrificed. As Fatty cried for more than 20 minutes, he started to realize that there was something going on in his body. He felt weak and tired, and he wanted to sleep. "Lin Huang," he called out to Lin Huang in panic. Lin Huang appeared in front of him immediately and held his shaking body steady. "I feel so tired. Am I dying?" Fatty managed a frail smile. Lin Huang did not say anything. Observing his response, Fatty knew that he did not have much time left. "Lin Huang, you're my best friend. I have a favor to ask, please tell me." "Anything for you." Lin Huang nodded. Fatty worked on his Emperor's Heart Rings contact page. "I have sent you 2 sets of recipes. One is Dad's and another is mine. I hope you can bring back my dad's recipe to my family. Give it to my grandmother. He was the only real chef in our family, and he gave me the recipe, so you must bring back the recipe. As for my recipe, it's not a complete one. I have noted down many recipes that I imagined cooking. I hope that you can give this to a real food hunter. Let him or her make my recipes happen. Sure, I will find the best food hunter and get him to make all the recipes come true." Lin Huang smiled and nodded confidently. "Also, K Lai Hotel, the hotel was my dad's hard work, but now that my dad is not around and I'm leaving soon, my family might sell the hotel. I hope you can purchase the hotel and keep the business going. The revenue of the hotel is good so that you won't lose money. Keep a copy of my dad's recipe, hire a good chef to learn all his signature food and keep the Yin family's recipe going. If possible, I hope my recipes will appear in the hotel too. I'll take care of K-Lai Hotel for you. Don't be sad for me. Although I've only lived for 17 years, I'm happy that I did. My grandmother said fate determines how long a person could live. I had a great dad and a grandmother who loves me. Also, I met the love of my life and she loved me too. I have no regrets in this life. Fatty smiled. He got weaker and eventually, he passed away. Fatty, Lin Huang had tears surging in his eyes. He had seen many deaths in this world but he had had no feelings at all. It was his first time seeing a good friend die. A friend who was a glutton, who loved meat. The kind and sincere Fatty was dead. He put Fatty's body into his storage space. Just when he wanted to store Zhang Mengmeng's body, there was an odd energy wave that came out of her body. Lin Huang backed off immediately as he sensed intense danger. Just as he backed off, Zhang Mengmeng's body expanded like a balloon. Bang! It only took a moment for her body to expand to its maximum before exploding. A raw spark flew up and the intense explosion obliterated the entire warehouse. Lin Huang was thrown down in the wave. The warehouse turned into ruins within seconds. The explosion extended 10 kilometers away and the blast was heard even further away. Most of the residents on the east side of the White Capital heard it. Some who were closer saw the bright spark. Fortunately, the warehouse was located at the edge of the eastern suburb and it was secluded. Besides some other warehouses with goods, there was no residential area nearby, so there was no casualty. The explosion happened out of nowhere. Luckily, Lin Huang was fast enough to activate the dark shield. Not only that, the witch created a black spherical defense layer that covered the outside of the dark shield. Under the double protection, Lin Huang and the witch were unhurt. As soon as the explosive was over, Lin Huang removed the defense layer to see the entire place covered in smoke. Zhang Mengmeng's body that was not far away had completely disappeared. That must have been a self-destruction program by an android. It only exploded after Fatty died. Does that mean Zhang Mengmeng's consciousness is completely finished now? Lin Huang guessed. That's great. Now, I don't have to wipe away the evidence. He looked around to make sure he did not leave any trails. He then summoned the Viridescent Thunderhawk and left. A while after he left, a couple of shadows ran towards the warehouse. They were the powerful humans around who were puzzled by the wreckage, but they left after discovering nothing around the site. Lin Huang went straight back to the dorm in Marshall Hunter College. Brother, how come you're back so early today? Lin Xin was confused as Lin Huang usually only headed back after 12 but it was not even 11. Fatty is dead, Lin Huang muttered after sitting wordlessly on the couch in the living for a while. Brother Fatty is dead. Lin Xin was shocked. She had not seen the news coming. Lin Huang then told her about what had happened. I'll drop by Fatty's house tomorrow to pass his body and his remaining belongings to his family, Lin Huang said softly. I'll follow you. Lin Xin was worried about Lin Huang's condition. That's great. Since Zhang Mengmeng managed to come to the White Capital, it would be dangerous for you to stay here alone. Chapter 406. The Yin family's old lady Fatty's hometown was in Nanmu Town, which was also a D-grade foothold like Wulin Town that was under the territory of Baki City. It was almost 1,300 kilometers from Baki City. After breakfast, Lin Huang brought Lin Xin to Baki City which he had pinned on his dimensional relic earlier. They then rode on the Viridescent Thunderhawk and headed towards Nanmu Town. It was past 8 in the morning when they arrived and the town had started to get crowded. The appearance of the Viridescent Thunderhawk had attracted the attention of the crowd. Lin Huang recalled the Viridescent Thunderhawk after he found out where the Yin family house was quite easily. The foothold was small, only slightly bigger than Wulin Town. Lin Huang did not summon the Viridian Wolf and walked to the Yin residence by foot with Lin Xin instead. On the way, Lin Huang was thinking about how to break the news while Lin Xin followed without saying a word. She was not as bubbly and capricious as she always was. 7 to 8 minutes later, they finally arrived at the big courtyard that the pedestrians had told him about. The Yins were clearly a prosperous family in town. From the look of the courtyard, it looked like it was at least 1,000 square meters large. There was an old man sitting in a pavilion not far behind the entrance and the black wooden door was locked. What do you want? When the old man saw the both of them, he stood up and asked. Is this the Yin residence? I'm Yin Hangyi's friend and this is my sister. Yin Hangyi asked me to come here to see his old lady, Lin Huang politely explained. Your master's friend, please give me a moment while I inform the housekeeper. The old man called someone and hung up after a short exchange of words. He then opened the door. Please come in. The housekeeper is waiting for you at the door. He opened the door and smiled at the both of them. They walked through the courtyard. There was a middle-aged man in a black tuxedo who nodded to them at the entrance. It was obvious that he was the Yin's housekeeper. Please follow me to the living room. The housekeeper brought the both of them to the left side of the halls and headed to the living room. As they entered the living room, the housekeeper got them tea and asked casually, "How do I address the both of you?" "My name is Lin Huang and this is my sister Lin Xin," Lin Huang said. "Oh, so you're Mr. Lin Huang. Master always talks about you. He told us that you're young and capable and that you've achieved a lot at such a young age." The housekeeper was much friendlier after confirming who Lin Huang was. "I wonder what brings Mr. Lin Huang and Ms. Lin Xin here today." The housekeeper served them some tea. "Hangyi asked me to see his grandma." Lin Huang knew that it was best if he announced the news to the head of the family. "Oh, is that so? She just woke up and is having breakfast now. I'll inform her. Please give me a moment." The housekeeper did not ask further and excused himself. "Brother Fatty is quite rich." Lin Xin smiled. This is all the effort of Fatty's father's business. Now that his dad and Fatty aren't around anymore, the business must find it hard to go on. Many people have gone to the restaurant for Fatty's dad's recipe. Fatty picked up 50% to 60% of his dad's talent. There's nobody else in the Yin family who is talented in cooking. Lin Huang knew why Fatty asked him to purchase the hotel, as the family would sell it to others if he did not. Without the revenue of the hotel, it seems to be hard for the family to maintain their lifestyle. Lin Xin observed. So, as soon as they know about Fatty's death, if they're smart, they will sell the hotel, because if they continue to manage it, they'll definitely lose money. Since it's still making money now, the earlier they let it go, the better for them. Lin Huang nodded helplessly. "Why not you buy the hotel, brother? We can get some good chefs to come up with some unique dishes. Even if we don't make much, at least the business won't be losing money," Lin Xin suggested. Fatty hoped that I would purchase it as well, but I can't be the one who initiates that. We need to hear what the grandma says. Lin Huang knew if he was to suggest that himself, to the Yins, he would seem like he was robbing a burning house instead of trying to help. After taking 2 sips of tea, the housekeeper came back to them. "Please follow me to Grandma." The both of them trailed behind him and headed to the second floor. On the living room, there was an old lady with white hair on the couch, sandwiched between 2 women. Lin Huang guessed that they were Fatty's aunts. The old lady waved to the both of them. "Since the both of you are Hangyi's friends, don't be shy and come sit down. Make yourself at home." "Hi Grandma, hi aunties," Lin Huang greeted the 3 of them. The housekeeper left after bringing the both of them tea. Lin Huang was seated on a chair that was not far from the couch and was comfortable. However, Lin Xin looked slightly uneasy. "I heard from the housekeeper that you're Lin Huang." The old lady chuckled. "Yes, I'm Lin Huang. This is my sister, Lin Xin. Hangyi mentioned about you before. He said you saved his life once. He also told me that you have great abilities and that you're a genius," the old lady complimented. Hangyi was kidding. Lin Huang did not know how to break the news anymore. "Oh yeah, let me introduce yourself. I'm Hangyi's grandmother and these 2 are Hangyi's aunties." The old lady suddenly realized that she did not introduce the 3 of them. "Do you know that Hangyi has a girlfriend now? Although the girl is pretty, I'm worried that she doesn't really love Hangyi. Think about it. If she's so pretty, which part of Hangyi would attract her? Since you're his friend, watch out for him on my behalf. I don't want him to get cheated." The old lady did not stop talking. Lin Huang finally knew where Fatty got his chatterbox mouth from. She was interrupted by one of the aunties. "Mom, don't just talk about yourself. Hangyi went traveling and now he asked his friend to come here, so there must be something important," the aunt said. "Look at me, forgetting about what's important. Hangyi must have something urgent to tell us," the old lady asked. Lin Huang was struggling as he did not know how to break the news. He was looking for the opportunity to break it gently, but there was no way that he could, judging from the old lady's conversation. Now that the 3 of them were looking at him with anticipation, he did not know how to say it anymore. The old lady seemed to notice something was wrong from Lin Huang's expression. "Lin Huang, did something happen to Hangyi?" the old lady asked carefully. Lin Huang's silence made the ambiance awkward. "Just tell me, I can take it." The old lady took a deep breath and nodded at Lin Huang. She seemed to know what had happened as there were tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Hangyi is dead. Lin Huang felt terrible, but he told the truth anyway. Chapter 407. The funeral. Hangyi is dead. The light in the old lady's eyes extinguished, but she was much calmer than Lin Huang expected. He was worried that she might not be able to take the news. Nevertheless, she was much stabler than he imagined. It's my fault. The old lady slapped her thigh hard. Mom, don't say that. It has nothing to do with you. Yin Hengyi's two aunties stopped the old lady from hurting herself further. Lin Huang and Lin Xin were puzzled. How is it not my fault? The fortune teller said that I'm no good for this family. My two husbands are dead. Now, so are my two sons, one daughter-in-law and two grandchildren. If I'm dead, nothing like that will happen to anyone. The old lady cried and blamed herself. Now, finally, Lin Huang and Lin Xin understood why she blamed herself. What happened, Lin Huang? Hangyi was just traveling with his girlfriend. How did this happen? The auntie asked Lin Huang as she wanted to change the topic. Hangyi and his girlfriend got kidnapped in the White Capital. It was too late when I arrived. Hangyi wasn't dead yet when I got there, but there was no way that I could save him. Lin Huang hid the truth. He had to lie, as the less the Yin family knew about the grandmistress, the safer they would be. They might want to take revenge if he told them the truth. It would be a disaster if the grandmistress found out about their attempt to seek revenge. Kidnap? Why didn't they call us to ask for ransom? Hangyi's aunt asked. The kidnappers didn't want money. They were actually after Zhang Mengmeng, as there was something from her family that they wanted. She was a royalty outside of Division 7, so she was targeted before she even came to Division 7. It was unfortunate that Hangyi got dragged into this. As Zhang Mengmeng's family couldn't come to terms with the kidnappers, the both of them were killed. Zhang Mengmeng's body was taken away by her family while Hangyi's is my storage space. Lin Huang came up with the story and intentionally said that Zhang Mengmeng's family was royalty outside of Division 7, as the Yin family was a normal family after all, so it would be difficult for them to get any information that was outside of the division. They would need a massive amount of life crystals to get out of the division. A year's worth of life crystals was equivalent to 1 million credit points. Getting to the nearest Division 8 or Division 6 would cost each person thousands of life crystals. The hard network ran individually in every division. Besides people of a certain level, the information of each division was isolated. Normal people would only receive information about the division that they were residing in. If they did not know anyone from other divisions, they would basically know nothing about other divisions for all their lives. They trusted what Lin Huang said, as Fatty always mentioned about him and his extensive network, as far as the old lady and the others remembered. They had even seen their photos together, so they were not skeptical about Lin Huang at all. Can we see Hangyi's body? The old lady was sobbing, but she heard Lin Huang loud and clear. Lin Huang nodded and took out Fatty's body. He lay his body on the carpet in the living room. The aunties took a quick glance and looked away while the old lady stood up calmly. She walked towards Fatty's body with her walking stick slowly. Although Fatty was slightly unrecognizable as his face was swollen, the old lady could tell that it was her grandson, Yin Hangyi. Hangyi. She tossed her walking stick aside and knelt on her knees. She looked devastated as she touched Fatty's head lovingly. Why did you leave just like that? Didn't you say that you want to be a food hunter and make monsters into delicious dishes for your grandma? The old lady lost control as she wept and talked to Fatty. Lin Huang's eyes turned red as he watched while Lin Xin wiped her tears quietly. Yin Hengyi's aunts were crying as they stood aside and the atmosphere became gloomy. Around 20 minutes later, the old lady finally calmed herself down, wiped her tears and looked at Lin Huang. Hangyi's face. He was tortured before he died. He must have been protecting Zhang Mengmeng. There was only a sword gash on Zhang Mengmeng's face, nothing else. Lin Huang nodded and explained. Hangyi sent me both his dad's and his recipes to me. Those are the only remaining possessions that he has. Let me forward that to you, Lin Huang said to the old lady. Did he say anything before he died? The old lady asked. He said he has a grandmother who really loves him, a great dad, and that he met the love of his life. He has no regrets in his life. Lin Huang conveyed what Fatty had said. The old lady started crying again after hearing that. Lin Huang stood aside while waiting for them to feel better and did not say anything else. 10 minutes later, the old lady had finally calmed down. She stood up with her walking stick and her daughter's help. Lin Huang, who are the kidnappers? The old lady had the plan to take revenge. I've killed the kidnapper, but I've no idea who they are. I'll get to the bottom of this and give all of you an explanation, Lin Huang said as he did not want to get the Yin family involved. To the royals, an ordinary person's strength was weak. Even a small royal in the Division 7 could kill the Yin family easily, let alone the Grand Mistress who mastered the immortal level poison sting. Lin Huang even suspected that the Grand Mistress could be from the core zone. It was too bad that he did not get sufficient information about the Grand Mistress from Zhang Mengmeng. Don't you hope that we get to the bottom of this ourselves? The old lady managed to understand what Lin Huang said. Yes, as this incident involves the royals, it could possibly be one of the popular families from the other ruling, so let me do it. Hangyi is my friend. I'll take revenge behalf of him. One day, I shall chop of the mastermind's head and bring it to your family. Lin Huang looked determinedly into the old lady's eyes. The old lady nodded her head slowly as she looked at Lin Huang's conviction. All right then, I shall let you handle that. Hangyi has passed, so we have many things to handle anyway. And Hangyi's funeral, following the old lady's arrangement. Lin Huang and Lin Xin stayed with the Yis for the following 2 days. On the 3rd day, Fatty's funeral went as planned. After Fatty was buried, Lin Huang bade farewell to the old lady and left with Lin Xin. Chapter 408, Worth Having. In the giant castle in Division 2 that was as impressive as an art piece, a lady in a purple dress, who looked like she was in her 30s, sat on the single couch. She was caressing a skull with her right hand. A middle-aged man in a black tuxedo, who looked like a butler, knocked 3 times on her room. What? The lady turned around and glared at the butler. Grand Mistress, there's something wrong with Lily's android. The housekeeper bowed slightly in respect. That girl contacted you? The lady in purple dress raised an eyebrow. No, but someone in the lab found out that her android signal has gone dead. The lab reported that she's most possibly self-destructed, but there could be something wrong with the signal, the housekeeper explained. Where did the girl last appear? The lady asked. In the White Capital in Division 7. That could mean she failed the mission. The lady in purple dress squinted. Mother, do you mean that Lily might have been killed by the fellow named Lin Huang? How is that possible? The skull in the lady's hand shouted out of nowhere. The fellow was only an iron level a year ago. Lily's completed her training and she's already a white flame level. No matter how much of a genius he is, it's impossible that he could defeat Lily. Shan to some geniuses, it's possible to level up from iron to white flame level in a year. Lily isn't very talented. Whatever she's managed to achieve with all her strength is nothing to the talented, the lady explained calmly. Of course, it could be the people who have been protecting the young boy. After all, the Lang family interrupted us a year ago. Perhaps, they have been secretly protecting this young boy called Lin Huang. The Langs, one day, I'll show them the price to pay for interrupting us twice. The skull's eye sockets had a blue glow coming out of it. As it spoke, its jaw opened and closed. Grand Mistress, should we? The housekeeper trailed off. Send someone to get to the bottom of this. See if it's really been destroyed or is it some other factors. After all, it would be trouble if the families in Division 7 found out about the android. Leaking of our technology will be nothing, but if the Union government is informed, they'll definitely come for us, the lady instructed immediately. Destroy it as soon as you find it. Mother, then how about Lily? The skull was concerned. That girl can't even manage to handle a small matter, so why should we keep her? 2 years later, when you recover, I'll get someone to find you a better girl, the lady said in determination. Yes, Mother. Wei Shan decided to give up on Lily. Grand Mistress, should we get rid of Lin Huang as well? The housekeeper asked. Don't bother about him. If he's truly being protected by the Lang family, even an imperial level might not be able to kill him. Moreover, the White Capital is the largest city in Division 7, so the Union government would be notified if something big happened. Our mission should be the top priority. Confirm where the android is. If it's still alive, bring it back for recycling quietly and try not to be seen by anybody, the lady in purple dress highlighted the priority of matter. But, Mother, what if he killed Lily by himself without the Lang family's protection? Wei Shan the skull could not help but ask. That means he's a powerful genius and is worth being Shan Er's grindstone. 2 years later, he shall be your first target then. The lady in purple dress grinned. But, Mother, what if I lose? The skull sounded like it was hesitating. If Shan Er dies in his hands, that means he's worth being part of my collection. By then, I'll kill him myself and make him into a beautiful art piece. Wei Shan's heart sank when he heard what she said. Throughout the year, he had been suspecting if his birth mother did not care about his life. At most, he was just an experiment for her and was nothing more precious than Lily, who was also an experiment. He read between the lines of what she said. Instead of saying that Lin Huang was his grindstone, more accurately would his bringing Lin Huang's grindstone. There was only one reason for his existence, which was to test if Lin Huang was worthy of being in his mother's collection. If he lost, his mother would focus on Lin Huang and not him. If he won, Lin Huang would lose his mother's attention and made his existence more valuable. Don't worry, mother, I'll definitely win. The skull gave a determined answer. Mother believes that you will win too. The lady in purple dress caressed the skull and smiled. I understand, I shall do the arrangement now. The butler understood what grandmistress meant. He did not react at all as he knew who this grandmistress really was throughout the years. As expected, her own son was only a chess piece that she could get rid of any time she wanted. Lin Huang had no idea that he had just escaped death. Since he got back from Fatty's funeral, the first thing he did was to contact Leng Yuexin to ask for her help to retrieve Wei Shan's real identity. However, he was warned again and again by Leng Yuexin not to investigate into that, as Wei Shan might be related to the core zone. Lin Huang's life was back to normal. He woke up at 6:30 a.m. every morning and headed to the library around 7 a.m. He would stay there until 6 p.m. and train his sword skills at the training room until midnight. He pretended as if nothing had happened a few days ago. In reality, Lin Huang did not give up on the investigation. He remembered Zhang Mengmeng mentioning that Wei Shan was still alive and would take revenge on Lin Huang 2 years later. Lin Huang was waiting for that day to come. The truth would come out as soon as he captured Wei Shan alive. Lin Xin could sense that although Lin Huang looked the same as when Fatty visited, he had been hiding how he really felt by flooding himself with a hectic schedule. She had nothing to say as she knew Fatty was one of Lin Huang's best friends. Words could not make him feel better, all he needed was time. Half a month soon passed by. Xiao Hei's notification came when Lin Huang was in the training room in the middle of the night. Congratulations, you have accumulated legendary level skill, Star Dome, card pieces x 10,000. Would you like to combine the card pieces into a complete skill card? Yes, Lin Huang said without thinking twice. 10,000 Star Dome card pieces have been deducted. Combination taking place. Congratulations, you have obtained legendary level skill card, Star Dome. Skill card name, Star Dome, rarity, legendary, type of skill, combat skill, skill level, transcendent combat skill, status, available, card remarks, worth having. Worth having, it was the first time Xiao Hei had given such good comment on a card. The best remark before was just, not bad. Now that I've mastered this, it's almost time to kill the sword-type monsters. Lin Huang had gathered all the information of the double-mutated sword-type monsters 2 days ago. He did not head out to kill the monsters as he was close to 10,000 Star Dome card pieces. He could feel that he would obtain the skill as soon as he collected 10,000 card pieces. That was why he had postponed his trip. He looked at the time. It was almost 11 p.m. Since he had gotten the skill card, he did not want to train anymore. He kept his sword and returned to the dorm. Lin Xin, who was in her bedroom on the second floor, was still awake. She knew it was Lin Huang when she heard the door creak open downstairs. She sat up immediately, put on her slippers and went downstairs. Brother, how come you're so early today? Yeah, I'm heading out tomorrow. I might take a few days. Lin Huang nodded at Lin Xin. What for? Lin Xin was worried. To kill a couple of monsters, Lin Huang told the truth. I'm following you, Lin Xin said immediately. Alright, then, pack your bag. We'll leave early in the morning tomorrow. Lin Huang thought about it and agreed. There was nothing dangerous on this trip and Lin Xin had been cooping herself up at home for many days. Moreover, he did not have to hide certain things from Lin Xin. Chapter 409. Spiritsword Supreme. Lin Huang had gotten Lancelot to achieve a double kill when they were in the volcano hell. As a result, he had obtained 2 sword servant cards. Later on, Lancelot killed 3 sword-type monsters before the mystery auction started, so Lin Huang obtained another 3 sword-type monster cards. He had only received 5 sword servant cards out of the 9 that he needed. They were the Greatsword Fiend that was skilled in handling heavy swords, the Fiery Sword Fiend with fire attributes, the frigid swordswoman with ice attributes, the hatted swordsman of multiple sword skills, and the sword knight with its sword and shield. Besides the greatsword fiend, which was single mutated, the rest were all double mutated monsters. Lin Huang finally had some leads on the remaining 4 double mutated sword type monsters after almost a month of browsing. Lin Huang's trip this time was mainly to unlock Lancelot to get the remaining 4 cards. Of course, he would bring charcoal along to feed it Dracaena in the isolated space where the starlight beasts were. After washing up early in the morning, Lin Huang and Lin Xin locked all the doors and windows in the dorm, threw out the trash and headed out for breakfast. It was almost 8 a.m. after they were done with breakfast, and Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic at a place that was less crowded where he pinned the coordinates for Jinchuan City. Jinchuan City was a B-grade foothold, and Lin Huang had never been there before. It was pinned by Mr. Fu earlier. Coincidentally, Lin Huang heard that there was a sword-type monster less than 2,000 kilometers from the foothold. Therefore, this became his first destination. After passing through the dimensional relic, Lin Huang and Lin Xin appeared in a bedroom of a luxury hotel. There was a young, naked couple in the midst of sex. They cringed when they saw the both of them appear in their room. Lin Huang made a shield to cover Lin Xin's eyes and pulled her out of the room. They took the elevator and arrived at the top floor of the hotel. "Brother, the coordinates that your dimensional relic pinned is really," Lin Xin was still blushing. Although she had not seen the scene clearly, she could tell what the couple was doing from the moaning. "Ahem, it's not my fault. It was my master who set the coordinates. I've never been to Jinchuan City." It was not Lin Huang's first time in such an encounter. His first time was when a lady got out of the shower with her towel, but this time was even more embarrassing than the last one. "Well, let's see where we should go." Lin Huang changed the topic immediately and looked at the map on his Emperor's heart ring. After ascertaining the direction, he turned around to face southwest. "It's 1,993 kilometers straight ahead from this direction." He then summoned the Viridescent Thunderhawk. He helped Lin Xin up on it, then pulled himself up. He patted the Viridescent Thunderhawk's back and instructed, "Around 2,000 kilometers southwest." The Viridescent Thunderhawk nodded and flew up into the sky. "Brother, can this hawk understand what 2,000 kilometers means?" Lin Xin learned that most monsters did not have the concept of numbers, let alone understanding the measure of distance in human language. "Thunder understands. Don't worry." Lin Huang nodded. "Chirp." The Viridescent Thunderhawk heard their conversation and chirped, seeming to agree with what Lin Huang said. After flying for more than an hour, the Viridescent Thunderhawk started slowing down. Lin Huang looked at the map and saw that they had traveled more than 1,700 kilometers away. Lin Xin could sense the deceleration and saw from the map that Lin Huang projected that the destination was not far away. "It really understands," Lin Xin exclaimed. Soon, the Viridescent Thunderhawk flew lower. It retracted its wings slightly and started gliding downwards. The map showed that they were even closer to their destination. "It should be somewhere around here." Lin Huang patted the Viridescent Thunderhawk's back when his location matched the coordinates on the map. The Viridescent Thunderhawk circled in the air, spiraling as they flew lower. They landed on top of the hill that was only hundreds of meters high. Lin Huang looked around and found out that he was less than 10 kilometers from his prey. "Stay here. It might be dangerous if you get any closer," Lin Huang said, and got the Viridescent Thunderhawk to let Lin Xin down. He then summoned the witch and instructed her, "Protect my sister." The witch nodded. Lin Huang then rode on the Viridescent Thunderhawk and headed to the jungle where the monster was. The monster he picked this time was a Spiritsword Supreme. It was a unique monster, and its form was different from all the monsters that Lin Huang had killed before. It looked like a sword. If it had to be categorized, it would be a psychic monster. Lin Huang had researched about the Spiritsword Supreme before. There were 2 reasons why this monster was tough. Firstly, it could control other sword-type monsters that were near it, and it only appeared where there were many sword-type monsters. Another reason was that it was 90% immune to sword assaults. That being said, any sword-type monster or human fighting it would only have 10% efficiency when the attack reached the Spiritsword Supreme. That characteristic alone made it more powerful than any sword monsters of the same level. Due to those reasons, Lin Huang did not think that Lancelot could kill the Spiritsword Supreme by fighting on his own. He was only worried that Lancelot would be controlled by the Spiritsword Supreme, as he was also a sword-type monster. If that happened, getting Lancelot to kill Spiritsword Supreme would be considered an impossible mission. The terms of unlocking stated that Lancelot would have to fight alone, whereby Lin Huang was not allowed to help at all. The viridescent Thunderhawk arrived less than 1 kilometer away from where the Spirit Sword Supreme was discovered. Lin Huang recalled it and summoned Lancelot, the ruthless sword master. Lancelot wore black armor with a sheer black mist surrounding his body. He stared at Lin Huang, apparently puzzled by the reason he had been summoned. "There's a Spirit Sword Supreme nearby. It's one of the monsters that I picked for unlocking," Lin Huang explained. Lancelot's cyclops eye turned red as he surveyed around. Suddenly, he seemed to be attracted by something and headed out. Lin Huang looked around and noticed that there was a giant golden sword covered by plants more than a kilometer away. "Spirit Sword Supreme," Lin Huang screamed as he did not expect to find the monster so quickly. Chapter 410. Ruthless title. Lin Huang followed as he saw Lancelot tearing forward like a lightning bolt. Lancelot was only a complete gold level while the Spirit Sword Supreme was already a white flame level. Moreover, the Spirit Sword Supreme was 90% immune to sword attacks, so it was difficult for Lancelot to defeat it if he was to fight alone. Therefore, it was crucial for Lin Huang to help him. As they dashed less than 100 meters away, they heard the sound of leaves rustling getting closer and closer. Suddenly, dozens of shadows leapt from the branches and blocked them. It was a bunch of apes with golden hair. To be exact, they were boulderblade apes. There were more than 30 of them. They had golden hair and they were over a meter tall. They held a rock sword in each of their hands as they hissed at Lin Huang and Lancelot. Lin Huang had read about the boulderblade ape in the monster encyclopedia before. They were gold-level monsters that lived in groups. Although they looked like apes, they were oviparous. They were born to be good at mimicking various sword skills and they were born with rock swords in their hand. It was still a mystery to humans how the sword that was clearly not made from flesh could appear when they grew in eggs. Many scientists did experiments on the apes and concluded that the rock sword was the ape's symbiosis, just like an extra limb. However, nobody could explain such a theory. There were results that documented how the boulderblade ape's sword was comparable with a human's gold-level weapon. The appearance of such monsters in groups spelled trouble for other gold-level humans, but to Lin Huang and Lancelot, they were nothing. "Shall I do it or you do it?" Lin Huang looked at Lancelot. Lancelot did not say a word while transforming himself into a black lightning bolt and rushing into the monster crowd. Despite being agile, the boulderblade apes could not do anything within Lancelot's death zone. Lancelot swung his black sword again and again without looking at any of the apes. The apes' heads were pierced through the air while their brains were scattered all over the place. Their agility and speed were an irony in the death zone. No matter where they ran, Lancelot only needed a swing of his sword to kill them. That was how powerful a double-mutated monster was against a regular monster. Such a vast difference in ability could not be solved by quantity. Within minutes, all of the boulderblade apes had their heads pierced open. Carcasses were strewn everywhere on the ground. Lancelot did not even turn around or look at Lin Huang. Instead, he dashed straight towards the Spirit Sword Supreme. Lin Huang shook his head and followed him immediately. He thought to himself that all of the monsters that he summoned had their own attitudes, but he was not sure if that was a good or bad thing. Stepping through the boulderblade apes' carcasses, the both of them were blocked by a bunch of skeletons after just taking a few steps ahead. These skeletons had rusty swords of different forms in their hands. Some of them held a sword in one hand, while some had two in both. They were more and more of them emerging from the ground. Within seconds, there were more than 100 of them. The undead swordsmen. Lin Huang frowned. The undead swordsmen were soul-type monsters whereby they were formed from swordsmen who had died with strong consciousness intact. After they passed on, their consciousness still remained in the dead bodies and did not wither away with the corpse for some reason. Such monsters had memories of their sword skills when they had been alive, so their abilities were pretty solid. Before Lin Huang could tell Lancelot that such monsters had to be killed by destroying their heads, or else they could regenerate their bodies, Lancelot broke into the skeleton crowd. His method of attack was the same as before. Every swing of his black sword could kill one undead swordsman easily. Each and every one of them either had their heads pierced through, cut into half, or blasted as every swing aimed at their heads. Watching the undead swordsmen fall one by one, Lin Huang realized that his concern was unnecessary as Lancelot was much smarter than he imagined and he was aware of the undead swordsman's weakness. Since Lancelot was enjoying himself, Lin Huang did not bother to help him. However, he noticed that the more monsters that Lancelot killed, the black mist that surrounded his body grew thicker. Is this an illusion? Lin Huang mumbled to himself. The thickening black mist isn't your illusion. The ruthless sword master is a monster that kills for a living. The more he kills, the stronger his ability becomes. Besides, as the number of kills reaches a certain level, he will level up automatically, Xiaohe explained. It was Lin Huang's first time hearing such a thing. The monster encyclopedia had records about the ruthless sword master which he had read. However, perhaps there were not many ruthless sword masters that had appeared in the past, as the studies in the monster encyclopedia were not detailed. It just covered some basic information, and even the recording of the skills was incomplete. Lin Huang had a more comprehensive understanding of the monster compared to what the encyclopedia stated, which was why he did not know that the ruthless sword master had such a characteristic. In reality, all monsters with the title of ruthless has similar hidden abilities to level up by killing. Ruthless title. It was Lin Huang's first time hearing such a theory. Some of the monsters' titles are not given by humans, but they're born with it. Some creatures see them, and they will have matching titles in their head. The ruthless sword master is one of them. Ruthless is his title, so no matter which level it goes up to, it will always have the title in his name. Titled monsters are unique monsters to date. They will be extremely powerful as they level up to a certain level. Besides the ruthless sword master, you own another monster card which is also a titled monster. The Nephilic judge's title is Judge. Titled monsters, it seems like I must train these two properly. Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he looked at Lancelot after hearing this brand new concept. From what Xiaohe told him about Lancelot becoming more powerful by killing, Lin Huang gave up on his thought to help him and just stood aside to spectate. Lancelot managed to kill almost 300 undead swordsmen within 10 minutes. The black mist surrounding his body was getting thicker and thicker. Lancelot looked up at the Spiritsword Supreme's direction and dashed forward. Chapter 411. Summoning helpers. After being blocked twice, Lancelot and Lin Huang's journey was a smooth one. They arrived at the area where the Spiritsword Supreme was safe and sound. It was an empty area with no trees. To be exact, not only were there no trees, but there was also no grass to be seen. In the stretch of jungle, the empty space stood out even more like a bald patch on a head of thick hair. The Spiritsword Supreme was pierced into the bald ground quietly. What caught Lin Huang's attention were the 4 human form sculptures surrounding the Spiritsword Supreme. He could sense that there was something wrong with these sculptures. They were around 2 meters tall, and all of them looked like armored humans with a sword each on their waists. The figures were so detailed that if it not for the colorless rocks, they would look no different from real humans. There were not many records on the Spiritsword Supreme in the Monster Encyclopedia. Although Lin Huang had done his research before coming here, he had never heard of the sculptures. Although he could not sense any aura from the sculptures, his instinct told him that there was definitely something wrong with them. Even Lancelot slowed down, apparently sensing something odd as well. Nevertheless, Lancelot was impatient. After sensing no obvious danger from the sculptures, he headed towards to the Spiritsword Supreme. Wait! Lin Huang stopped Lancelot with his hand. Lancelot stared perplexedly at Lin Huang. He took out his grade 5 gun relic and turned on the silencer. He then started shooting at one of the sculptures. Despite the shots being fired, nothing happened to the sculpture at all. He noticed that as the golden life power bullets collided with the sculpture, they disappeared. They looked like they had been absorbed by a layer of invisible shield. Something is really wrong with these sculptures. Lin Huang was sure of that after testing them. However, the sculptures did not come alive like how he imagined. Lancelot stared at the sculpture that Lin Huang had shot. After confirming that it did not move, he dashed towards it. Within seconds, Lancelot appeared before the Spiritsword Supreme. The black mist surrounding his body peaked, and even his black armor was completely enveloped in the mist, blurring him from anyone's vision. As the black mist climaxed, he extended the black sword in his hand. It was like a black lightning bolt that moved so quickly that even Lin Huang thought he would not be able to avoid it if it came at him. The tip of the black sword broke through the speed of sound, and it only got faster and faster. As it almost collided with the Spiritsword Supreme, his speed surpassed 3 times more than the speed of sound. Bang! Time seemed to stop as they collided. A while later, the banging and the explosion that broke through the sound barrier happened almost at the same time. The intense soundwave created a strong wind that devoured the entire space. The entire area was covered in sand. Lin Huang embraced his body with his hand while staring at the position where they both collided. Although he had superb vision, he could not see if the attack was successful or not. Suddenly, a black shadow backed off from the area. Lin Huang looked closely and found out that it was Lancelot who was being attacked. Instead, he backed off on his own will. Just as Lancelot was doing so, Lin Huang sensed a powerful aura that was awakening. A humming sound was sent underground and he could even feel the earth trembling slightly. The sculptures were cracking as pieces of their outer body crumbled away. I know they would be revived. Lin Huang knew this would happen. It was impossible for the sculptures to be there just for decoration. He turned around and looked at Lancelot, now finally understanding why he had backed off. The outer bodies of the 4 human form sculptures were peeling away, revealing 4 real hunks with swords. They did not look like monsters. Instead, they looked more like humans. The spirit sword supreme that pierced into the ground at an angle seemed like it was pulled off by an invisible hand and floated in the air. Lin Huang could finally see the real image of the spirit sword supreme. It was a giant sword of around 1.5 meters long. It was completely golden besides its silver handle and tip. The handle to the body looked like they were made of the same material. Although the patterns on the handle were different from those on the body of the sword, they seemed like they had been created by the same sculptor. The patterns were beautiful and it seemed like that they were alive. The spirit sword supreme did not look like a harmful weapon but more like a beautiful sword that was a work of art. It was more suited in the museum for being admired instead of being used in battles. However, the aura that came out of the spirit sword supreme was white flame level, and so were the 4 human form sculptures. The spirit sword supreme floated in the air and rotated for a couple of rounds with its tip pointed to the ground. It then pointed its tip at Lancelot and Lin Huang's direction. The 4 hunks with swords seemed to respond to an unheard instruction and raced towards the both of them. It seems like I'll need to summon some assistance. The cards appeared on his hand. It was the Malachian Fiend and the Inferior Imp. Monster card. Rarity. Epic. Monster name. Malachian Fiend. Type of monster. Fiend beginner combat level. Blue flame level, gold flame level, skill 1. Ultimate destruction, skill 2. Demonic explosion, skill 3. Ultimate armor, skill 4. Demonic regeneration, skill 5. Fiendish strength, summon authority. Activated. Remarks. Monster's combat level is oppressed by your own. Card remarks. Trainable. Monster card. Rarity. Epic. Monster name. Inferior imp. Type of monster. Fiend beginner combat level. Blue flame level, gold flame level, skill 1. Fiend vision, skill 2. Abyssal fire, skill 3. Meteoric descent, skill 4. Demonic regeneration, skill 5. Demonic telepathy, skill 6. Fiendish strength, summon authority. Activated. Remarks. Monster's combat level is oppressed by your own. Card remarks. Trainable. Lin Huang then crushed the cards with his fingers and summoned the 2 blue flame level fiends. Kill these 4 fellows, he instructed the 2 fiends. Chapter 412. Impatient as the 2 fiends heard the instruction, they ran towards the 4 guards with their swords. They were clear about their attack strategy as each of them fought 2 guards without interrupting each other. The Malachian Fiend did not care about the swords the guards were brandishing in their hands. He was like a tank that tore towards them, fighting with his fists that were like hammers that collided with the 2 swords. The 2 guards that were just slightly shorter than him reeled backward from his attack. Meanwhile, the inferior imp was fighting with his fists as well, but he attacked from a distance away from the guards. As he struck his palm into the air, the 2 guards fell from getting hit in their chests. They turned into a pile of sand. The Malachian Fiend noticed that the inferior imp's attack was more effective than his, so he then dashed towards the 2 guards. Both of the guards did not have anywhere to run to, and soon the Malachian Fiend had their heads in his vice-like grip. Their heads were crushed and they turned into a pile of sand just like the other 2. Blue flame level was 2 levels higher than white flame level after all. Moreover, the 2 fiends came with the ability to perform cross-ranking battles, so killing these white flame level summoning creatures were nothing to them. Just when Lin Huang and Lancelot walked closer, something odd happened. The 4 piles of sand on the ground curled towards the spirit sword supreme like living tentacles and covered it immediately. Is it going to transform itself? Lin Huang was shocked to witness that, as he did not know that the spirit sword supreme had such an ability. It seems like the person who compiled the monster encyclopedia had no clue what the real spirit sword supreme could do. It was impossible for the person who had compiled the encyclopedia to encounter each and every monster in it. Most of the information came from researchers and contributors who had encountered the monsters themselves. Having said that, putting the book together was still not a relaxing task. The monster encyclopedia exclusively for gold hunters that Lin Huang had in his possession had been compiled by more than 20 hunter association staff in a span of 6 years. In reality, the information in the monster encyclopedia was considered complete. However, as the amount of the Spiritsword Supreme beings over the years was limited and many did not want to offend them, the information on that particular monster was incomplete. The Spiritsword Supreme that was not far away soon gathered the sand its guards had dissolved into and used to create a giant of 5 meters tall, completely hiding within the giant's chest. What Lin Huang thought was odd was that the giant that was transformed was not a white or crimson flame level anymore. It was now a blue flame level. He did not expect the Spiritsword Supreme to be so tough to handle before he came here. As it transformed into a giant, the Spiritsword Supreme glared at Lin Huang. It seemed to notice that Lin Huang was the mastermind instead of the ruthless sword master who was standing next to him. "Human, you killed my brothers and disturbed my slumber. Do you want to die?" The Spiritsword Supreme shouted at Lin Huang. "Beat it up until it turns back to its original form, but don't kill it." Lin Huang did not bother about the Spiritsword Supreme's threats while instructing the two fiends. The fiends were excited as they watched the giant coming together. They were born with the instinct to fight and only managed to warm up when they were summoned earlier. They were keen to fight as there was a monster of the same level standing in front of them. After hearing Lin Huang's instruction, the two fiends charged towards the sand giant. With its mighty explosive strength, the Molochian fiend arrived before the sand giant first and punched hard at the giant's abdomen. The sand giant seemed to notice the impending hit, so it struck out its fist as well. Bang! An intense blast rang out. It was hundreds of times louder than thunder. Lin Huang, who stood close by, felt like his eardrums were going to pop and he covered his ears immediately. Although the collision did not cover as wide an area as the nuclear bomb did, the area within a few kilometers was affected. Trees in the jungle were annihilated by the impact and wood chips were shooting out everywhere. Even Lin Xin, who was almost 10 kilometers away, could feel the ground quaking. Some of the wood chips flew towards her, but they were blocked out by the witch with a defense shield. Standing on top of the hill, Lin Xin watched the battle with a detection weapon from far away. Although she had no idea what level the Spiritsword Supreme was on, she could tell that such destruction could not have been created by a gold level. Is brother fighting a transcendent? Lin Xin could not help but ask the witch. The witch hesitated as she was not sure if she should answer her question, but she nodded eventually as she saw how serious Lin Xin looked. Lin Xin saw that the monster that was made out of sand was beaten up very badly. That's great. Lin Xin admired Lin Huang even more after confirming her speculation from the witch. On the battlefield, the Spiritsword Supreme that was transformed into a giant with a sword was oppressed by the two fiends. It was not as powerful as the Molochian fiend, and it had lost a part of its hand from the first encounter. Meanwhile, the inferior imp showed no mercy while it continued battering holes in its body. The battle lasted for quite a while. The reason why they could not kill the sand monster was because it could heal itself. It was like a monster with ultra regeneration abilities whereby its wounds would heal immediately. After more than 20 minutes of battle between the three, Lin Huang was finally impatient. He thought that the sand monster would reach its self-healing limit, but the fiends had attacked it more than 1,000 times, yet its healing ability did not seem to weaken or slow down. Lin Huang realized that wasting time would not win the battle. Come out, sanguine skeleton spirit. Lin Huang summoned. Seal its life power and see how it can self-heal. Soon, the sanguine skeleton spirit joined the team and tied a punishment chain on the giant's left ankle. At that very moment, the Molochian fiend punched the sand giant's chest hard. A golden glow shot out from the giant's body. Soon, the sand giant completely collapsed. As Lin Huang watched, he noticed a shadow moving from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a bright white glow glistened from not far away. An intense shockwave shot out and devoured the Spiritsword Supreme's body. Lin Huang was shocked, but he soon noticed that it was Lancelot's forbidden skill, the absolute life. He shook his head and smiled to himself as he thought Lancelot was impatient. Before the impact faded, a notification came from Xiao He. Congratulations, you have obtained a new monster card, Spiritsword Supreme, Sword Servant. Chapter 413. Men's Summer. After killing the Spiritsword Supreme, Lancelot returned to his card form. As he used a forbidden skill, he could not be summoned within the next 24 hours. Lin Huang recalled the two fiends and the sanguine skeleton spirit. The Spirit Sword Supreme's carcass was in pieces. When the Molochian fiend performed his last punch, it seemed to have injured the Spirit Sword Supreme to a certain extent. Even though it was 90% immune to sword attacks, nothing was left following Lancelot's absolute life skill. The battle lasted for less than an hour. Lin Huang looked at the time. It was only 10:20 in the morning. He then summoned Thunder, hopped on it and headed towards the hill where Lin Xin was. At Thunder's speed, it only took them a moment to arrive at their destination, which was 10 kilometers away. Seeing that Lin Xin was safe as he leapt from Thunder, Lin Huang recalled the witch immediately. "Xin, are you alright?" He noticed that the way Lin Xin looked at him was odd, as though she was a fan meeting her idol. "I'm okay." Lin Xin waved her hands. "Come up then. We'll have to stay in Jinchuan City tonight." Lin Huang pulled Lin Xin up onto Thunder's back. As Lancelot could only be able to be summoned 24 hours later, there was no need for them to rush. Thunder flapped its wings and headed to Jinchuan City. They did not use the dimensional relic, as Lin Huang had thought that they would not go back to Jinchuan City, so he did not pin the coordinates. Moreover, since the embarrassing scene they landed in this morning, he decided not to use the dimensional relic. The couple must still be in the room, and it would be really embarrassing if they were to witness the same obscenity again. After all, the couple was young and passionate, so it was possible that they were copulating all day in the room. "Brother, was that a transcendent monster that you killed?" Lin Xin asked as soon as Thunder started flying. Although she already knew the answer, she wanted to hear it from Lin Huang. Lin Huang nodded. "There are actually 3 levels in Transcendent: the Holy Fire level, Immortal level, and the Imperial level. The one I just killed is the lowest one in the Holy Fire level, which is a white flame level monster," Lin Huang added after thinking about it. "Brother, are you a Transcendent already?" Lin Xin asked in excitement. "Not yet. I'm only a gold level rank 3, not a complete gold level yet." Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. He did not hide his real ability from her. "So, you've only used a year to level up from a regular person to gold level. You're really a genius," Lin Xin complimented. What she did not know was that Lin Huang's speed of leveling up was considered a top. "Genius. Don't brag about this, or else trouble will come," Lin Huang warned. "Yes, I understand. Destruction pursues the great. I read that in a book. I'll keep it a secret." Lin Xin nodded vigorously. "Brother, then are your summoning monsters Transcendent level 2? Lin Xin asked again. "Some of them are." Lin Huang did not deny, as he did not want to hide his matters from her anymore. "That's amazing," Lin Xin exclaimed and touched Thunder's feather intimately. She thought that Thunder was a Transcendent level monster. Lin Huang noticed what she was doing and smiled while he shook his head. He had no idea what this little girl had in her mind. It was 11:40 a.m. when they arrived in Jinchuan City riding on Thunder. Although Jinchuan City was only a B-grade foothold, it was one of the food havens in Division 7. It was popular for spicy food. Lin Huang loved spicy food when he was on Earth, while Lin Xin was weird as she was not that sensitive to taste and found everything to be delicious. They booked a hotel in the central zone next to a food street. There were not many stores opened in the food street during noon, so they checked into the hotel after having a simple lunch somewhere. Since they were free, Lin Huang headed to the hotel training room in the afternoon to train his sword skills with Star Dome as the summary. The integration of sword skills needed time to achieve, and he was not in a rush. There were training rooms in many high-class hotels in this world where they could only contain levels below Holy Fire level. To decrease the damage that might be created by the impact, Lin Huang used a wooden sword to train instead. During the training, he found out that his sword realm that used to be stagnant was increasing slowly. As he practiced the entire afternoon, he realized that the training room was covered in sword marks even though he had only been using a wooden sword. He apologized to the hotel manager and offered to pay for the damages. "Mr. Lin Huang, our hotel is under the Hunter Association's management. You're a gold hunter, so the damages will be paid by the Hunter Association. You won't have to fork out a cent," the hotel manager smiled and explained to Lin Huang. Lin Huang thought to himself that having the identity of a hunter was useful. After that, he returned to his room and showered. It was past 6 when he put on his clothes. He then brought Lin Xin to the food street downstairs. Most of the stores in the food street only opened after 6 in the evening, while some of them started after 7. It was the perfect time to be visiting the food street, and Lin Xin was excited. Excluding the time when Fatty and Zhang Mengmeng had visited the White Capital, it had been more than a month since she went shopping with Lin Huang. For her safety, Lin Huang summoned Tyrant to be her bodyguard. Knowing that they were heading to the food street, Tyrant was drooling in the elevator. He could not resist the food in the human world, especially when it came to meat. As Lin Huang had spent more than a year with monsters, he knew that each monster had different preferences in food. Tyrant loved meat. If he was allowed to, he could eat more than 30 tons of roasted meat a day. As for Bloody, it preferred sweet food, especially flavored drinks. There were some of them who did not care for food, such as the Nephilic Judge. Until now, Lin Huang had no idea if her ignorance towards food was just her cold attitude, or if she was just not interested in any food. The day was still bright when they arrived at the food street, but lights were turned on everywhere. There were mineral stones of various colors lighting up like stars. The crowd never stopped streaming, and the bustling food stores promoting their food as well as the chatter made Lin Huang think that he was back on Earth. It was the end of July, which was the warmest season in summer. Lin Huang smirked as he watched men wearing sleeveless tops eating barbecue while drinking green juice on the street. It seems like beer and barbecue is always men's summer favorite pastime, no matter which world it is. Chapter 414. Luminescent Angel Wing. Lin Huang and Lin Xin started falling in love with Jinchuan City after spending a night there. It lived up to its title of being a city with good food, as there was so much delicious food. Although most of them were spicy, even a person who was not fond of such food would be addicted. Tyrant would love to live on the food street. He did not want to leave, although Lin Huang and Lin Xin asked him to after they were done eating. The next morning, Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic after breakfast. They were going to Hulin City on foothold No. 7A18 this time. Hulin City was located on the northeast side of Division 7. Lin Huang had never been there before. It was Mr. Fu who had pinned the coordinates earlier. This A-grade foothold was not his final destination, but it was closest coordinates to it. Even so, it was more than 12,000 kilometers away from where he wanted to go. Lin Huang's final destination was a canyon which was located on the east side of the Hulin Prairie. There was the double mutated sword-type monster that he wanted to call the Luminescent Angel Wing. It sounded like the name of a bird, but it was not a bird. It was a monster of human form with wings and was an expert in swordsmanship. Its moving and attacking speeds were 2 levels above its own combat level. Nobody would want to encounter such a swift monster. Stepping into Hulin City, Lin Huang and Lin Xin looked around and realized that they were in a hotel room again. Fortunately, there was nobody in this hotel room, so they did not see anything embarrassing. However, the environment reminded them of what they saw yesterday morning. "Let's go." Lin Huang pulled her hand and left the hotel room immediately. As they got out of the hotel room, he projected the map and pinned his current location while looking for the coordinates of the dimensional portal. "Brother, why do you think your master always pins the coordinates in a hotel room?" Lin Xin pondered and asked. Lin Huang was stunned at the question, as he had never thought about it before. He thought and guessed it must be intentionally done so by Mr. Fu. However, Lin Huang suddenly thought of a corrupt hobby. He shook his head to get rid of the obscene images that popped up in his head. "Maybe he's lazy," Lin Huang simply answered. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xin did not overthink and accepted the answer. Mr. Fu was lying on the hammock on the deck of his demonic crystal spaceship while he sipped on his wine and watched the sunrise. He sneezed out of nowhere and squinted. "Never expected someone to be talking about me when I'm already this old." In Hulin City, Lin Xin felt the weather was odd as she stood at the hotel entrance for a while. She noticed that everyone on the street was wearing long sleeves and sweaters. Many were looking at the both of them as they were wearing short-sleeved clothing. Lin Huang did not feel the cold as he was engrossed in studying the map, while Lin Xin started feeling chilly. "Brother, where is this place?" "Hulin City in foothold No. 7A18, Lin Huang answered without looking at her. "Young kids, don't ignore the weather just because you want to look good. If you damage your body now, you'll suffer when you're old," a lady who passed by said to the both of them. Lin Huang looked at the lady, and only then did he notice how warmly everyone was dressed. He then turned around and looked at Lin Xin, who was folding her arms under her armpits for warmth. "Go change in the bathroom. I forgot that there's no summer here." Although it's July, the highest the temperature will go is 20 degrees Celsius. Lin Huang just recalled the weather difference in different areas. Lin Xin nodded immediately and headed to the bathroom of the hotel. Lin Huang returned to the hotel after pinning the coordinates of the dimensional portal. After putting on their spring clothes, he then summoned thunder and headed to the coordinates where the dimensional portal was. The A-grade foothold was huge and the dimensional portal was more than 200 kilometers away. They would take a couple of hours if they rode on the Viridian Wolf, as they could not head in a straight line direction, so he decided to ride on thunder instead. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. "Brother, where are we going?" Lin Xin asked when she saw the dimensional portal far away. "Our final destination is foothold number 7C163, but it's very far away, so we'll have to take 3 different dimensional portals in between." Lin Huang was helpless, as he would need the dimensional portal to get to the places that his dimensional relic had never pinned before. Fortunately, they had an exclusive pass whereby he would not need to purchase the dimensional portal tickets beforehand and could get them on the spot. Just like the privilege extended to the royal families, he would not need to queue, and he could use the exclusive hunter tunnel via the dimensional portal exclusively for hunters. Besides that, gold hunters could bring 3 persons with them. However, the ticket was 10 times more expensive than the normal one, but it was acceptable to all hunters. After purchasing the tickets at the counter, they arrived at the exclusive dimensional portal via the hunter tunnel smoothly. There were 3 gold hunters queuing at the dimensional portal. The 3 of them stared at Lin Huang as he was young and he did not bother to hide his aura. They could sense that he was a gold level rank 3, although they thought that it was unbelievable. As the 3 of them entered the portal, Lin Huang and Lin Xin stepped into it and they were sent to the first transit, foothold No 7B98. Lin Huang bought a coupon in Hulan City with the final destination being Yi City in foothold number 7C163. There was no need to purchase tickets in between, as they could just scan their coupon while the portal personnel would set the destination. After spending less than 5 minutes in the No 7B98 foothold, they arrived in the second transit in foothold number 7B116, and then foothold number 7B128. The B-grade foothold was more than 1,000 kilometers from Yi City, but it was much faster than riding on thunder. Around 5 to 6 minutes later, the both of them finally arrived in Yi City. After stepping out of the dimensional portal, it was almost 8:30 a.m. Yi City was not their final destination, but the Bell Canyon located 1,600 kilometers to the northeast. The luminescent angelwing, the double mutated sword-type monster that Lin Huang was hunting down, was there. Chapter 415. Bell Canyon. It was 8:30 a.m., 2 hours before Lancelot could be summoned again, while it would only take them over an hour to get to Bell Canyon by riding on thunder. Since they had more than an hour of free time, Lin Huang decided to bring Lin Xin around the foothold. Lin Xin was puzzled when she saw Lin Huang summoning the Viridian Wolf instead of thunder. "Brother, is the monster that you're looking for near to this foothold?" "No, it's in the Bell Canyon, which is more than 1,600 kilometers away." He shook his head, and soon he realized why Lin Xin had asked that question. "We're not in a rush, so I'll only head there after an hour, as Lancelot is still sealed now. We can walk around the foothold." Yi City was not considered large. It was similar to the size of Baki City. Riding on the Viridian Wolf with the guidance of Lin Huang's map, they arrived in the most crowded commercial street in Yi City in less than 10 minutes. Although it was only a C-grade foothold, the commercial street was crowded. It was the summer holiday, so many young people from the D-grade footholds around visited the area. "What a crowded street," Lin Xin enthused. If this had happened half a year ago, she would have found this C-grade commercial street to be fascinating. However, since she had been to the commercial streets in the Winter City and the White Capital, that was the best comment that she could give for the one here. "Let's shop for clothes," Lin Huang asked her with his eyebrow raised. "Yes, please." Lin Xin nodded as she loved shopping with Lin Huang. They headed to the shopping mall that was the nearest to them. On the first floor was the jewelry department, the second was lingerie, while they headed straight to the third floor, which was selling women clothes. Lin Xin saw her favorite brand as they stepped into the third floor. She liked the trench coat that the mannequin was wearing, so she got the staff to get her an S size, and she ran into the fitting room. She was out 2 to 3 minutes later. "What do you think?" Lin Xin asked Lin Huang as she walked over to him. It was a dark gray short trench coat, which would fit a taller, more matured lady, more especially since the first impression Lin Huang got was that it suited Yi Yayu more than it did Lin Xin. She just looked odd now. Although she tried her best to pose maturely, Lin Huang laughed and shook his head. This doesn't suit you. Let's try another one. Okay. Lin Xin sighed and walked into the fitting room again. They shopped for an hour, but Lin Xin did not pick out anything else that she liked. Alright, it's almost time. Lin Huang had set his alarm at 9:30 a.m. before shopping. He stopped walking when he heard his alarm ringing. Must we leave now? Lin Xin was not done with shopping yet. I think it's better that you stay in Yi City. The monster I'm hunting this time is incredibly fast. If it discovers you in a short distance, I might not be able to save you. Even if you have Kylie protecting you, was Kylie to fight it, you won't be able to stand the shockwave. While they were shopping, Lin Huang had been considering if he should bring Lin Xin along. For her safety, he decided to ask her to stay in Yi City. If it was other monsters, Lin Huang might be able to stop them from attacking Lin Xin, but the luminescent angel wing was swift, and it was difficult to chase after it as soon as it changed its target. Lin Xin felt down. She thought she would be able to see how glorious her brother was in battles, but she was not allowed to follow this time. I'll need more than an hour to get there, and killing her will take less than half an hour. I'll take the dimensional portal to get back. I think I should be back before 11:30 a.m. You can continue to shop with Tyrant. Head back to the hotel after shopping a bit more, as it'll be lunch by then, Lin Huang comforted her. He knew that Lin Xin would be sad, but no matter what, her safety was his top priority. Okay. Although she was disappointed, she agreed anyway. Lin Huang then summoned Tyrant, who was in a black suit, then he watched them leave after briefing Tyrant what to do. He left the shopping mall and summoned Thunder. He leapt and sat on its back, heading to the Bell Canyon. The Bell Canyon was located in the northeast of Yi City, and they would pass through Hulin Prairie along the way. In reality, the Hulin Prairie was huge. The Hulin city that was 10,000 kilometers away was located to the southwest of the prairie. The size of the prairie was even bigger than the continent of Asia on Earth. Although they had departed from Yi City, the journey to Bell Canyon was more than 1,600 kilometers. Riding on Thunder's back, Lin Huang breathed in the prairie air. Greenery was everywhere, and he could even smell the fragrance of flowers. He finally arrived at the destination more than an hour later. Before Thunder landed, Lin Huang could see the Bell Canyon from above. The Bell Canyon was a rift, to be precise. It was situated in the middle of the Wula Highlands, and the millions of square kilometers highlands were divided into east and west. Looking from above, it looked like a giant cake on a table that had been sliced into half in the middle. In reality, there was a myth about how the Bell Canyon was formed. It was said that a person had sliced it with a sword. However, geologists suggested that it was split due to an earthquake. The locals chose to believe the former. In the old epic, the story narrated about how a god had accidentally sliced the ground as it was fighting an abyssal creature. However, Lin Huang did not think the myth was true, as a sword would not be able to slice a path that was thousands of kilometers long. The closer he was to holy fire level, the more he understood that such a matter was impossible to be done by humans. Even an imperial level would not be able to do this. He was not sure if the demigod in the myth could do this, but he chose to believe in what the geologist said. He thought about the god of the myth. However, how could a battle with an abyssal creature leave such a trail but destroy nothing else without any trail of struggle? Looking at his coordinates getting closer to those on the map, he patted Thunder's back. You can go down now. Thunder retracted its wings and glided downwards. Chapter 416. Encountering the luminescent angel wing. The coordinates where the luminescent angel wing was discovered was near the first third of the Bell Canyon's entrance. Lin Huang did not see the luminescent angel wing from above, but he asked Thunder to land on the near the coordinates anyway. When they landed, he recalled Thunder immediately. It was almost 10:40 a.m., so Lancelot was free again, as 24 hours had passed. He summoned Lancelot in his black armor again. The monster I picked this time is the luminescent angel wing. It's very nimble, so it might be tough, Lin Huang briefed Lancelot. He looked around and brought Lancelot into the canyon. Although they did not see any signs of the luminescent angel wing at the coordinates, Lin Huang was not worried that the luminescent angel wing would not appear. No matter the Hunter Association or the black market, the coordinates that they provided was impossible to be fake, because if such a matter happened, the buyer would spread the news and their names would be affected. The luminescent angel wing might move away that very day. However, looking at the lifestyle of the monster, it would not usually move too far away from its lair unless something drastic happened. For instance, if it was chased away by more powerful monsters or if something were to happen to its habitat such as lack of food and water. From what Lin Huang could see, it did not seem like the canyon was lacking water or food. He was sure that the luminescent angel wing would initiate a fight as he walked deeper into the canyon with Lancelot. Most monsters had the concept of territory, so not only they did not welcome other monsters, they also did not like the invasion of humans as well. To most monsters, humans were extremely dangerous creatures. They would usually react in two possible ways. One was to back off, while another was to attack. However, the more powerful a monster was, the greater its sense of territory and the more likely it would attack. There was a stream less than 10 meters wide at the bottom of the canyon. The water was clear and it was less than 2 meters deep, so one could see the bottom with their eyes. The shores zigzagged following the streams, and they were 70 to 150 meters wide. There were 90-degree cliff drops on both sides, bald with no leafy plants on them. There were conifers and minimal moss occasionally. With Lin Huang's vision, he could see the entire canyon crystal clear, nothing could escape from his eyes. There were some small monsters drinking water by the stream, and even some baby monsters playing around. The stream was shallow with no water predators in it. It was a heaven for the smaller monsters. However, they soon noticed Lin Huang and Lancelot, escaping into the caves immediately. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow as those monsters that could not actually climb seemed to have mastered the skill from living in such an environment. As they walked 7 to 8 kilometers further, the insects and birds, chirping, disappeared. There were no small monsters around anymore. Lin Huang and Lancelot slowed down as they knew they had entered a powerful monster's territory. They looked around, but he still did not see the luminescent angel wing. Nevertheless, he knew it must be near. Suddenly, glowing white balls streaked towards them like meteorites. Lin Huang looked at the direction of the attack and saw a white figure standing arrogantly in the air thousands of meters away. He did not have the time to study it. He picked up his dark shield and blocked himself and Lancelot. Although he did not see the attacker clearly, he was sure that he was in the luminescent angel wing's habitat. The balls of white glow created waves on the dark shield but soon disappeared. The dark shield had the highest defense. It was 10 times more powerful than Lin Huang's attack strength. Before he mastered Star Dome, his most powerful attack was sufficient to injure a blue flame level. Now with the complete legendary level skill card Star Dome, his attack strength had increased even more substantially. His dark shield could now only be broken through by a purple flame level person. The absolute defense that was used by the final fortress in the Hunter Arena a year ago was a joke compared to the dark shield. With the integration of Star Dome, Lin Huang's attack ability would have room for improvement before he arrived at Holy Fire level. By then, the defense ability of the dark shield would be even more powerful. However, with sufficient life power, Lin Huang could be standing here, receiving the monster's attack and the shield would hold up well. The luminescent angel wing soon realized that the human who had invaded her territory had a terrifying defense, so it was no use to attack from a distance. She then moved and appeared less than 30 meters from the dark shield. The shield was completely black to her, but to Lin Huang, it was transparent. Through the dark shield, he finally saw how the monster looked like. It really is the luminescent angel wing. It was his first time seeing the real luminescent angel wing. Although he had seen images of such a monster before, seeing it in front of eyes blew him away. The luminescent angel wing was a creature of half-energization and looked like a human lady in a white dress. She was 1.6 meters tall with an angelic face. Her body and dress glowed in white. On her back was a pair of wings that looked like they were made of countless white reflections on her back. She was different from any creatures with wings that Lin Huang had seen before. Looking at the wings, Lin Huang finally understood how the luminescent angel wing got her name. The monster looked exactly like an angel. In reality, it had angel blood in her body. Just like Kylie, she was a half-angel. If the blood evolved, she would then evolve into a light angel, which was a real angel and was as powerful as a god's blood creature. However, he only managed to observe the luminescent angel wing for a while as she had bypassed the dark shield after examining it and rushed towards the both of them. Chapter 417, a troublesome opponent. To explain the dark shield with Mr. Fu's energy form, it was a skill that could change its form on its surface from any of the 3 available forms. Lin Huang could transform it into any form that he wanted to, but the coverage depended on the strength of his life power. Usually, he would convert it into a hemisphere because besides blocking the incoming attack, it used half the life power instead of when it was a full sphere. In real battles, it would always win. However, the luminescent angel wing soon noticed the function of Dark Shield, and she bypassed the shield in an attempt to attack from their back. What she did not know was that although her speed was rapid, she was in their territory. Her movements were crystal clear to Lin Huang due to the activation of micro-territory. As she bypassed the shield, Lin Huang and Lancelot attacked almost at the same time. His grade 5 sword relic, the Dragon Slayer, slashed at the same time as the Ruthless Sword Master's black sword. Lin Huang's micro-territory had evolved from the Ruthless Sword Master's life seed. It was similar to his death zone whereby it could attack from where he stood towards any location within its coverage. Lin Huang had little opportunity to use the skill as he was used to gunning for long-distance attacks. Moreover, there was a flaw in using micro-territory which was having only a small coverage. It only covered a radius of 100 meters where the gun would attack further. By using the gun, he could attack from thousands of meters away from his opponent. As his opponent got closer, he could then switch his weapon to a sword, although it was strange for him to wait for his opponent to enter the radius of 100 meters before doing so. However, using micro-territory was the best to fight looking at the situation now. As the luminescent angel wing moved so quickly, it was hard to aim his gun at her. Using micro-territory to attack from where he was, it was the most effective way. The luminescent angel wing did not know that she had just dug her own grave. However, she sensed the danger as she arrived behind the both of them. She backed off immediately, but it was too late. A golden sword glow sliced through her waist, leaving a 10-centimeter gash on her stomach. Another black sword glow headed towards her head. However, it only got less than 5 millimeters into her forehead, and it could not go further in. It was obvious that Lin Huang's attack ability was much more powerful than Lancelot's that was on the same level. Now that he had mastered the Star Dome, any swing of his sword was comparable to a white flame level. Moreover, he added the Thunder Sting into that earlier swing to prevent him from missing. The luminescent angel wing that was weak in defense would definitely die if she could not avoid the strike. Meanwhile, Lancelot was only a white flame level which could do limited threat to the luminescent angel wing. If he were fighting a monster with a high defense such as Tyrant, without using absolute life, Lancelot would not be able to win. However, the hit did not excite Lin Huang as he soon confirmed the Monster Encyclopedia's description of the luminescent angel wing. He witnessed the 10-centimeter wound on the luminescent angel wing's stomach healing itself within seconds. It was the luminescent angel wing's luminant regeneration. As she was half energy herself, she could heal any injuries on her flesh. As long as there was sufficient light, it was almost impossible to kill her. Even if the fight took place in the dark, the only way to kill her was to drain all the energy in her body. A radius of 100 meters is really too small, Lin Huang thought to himself. It would only take the luminescent angel wing a second to leave the cover of micro-territory. He stared at the luminescent angel wing that floated in midair. Lin Huang was staring her wings as he thought about the theory that he had read about on the network. Meanwhile, the luminescent angel wing that was hundreds of meters away watched Lin Huang with her guard up. She knew that the man's threat was stronger than the fellow in black armor standing next to him. If she had not managed to avoid it just now, she would have been killed by the man. Although she could heal herself, getting sliced on the waist was still pretty darn painful. She won't dare to come closer thanks to the lesson she got just now. Lin Huang did not know what to do. It seemed like none of the double-mutated monsters were dumb. Since she fell into his trap just now, it was impossible for the luminescent angel wing to be lured into his trap for the second time. If she stayed a distance away from him, it was difficult for Lin Huang to kill her. The only long-distance attack he had was his gun, but although the luminescent angel wing was slower than the bullets, she would not be any slower for the gun to do minimal harm to her. As for Lancelot, although the absolute life was powerful, it was a straight-line attack, and he only had one shot. With the speed of the luminescent angel wing that surpassed what Lancelot's eyes could capture, the probability of him targeting her would be 0. She might escape if I summon a blue flame-level fiend. Lin Huang was coming up with plans in his head. According to the Monster Encyclopedia, the luminescent angel wing was a timid monster and would escape if she was not confident in a battle. If she managed to escape, it would be difficult to find her again. That was the reason why Lin Huang had not summoned the fiends when he was fighting the Spirit Sword Supreme earlier. The luminescent angel wing might escape if she saw blue flame-level monsters instead of fighting them. I can't use the 3 fiends. I need to lock down her movement to let Lancelot kill her. After some thoughts, Lin Huang finally had an idea. He summoned Kylie first. Seeing Kylie, who was also a half-angel, the luminescent angel wing thought of escaping. Fortunately, Lin Huang did not summon the sanguine skeleton spirit first, as the luminescent angel wing would definitely flee. Hold her still, don't let her run away, Lin Huang instructed Kylie. Kylie remained silent while flapping her wings and flew towards the luminescent angel wing like a purple lightning bolt. In the air, the purple and white shadow meshed together. They were colliding with each other again and again. Chapter 418. Killing the luminescent angel wing. The two white flame-level monsters collided with each other faster than the speed of sound in the air. The banging thud and the explosion were rumbling like a freak thunderstorm. The noise created ripples of waves everywhere while gravel flew in all directions at the speed of bullets. Lin Huang thought it was fortunate that Lin Xin did not come along, or else she would be crushed by the gravel. He activated his ocular skill to its maximum while watching the battle that was taking place midair. He could barely keep up. He could tell that their speed was similar, but Kylie was more powerful than the luminescent angel wing as a whole. She was oppressed by Kylie. However, it was impossible for Kylie to kill the luminescent angel wing on her own. Black mist surrounded Lancelot, and he seemed eager to join the battle. However, he was helpless as the fight took place midair and he would not be able to react in time as the luminescent angel wing was too fast. All he could do was to suppress himself as he watched. Seeing Lancelot glance at her several times as though he was asking for help, she consoled him, "Don't worry, her head belongs to you." Meanwhile, Lin Huang contacted Kylie secretly and gave her a new instruction: "Bring her closer to me when you can." Kylie was on the winning side. Soon, she found a perfect angle and transformed her spear into a rod. She waved the rod at the luminescent angel wing, and as the latter tried to block the attack, she was retreating towards Lin Huang's direction. At that moment, Lin Huang had crushed the sanguine skeleton spirit's card in his hand to summon it. As the sanguine skeleton spirit appeared, the luminescent angel wing flapped her wings hard and attempted to run. Suddenly, Lin Huang twirled the sword in his hand and chopped off the luminescent angel wing's wings as two golden sword glows slashed in the air. She fell into Lin Huang's 100-meter micro-territory coverage, which included the air. Despite losing her wings, the luminescent angel wing could still fly as she was a white flame level after all. However, she could not adapt as she was not used to not having her wings out of nowhere. The sanguine skeleton spirit seized the opportunity and flicked the punishment chain towards the luminescent angel wing. Before she managed to run, a chain snagged her ankle while the rest tied her up, leaving just her head free. The luminescent angel wing was not a monster of strength, so it was impossible for her to escape from the chain. Moreover, as her body was made of half energy and since her life power was being sealed by the punishment chains, she was left with nothing. She was not glowing anymore, and her wings were folded into her body. Now, she just looked like a young and beautiful lady. However, Lin Huang was sure that she only looked like a human but bore no other similarity. If he were to extract her genes, hers would be different from a human's. "She's yours now." Lin Huang nodded at Lancelot as the luminescent angel wing was captured. Lancelot walked forward and swung his black sword, lopping off half of the luminescent angel wing's head onto the ground. "Congratulations, you have obtained a new epic level monster card, the luminescent angel sword servant." Lin Huang confirmed the luminescent angel wing's death when he heard Xiao Hei's notification. He was worried that she would heal herself when her life power was sealed. It seemed like his concern was unnecessary. After recalling his monster cards, Lin Huang looked at the luminescent angel wing's carcass that looked just like a human lady's. Since half of her head had been chopped off, it was unable for Bloody to perform his parasitic process. He did not keep the carcass, and summoned his dimensional relic, stepping into it. He arrived at the shopping mall that he had gone to with Lin Xin this morning. It was already 11:40 a.m. when he checked the time. He was 10 minutes later than the expected time. He called Lin Xin immediately. The call was connected soon, and Lin Xin was standing in a clothing store. "Brother, are you back? Let's have lunch somewhere. We'll take a short rest and head to our next destination." "Okay, wait for me at the shopping mall entrance that we went to this morning." "I'll be there soon," Lin Xin said and hung up. Lin Huang turned off the phone and took his time down the stairs. After waiting at the entrance for 3 to 4 minutes, Lin Xin ran towards him while Tyrant followed behind her. Compared to Tyrant, Lin Xin, who was already short, looked even shorter now. Lin Huang found it funny as her several steps were slower than Tyrant's one long stride. I heard from a clothing store owner that there's a nice steamboat restaurant around. I think we should try that. Lin Xin seemed to be addicted since she tried steamboat in Jinchuan City. Let's go then. Lead the way, Lin Huang agreed. As Lin Xin knew the name of the steamboat restaurant, with the guidance of the store owner using the map, she found the steamboat restaurant in an instant. They chatted while eating. Brother, are we going to another foothold in the afternoon? Lin Xin asked. Yes, I want to finish them as soon as possible so that we can head back earlier. I still have many documents to read. Lin Huang nodded. He had prepared the teaching materials. The stuff that he had been reading in the library was some basic knowledge which was still mind-blowing to him. So, where are we going? Lin Xin wanted to shop more as Lin Huang would not have the time to accompany her anymore as soon as they got back to the White Capital. However, knowing that Lin Huang was busy, she accepted his arrangement instead. The Shadow City in foothold number 7C228. It'll take some time to get there. Lin Huang was helpless. The Shadow City was another secluded place to which he did not have the coordinates pinned in his dimensional relic. It would take 4 transits in the dimensional portal to get there. I don't want to stay in the foothold alone this time. It's boring. Lin Xin was worried that Lin Huang might leave her alone again. Alright then, I'll bring you along this time. Lin Huang hesitated but agreed anyway. Chapter 419. Shadow Land. It was almost 1 p.m. after Lin Huang and Lin Xin had lunch and took a short rest. He summoned his dimensional relic and arrived at the Dark Night City in foothold No 7A11. After transiting the 4-dimensional portals, they finally arrived at their destination, the Shadow City in foothold number 7C228. His final destination was the Dark Land that was more than 2,300 kilometers from Shadow City. The Shadow Land was an underground ruin that was formed from a sunken city in the old era. It was a huge city sprawling across 5 million square kilometers, which was comparable to half an A-grade foothold. The ruins belonged to the middle range danger zone. Judging by the 3 ranges, this zone had at least 5 holy fire level monsters and even immortal level monsters. Compared to Bell Canyon, which had few monsters, this ruins was the territory of various monsters. Many buildings were their hidden places. Entering the Shadow Land was like invading the monsters' lair, which was risky. Are you sure you want to follow me? Lin Huang asked Lin Xin in all seriousness as they got out of the dimensional portal. I'm going to the Shadow Land. It's a dimensional ruin that's completely occupied with monsters. It's different from all the places that I've brought you before. Yes. Lin Xin nodded hard. Lin Huang did not say anything after her confirmation. The reason why he had allowed Lin Xin to follow him was that he had the confidence to protect her. Although it might be too early for her to go to places like this, it was good to expose her to the real side of the world. Most students who had just graduated from college were like fragile, protected flowers. They imagined the world to be all rainbows and butterflies as they grew up in the safe zones. Lin Huang did not want Lin Xin to have that illusion, as there would be consequences of being naive. Are you going to the Shadow Land? A hunk in golden armor asked, completely ignoring Lin Xin. Lin Huang looked up at him and saw that he was a complete gold level with great abilities. Our team can bring you along if you need. We have 2 complete gold levels and 3 gold level rank 3s with us. As long as you're not planning to go to the area with transcendent monsters, we can bring you along, the man suggested. He extended the invitation since he could see that Lin Huang was a gold level rank -3. Nobody below transcendent level would enter the Shadow Land alone, as it would be similar to digging their own grave. Most people would go as a team to look out for one another. Having 5 people in a team was the basic rule for entering the Shadow Land. That was the reason why the hunk was looking for more teammates, as it was dangerous for a team that had less than 10 people to enter. It's okay, thanks. Lin Huang had researched about the place on the Heart Network before coming. However, it was his first time being invited into a team. He thought it was interesting, but he still rejected with a smile. We're not from Adventure Paradise. We're just a team that's made up at the last minute. You don't have to pay us to join, the hunk explained immediately, as he thought that Lin Huang had misunderstood him as being from the Adventure Paradise team. We have my own team. Lin Huang shook his head while smiling. He said that knowing that the person was just asking out of kindness. Oh, is that so? Sorry to bother you then. The hunk then left. Lin Huang projected the map to locate himself. Soon he found the location of the Hunter Association division. Before he departed, He wanted to drop by the Hunter Association to inquire about some information that was only known by the locals, as well as purchasing a detailed map of the Shadow Land. As soon as he confirmed the Hunter Association's location, he summoned the Viridian Wolf and left with Lin Xin. The hunk who had been rejected by Lin Huang was shocked as he recalled what Lin Huang said earlier after walking a few steps away. He said, "We have our own team," instead of, "I have my own team." Is he really bringing the little girl who is not even an iron level into the ruins? I think I must have misheard. He must have said, "I," instead of, "we." The hunk shook his head to get rid of the thoughts while he proceeded to look for more teammates. Lin Huang brought Lin Xin to the Hunter Association and got what he wanted. He also purchased a copy of a detailed map of the Shadow Land. The both of them were informed that there was no signal to use the network or their phones, so there was no way that they could pin the coordinates. All they had was the map to find out where they were. Moreover, if they were in trouble, they would not be able to contact anybody. However, Lin Huang was not surprised as he had read about that on the Hunter Forum. "Brother, if we can't contact anybody when we run into trouble, doesn't that mean we will die?" Lin Xin asked as soon as they left the Hunter Association. Most people would have to register themselves with the organization they belong before entering the Shadow City. They would have to write down the time they left the Shadow Land and log out on the network after they leave. If they don't log out more than 48 hours later, the organization will try to contact the person. If that fails, they will send people to the rescue. So, it's still possible for the person to survive if they manage to hold on for more than 2 days if they are captured by monsters or get lost in the Shadow Land. Moreover, there are many human teams that enter the Shadow Land. If they encounter trouble, they can send signals to the teams nearby. Although the heart network and phones can't be used inside, the SOS signal in the Emperor's heart ring still functions. It can reach up to a 100-kilometer radius without any obstacles. Other Emperor's heart rings within the coverage will receive the signal. Even if there are obstacles, the signal will still be received, Lin Huang explained in detail as the information was useful to Lin Xin. He did not know about the function of sending signals earlier and only found out about that recently as from his time in the library. In reality, some experienced hunters knew about the existence of the signal and colleges covered that in their syllabus as well. Only Lin Huang, who had been out in the world for a year, did not know about the hidden function. As they left the Hunter Association, Lin Huang did not plan to follow the other teams as he was sure that his summoning monsters were more reliable than the people. He summoned thunder and the both of them headed to the Shadow Land. Chapter 420, The Underground City. The entrance to the Shadow Land was 2,300 kilometers from the southeast of Shadow City. Thunder brought the both of them to the destination in less than half an hour. There were a few teams that were preparing themselves at the entrance while some leaders were briefing their teammates. Many looked envious as they watched the complete gold-level viridescent Thunderhawk in the air. Although it was not a holy fire level, such a double-mutated flying mount was the same price as a supreme relic, and not everyone could afford it. They were shocked to see the two people who got down from the viridescent Thunderhawk as they were so young. "I bet there's some royalty," many had that first impression of the duo. Lin Huang recalled the viridescent Thunderhawk and noticed that many were looking at him with respect. It was impressive that Lin Huang was an imperial censor who did not need a monster taming token to recall his monster. It was even more impressive that he could manage a double-mutated complete gold-level monster at such a young age. Lin Huang ignored the teams that were watching him and brought Lin Xin straight to the entrance of the Shadow Land. The both of them just went in without forming a team. "Are they crazy?" a person gasped after seeing them enter. "I know, even though he's an imperial censor, the most he could do is to summon 2 or 3 monsters, which adds up to a team of 5. This guy has the balls to enter the Shadow City just like that." Another person commented that, "If I'm not wrong, that little girl is just an ordinary person who is not even an iron level," another person said softly. That reminded many of them that there was no life power wave from Lin Xin's body. Bringing a normal person in the Shadow Land, this guy must be some royal that thinks that the hotel bed isn't big enough and wants some excitement somewhere wider. A hunk with chest hair joked. Lin Huang did not hear the conversation, or else, he would have taught the hunk with chest hair a lesson. The entrance of the Shadow Land was an oval crystal of 4 to 6 meters long and it could accommodate 5 to 6 persons at once. The crypt was discovered by a bunch of geologists more than 100 years ago. As they exploded into the crypt, only one of them made it out alive. Many adventurers and hunters came here to explore after the news of this went out. There was no virtual eye in the Shadow Land. There were two main reasons why the number of monsters increased despite them being killed by many over the years. One was that there was a crack at the bottom of the land that connected to the abyss, while another reason was that the monsters here had a reproductive ability which helped to replace the monsters that were killed. Lin Huang brought Lin Xin deeper into the crypt. It looked like it had been dug by a monster as it was disorganized. The trench went downwards into the ground with dividers in the middle. Lin Huang followed the instructions on the map and walked more than half an hour following the path and finally arrived at a wide underground space. It was dark in there, but to Lin Huang, his vision was not affected at all. However, Lin Xin had been using a probe light along the way, or else, she would not be able to see at all. Such a huge space, Lin Xin exclaimed as she used the probe light to look around. The Shadow City is the largest underground city that's discovered in Division 7 so far. This is an abandoned area at the edge of the city. The deeper we go, the wider it is, Lin Huang smiled as he explained. Put your probe light away and follow me, Lin Huang said and held Lin Xin's hand. Lin Xin blushed, then switched off her probe light and followed Lin Huang forward. She was shocked when she saw the Shadow Land far away after passing an obstacle. Not only her, even Lin Huang was shocked and froze. Although he had seen images of this place before, it was still impressive when his eyes lay sight on it. The abandoned land that they were located at was hundreds of meters higher than a city. The Shadow Land that was far away was lit up. All of the streetlights were shining brightly, and even many of the houses were lit up. The entire city was bright. From afar, it looked like a crowded city that never slept. That reminded of Lin Huang about the first time he had gone to Shanghai and was amazed by the night view. The city that he was looking at was hundreds of times bigger than Shanghai, the only thing that was missing was the chasing cars. It's so beautiful, Lin Xin exclaimed. It really is. Lin Huang nodded. Let's go. Lin Huang summoned the Viridian Wolf after they admired the view for a while. They rode on the Viridian Wolf and arrived at a broken bridge. The bridge was supposed to connect them to the abandoned land that they were located at earlier. It was broken in the middle for about 30 meters long. The Viridian Wolf accelerated as it got to the broken part, then it leapt and crossed the 30 meters, arriving at the other side of the bridge easily. Listening to the flowing water beneath the bridge, Lin Huang was sure that there were monsters in the underground river. There were a couple of skyscrapers near the end of the bridge, and vines crept up all of the buildings. However, many of the buildings were lit up, and Lin Huang even saw moving shadows in some of the rooms. Brother, I think there's something in the building on the left, Lin Xin said softly. Lin Huang briefly warned her not to talk when they arrived at monster areas. If she had to speak softly, or else, they would attract the monsters. I saw that too. It's all right, Lin Huang said and summoned Lancelot. We're hunting down the cursed Swordfiend this time. Lead the way, Lin Huang instructed. Chapter 421. Priority. The Shadow Land was a city that was overrun by monsters. Every skyscraper, house and even cellar were filled with monsters. Many of them walked around the streets that were made by humans. In the safe zones, such a scene could only be seen if a foothold was completely invaded by the monster crowd. The monsters treated themselves as the owners of the city. Some of them would even avoid some of the buildings so as not to damage the lights. They seemed to really enjoy the lights in the city as it was soft and did not hurt the eyes like the sun did. They were buildings of different heights on both sides of the streets. Most of them were engulfed with plants while there were some parts that were completely damaged. It was the sign that time had passed. There were many abandoned cars by the streets but they were only left with their bare shells as time went by. Brother, what are those steel shells? Lin Xin asked while they were riding on the Viridian Wolf. They should be a form of transportation during the olden times. Lin Huang had no idea if they used cars in this world, so he just called them transportation. Transportation, so ugly. Lin Xin was looking at the broken shells that had been through decades. The metal steel that was rusty seemed really unsightly. I guess they didn't look like this when they were not broken. Or maybe, the people in that era had a different definition of beauty compared to us, Lin Huang explained. But how do these things move? Lin Xin was curious. Perhaps it's powered by some demonic crystal energy source. Lin Huang had no idea how the cars in the old epic worked. Lin Xin seemed to notice that her questions were too much as Lin Huang was not a teacher who researched the old epic after all. It was normal for him not to be able to answer her questions. She decided to stop asking to avoid the awkwardness. Under the bright street lights, the Viridian Wolf brought Lin Huang, Lin Xin, and Lancelot into the city without making any sound. Lin Huang and Lin Xin were sitting while Lancelot stood behind Lin Huang, his feet glued on the Viridian Wolf's back. No matter how bumpy the road got, he did not seem to be affected at all. He was swinging his black sword as they traveled, killing all the monsters within the coverage of his death zone. There were not many monsters along the way. Most of the monsters that Lancelot killed were those that wandered the streets. Besides abandoned cars, there were not many obstacles around. The Viridian Wolf could be seen from far away, and the wandering monsters dashed towards them as they saw the humans riding on the Viridian Wolf. To them, the human flesh was definitely delicious food with fresh, tender meat. Some of them would attack when they saw them from the broken windows in the buildings. However, those threats were taken care of by the complete gold level Lancelot easily. Although it was a middle-range danger zone with at least 5 transcendent monsters, most of the monsters were below transcendent. With Lancelot's white flame level attack ability, he did not need to swing his sword twice with the death zone. He could kill just by standing where he was. Initially, Lin Xin panicked as she saw monsters charging at them, but she soon noticed that none of them could get 20 meters close to the Viridian Wolf as they were killed by Lancelot. "Brother, Lancelot is so powerful. Is he the most powerful summoning monster that you have?" Lin Xin asked instinctively as she thought Lancelot was more powerful than Tyrant and Kylie. What she did not know was that Tyrant and Kylie had already completed their unlocking and were both Holy Fire level while Lancelot was only a complete gold level. No matter Tyrant's defensive ability or Kylie's speed, they were definitely more powerful than Lancelot's attack ability. No, Lin Huang turned around and looked at Lancelot. He would be in the top 3 if he managed to mutate again when he's a Holy Fire level. What Lin Huang said was the truth. He owned 2 triple mutated monsters which were Bai and the Supreme Overlord. Bai was a god's blood creature and triple mutated, so it was no doubt the most powerful monster card that Lin Huang had. The second was the Supreme Overlord. Although he did not have any unique blood, his intelligence was high, and he was good at controlling. He had terrifying abilities himself and ranked second among the other monster cards for now. The third would be Charcoal. Once Charcoal was unlocked and leveled up to Holy Fire level, it would evolve into an adult and become the remarkable one in the monster card collection. Whether its blood would upgrade or whether a triple mutation would happen, the adult Charcoal would be much powerful than before and could be comparable with Bai. Lin Huang said Lancelot would be top 3 if he were triple mutated as he had included the sword servants as well. With the 9 sword servants, Lancelot would definitely defeat any of the monsters. Although Lancelot was a monster with the title of Ruthless, Lin Huang did not plan to upgrade him because of the title. Lancelot had no comment about what Lin Huang said as he was clear that the comment meant well. He knew about Bai and the Supreme Overlord abilities himself, they were really more powerful than he was. It can't be. Lin Xin was stunned. To her, Lancelot was invincible, but to Lin Huang, he would only be top 3 if he managed to achieve a triple mutation. Lancelot is only a complete gold level now. He'll need a very long time to grow strong. Lin Huang remembered that Xiao had mentioned that monsters with titles should be trained properly. That was how he started looking up on Lancelot and Kylie. He had more and more monster cards with limited advanced cards, so it was impossible for him to train all his monsters at once. He would have to choose those that were talented with real abilities as well as the conformity of the summoning monsters. If blood mattered, Bai and Charcoal should be prioritized while the 3 fiends would come second. The team should have a controlling monster, so the Supreme Overlord should be prioritized as well. His controlling skill was almost invincible while the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit and the Witch could be his backup. Besides, the Intelligent Bloody should be prioritized as well as Tyrant who had the highest defense ability among all of them. Considering what Xiao said, Lancelot and Kylie should be trained too. That was why Lin Huang insisted on taking his time to unlock his monsters as they were worth training. As Lin Huang was thinking about which monsters to prioritize, the Viridian Wolf slowed down. "We're here." Lin Huang looked up and looked into a dark alley without any street lights ahead. Chapter 422. Bloody's ambition. The dark alley was not where the cursed sword fiend was, but it was the hiding place for a parasite called the Shadow Worm. The Shadow Worm was a unique parasite which would perform parasitizing on creatures, shadows instead of their bodies, which was unavoidable for the victims. Their reason for being there was because Bloody had mentioned to Lin Huang before that it was one of the parasitizing methods that it desired. The shadow worm not only had an unusual parasitizing method but was also a cross-ranking parasite. Lin Huang pinned this location first when they arrived in the area. The Viridian wolf stopped at the entrance of the alley, and Lin Huang could hear crunching. It was the sound of shadow worms that was crawling in the dark. "Come out, Bloody." Lin Huang waved and summoned Bloody. "This is the shadow leech of the shadow worm that you wanted. It's his lair ahead," Lin Huang said to Bloody. Bloody nodded in excitement and dashed towards the alley in a crimson glow. Soon, the alley became crowded with chirping noises. There were some shadow worms that raced towards Lin Huang and Lin Xin, but they were killed by Lancelot easily. It was the first time for the both of them to see real shadow worms. It was a black worm the size of an adult thumb that resembled a spider. They crawled fast, but they could not fly, or else, Lin Huang would not have just stood by the alley entrance so nonchalantly. "Congratulations, your epic level monster card Bloody has obtained a new skill, Shadow Leech Supreme." As Xiao Hei's notification was heard, a red glow dashed towards Lin Huang like a lightning bolt. "I've got the skill, let's go." Bloody spoke to Lin Huang in his mind. "Let's go." Lin Huang patted the Viridian wolf's back and they left. As they moved, the shadow worms chased them from the alley like a flood of critters. "We have offended them. Luckily, they can't fly." Lin Huang turned around to look while asking the Viridian wolf to run as fast as it could. He did not bother about the monsters around that were affected by the shadow worms. The shadow worms were not quick enough, so the Viridian wolf managed to get away from them in an instant as it was much larger. Each stride of the Viridian wolf was equivalent to hundreds of steps of the shadow worms. It was impossible for them to catch up. Therefore, the monsters around were attacked out of nowhere. Many of the monsters were puzzled by the chaos. Lin Huang looked at Bloody's details as he had the time, and he wanted to know what was the effect of the skill that Bloody had obtained. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, Bloody demonic dandelion vine type of monster, parasite, combat level, gold level rank 3 complete, skill 1, leech pods, skill 2, absolute control, skill 3, supreme intelligence, skill 4, limitless ingestion, skill 5, shadow leech supreme, summon authority, activated. Remarks, monster skill has yet to be fully discovered. One more skill on the way. Card remarks. Trainable, shadow leech supreme, using shadows as an agent, it can parasitize on any living thing of 2 levels higher. Remark 1. There's no need to enter the host's body. All it needs to do is to capture the host's shadow with its own to complete the parasite. Remark 2. The shadow of the host can be changed into any form and can move as it wishes as long as the shadow doesn't cover more than 100 times of its own body. The host's shadow cannot be smaller than its own body. Remark 3. 10 targets maximum at once. Remark 4. The maximum level of the host is 2 levels higher. Remark 4. Creatures that have no shadows could not be applied. My Bloody is so powerful. Lin Huang thought to himself as he read the description of the new skill. Although Bloody's leech pods could parasitize massive amounts of creatures at once, it only applied to those that had the same combat level as Bloody. Cross-ranking parasitizing was impossible for the leech pods. However, now Bloody had a second parasite skill which it should be able to cast on one host, but Lin Huang had no idea how it could parasitize on 10 hosts at the same time. Besides, it could cast on not only one level, but 2 whole levels higher. Lin Huang had never heard of any parasite monsters that possessed cross-ranking and group parasitizing abilities. Perhaps Bloody was the first. If Bloody were a wild monster that was not controlled by humans, although it was not a holy fire level yet, the destruction that it could create would be chaotic. The 2 abilities alone could destroy the entire human C-grade foothold. Have you chosen the last skill? Maybe one for survival, or would you like to choose from regeneration, defense, or speed? Lin Huang asked Bloody as he saw there was still one vacant skill slot. I have chosen Immortal Tinder. Bloody had its own plan. Immortal Tinder, isn't that the undead evil child skill? It's an undead. Can you extract the skill? Lin Huang did not mention that the undead evil child was one of the monsters that could not be killed in this world. Since this monster could cast its tinder on other creatures, as soon as it died, one of the tinders would be activated and its consciousness would be transferred into the tinder in the host, which would then completely transform the host into a new undead evil child. Although there were only 9 tinders, the tinders were cast far away, so it was impossible for it to be killed. Before the tinder was activated, nobody could tell which monsters were the hosting them. I don't need to kill it, All I need is to parasite on one, extract its memory and mimic its ability. I think there are similarities between my leech seed and its tinder. I'll try to integrate my leech seed with the ability. If it's successful, I'll have hundreds of thousands of lives and that'll increase even more as I get more powerful. It's okay even if the integration fails. I can research an ability that's similar to survival. Bloody had chosen the skill as it was ambitious. If the integration was successful, it was basically immortal. Even Lin Huang was shocked by its grandiose plan. Suddenly, a few birds tore towards them, but they were soon killed by Lancelot, who was standing on the Viridian wolf. What's happening? Why are there more monsters out of nowhere? Lin Huang noticed that something was wrong as many monsters were chasing after them. These monsters must be parasitized by the shadow worm, Bloody said after a long silence. But all we did was kill one of their friends, so why are they doing this? The monsters that were controlled by the shadow worms still came after them after the Viridian wolf was already tens of kilometers away, puzzling Lin Huang. Maybe because I killed their king. What Bloody said made Lin Huang speechless. No wonder the worms were coming after them like they had killed their father. Lin Huang did not expect their father to truly have been killed. Maybe they're chasing us because I have the king's aura on me. We should be able to get rid of them if you recall me back into card form, master. Bloody that was hiding in Lin Huang's sleeve suggested. Alright then. Lin Huang then recalled Bloody into card form. As expected, when the monsters were killed by Lancelot, the rest of them at the back did not chase after them anymore. Finally, it stopped. Lin Huang was relieved. He then patted the Viridian wolf's fluffy head. Next target, the Cursed Sword Fiend. Chapter 423. It is somewhat purified. The Cursed Sword Fiend was a humanoid demon monster that had gone through 3 mutations. Most of the sword-type monsters and swordsmen among humans were skilled at close combat. Their attack power was rather impressive. However, the Cursed Sword Fiend was an exception. It was excellent at assassinating enemies. Aside from that, a variety of spells were cast on its swords. If one were attacked by its sword, a randomly selected curse would befall the person immediately. Each attack would create different types of curse effects, and these effects could be overlaid on the body of the injured. Some curses had an extremely strong effect. For example, the lethal curse would cause immediate death in the cursed. Even if the wound was less than a millimeter long and if the opponent's combat strength was a few levels higher than the Cursed Sword Fiend, the curse would still be effective immediately. However, most of the curses could only manage to distract its opponents, such as causing dizziness, numbness, diarrhea, urinary incontinence, and so on. Because the Cursed Sword Fiend possessed such an evil power, humans tried not to offend such a monster. They would feel extremely awkward if they were injured during the battle, suffering from urinary incontinence or diarrhea. Furthermore, if one were unlucky and encountered the lethal curse, they would be weeping without tears. However, Lin Huang had no fear of the Cursed Sword Fiend. The monster could be controlled by Kylie, the Nephilic judge, who was completely immune to its curse. In addition to that, despite the weak Cursed Sword Fiend's attack power and despite the fact that it was only a white flame level, Tyrant was unable to break through its defense. It would probably kill Tyrant instead. The Cursed Sword Fiend would have no way of penetrating Lin Huang's energy protective layer that was created by his 5-star armor, let alone bypass Lin Huang's ultimate defensive skill, the Dark Shield. The people were all afraid of the Cursed Sword Fiend. However, to Lin Huang, there was no difference between the Cursed Sword Fiend and the rest of the white flame level monsters. After getting rid of the shadow worms, Lin Huang recalled the Viridian wolf and summoned the Viridescent Thunderhawk. He had ridden on the Viridian wolf previously because the distance between them was short. They were less than 30 kilometers apart. It was also because Lin Huang wanted to take a closer look at the situation of the city. If not for his worrying about Lin Xin's physical strength, he would have actually preferred to walk. The Cursed Sword Fiend was found about 1,200 kilometers away. It was a straight line distance. Despite the Viridian wolf running at full speed, it still took them more than 10 hours to arrive at their destination. The Viridescent Thunderhawk then carried the 3 of them and flew off into the sky. In less than an hour, they then arrived at their destination and landed on the ground. The Shadow Land, the place where the Cursed Sword Fiend was hiding, was a high-rise building situated towards the west of the ruins. It had a height of more than 570 meters. Despite being located at the center of the city, it still stood out above the rest. Lin Huang could see that before its abandonment, it had been a prosperous business zone. Lights from buildings of different sizes used to be lit up all the time, and the city had been as bright as day. Before the foothold was abandoned, it must have been a prosperous city. Lin Xin sized up the surrounding and said. Just looking at the buildings, the area of the business zone was comparable to that of an A-grade foothold. Lin Huang then raised his head and looked towards the tallest building. If he was not mistaken, the cursed sword fiend should now be hiding on the top floor of the building, and it must have noticed them. He immediately recalled the viridescent Thunderhawk and summoned Kylie. Kylie sized up the surrounding calmly as soon as she realized that she was somewhere she was unfamiliar with. She then turned back and looked at Lin Huang. To be exact, it was a half-red, half-blue mask without any facial features that was looking towards Lin Huang. She did not ask anything about it, and Lin Huang said nothing either. He immediately instructed, "There is a cursed sword fiend on top of the building, bring it down, but don't kill it." Kylie did not nod. She lifted her head and looked towards the top of the high-rise building. Her gaze seemed to have penetrated through her mask. She was not restricted to the dark surroundings and managed to see the humanoid monster that was looking at them. 6 of her golden wings immediately fluttered, and she flew up to the sky towards the top of the building. After a few moments, a dazzling white glow suddenly appeared in midair. Lin Huang, who was looking towards that direction, squinted. Soon after, a loud explosive sound was heard and a black shadow immediately appeared. It struck the ground hard with a cloud of smoke. Bang! Lin Huang could feel the vibration was coming from the ground beneath his feet. Lin Xin, who was standing next to him, almost fell down. He immediately extended his hand and grabbed her. As soon as Lin Xin could balance herself, Lin Huang then looked towards the direction where the black shadow had fallen. A big hole that was a few meters in diameter was formed hundreds of meters away from him. Right at this moment, before Lin Huang could even issue any instructions, Lancelot transformed into a black shadow and took a leap. Kylie then gradually descended from midair. It seemed like she was not going to join the fight as she stood next to Lin Huang and became a spectator. There was smoke billowing out from the big hole. Soon, Lancelot's body was shrouded in the cloud of smoke and nobody could see him. Even Lin Huang's vision could only detect a few beams of black shadows flickering and crashes were heard. This situation lasted for less than a minute. Before the smoke cleared away, Xiao Hei's notification was heard. Congratulations, you have obtained an epic level monster card, the Cursed Sword Fiend, Sword Servant. Lancelot slowly walked out from the cloud of smoke. Lin Huang was shocked because the Cursed Sword Fiend was killed by Lancelot very quickly. Although it was weak in close combat, it was still a white flame level monster. How did Lancelot manage to kill it in less than a minute without even activating his absolute life? Lin Huang then recalled the white glow that appeared midair and looked towards Kylie. What did you do to the Cursed Sword Fiend just now? I did nothing. It is somewhat purified, Kylie said calmly. Lin Huang then recalled the beam of white light that had appeared abruptly in midair must have been Kylie's purification light. The purification light could be fatal to the Cursed Sword Fiend. When it shone on the Cursed Sword Fiend, it was as if an ordinary person had been doused with sulfuric acid. Despite the light shining on it for only a short period, it had been weakened drastically. Lin Huang soon understood why Lancelot had been capable of killing it so easily. An immortal level monster that is 1,800 kilometers away from you sensed the power of purification light. It is coming towards you, Xiao Hei's voice was suddenly heard. Chapter 424, Escape. Lin Huang had expected this to happen since there might be the presence of immortal level monsters at the moderate danger zone. However, he never thought that Kylie's purification light would catch the immortal level monster's attention. Where's the immortal level monster coming from? Right when Lin Huang asked this, he recalled Kylie and Lancelot back to their card forms and summoned the viridescent Thunderhawk again. It's coming from the northeast. Lin Huang then carried Lin Xin, and the both of them rode on Thunder's back. He urged, let's head towards the south as fast as you can. The viridescent Thunderhawk immediately flew up to the sky and accelerated towards the cave located southwards. Brother, what happened? Lin Xin asked in shock. There is an immortal level monster coming after us. Lin Huang did not bother hiding it from her. As soon as Thunder heard that, it accelerated at its maximum speed. As an immortal level even stronger than a holy fire level, Lin Xin could still remember that Lin Huang had mentioned to her before the 3 levels of transcendence. It was the immortal level that was ranked above holy fire level. Yes, Lin Huang nodded and did not explain any further. Seeing Lin Huang's reaction, Lin Xin did not continue asking, how long do we need to arrive at the exit at Thunder's current speed? Lin Huang contacted Xiao He through his mind. 42 minutes. Will the monster be able to catch up with us? Lin Huang then asked. At the viridescent Thunderhawk's current speed, it takes only half an hour for the immortal level monster to catch up with you. We won't be able to run away at thunder speed, Lin Huang frowned. After a short while, a thought flashed through his mind. If thunder is not fast enough, Kylie's speed should be. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Huang immediately summoned Kylie. Standing on the viridescent Thunderhawk's back, Kylie looked at Lin Huang doubtfully. Lin Huang immediately communicated with Kylie through his mind. He wanted Kylie's body could grow wider so that he and Lin Xin could sit on her back. It was apparent that Kylie was unwilling to let anyone ride on her back. She was not a flying mount. However, she was forced to agree with him. As soon as the body of Kylie, who was standing on Thunder's back, grew bigger, Thunder's speed was somewhat affected. Lin Huang and Lin Xin then rode on her back. Kylie attempted to flap her wings. After knowing that her movement was not being hindered, she then flew off into the sky. Lin Huang then recalled Thunder that was still flying. Kylie accelerated rapidly, and her speed seemed to be 3 times faster than Thunder's in an instant. 6 of her golden wings fluttered and a golden meteorite streaked across the sky. Roar! The immortal level monster growled angrily as soon as it discovered Lin Huang was getting farther away from it. However, Lin Huang and the rest could not hear it as Kylie's flying speed was 4 times faster than the speed of sound. Still, the growl could be heard in the city. The monsters immediately froze as soon as they heard it. All of them knew very well that it was the overlord of the underworld that let out a loud roar. Many of the hunters and adventure teams immediately restrained their aura and hid in the buildings. It was not the first time for those teams to be there, and they recognized the presence of the overlord as well. What's that sound? It's so scary. It feels like my bladder just shrunk. A 20-year-old young man exclaimed. The monster let out a loud roar that reached the bottom of one's soul. He was indeed frightened. Just admit that you peed. What do you mean your bladder has shrunk? A man next to him saw that he wet his pants and glanced at him disgustedly. Shut up. A tall man in golden armor was their leader. He shouted at the both of them. He was the one who had greeted Lin Huang's team somewhere near the dimensional portal. He did not manage to form a team of 10 and ended up with only 8 of them. He suddenly remembered that they were partners right after he shouted at both of them and that they would not be happy with him. The tall man immediately lowered his voice and explained, "It is the master of the Shadow Land who let out the loud roar. It is an immortal level monster, namely, the Abyssal Dragon. It was an actual dragonkin, an immortal level dragonkin." The people who first came to the Shadow Land were shocked. It sounded like the Abyssal Dragon isn't in a good mood. Let's hide here today. Please don't cause a stir in this area. We shall rest today and think about killing the monsters tomorrow, the tall team leader instructed. However, it's not safe to hide here. We'll be trapped if it spits dragon flame. This is just an ordinary building and even we can destroy it, let alone the dragonkin. The young man who wet his pants had not calmed down and raised his opinion. I think it's better for us to quit now. We'll come in again tomorrow. Based on our observation, the Abyssal Dragon won't simply destroy any buildings in the city. All these years, the city has always been precious to it. It never wanted to tear down the buildings. Besides, when it's angry, all the monsters in the city will go dormant, and they won't get us into trouble. Therefore, it's certainly safe to stay here. If you walk along the streets, you'll easily become the Abyssal Dragon's target, the tall man warned. Listening to the leader's explanation, the young man immediately kept quiet and had no more objections. Of course, Lin Huang did not know that the monster he offended had sent all the humans and monsters in the Shadow Land to go into hiding. He had no idea what type of monster was chasing after him. There was no need for him to know though. As long as it was an immortal level monster, he could not afford to offend it. Despite having a provisional summoning card as his trump card and being able to summon a monster with similar abilities to the infernal dragon that had appeared at the auction hall, he did not want to use the life-saving card if possible. Kylie took about 10 minutes and arrived somewhere near the cave. Although the cave was not wide, it was sufficient for Kylie to pass through. She retracted her wings, slowing down, and rushed towards the exit along with Lin Xin and Lin Huang. A few moments later, they passed through the corridor and emerged from the ground. Kylie's sudden appearance frightened many of the people in the cave. They thought that a monster had broken in. Soon after, they saw 2 people sitting on the monster's back. That's such a strange mount. It is a humanoid monster and it looks like a girl. Yes, it seems like she has a nice body, a man with a wretched appearance mumbled in a low voice. Kylie gradually landed on the ground when they were a certain distance away from the cave. Lin Huang then recalled Kylie and summoned the dimensional portal. He then set the location to Luoxi City where he had been and strode over with Lin Xin. The meteorite desert would be his final destination where a double mutated sword-type monster existed. Also, it was also the isolated place where the presence of the Starlight Beast was detected as well as the place that Lin Huang had chosen to unseal charcoal. Chapter 425. Arriving at Luoxi City again. Luoxi City was situated north to the C-grade foothold in Division 7. Lin Huang had been there to hunt the Brain Eater and had bought the quick frozen cake at Luoxi City before. Looking at the time, it was already slightly after 4 in the afternoon. The foothold looks desolate, Lin Xin looked around and said. She could recognize it as a C-grade foothold. However, it was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. This is Luoxi City. It is located north to Division 7, which is also one of the footholds nearest to northwest area, Lin Huang explained. The economy of a border city will normally be bad since it was too far away from the city. The tourism was unsustainable. Do you still remember the quick frozen cake that I gave you? Lin Xin immediately nodded her head as she could still clearly remember how delicious the cake was. The main outlet of that quick frozen cake is here, Lin Huang said with a smile. Is that true? Lin Xin was excited the moment she heard this. Yes, I'll bring you to the cake shop later. Let's walk around and look for a hotel now. Lin Huang was not in a hurry to hunt monsters as Lin Xin was tired. Also, Lancelot had completed the unsealing process for 2 monsters. There was only 1 monster left and he was finally able to relax. He would start his journey tomorrow morning. Lin Huang then brought along Lin Xin and checked into a hotel. They walked out from the hotel, riding on the Viridian Wolf and headed towards the cake shop. Arriving at the cake shop, Lin Xin, who was initially tired, felt more energized. Other than buying 100 quick frozen cakes, Lin Xin had also chosen many of the desserts. She had never tried some of them before. There were also desserts that she had never eaten before. The desserts looked delicious. Since Lin Huang was not short of money, she bought them all. It seemed like half of the food sold in the shop were bought by Lin Huang and Lin Xin. After buying the desserts, both of them then walked along the business street. When it was almost 6 p.m., both of them looked for a restaurant selling spicy hot pot for dinner. Ever since Lin Xin had been to Jinchuan, she was in love with spicy food. It was already 7 p.m. when they returned to the hotel. In the living room, Lin Huang sat on the sofa. He browsed through the Hunter forum and posted a message on the reward board using an anonymous account. I'll offer a reward of 5,000 life crystals to look for the undead evil child. Anyone who has the location of the monster, please contact me. It seemed like 5,000 life crystals were just a small amount of money. However, it was sufficient to buy a 3-star relic. Furthermore, Lin Huang only requested for the location of the monster. Despite the undead evil child being rare, the monsters were scattered around. The people had discovered them at many places before. This piece of information meant nothing to the discoverers as it was unlikely that people would hunt for the undead evil child as the monsters were immortal. In less than 2 minutes after Lin Huang posted the message, he received a personal message. He was surprised and opened it. It was sent by an anonymous hunter. I have the location that you are looking for. It was discovered 2 months ago. Let's trade if you need it. Trading account 93x24x11. How can that be so fast? Lin Huang frowned and immediately proceeded with the transaction. He then searched for the account number of the anonymous who had already selected the preferred transaction method. The due date of the transaction was 1 month from today. Lin Huang had to visit the location specified within 1 month in order to verify the presence of the target monster. Upon confirmation, only then would the information provider be able to receive the money. If it were not confirmed within 1 month, the money would be automatically transferred to the other party's account. Of course, before all this happened, Lin Huang had to authorize the Emperor's heart ring to carry out the transaction before the life crystals could be deducted from his account by the Hunter network. If the target monster did not appear at the specific location within 1 month, he could apply to cancel the transaction from the Hunter Association. At the same time, he could file a complaint against the person who had provided false information and the people from the Hunter Association would investigate it. Once it was confirmed, the user would be blacklisted by Hunter Association as well as the cooperative organization. Therefore, One would normally not provide fake information as they would have to pay for it. Lin Huang was never worried that he would receive false information from the Hunter Association. Instead, he was worried that there would be organizations from the black market that spread fake news whereby they would swindle him out of money. This was also the reason why whenever Lin Huang posted a message on the black market, the transaction would be done face-to-face. Normally, the organizations that spread false information dared not show up as they were afraid that they would be killed. Only a few of them from the underworld were friendly. It was normal for them to kill the person who offended them. Upon confirming the transaction, the location was quickly sent to him. Lin Huang glanced at it. Sandy Land, isn't it somewhere near Baki City? Sandy Land was a level 4 wilderness area. Previously, it was a danger zone. As it was too near to the human foothold, the transcendent monsters existing there were all killed. Although Sandy Land was near to Baki City, it was actually nearer to Fatty's old house. The distance was less than 800 kilometers. Lin Huang would never expect the undead evil child to appear at such a place. After I've settled everything here, I'll go there. I wonder how's the situation in Fatty's hotel. It had been more than half a month since Fatty's funeral ceremony. Lin Huang was paying close attention to news of K-Lai Hotel. He had been waiting for the opportunity to purchase the retail chain as it was Fatty's last will. However, there was no rumor from the Yi family that the hotel was available for sale. Lin Huang was going to visit them and ask the old lady about that. Without the support of Fatty's father and Fatty, the hotel needed a transformation. Otherwise, it could no longer operate. However, none of them from Fatty's family knew about this. If they decided not to sell it, perhaps the hotel would continue operating in the classic model. If that happened, they would suffer a great loss. Lin Huang then shut the Hunter Forum screen. He shook his head and snapped himself out of his thoughts. He took a wooden knife and headed towards the training room. Lin Huang deliberately chose a hotel under the Hunter Association as they would be responsible for any damages or losses. It was not because Lin Huang wanted to take advantage of the Hunter Association, but it could save him some trouble instead. If the training room were damaged, he would only have to inform them about it. Otherwise, he would probably have to spend a few hours communicating with the person in charge and discussing the compensation for the damage caused. Lin Huang had no time for that. Lin Huang had completed the learning of the Star Dome. He was no longer practicing the Star Dome in the training room. It was the Great Sword scripture that he was now focusing on instead. He began reintegrating all the sword skills that he had learned before. As soon as he had mastered the Star Dome, he felt that he had some new understandings about his sword skill training and his sword power had been improving. Soon, a few hours had passed. At midnight, Lin Huang then retracted his sword. He was quite satisfied with the training of his sword skill. I'll probably need 3 to 4 days to complete the integration of the Great Sword scripture. The same goes for the rest of the sword skills. With my current progress, my Tao of the sword will be further improved when the integration is about to be completed. Chapter 426. Sword Dominator. The last unsealing servant chosen by Lin Huang for Lancelot was the Sword Dominator. Sword Dominator was a pseudo-fairy, humanoid monster. The monster's strongest power was its ability to manipulate swords. It was said to be capable of dominating 3,000 swords at the same time, and its attack skills were incredibly ruthless. When Lin Huang saw the skills on the monster guide for the first time, it reminded him of the sword mastery skill in the supernatural genre of novels. According to one of such novels, there was a sage in the sky. Thousands of swords then appeared when he extended his hand, transforming them into sword rain, and his enemies were engulfed. The scene was incredible as he thought of it. Perhaps it was the reason why the authors of various supernatural novels and fantasy novels enjoyed writing about sword skills. The Sword Dominator was discovered deep in the Meteorite Desert. It was approximately 2,200 kilometers away from the northwest of the city. It was in the same direction as where the Starlight Beast was. Both of them were less than 600 kilometers apart. At 8 a.m., Lin Huang then summoned thunder after having his breakfast. Lin Huang and Lin Xin headed towards the place where the Sword Dominator was. Lin Huang was not worried that it would secretly attack him, as it leaned more towards attacking its opponent face to face. Therefore, they continued moving forward, and Lin Huang guided Lin Xin. Sitting on Thunder's back, he sighed emotionally while looking at the desert that he was familiar with. He had lived in the desert for several days when he was looking for the Starlight Beast. It was the place where he met Liang Qian, who had lost her teammates. He witnessed how cruel the Saint members were, and he had even killed 2 of them. It was Lin Xin's first time visiting a desert. Looking at the vast, endless golden sand, she was excited. She could not stop oohing over how beautiful it was. It's so lovely. It must be amazing watching the sunrise, sunset, and even the stars over here. Lin Huang twitched his mouth. That was merely what she saw. The meteorite desert was similar to the Shadow Land, as both of them were moderate danger zones. There were 7 known transcendent monsters, and there might even be immortal level monsters around. There were a large number of transcendent monsters on the spacious ground, many of which were hiding underground and could be hardly seen by the naked eye. Without considering the monsters, the difference in temperature between daytime and nighttime alone was fatal to ordinary people. However, Lin Xin knew nothing about that. This desert is called Meteorite Desert. You may check out this place with your Emperor's Heart Ring, and you'll know where you're at. Lin Huang eventually interrupted her beautiful fantasy as she was talking incessantly. Lin Xin was curious and connected to the network with her Emperor's Heart Ring. A few moments later, she was no longer excited. She was just trying her luck and asked, is this desert really that dangerous? In fact, it will actually be more dangerous than what was mentioned on the network. It's the same as the Shadow Land where we were yesterday. Both of them are moderate danger zones. Even a gold hunter can possibly die here, and a silver hunter definitely won't step foot in here. Lin Huang nodded his head. If you're becoming a hunter in the future, you can't judge a place by its appearance and let your guard down. You have to prepare yourself before going to a place that you're unfamiliar with and take the worst-case scenarios into consideration. That's the only way you won't panic when danger comes to you. Lin Huang was behaving like a teacher, dishing out advice. Lin Xin was always obedient and she nodded. More than an hour had passed. Thunder had finally arrived at the place where the Sword Dominator was discovered. It gradually descended from the sky while flapping its wings. The area was an oasis. As soon as Lin Huang and Lin Xin reached the ground, they could smell the scent of flowers. It's so fragrant. Lin Xin looked around as she wanted to know where the smell was coming from. Soon, she saw a tree with a white flower which was the size of a human brain. The flower bloomed beautifully. While she was about to move a step forward, Lin Huang immediately grabbed her arm. It is the scented ant, a type of demon. It will release a unique scent so the creatures will mistakenly identify it as their favorite scent. It will then lure the creatures and kill them. The beautiful white flower is actually its brain. It can reach up to a meter long in diameter. Its brain will eat even a monster the size of Tyrant. Lin Xin was horrified and immediately retreated. She secretly glanced at the big tree with the white flower and no longer dared to look at it after that. She would never expect that such a terrifying monster would exist in this green and peaceful world. Let's go. Lin Huang was not scaring Lin Xin intentionally. The scented ant had a height of more than 30 meters and its combat level was the same as Lin Huang. Both of them were on gold level rank 3 as well. Any monsters ranking below Transcendent would be killed if they approached it. Recalling Thunder, Lin Huang summoned Lancelot again. As soon as his instruction was received, Lancelot followed after the both of them, taking up the responsibility as a guardian. Lin Huang was leading Lin Xin, and the both of them then headed towards the location where the Sword Dominator had been discovered previously. The open space where Thunder landed was only about hundreds of meters away from the location. With its body size, it was quite difficult for it to land on the ground. The trio then continued moving forward and soon, the gurgling sound of the flowing stream got nearer. Right after they arrived at their destination, they then found out that it was actually a waterfall. The waterfall was more than 20 meters tall with a width of more than 10 meters. There was a torrential downpour, cascading down into a pool that was 10 meters away from the waterfall. Lin Huang slightly shifted his body while sizing up the surroundings. He then lowered his head and looked at the location set on his Emperor's Heart Ring. He slightly frowned as he looked at the waterfall, mumbling to himself, "There's nothing wrong with the location on the Emperor's Heart Ring, brother, what's happened?" Lin Xin asked curiously. "Nothing." Lin Huang shook his head and summoned Kylie again. He then instructed, "Kylie, please protect Lin Xin. Lancelot and I will have a look at the waterfall." Lin Huang reacted in such a way because according to the location provided, the Sword Dominator was inside the waterfall. However, there was no through road. Lin Huang felt strange at the beginning. Soon, he realized that there might be a cave behind the waterfall. The Sword Dominator might be hiding inside the cave. Upon confirming that, Lin Huang then took a leap and walked towards the waterfall. He plunged into the waterfall. Lancelot then followed after him.